right? It's a whole new meaning for good cop, bad cop. That way everybody can benefit too.
I hope more cities put that in place. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you back here for Friday.
A destructive start to summer. From tornadoes to historic flooding to record heat, much of the country is feeling nature's wrath, where severe storms could flare up next.
Wrangling with rampant inflation, the Fed announces the highest rate hike in 30 years. But with record food and fuel prices, paychecks are stretched thinner than ever. And now families are getting creative.
The kids are, they're like, you know, okay, Mom, like they're always up for some crazy things that Mom is suggesting.
Meet the mom putting her kids to work to earn extra cash.
A deeper dive into the Capitol riot. The January 6th committee's third hearing gets underway in just hours, zeroing in on the pressure campaign against former Vice President Mike Pence. We're live with what we could learn today.
The end of an era for the World Wide Web. We say goodbye once and for all to Internet Explorer. It's Thursday, June 16th. Early today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Wicked weather continues to touch down from coast to coast. The Monroe County Sheriff says multiple buildings were damaged after a tornado touched down in central Wisconsin. The storm left over 100,000 homes without power across the state. In the midst of their heat waves, some relief is on the way for residents of Odessa, Texas.
Crews worked around the clock to repair a water main break and are beginning to restore water to the city. The boil water notice is still in effect, so residents there stocked up on bottled water. And scorching heat remains through much of the country. Millions of Americans from Michigan to Florida are under heat advisories. Let's get the latest from NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, that dangerous heat continues today, tomorrow, and really through next week. It looks like another area of heat is really going to build in for next week. So that is sparking all sorts of troubles, as you just mentioned, from wildfires to the flooding, also the threat for severe weather. We had winds gusting over 80 miles per hour yesterday in Wisconsin, and we're watching storms early this morning. So looking at radar, you can see a line of storms stretching from Michigan all the way to Illinois. So lots of lightning with that. Also a cluster of storms in upstate New York, and that's going to be the bullseye as we head throughout the day. We're looking at the chance for some very gusty winds once again. Winds over 60 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail, some very large hail, 2 inches or greater, and even the chance of a few tornadoes. So where you see that orange, that is your enhanced risk, and that's where it's likely to see severe weather. Back to you guys.
Okay, we'll check in with you in a bit. Thank you, Michelle. The Fed is raising its key interest rate by 3/4 of a percentage point. It is an attempt to tackle inflation, but it will impact borrowers across the country. Meanwhile, rising gas prices have led to a war of words between President Biden and big oil. Our Susan McGinnis reports.
With inflation accelerating, the Federal Reserve wielding its main tool to fight it. The Fed raising its key interest rate 3/4 of a percentage point to slow the economy and put a lid on rising prices.
The committee reiterated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate.
Fed Chairman Jerome Powell indicating more rate hikes could follow.
We're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective.
The rate hike will find its way to virtually all consumer loans, including credit cards, mortgages, home equity loans, car loans, and student loans. Experts say consumers are already tightening their purse strings, with retail sales falling in May.
If we start to see the consumer feel pinched, they've drawn down a lot of their COVID-era savings, that's going to be a problem for the economy.
Many economists predict the economy will fall into recession next year. Americans facing higher borrowing costs on top of soaring gas prices, not just on the road, but on the water.
I'm driving a little slower, for one, not using as much fuel.
And on the farm.
The other day, I paid as much as $4.85 for farm diesel.
President Biden calling out oil company CEOs for making record profits at the expense of Americans and calling on them to ramp up supply.
He's calling for an increase in production, both of producing and extracting oil, but also refining it.
Oil industry experts claiming there is no supply to ramp up and blaming the administration's policies for soaring prices. Susan McGinnis, NBC News, Washington.
The state of the economy is hurting families all over America. Behind the headlines are real people who struggle to pay rent, who have to cancel vacations, and who have to make some painful choices to get by. Our Ann Thompson tells the stories of 3 struggling families.
In a troubling sign of the times, families crushed under the weight of soaring inflation are doing whatever they can to get by.
I have a gas water heater and my gas has tripled.
Single mom Lisa Jackie saw the bills starting to pile up after losing her job earlier this year. So she turned to her community in Plano, Texas, with an unusual offer. Family for Hire, the title of her post on the forum next door.
My youngest loves to garden. If somebody needs a garden planted, the cost of something like that, organizing a garage.
The mother of 4 offering to do small tasks for her neighbors with the help of her 3 teens and 11-year-old daughter.
Are the kids okay with this?
Yeah, the kids are. They're okay, mom. They're always up for some crazy things that mom is suggesting.
Dallas mom Julie Turner says record high gas prices have forced her family to stay on a strict budget.
And honestly, if we run out and we don't have any more gas money, we don't go places.
And for good reason. Gas prices up 50% over the last year. The cost of food, apparel, cars, and home energy skyrocketing too, forcing families like the Lanes in Cincinnati to make impossible decisions.
Utilities, cell phone, cable, food, it's gone up triple. So we're deducting from other bills just to keep everybody fed.
Dad Greg battling cancer for the second time in 4 years, unable to work.
It's not their responsibility to worry about the bills, the cancer, anything bad. I want them to be happy.
The Lanes landlord deciding to sell their home in a seller-friendly market, leaving the family of 4 with nowhere to go. Still, their message to others in a similar situation is one of hope.
Hang on, because this is a time and this is a season. We will get through it.
Families struggling to make ends meet, but determined to get through it together. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Thanks to Ann for bringing us those stories.
More military aid is heading to Ukraine. It comes as Russia ramps up its attacks in the eastern part of the country. The U.S. and Germany are pledging to send more long-range artillery and advanced weapons systems. And even more weapons could be on the way as NATO defense ministers have started 2-day talks on increasing arms for the Ukrainian forces. For more, we turn to NBC's Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning.
Francis, good morning. That's right. President Biden announcing an additional $1 billion in security aid to Ukraine, that coming after a phone call with President Zelensky yesterday. This new defense package includes 18 of those American howitzers and more of those long-range rockets, which the Ukrainians say they just so desperately need for the fight against Russian artillery in the east. President Zelensky thanked the United States for those additional weapons, and he's getting some visitors today in Kyiv. The leaders of France, Germany, and Italy are all heading to the Ukrainian capital in a gesture of solidarity. Now, as you said, NATO defense ministers are meeting in Brussels, including U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. They're talking about what additional weapon systems could they be sending to the Ukrainians. They're also talking about plans for Sweden and Finland to join the NATO alliance. Finland, of course, has that very, very long border with Russia. Now, on the ground in the east, the situation pretty grim for Ukrainian forces. They ignored a Russian deadline to surrender in the city of Severodonetsk yesterday. The Russians control about 80% of that city at this time. What's left of that city anyway, after that very intense Russian bombardment. Hundreds of civilians still trapped in a chemical plant there. Efforts underway to try to get them out. Francis.
All right, Raf Sanchez for us. Raf, thank you for the update.
We have good news for parents in the fight against COVID. An FDA advisory panel has recommended authorizing both the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines for children under 5. Full approval from the FDA and CDC is expected in the coming days. Then the vaccinations can begin. Meanwhile, Dr. Anthony Fauci has tested positive for COVID-19. President Biden's chief medical advisor has mild symptoms. He has been fully vaccinated and boosted.
Yellowstone National Park remains closed through historic flooding. A state of emergency is in effect as raging currents rip through the region. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more.
Whoa. This was the harrowing escape out of Yellowstone.
as boulders tumble down mountains and a home washed into a river, floating nearly 5 miles downstream.
We had no warning. They're just like, get in, get in, get in.
For Nicole O'Shea and nearly 100 other people cut off by dangerous, fast-rising floodwaters, these helicopter rides were their only chance for rescue.
It landed, and it was, I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. It was so emotional because none of us were expecting it.
Across large swaths of Montana, historic flooding washed away roads and submerged them under feet of water.
The water started rolling in the back, broke out a basement window, started filling up my basement, and then I quit.
Holy! Even bridges with their mangled trestles floated downstream, ripped apart by raging currents.
It was frightening because in addition to all of this debris, you can hear the rocks in the creek. These are giant boulders.
A state of emergency as roads into Yellowstone National Park remain closed indefinitely at the start of the peak summer season.
It's safe to say that it's going to be an extended period of time. The northern end will be closed.
With 10,000 people evacuated from the nation's oldest national park, this is the first time flooding has ever closed it.
And in the afternoon, it started rising even more, and we had to move everything to high ground.
The deluge fueled by an atmospheric river or stream of moisture, pounding the region with inches of rain. And it wasn't just rain, but snowmelt that filled these rivers. One of them rising 6 feet in just 24 hours. So much water, it toppled into nearby communities below. The water just now beginning to recede. Historic flooding and unprecedented damage at one of our nation's most stunning national parks. Mother Nature's beauty now suffering from its wrath.
Wow.
Yeah, just a taste of that extreme weather that we've been facing this week.
Yeah, thanks to Miguel for that report.
All right, let's check back in with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hello again, Michelle.
Hi there, and yeah, we're going to see scenes like that again. It's so sad, the flooding, the fire danger in the southwest, severe weather bringing down trees, ripping off roofs, and the heat dangerous on its own. So that's what we're watching over the next few days into next week. Dangerous heat continues. We're looking at a lot of heat alerts from the Midwest all the way down to the southeast. 64 million people impacted by these alerts, and that jet stream so far to the north is sort of allowing all this hot air to come in. It's not just the heat, though, it's the humidity, too, so feeling hotter than it is. 112 today in Phoenix. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at that triple-digit heat once again for many of us. You factor in the humidity. It's feeling pretty terrible out there. 97 today in St. Louis. Same story down to the south. 101 in San Antonio, 99 in Shreveport. All right, guys, we'll talk more about that heat, but it's not all bad news. We're looking at some good weather for the weekend for Father's Day. We'll talk about that coming up.
That we definitely want to hear. Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah.
In today's Quick Hits, Dolly Parton is working more than just 9 to 5 to fight childhood illnesses. The country music icon donated $1 million to help fund pediatric infectious disease research at Vanderbilt University's Medical Center.
The Barbie Dream House has a new resident. We have our first look at a bleach blonde Ryan Gosling as Ken in the Warner Brothers upcoming Barbie. The movie stars Margot Robbie. It hits theaters next summer.
And move over, Arthur. The San Diego Zoo has a new baby aardvark in town, nicknamed Princess Dirt Pig. The 5-week-old cub is the zoo's first in over 35 years.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The January 6th committee will be back this afternoon with its third hearing on the Capitol riot. Today, the House panel is expected to make the case that former President Donald Trump put his vice president's life in danger. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from Washington, D.C. Bree, good morning. The committee is also seeking answers about tours that happened near the Capitol building the day before the attack. Tell us about this new video.
That's right. Good morning, Philip, Francis. The committee released video of Congressman from Georgia, Barry Loudermilk, giving a tour on January 5th. In it, you see Loudermilk leading a group through House office buildings and the tunnels underneath them. One person is seen taking pictures in stairwells and at the security checkpoint. The committee says that man also shot video outside of the Capitol on January 6th, where he can be heard making threats against Speaker Pelosi and other lawmakers. But the man is not identified, and there's no evidence he entered the Capitol. Reporters asked Congressman Loudermilk about the pictures taken at the security checkpoint.
What they were taking a picture of is I took the family, and of course the other folks were with them, have two young kids that wanted to see the little trains that take congressmen. So I took them to show them where the trolley was in the Raven Tunnel.
But why do you think pictures were being taken of a stairwell, around security?
If you go to that stairwell, there's a golden eagle sconce that's on the wall. That's what I was taking a picture of.
The Capitol Police have reviewed the tape and say they did not find the tour to be suspicious. As you mentioned, the focus today is expected to be on the pressure campaign against former Vice President Mike Pence. Conservative attorney John Eastman had pushed a legal theory that Pence could stop the election certification by rejecting some slates of electors. Today, we expect to hear testimony from former aides to the vice president who rejected that plan. Philip.
All right, Bree, thank you. And NBC News will have a special report on this afternoon's hearing starting at 12:30 Eastern.
Still to come here on Early Today, Squid Game fans could soon compete in a real-life version of the show, but is the risk worth the reward? We'll tell you next.
And later, actor Kevin Spacey is back in court, this time in London.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
모두 감당할 수 없는 빚을 지고 삶의 벼랑 끝에 서 계신 분들입니다.
Netflix is letting fans of Squid Game play through the show's iconic challenges without the blood and guts, of course. The streaming service is holding casting for a Squid Game reality show with a $4.5 million prize. I mean, I'll tell you what, it's changed red light, green light forever,
I was going
right?
to say, but how would you do that? I mean, it's kind of boring then if you don't have, I mean, not the consequence here.
I see what
dying,
you're saying.
But you know what I mean? There's got to be higher stakes.
Yeah, I
the
mean,
games they make up.
Kind of like American Gladiators.
Yeah, that's
used
what
to
I'm
be,
thinking,
you know?
too. All right, we'll watch it. Okay, Michelle has an early look at your weekend forecast. That's next.
And still to come here, the legal fallout from the plot for the man arrested after threatening to assassinate Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back on this Thursday. Looking ahead to the start of the weekend, we're looking at that southern heat continuing, temperatures in the triple digits. Also looking at some stormy weather in parts of the East Coast, especially the Carolinas and the Mid-Atlantic. Heat building once again into the west, and that's going to set the stage for more heat next week. By Saturday, very hot and humid in the south. A really nice day in parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. And look at Father's Day, a summer treat from New England to the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic, parts of the Southeast. Unfortunately, no relief from the heat in the south. Back to you guys.
Okay, we'll make sure to enjoy it. Thank you, Michelle. Up next, from dial-up to dialing down for good, a farewell to Internet Explorer. Keep it here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In today's top stories, a Maryland grand jury has indicted the man who was arrested outside Justice Brett Kavanaugh's house last week. Nicholas Roski is facing a single charge of attempting to assassinate a justice of the United States. According to a 911 call released by authorities, Roski said he planned to kill Kavanaugh and then himself. The police chief says the would-be attacker texted his sister, who urged him to call police and turn himself in.
Actor Kevin Spacey will appear in a London court today to face sexual assault charges. 3 men have come forward with 5 separate allegations. The Oscar winner's career derailed in late 2017 after actor Anthony Rapp accused him of making sexual advances against him when Rapp was just 14. A flurry of new allegations followed, including in Britain. Spacey has denied any wrongdoing. In addition to his UK legal troubles, Spacey must also stand trial in New York over the Anthony Rapp matter.
The Walt Disney Company is delaying plans to relocate around 2,000 employees from California to its newly planned campus in Orlando, Florida. The move was originally supposed to happen by the end of the year or early 2023. Well, now Disney says the campus will likely not open until 2026. The delay comes amid Disney's spat with Florida's governor over the so-called Don't Say Gay bill.
Once upon a time, before there was Chrome or Safari, we had Internet Explorer. It's a part of the digital frontier that became a relic, and now it's been deleted for good. Here's Harry Smith.
It only seems like ancient history. But back in the day, this was the way we connected with the internet. Days when the internet was still a vague mystery, unplumbed by the masses.
Allison, can you explain what internet is?
During those dark ages came a web browser called Internet Explorer, a search engine akin to the earliest steam locomotive that chugged its way into the World Wide Web with the speed of molasses. Internet Explorer vied mightily with Netscape as the browser of choice. It was a war neither would win because Google came along and crushed them both. merciless. Few are in tears today. It's not the same as when BlackBerry disconnected last year. Many of us still miss that actual keyboard. No, the death of Internet Explorer is more akin to the obsolescence of carbon paper or VHS tapes. Perhaps someone somewhere, though, yearns for those old days and believes that Internet Explorer will rise again, just like vinyl records. But probably not. Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
And pour one out for the original gatekeeper of the internet.
Part of the fun and frustration is explaining it to the kids. You'll never get it. This is Early Today. The Fed wages war on inflation with its highest rate hike in 30 years. But will the fight to bring down sky-high prices drag the economy down with it?
Making a case on the Capitol riot, the January 6th committee pivoting to the pressure campaign on former Vice President Mike Pence as the third hearing is set to get underway. Plus, the Capitol tour on the eve of the insurrection raising new questions.
Historic floodwaters race across Yellowstone Park while tornadoes tear a path through the Midwest. We're tracking the wicked weather from coast to coast.
A Bitcoin beatdown, the financial fears causing cryptocurrencies to collapse in value.
It's like Yelp, but for cops. What would you do if you could rate your run-in with the law? The small town letting citizens do just that. It's June 16th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Former Vice President Mike Pence is expected to play a key role in today's January 6 hearings. The committee says it'll provide evidence showing that former President Donald Trump put his VP's life in danger during the Capitol riot. NBC's Bree Jackson kicks off our coverage from D.C. Bree, good morning. The committee also wants to know about tours that happened near the Capitol building the day before the attack. Tell us about this new video.
That's right. Good morning, Philip. Well, the committee released a new video of Georgia Congressman Barry Loudermilk giving a tour on January 5th. In it, you could see Loudermilk leading a group through House office buildings and the tunnels underneath them. One person is seen taking pictures in stairwells and at a security checkpoint. The committee says that man also shot video outside of the Capitol on January 6th, where he could be heard making threats against Speaker Pelosi and other lawmakers. But the man is not identified, and there's no evidence that he entered the Capitol. Reporters asked Congressman Loudermilk about the pictures taken at the security point.
What they were taking a picture of is I took the family, and of course the other folks were with them, have two young kids that wanted to see the little trains that take congressmen. So I took them to show them where the trolley was in the Raven Tunnel.
But why do you think pictures were being taken of a stairwell, around security?
If you go to that stairwell, there's a golden eagle sconce that's on the wall. That's what I was taking a picture of.
The Capitol Police have reviewed the tape and say they did not find the tour to be suspicious. As you mentioned, the focus today is expected to be on the pressure campaign against former Vice President Mike Pence. Conservative attorney John Eastman had pushed a legal theory that Pence could stop the election certification by rejecting some slates of electors. Now, today we expect to hear testimony from former aides to the vice president who rejected that plan. Philip.
All right, Bree Jackson starting us off this morning. Bree, thank you. NBC News will have a special report on this afternoon's hearing starting at 12:30 Eastern.
In an attempt to tame inflation, the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates 75 basis points. It is the biggest hike since 1994. Fed Chair Jerome Powell had indicated that more rate increases could follow. It is a balancing act for the Fed, slowing the economy down without toppling it into a recession. Also, President Biden is engaging in a war of words with U.S. oil companies, accusing them of profiting during the gas crisis and calling on them to ramp up supply.
The trade association American Petroleum Institute responded, insisting refiners are running at or near capacity to meet demand. And rising interest rates are leading some people to buy property sooner rather than later. But is that wise? Our Jolene Kent reports in our series Priced Out.
I'm so glad that we found these.
Sky Callahan was in a rush.
So financially, overall, it's been a little bit of a struggle. We had to either buy before the rates went up or completely wait.
With a growing family, she needed a bigger house. Calculating what the New Jersey family could afford depended on interest rates, which have surged. A 30-year fixed-rate mortgage climbing from 3.3% at the start of this year to 6.22% now. Home prices have been soaring, too. Median sale prices have skyrocketed 16% in the past year. The combination can mean as much as a $1,000 increase in monthly payments for families like the Callahans, a trend pushing some to act in a hurry.
When we saw that the rates were going up due to inflation, that's when we really got into gear and decided to, okay, we need to make a move now because it's only going to get worse.
That feeling Callahan was getting is called inflationary psychology, and many Americans say they've got it too, beyond the housing market. Nearly 90% of Americans are concerned about inflation, and more than a third of shoppers said they have purchased something recently for fear that the price would continue to rise.
It's our rationale that we need to stockpile things before the price increases, which just creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. As we spend more, we feel like we have less money. We blame it on inflation, when maybe it's actually our psychology.
Inflationary psychology can impact the way we spend money on everything from houses to swimsuits to baby formula, triggering even more stress and anxiety.
I feel pressured to buy now as opposed to waiting a few months because who knows what the prices are going to be then.
If you're going after a big ticket item that you really need, say a house, should you be approaching this in a certain way?
Yeah, honestly, we won't see a dramatic drop in prices after inflation stabilizes. Maybe it's time to say, instead of buying this year, maybe I can rent somewhere affordable and wait till I have more savings to buy those big ticket items.
Big ticket items whose costs seem to just keep going up. Jolene Kent, NBC News.
Now to a major development involving the suspected gunman accused of killing 10 people in a racist attack at a Buffalo supermarket last month. The Justice Department has charged him with 26 counts of federal hate crimes and weapons violations. Some of the new charges could carry the death penalty.
Today, actor Kevin Spacey is expected to voluntarily appear in a court in London after being formally charged with sex crimes in the UK. The Oscar winner was the artistic director of the Old Vic Theatre in London between 2004 and 2015. 3 men have accused Spacey of sexually assaulting them a combined total of 5 times during that period. Spacey issued a statement saying that he will, quote, defend myself against these charges, which I am confident will prove my innocence.
There is good news in the fight against COVID-19 for parents of young children. An FDA panel of advisors has voted to recommend authorizing both Moderna and Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine for kids under 5. Both recommendations were unanimous. The decision now heads to the FDA, then the CDC, who is expected to vote on whether to endorse the shots. If cleared, the shots could be available next week. Meanwhile, White House Chief Medical Advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci has tested positive for COVID-19. The National Institutes of Health says the 81-year-old who is fully vaccinated and boosted is experiencing mild COVID-19 symptoms.
Wicked weather continues to touch down from coast to coast. The Monroe County Sheriff says multiple buildings were damaged after a tornado touched down in central Wisconsin. The storm left over 100,000 homes without power across the state. Yellowstone National Park remains closed after the historic flooding of the Yellowstone River. An atmospheric river bringing heavy rains coming down as snow melt filled the rivers in that region. And Montana's National Guard has stepped in to airlift nearly 100 people from floodwaters in and around Yellowstone. The National Park Service says the northern portion of the park may remain closed for a significant period of time.
Some relief is on the way for residents of Odessa, Texas. Crews worked around the clock to repair a water main break and are beginning to restore water to the city. The boil water notice is still in effect, and residents stocked up on bottled water Wednesday amid brutal temperatures. And scorching heat remains through much of the country. Millions of Americans from Michigan to Florida are under heat advisories. For more, we turn to NBC's meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, 64 million Americans under some sort of heat alert, whether it's an advisory, a watch, a warning, and we're going to see that continuing at least through next week. So the dangerous weather does continue. Record-breaking heat, also historical heat from the southwest to the Midwest, including the Central Plains now, and also parts of the southeast. Now, we're going to see temperatures well above average for this time of year. The jet stream so far to the north, allowing all this hot and humid air in. So it's not just the heat, it's combined with the humidity that's making matters worse. first. Today, 112 in Phoenix, temperatures over 100 degrees in Dodge City, near 100 in Memphis, 96 in Charlotte, and 99 degrees today in Tallahassee. It's going to feel like 109. As we go throughout tomorrow, it's going to feel just as hot, and that's sparking some storms this morning. We're watching a line of storms with a cold front move through Michigan, also parts of Illinois. Lots of lightning, seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings. That's your little orange box there. And then parts of the Northeast, we're seeing some storms as well. That's with a warm front. That cold front's going to swing through the Northeast tomorrow. Now, as we go throughout time here, we are watching parts of the Northeast today with the bullseye of some severe weather. So we're going to see winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see the chance of a few tornadoes and also some large hail. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. The heat continues for so many of us. It's so early in the season, and we're looking at temperatures in the 90s in the Central Plains, 97 with sunshine in Wichita. Same story in the South Central states into the Southeast, temperatures in the 90s in Florida. All right, we'll talk more about that heat. We're going to look ahead towards the weekend and your Father's Day forecast in just a bit.
All right, looking forward to that. See you in a bit, Michelle. Thanks. The puck dropped for a thrilling Game 1 in the Stanley Cup Final. Looking for the NHL's first three-peat in 40 years, the Lightning struck twice in the second period to tie the game up at 3. But that score would hold until overtime. That's where Andrei Burakovsky found the back of the net. It's their first Stanley Cup game since 2001, and the Avalanche won it 4-3. Game 2 is in Colorado on Saturday.
Coming up, the crypto collapse, why some are calling it a winter for digital currencies.
But first, $1 billion to back Ukraine, the new arms package to help the country fend off Russia.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
More military aid is headed to Ukraine. It comes as Russia ramps up its attacks in the eastern part of the country. The U.S. and Germany are pledging to send more long-range artillery and advanced weapons systems, and even more weapons could be on the way, as NATO defense ministers have started 2-day talks on increasing arms for the Ukrainian forces. For more, we turn to NBC's Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning.
Francis, good morning. That's right. President Biden announcing an additional $1 billion in defense aid to Ukraine. That came after a phone call with President Zelensky yesterday. Included in that aid package, 18 of those American-made howitzers and more long-range rockets, which are what the Ukrainians say they so desperately need for the fight against Russian artillery in the east of the country. President Zelensky thanking the U.S. for those new weapons, and he's actually getting some visitors today in Kyiv, the leaders of France, Germany, and Italy are all heading to the Ukrainian capital in a gesture of solidarity. Now, as you said, NATO defense ministers, including U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, are meeting in Brussels for two-day talks. They're discussing what additional weapon systems they could be sending on to the Ukrainians. They're also talking about plans for Sweden and Finland to join the NATO alliance. Finland, of course, has that very, very long border with Russia. Now, on the ground in Ukraine, the situation pretty grim for Ukrainian forces. They ignored a Russian deadline yesterday to surrender in the city of Severodonetsk, but the Russians at this point control about 80% of the city, or 80% of what's left of it, after that very intense bombardment. There are also fears rising for about 500 civilians who are trapped in the basement of a chemical plant inside the city. Efforts are underway to try to get them out safely. Francis?
I hope those efforts become successful. Raph, thank you.
Coming up next on Early Today, she's at it again. The generous sum Dolly Parton is gifting to science.
And from Super Bowl ads to the toilet bowl, inside the crypto collapse costing investors.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In today's Quick Hits, Dolly Parton is working more than just 9 to 5 to fight childhood illnesses. The country music icon donated $1 million to help fund pediatric infectious disease research at Vanderbilt University's Medical Center.
The Barbie Dream House has a new resident. We have our first look at a bleach blonde Ryan Gosling as Ken in Warner Brothers' upcoming Barbie movie starring Margot Robbie. It's scheduled to be released next summer.
Move over, Arthur. The San Diego Zoo has a new baby aardvark in town. Her name is Princess Dirt Pig. The 5-week-old cub is the zoo's first in over 35 years. How about that movie, though, coming out? it's weird to see them like that, right?
It is. I can't wait to hear what kind of accent they're going to have, because there have been like Barbie cartoons streaming on Netflix, and they have this whole California vibe going on. We'll see. I can't wait. We're going to have to wait a while, though,
and then there
for
was
next summer.
That Barbie song like 25 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, so all right, there it is.
All right, now to the collapse of cryptocurrency. Investors have suffered a week of deep losses. Bitcoin hit lows not seen since 2020, and some exchanges were forced to put the brakes on withdrawals. Here's NBC's George Solis.
Crypto companies called on celebrities to help sell the fortune of the future.
Fortune favors the brave.
But if you listen to Matt Damon and invested, say, $1,000 that day the ad came out last October, you'd have about $360 left today, losing almost 2/3 of your money. The ongoing crypto crash mirrors how stocks are cratering too, but more sharply as the Fed raises interest rates to battle soaring inflation. What is happening with the crypto market right now?
The broad picture right now is that you have the Federal Reserve hiking interest rates today, and there is a big fear at the moment as to what that means for markets of all stripes, and crypto is definitely one of them.
An estimated $200 billion has been wiped from the broader crypto market just since last Friday. This week, Celsius, a company that in essence works as a bank for crypto, halted withdrawals and transfers, citing extreme market conditions in a memo to its 1.7 million clients, sparking fears the company could fold.
To be honest, there's just kind of questions about the transparency of Celsius, because nobody knows when they're going to let up on this at the moment.
The company has reportedly lent out around $8 billion to clients. But crypto expert and founder of Custodia Bank, Caitlin Long, says long-term investors can ride out the rough seas, even if the get-rich-quick days are over for now. What does this mean for the everyday consumer, if anything at all?
It's so small at this point, it doesn't mean much. I would encourage everyone to watch it, because the resilience after these crashes is what tends to bring folks in. And especially if you have a long-term time horizon, it can be a good time to dig in.
So is crypto here to stay?
Oh, definitely crypto's here to stay.
But some jobs aren't. Crypto exchange Coinbase announced it plans to lay off about 18% of the company's workforce, putting out some 1,100 employees, citing fears of an economic recession that could lead to a crypto winter. No laughing matter, as jokes about crypto being pegged a sure thing take on different meanings.
It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
I don't think so.
All right, thanks to George Solis for that report.
Dreaming about the weekend? I feel you. Michelle will have an early look at our forecast next.
And scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate that traffic stop? The new town letting residents review police officers.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday, looking ahead towards the weekend. We're looking at some stormy conditions along the East Coast, especially into the Carolinas, parts of the Tennessee Valley. This heat continues in the south central states and really for a lot of us. And more heat building into the Intermountain West. That's going to set the stage for more warmth next week. As we look towards Saturday, very hot and humid in the south. A really nice day in the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic. Father's Day looking good, too, in the Northeast. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Coming up next on Early Today, Yelp a Cop, a new app that lets you rate local police.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
A small town in Virginia is letting residents review their police officers. It's an app that lets citizens rate officers on everything from communication to fairness. CNBC's Shamari Stone explains.
Here in this small town of Warrenton, Officer Molly Kimball patrols, knowing her encounters are rated.
How you doing, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. No, I stopped you today?
Officer Kimball reenacts a typical speed stop. The interaction might sound familiar.
Do you got your license and registration on you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
But residents pulled over are now being asked to do something brand new.
You can scan this and you'll be able to rate your encounter with me, okay?
Officers are required to hand out a QR code located on the back of their business card, asking for feedback on the encounter. Some cops were wary at first.
We were all kind of skeptical because we thought it was going to be more negative.
But after the feedback,
I feel like a lot of us like it. I've gotten very good reviews. I think that's just my personality.
It's something Kimball's boss, Warrenton Police Chief Michael Kochis, says is a win-win.
What we started to see was more of a relational type of policing when it came to these traffic stops. The officers were just a little bit more personable.
All right, ma'am, I went ahead, just wrote you a warning for today, okay?
People can anonymously rate officers in the Star-Based System survey on fairness, listening skills, communication, and they can leave other comments. Chief Kochis says it helps maintain expectations.
For way too long, good cops were defined as those who wrote a lot of tickets and made a lot of arrests. And those of us who have been in this profession for a long time know that That's not necessarily the definition of a good cop.
But what about negative comments, and how can you check to make sure the rating is fair and if cops are too generous? Supervisors check body-worn cameras.
They can go in and review that footage and kind of find out what's going on and make adjustments before it gets worse.
Many locals here in Warrenton welcome the program.
I actually think that it's a great thing to do. In all honesty, especially in today's age, we definitely need to be holding some of these police officers accountable.
Others hope to see it in their communities.
I think this system here will allow the nation to be able to be the voice and give a more accurate poll on exactly what's going on.
The Warrenton Police Department has an average 4.96 out of 5 stars with Guardian score. It's expanding to California, and it's also in Pennsylvania. Back to you.
All right, Shamari, thank you. I love the idea. Nothing wrong with a check on decency.
Yeah, and you got the camera to prove it right there. Just check the video, right? It's a whole new meaning for good cop, bad cop. That way everybody can benefit too.
I hope more cities put that in place. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Thursday. See you back here for Friday.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, historic hike. The Federal Reserve takes a drastic step to fight inflation, raising the interest rate by 0.75%. From the price of gas to groceries, credit cards, and utility bills, we'll take a look at what this means for you. New evidence. The January 6th committee will meet for another public hearing today. They're expected to unveil new information about former President Trump's plot to pressure Vice President Pence to throw out the electoral votes and stay in power. Plus, the new video showing a GOP lawmaker giving a tour of the Capitol complex on the eve of the attack. One of the guests was later heard threatening Democrats outside on January 6th. What his lawmaker now says about it all. Weather extremes, from tornadoes and floods to dangerous heat. Millions of Americans are waking up under weather alerts. The damage people are seeing across the country. We'll take a look at what's next and when these record temps will cool down. Plus, reinventing Anna, a Morning News Now exclusive. I speak with fake heiress Anna Sorokin, also known as Anna Delvey, as she sits in an ICE detention facility. You may know her from the hit Netflix show Inventing Anna. Now she's talking about her crimes. Do you think you crossed that line?
Well, the government definitely thinks that way, so.
What she told me about whether she feels any remorse, the new project she's working on now, and her plans for the future. It was a fascinating conversation to have, and I'm thrilled to be bringing that to you later this morning. We begin with that historic announcement from the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates by 0.75%. Now, that's the largest interest rate hike since 1994, as the Fed races to tame the highest level of inflation in nearly 40 years. After the decision, Fed Chair Jerome Powell said the central bank will do what it takes to bring prices down and ease the burden on Americans who are struggling to make ends meet.
The current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high. We're not going to declare victory until we see a series of these, really see convincing evidence, compelling evidence that inflation is coming down.
Farnoosh Torabi, CNET Money Editor at Large, joins us now. Farnoosh, good morning. We're great to have you with us because, look, people are waking up this morning stressed, wondering what it means from them. We're happy to have you walk us through it. So what do you make of this move from the Federal Reserve? Do you think it will be able to tame inflation and avoid sending the economy into a recession? Walk us through kind of all these little maneuvers and what they mean together.
Sure. Thanks for having me, and good morning to everybody. I think it was an appropriate move. I mean, look, it's a historic by some measures. We haven't seen a rate hike of this size since the 90s. And I think it's appropriate because when you look at where inflation is and the fact that average households are spending an extra $350 a month on expenses that they had last year, the same expenses they have this year, nothing else has changed except prices have just gone up. Their wages have not caught up to that. And so I think it was necessary. Now, what this is going to mean for us is that ultimately, the Fed understands that help is urgent. They need to really step in and not be sort of passive or increase rates incrementally a little bit. They really need to be aggressive because we need to slow down prices. We need to cool the economy. The Fed benchmark inflation rate is about 2%. We're at like 4 times that right now. It's going to be a little bit difficult or a lot difficult depending on your situation going forward, because when you raise interest rates, what does that mean? It means that there's going to be some temporary pain. Borrowing money, whether that's because you carry a credit card, a student loan that has a variable interest rate, or you're looking for a mortgage, rates are going up and they may adjust higher, again, if your rate is an adjustable variable loan rate. And so the cost of borrow will go up. And we may see layoffs as well, because when borrowing costs go up, that doesn't just mean our costs as consumers, but also as business owners. So borrowing capital to hire, to buy machinery, to expand, that's all going to become more expensive for employers. And then so the counter effect to that is usually layoffs.
So you're talking about some of this, but I mean, we've heard about how much of a difference these rate hikes have overall on the economy. Layoffs is a really good example, but walk us through how these moves from the Federal Reserve will impact people at home, people who are struggling to keep up with this rampant inflation. I mean, I think the assumption from the regular person at home is, well, I think they're doing this to help me. I think this is supposed to make things better. Will it?
Yeah. In the long run, this is a journey. Let's all remember that it's not going to fix the economy overnight. The idea is that by raising interest rates, it's going to slow down spending. There is a lot of demand for goods and services right now. And as we know, supply is just not catching up to that. And that's not our fault. The supply disruptions have been happening since COVID. And that is not something we can Fed hike our way out of. So we have to also address that. But for consumers, what this will mean is that, our rates are going to go up on credit cards and other sorts of debt. And so if you're in the market for a home, if you're in the market for a credit card, if you're in the market for other kinds of borrowing costs, you really want to pay attention to that interest rate. The silver lining is that savings rates could also go up as rates go up. So again, this is intentional. The economy, in order for the economy to cool, we need to slow down spending and save. And so there may be more a higher interest rate waiting for you at your bank, or definitely good time to shop around for higher yields.
Farnoosh Torabi, thank you so much. Lots of good advice for people at home there and the reality of the situation, but some things that can ease some fears. Thanks for your time this morning. Let's now get reaction from the White House to all this from NBC News reporter Maura Barrett. She joins us now from Washington, D.C. Maura, always great to have you on. So we saw, of course, that this effort is to fight inflation. And we know President Biden said a couple weeks ago he would just let the Fed do its job without interference. Do we think that will still be the case if this rate hike does not get inflation under control?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, we knew this interest rate was coming, the hike was coming, right? And the White House has known that. We didn't know it was going to be so high. But over the last several weeks, the president and the White House have been hedging what they can do. Remember, the Fed is independent from the White House. The White House Economic Council of Advisors, though, saying that they believe in the Fed and that the president trusts in the Fed and that it's the first line of defense in order to tackle inflation. Now, separately, though, the White House is saying that it's doing what it can, noting that there's still work to be done. Overnight, we learned that today the president will sign into law the Ocean Shipping Reform Act. This was passed on a bipartisan measure by Congress earlier this week. And this is something that will address those high shipping prices. All of us have been impacted by those holdups on the supply chain. And during the pandemic, ocean shipping prices were spiked up to over almost 1,000%, according to the White House. And so this law will increase oversight over items like that, which impact retailers and farmers that are trying to ship their goods out, as well as consumers like us that are trying to buy goods. And so separate from those interest rate hikes, this is one of the things that the White House is trying to tackle when it comes to inflation.
Let's also talk about gas prices. We know the White House is also putting pressure on oil companies to increase their refining capacity. This is one of those very direct pains that people are feeling right now, how much it costs for gas really across the whole country. Tell us about this new stance.
Right, and the White House has been quick to remind that the gas price impact that we're seeing is a result mostly to the war in Ukraine, calling it Putin's price hike, right, because of the spike that we're seeing. And so yesterday, the president sent a letter to various CEOs of gas companies
urging them to increase production when it comes to oil, gas, and diesel, because if there's more on the market, that means prices will go down. He said that he is prepared to use necessary tools and emergency authorizations to make sure that refinery production is increased. And I want you to hear from White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre yesterday about where the White House sees the responsibility on these corporations.
We see it as a patriotic duty, as we've talked about. There's war happening right now in Ukraine that was caused by Russia, which is why we're seeing these hikes in gas prices, especially since Russia has started amassing troops on the border. We've seen a $2 increase of gas prices. So we know where to put the blame on the war, but oil companies, they have oil refineries, they have responsibility too. What they have been doing is taking advantage of the war.
So you heard that claim of patriotic duty. It appears the White House playing a blame game on who can take responsibility for what, right? There's only so much the president can do himself. He said earlier this week in Philadelphia that there is still a lot of work to be done. There's stuff the White House can do, but he also noted that there's work these oil companies can do, as well as Congress, to bring down costs on prescription drug prices and childcare costs, Savannah.
Lots of places people are really hoping to feel some relief. Maura Barrett, thank you so much. Now, the January 6th House Committee investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol will hold its third public hearing this afternoon, and we're expected to hear more about former President Trump's efforts to pressure his then Vice President Mike Pence to overturn the 2020 election results. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now with a preview. Hey, Ali, good morning. So each of these has had their own sort of focus, their own thesis statement for what all this evidence is trying to support that day. Today, that's the focus, Mike Pence and Trump's efforts to get him to intervene. So what is the committee planning to zero in on? How are they trying to prove that?
Yeah, Savannah, well, you laid out the main topic there, but the committee told reporters yesterday that this hearing is going to be divided really into four themes, the first of which is really the birth of this conspiracy that former Vice President Mike Pence would be able to overturn the election unilaterally. The second is Trump's actual pressure campaign on the vice president, how that pressure campaign was pushed and really publicized on Twitter and as well as in private phone calls and meetings that the president had with the former vice president, and then how that led to the violence at the Capitol that day, and how the violence at the Capitol that day really continues to threaten our democracy. The committee is saying that we are going to again hear never before seen testimony, video, photos. We're going to hear from two witnesses, one of them Greg Jacobs, former advisor to Mike Pence, as well as an informal advisor, a legal advisor that he had. And they're expected to really talk about one of them being with him that day, what that was like. We've seen that video of him being shuffled off of the Senate floor, taken to a safe space with his Secret Service detail, really what it was like being in that room with him during that waiting period as they waited to be able to leave safely. Another person we're expected to hear from in pre-recorded testimony is Mark Short, his former chief of staff. The committee providing exclusive video only to NBC News ahead of this hearing, showing a little preview of Mark Short's pre-recorded testimony. Listen here.
Was it your impression that the vice president had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the president, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the president?
Very consistent.
So the committee is committed to showing just how much the former vice president knew about the former president's pressure campaign and how he continued to deny that he was able to do so even up until that morning. And committee member Pete Aguilar telling my colleague Garrett Haake in a video that will air later this morning, really that the vice president was in more danger than any of us knew that morning, Savannah.
Ali, quickly, I do want to get to something that we teased a minute ago, which is this new footage released just yesterday of a man who they say made verbal threats against top lawmakers. We know he was given a tour of the Capitol. Here's that video just a day before by a Georgia congressman. Quickly, tell us about what that congressman is saying. How is he responding to it?
Yeah, this is a second letter by the committee asking for more information from Loudermilk about that tour he gave the day before the insurrection at the Capitol. Of course, tours being prohibited because of COVID during that time. And Loudermilk has first stated months ago that he didn't even give that tour. Now he's saying that he doesn't think it was suspicious. He doesn't think there was any wrongdoing here, even though he took this group of people, these constituents from Georgia, really to these insignificant places in the Capitol that I walk by every day. There's really no historical or tourist significance. Listen to a piece of his reaction here.
They've never sent me a letter asking me, never called me. They send it to you guys. So if they were interested in the truth, they had a year and 4 months to call me and talk. I would have been glad to talk to them about it because there's nothing there. And
so why not just speak to the committee and just...
Because the committee's never called me and asked me anything.
They sent a letter asking for your voluntary cooperation.
They never sent it to me.
Your office never received it?
No, never.
The committee is saying that one member of that group was seen on January 6th outside the Capitol making threats to several Democratic lawmakers. Savannah.
All right, Ali Rafa, lots to watch for this afternoon. Thank you so much. And let's stay on this and bring in Barbara McQuaid. She's a former U.S. attorney and a law professor at the University of Michigan Law School. Barbara, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So let's start here with this focus. And I want to know what you think it's going to take here for this committee to sort of prove that Vice President Pence was being pressured to block the certification of the election, President Trump's involvement in it. What does the committee need to do to successfully make that case to the public?
Well, Savannah, I think this is the topic that is the most closely aligned to a potential criminal charge. You know, everybody sees the mob scene as, you know, clearly the most dangerous part of what happened on January 6th. But it can be difficult to tie President Trump to that mob. Where we can tie him precisely directly to this attack is his efforts to pressure Mike Pence to overturn the election. Now, we don't have Pence himself to testify. That would be the best way to prove it. But we do know that we're going to hear from two people who are the next best thing. Greg Jacob, who was his chief counsel, and it sounds like video testimony from Mark Short, who was his chief of staff. And I believe what they're going to testify to, because it has been reported about their deposition testimony, that they're going to talk about how President Trump pressured Mike Pence right up until and on January 6th to overturn the election. We know he did it publicly. He did it at the Ellipse rally. He did it in tweets. But what those close to Mike Pence will say is that he continued to pressure him on January 6th and even said, wouldn't it be great to have that power to be able to control the outcome of the election? And Mike Pence said, no, that's horrifying. We're a democracy. We don't do it that way. So I think this is a very effective way to show that Donald Trump tried to defraud the United States and obstruct an official proceeding.
You mentioned a tweet. You mentioned tweets, and there's one specifically that's going to come into play today. So one of the things that we're expecting to see is the panel make this case that Pence's life was actually in more physical danger than previously known than we'd realized. And California Congressman Pete Aguilar told NBC News that Trump knew the Capitol had been breached when he sent out this disparaging tweet about his former vice president. What do you make of that, and does it help prove anything?
It's really horrifying. I think that, you know, before this reporting, there was the possibility that the news had not yet reached Donald Trump that the Capitol had been breached. And so he was still persisting in this effort to pressure Mike Pence. Knowing that he was aware that the Capitol had been breached and that Mike Pence was in physical danger, continuing to foment this kind of rage is incredibly irresponsible. It's reckless. Now, does it tie Trump to the mob violence? I don't know that it gets there. I think this is part of the story that the committee needs to tell. I don't know that it ultimately is part of the story of proving a crime against Donald Trump.
Barbara, something we are all going to be watching for this afternoon. I do want to switch gears before I let you go to just ask you a question about a different topic here. The shooting last month at a Buffalo supermarket. So federal prosecutors have filed hate crime charges against the gunman at this point. What do you make of that? Was that expected, given what the criminal complaint says the motive was and what we know about what happened that day?
I think so. This is really about the best and strongest crime that exists. As you know, there's no federal domestic terrorism statute which would fit these crimes. But hate crime, meaning an act of violence on account of a person's race, absolutely fits these charges. I think the thing to watch for that's really interesting here is this is a death-eligible offense. And in an administration with Joe Biden, who has expressed his opposition to the death penalty, this is one of those cases that will really test that viewpoint. It's, one of those worst case scenarios when people can always say, yeah, but what about death in this horrible scenario? And this is one of them. So it'll be interesting to see. And this decision won't come until down the road after the Justice Department has had a chance to look at all the potential mitigating factors, whether they will seek the death penalty.
Barbara McQuaid, thank you so much for your analysis and your time this morning. We appreciate it. And you can watch today's hearing right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage starts at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Now let's head to Montana, where the governor has declared a statewide disaster after that devastating flooding that hit the state. This morning, Yellowstone National Park remains closed indefinitely. Rising waters destroyed roads leading into the tourist destination, and we're learning it could be months before those entrances reopen. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest there.
Whoa. This was the harrowing escape out of Yellowstone as boulders tumble down mountains and a home washed into a river, floating nearly 5 miles downstream.
We had no warning. They're just like, get in, get in, get in.
For Nicole O'Shea and nearly 100 other people cut off by dangerous, fast-rising floodwaters, these helicopter rides were their only chance for rescue.
It landed, and it was, I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. It was so emotional because none of us were expecting it.
Across large swaths of Montana, historic flooding washed away roads and submerged them under feet of water.
Water started rolling in the back, broke out a basement window, started filling up my basement, and then I quit.
Holy! Even bridges with their mangled trestles floated downstream, ripped apart by raging currents.
It was frightening because in addition to all of this debris, you can hear the rocks in the creek. These are giant boulders.
A state of emergency as roads into Yellowstone National Park remain closed indefinitely at the start of the peak summer season.
It's safe to say that it's going to be an extended period of time. The northern end will be closed.
With 10,000 people evacuated from the nation's oldest national park, this is the first time flooding has ever closed it.
And in the afternoon, it started rising even more, and we had to move everything to high ground.
The deluge fueled by an atmospheric river or stream of moisture, pounding the region with inches of rain.
And it wasn't just rain, but snowmelt that filled these rivers. One of them rising 6 feet in just 24 hours. So much water, it toppled into nearby communities below. The water just now beginning to recede.
Historic flooding and unprecedented damage at one of our nation's most stunning national parks. Mother Nature's beauty now suffering from its wrath.
Today, the park remains closed indefinitely. We're told it could be a couple of weeks, if not months, until the roads open. That would be disastrous for the summer travel season and the families that want to come here. Meantime, in Billings, Montana, floodwaters are also threatening a water treatment plant. That city could run out of water in the next couple of days if the water levels don't recede. Back to you.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you for that report from the ground. Let's now get a check on your morning news now weather, which means Michelle Grossman joins me now. Hey, Michelle, I mean, some of those images, the videos, it's just heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. It's so sad. And we're going to add to those images, unfortunately. Good morning, Savannah, because we have those dangerous conditions continuing. We have dangerous heat, historical heat, record-breaking heat, not only this week, but it looks like it will be extended into next week as well. And this is just the beginning of the season. So let's take a look at how many people are under an alert. That's 61 million Americans. We have alerts stretching from the Central Plains to the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, down to the Southeast, the Southwest, too. We have excessive heat warnings. That's where you see that hot pink color. Where you don't see the alerts, it doesn't mean we're not going to have that high heat, because we are. In parts of the South, we're looking at temperatures near 100 degrees in many spots. 112 today in Phoenix, 99 in Dallas. It's going to feel like 100 degrees. It's going to feel like 109 in Tallahassee, and it's going to feel like 104 in Charlotte. So this is a wide swath of really warm air. You add in the humidity, and it just feels terrible. The jet stream so far to the north is allowing that heat and humidity in. It's sort of closing off any cool air from Canada. So by tomorrow, temperatures still near 100 degrees in many spots. Dallas, you're going to be at 100 degrees. Your heat index 103. So that's what it's going to feel like on your body. And look at Mobile, Alabama, the heat index of 110. The relentless heat wave, it does continue until the weekend and into next week. Nashville, 98 degrees on Monday. And Dallas, you will be at 101. It's sparking some storms this morning. back to the west in parts of Michigan, Illinois, that is a cold front. We're seeing some strong storms. And in the Northeast, that's the warm front. We're seeing some strong storms, hearing lots of thunder and lots of lightning this morning, Savannah. And that cold front still needs to sweep through tomorrow in the Northeast, so we're not done with the storms yet. We'll talk more about that in the next hour.
All right, Michelle, sounds good. See you in a little bit. Thank you. And coming up, we're following developments in Ukraine. New concerns this morning about the fate of 2 Americans reportedly missing while fighting in the war. What we're learning about the situation this morning. Plus, preparing for the next pandemic, how the Biden administration is working to make sure the U.S. is ready after the break.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine. The family members of 2 American veterans fighting over there say they've gone missing. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from central Ukraine with more on this. Hey, Molly, good to see you. So walk us through what we know about these 2 men. What were they doing in Ukraine? And how did they come to be missing? How did we find out they're missing?
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Nice to be with you. Look, the details that we have are just from those 2 families, as you mentioned. I can walk you through what we know. And of course, we are pushing for more details about what the circumstances were, where exactly they were fighting, where they might be right now. Their names, it's a 39-year-old man named Alex Druki. He was a former U.S. Army Staff Sergeant who served 2 tours in Iraq, Savannah, according to his mother. Now, she said she last heard from him on the 8th, and then on the 13th, she got a phone call from someone who claimed to be a friend of his, one of his unit members, and said he had gone missing, that something had gone bad. They had gone out as a unit. There had been a Russian offensive, and he and one other man didn't come back. Now, we also know from another American family, the other man we believe is missing, 27-year-old former Marine Andy Tai Nyok Win. And Savannah, I do just want to read, we interviewed Alex's mom overnight, and I just want to read one quick excerpt from her conversation. She talked about the last text message that they sent on the 8th. So he wrote and said, "I'll be going dark tomorrow, Mom, and possibly the next day." And I wrote back, and this is her speaking, "Stay safe and I love you." And he wrote back, "I'm sorry, I love you too." And that's the last she heard from him. So you've got 2 very, very worried American families right now. The Ukrainians, we are pushing for information here, but we don't know where they are right now, Savannah.
Oh, absolutely. That message just gave me chills. Just heartbreaking to hear. Now, what does the State Department have to say about all this?
That's right. So we've asked the State Department, and look, Savannah, we know that there are Americans here who have joined the Foreign Legion, who are volunteering, who are fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. So we know there are Americans in country. We've asked the State Department. They say they are aware of the unconfirmed reports of both Andy and Alex. They didn't even specifically say their names. They say they are monitoring very, very closely, of course. And they said due to privacy concerns at this point, they can't comment any further. Their blanket advice and their blanket statement kind of to Americans, though, is that it's really not safe, of course, for very obvious reasons, for Americans to come to Ukraine, and they don't condone it.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. Stay safe. Let's stay on this with Joe Cirincione. He's a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Joe, good to see you. Always love when you join us. So let's start with these 2 U.S. servicemen. Now, the State Department has warned against Americans traveling there, as Molly just mentioned. But what do you make of this? I mean, do you think U.S. citizens who are watching this, who maybe are veterans, who have served, who are moved to go help Ukraine, should they be allowed to do so, or are there better ways to show support?
I think Americans who want to aid Ukraine, including by aiding them by fighting with them or helping to train them on how to use U.S. weapons, should be allowed to go. This is a war. There are going to be casualties. And in this case, the casualties are Americans taken as prisoners by the Russians. These 2 men were fighting up near Russian lines, up near Kyiv, a very tense period of fighting. I think they knew what they were going into. It's terrible that they've been captured. I'm afraid they're going to be used as pawns by the Russians now in their effort to try to get the U.S. and the West to back off on sanctions. Any release of these Americans will undoubtedly be conditioned to American loosening of the sanctions on Russia.
I want to switch gears here and ask you about this meeting this morning. The leaders of France, Germany, and Italy have arrived in Kyiv. The visit comes amid criticism by some in Ukraine over their response to this war. France's Macron continues to speak with President Putin, while Germany has come under fire for not sending enough weapons. What do you make of this trip? What is the goal here, and what kind of message does it send?
There are 2 areas of tensions between the Ukrainians and the Europeans, and one is just on the amount of aid. For example, Germany, whose chancellor is there visiting, promised aid in fiery speeches 2 months ago. None of the military aid has been delivered yet. We hope that this trip will result in announcements of some of those howitzers, tanks, and anti-artillery systems coming in. Europe in general has been a little less generous than the United States in the aid, and there are concerns that the European leaders are starting to put pressure on Ukraine to negotiate, to settle, to make territorial concessions, because the effects of this war, the inflation, the gas prices, the food crisis that it's engendered, are starting to really hit European economies. Those are the sources of tension, although the Europeans pledge their undying support and say that it will not waver.
Joe, yesterday the U.S. announced plans to send $1 billion worth of weapons to Ukraine. That's the single largest package to date. Let's hear first what Secretary Lloyd Austin said about this.
When you're in the fight, you can never get enough, and you can never get it quick enough. So, but having said all that, we're going to work hard to make sure we're doing everything humanly possible. We're going to continue to move heaven and earth to get them the capability that they need.
Now, Austin also tweeted the latest list of weapons being sent. I think we're going to be able to pull some of that up. There it is. It includes 18 howitzers, 2 Harpoon coastal defense systems. Walk us through some of this. What does this latest package tell us about the nature of the fighting going on right now? What do you and your expertise make of the weapons that are on this list? Will the Ukrainians be satisfied?
Mostly satisfied. As Austin said, they need more. Their list is about 5 times the size of what they're actually getting. But you can see this is artillery heavy. That's the kind of war we're fighting. This is a grinding artillery war. And right now, the Ukrainians are just outgunned. They need more and bigger, longer range howitzers. They're getting some of this in this package. They also need anti-ship missiles. Significantly, this is the first shipment of U.S. Harpoon missiles. This can take out some of those Russian cruisers and destroyers that are now blockading Ukraine in the Black Sea. So this will be welcome. The Ukrainians want more longer range systems. The Europeans can help supply this. America has said that we will supply this in the weeks and months ahead. The question is how fast can it get to the battlefield, where some of this equipment is already being destroyed in the war.
Joe Cirincione, thank you so much. As always, we appreciate it. And now to a major step in the fight against future pandemics. The Biden administration is preparing to introduce its proposal for a new defense strategy against future biological threats. That is according to a new report from Bloomberg. The proposal, expected to be released next month, will address confusion over the responsibility of government agencies during a pandemic, something, of course, we've seen throughout COVID. President Biden is also poised to ask for $88.2 billion in funding. And this comes just months after President Biden fought to secure $88 billion for COVID funding from Congress as part of his American Pandemic Preparedness Plan. But the Biden administration has already run into obstacles in getting the money needed to fight just COVID, causing experts to worry about the immediate future of this pandemic. Dr. Bob Lahita joins us now for more on this. He's the director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health, also a professor of medicine at the Hackensack Meridian School of Medicine, and most importantly, our friend here on Morning News Now. Doctor, great to have you. So according to a report from the Center for Global Development, the chance of another pandemic similar or worse than COVID in the next 25 years is 50%. I know that's not something any of us even want to remotely think about and kind of think, can't we just get through this and then this nightmare will be over? But previous reports from the World Health Organization show the global community's not prepared for another pandemic. What does the Biden administration need to do here to prepare? Is the president's plan enough to combat another virus? And what would you say to people who are even hearing this conversation right now thinking, what?
Yeah, well, Savannah, thank you. The probability of another pandemic is fairly good. And as you said, 50%, which is a very high number of organisms that are out there, mostly coronavirus, are likely in the next few years. We've seen a cycle of about every 10 years where a new COVID kind of virus, a SARS virus, has arisen. But the government, the White House plan, which is being unveiled, is really dedicated to protecting against the current pandemic by expanding testing and providing coverage. As you know, the White House has asked for, as you say, $88 billion. They also want to prepare for these new variants going forward. And that includes genomic testing, wastewater testing, and all the sorts of things that we hear about that will allow us to identify within a very short period of time new variants, which could be worse than the Omicron or worse than the variant. To prevent economic and educational shutdowns is another point. We have to keep schools open. We have to keep factories and companies open. We can't let these things shut down. And lastly, Savannah, to vaccinate the world. You know, our country has given tens of billions of doses of vaccine to underdeveloped countries, 165 billion doses to something like 88 countries in the world that have no vaccines. So this is the plan going forward. It's pretty scary when you think about it, but we want to be prepared up front and not caught as we were short back 2 years ago.
Yeah, I do want to ask you about the more immediate future before we even think about some future pandemic, because health experts are sounding the alarm right now. The White House COVID response team had this first to say about the lack of COVID funding, what we were just talking about, from Congress. Take a listen.
The resource challenge, the money challenge you've been hearing about from me, from others, is really about what's going to happen in the fall. We do not have enough resources to have enough vaccines for every American for the next generation of vaccines. So the challenges are coming up in the fall. We need the money now.
It is not inevitable that we, that we don't have funding and that we don't make these treatments and tests available. It's a choice. And my hope is that we can, and our collective hope is that we can make the choice, work together with Congress to get that funding. Because again, we are in a much better place in this pandemic than we were, but we are not done with the pandemic.
Doctor, what happens if we don't have enough vaccines come fall? Are you worried that's going to happen? And then are we in store for another surge?
Well, if there's another surge, we could have a major, major problem. What I am concerned about is the uninsured, the people who depend on government supplies of vaccines and testing. People who have insurance, people have Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance, they should be covered as far as their ability to obtain the vaccines, the monoclonal antibodies, and the antiviral drugs. It's those people who have no means where the government provides free testing, free vaccination, free medication if you're very, very ill. those people are the ones who always, not only just with the pandemic, but with all diseases that are chronic, those are the ones in lower socioeconomic groups that suffer the most. And this is the group that we as physicians are all concerned about. We're willing to give the aid, but provider reimbursement is a problem when funds run out.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to ask you quickly before I let you go about Dr. Anthony Fauci. Of course, he's largely been the public face, or at least one of them, of the fight against COVID, and he announced he tested positive. What do we know about his diagnosis?
He is well protected, and I am sure has access to the best resources. He's a man who's 81 years of age, so he's in that vulnerable group. But, you know, Savannah, the Omicron variant, as I've said, is 8 times more infective, and just about everybody in the population is either going to be infected at some point. So I'm not surprised. He's having mild symptoms, which is the trend right now with the new Omicron variants, sort of a very, very bad cold. But in some people, unknown in advance, some people suffer from the Omicron and do not do very well. I am sure that Dr. Fauci has the best resources available and will do okay with this infection.
Good to hear. Dr. Bob Lahida, thank you so much. Always love when you join us. And coming up, the new interest rate has a lot of people asking, do I buy a house now or do I wait? The impact experts say this hike will have on the housing market, and if people risk paying more if they hold off on home ownership. Plus, a test of the travel industry. People no longer have to show proof of a negative COVID test to come to the U.S. What this means for air travel as the summer season heats up. Stick with us.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. The Federal Reserve's interest rate hike is forcing many home buyers to make a tough decision. With soaring mortgage rates expected to go even higher, some are choosing to buy a house now for fear of paying more later. Here's NBC News business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent.
I'm so glad that we found these. Sky Callahan was in a rush.
So financially, overall, it's been a little bit of a struggle. We had to either buy before the rates went up or completely wait.
With a growing family, she needed a bigger house. Calculating what the New Jersey family could afford depended on interest rates, which have surged. A 30-year fixed-rate mortgage climbing from 3.3% at the start of this year to 6.22% now. Home prices have been soaring, too. Median sale prices have skyrocketed 16% in the past year. The combination can mean as much as a $1,000 increase in monthly payments for families like the Callahans, a trend pushing some to act in a hurry.
When we saw that the rates were going up due to inflation, that's when we really got into gear and decided to, okay, we need to make a move now because it's only going to get worse.
That feeling Callahan was getting is called inflationary psychology, and many Americans say they've got it too, beyond the housing market. Nearly 90% of Americans are concerned about inflation, and more than a third of shoppers said they have purchased something recently for fear that the price would continue to rise.
It's our rationale that we need to stockpile things before the price increases, which just creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. As we spend more, we feel like we have less money. We blame it on inflation, when maybe it's actually our psychology.
Inflationary psychology can impact the way we spend money on everything from houses to swimsuits to baby formula, triggering even more stress and anxiety.
I feel pressured to buy now as opposed to waiting a few months because who knows what the prices are going to be then.
If you're going after a big ticket item that you really need, say a house, should you be approaching this in a certain way?
Yeah, honestly, we won't see a dramatic drop in prices after inflation stabilizes. Maybe it's time to say, instead of buying this year, maybe I can rent somewhere affordable and wait till I have more savings to buy those big ticket items.
Big ticket items whose costs seem to just keep going up. Jolene Kent, NBC News.
It does. Experts are expecting an increase in international travel this summer after the U.S. dropped its COVID testing requirement for people entering the country. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on how airlines are hoping to cash in.
Already, United Airlines reports a 7% jump in searches for international travel, most for flights this summer to Europe, Mexico, and the Caribbean. With the summer travel season already taking off, the U.S. has lifted its requirement that airline passengers entering the country present a negative COVID test.
I think it's been long enough. I think we all know the risk now of traveling.
It was a huge relief to not have the stress of waiting to see whether or not I would test positive.
The rule had been in place since January of 2021. For months, the tourism industry had lobbied for the move, even as Omicron variants drove up COVID cases. The U.S. Travel Association now estimates lifting the testing rule will bring more than 5 million extra airline passengers and another $9 billion in travel spending by the end of the year. Already, United Airlines reports a 7% jump in searches for international travel, most for flights this summer to Europe, Mexico, and the Caribbean. International airfare is also rising, with round-trip tickets averaging more than $1,000, up 22% over last summer. Still, domestic airfare has dropped for the first time this year, averaging $390 round-trip.
If you want to travel internationally this summer, flexibility is key to getting a good price. If you can wait and travel in September or even October, you can save huge on international airfares.
But if you're planning an overseas vacation in July or early August and haven't booked it already, that summer getaway will cost you.
Oof, that is not necessarily news we want to hear. Gabe Gutierrez, thanks so much. Coming up, from love letters to the big screen, a new film is introducing us to the story of two men who fell in love in 1930s Britain. How their inspiring story is now being told with pride and in front of a big audience. Coming up next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. A documentary premiering at the Tribeca Film Festival is focusing new attention on an old love affair. In 2008, the largest known collection of queer love letters from the World War II era was discovered. Now it's led to a new short film called The Letterman. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist spoke with the film's director about why it was so important to tell those stories.
For filmmakers, having your work featured at the Tribeca Film Festival can jumpstart your career.
This is something that, as a filmmaker, I've always dreamed of.
Andy Valentine was directing music videos just a year ago. Now, his first foray into traditional filmmaking has landed him at Tribeca.
Our love is complete and is unlike the others.
His short film, The Letterman, is based on the true story of Gilbert Bradley and Gordon Bowsher, 2 British men who fell in love in the 1930s.
The British public learns that its government has finally adopted a measure long talked of, but long delayed: compulsory military service.
When World War II broke out and Gilbert was drafted, he and Gordon began writing each other love letters. Those letters were first discovered in 2008 when Gilbert Bradley died. Valentine flew to the UK, hunted them down, and turned them into his movie.
In a lot of ways, this was a story that wasn't supposed to be told.
Most queer people really burned their letters during that time because they were terrified of being discovered.
The film's script, which Andy wrote with his husband, is composed almost entirely of the actual words in Gilbert and Gordon's letters.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if all of our letters could be published in the future in a more enlightened time?
That to me was like, okay, you can go ahead and tell our story. You can go ahead and share our love.
He produced the film with an almost entirely LGBTQ+ cast and crew.
I think it's important that, we're able to tell our own stories.
And he's proud The Letterman shines a spotlight on the beauty of gay love.
In a lot of LGBTQ+ cinema, we tell our worst stories, some of the worst things that's happened to us over the years. And so what I loved about Letterman was that, we really just told this story about these 2 men in love.
Our thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that report, and you can stream The Letterman online right now by buying a pass on the Tribeca Film Festival's website. And our own Joe Fryer, who we're missing this morning, will host a 1-hour special featuring members of the LGBTQ+ community about the threats they're encountering, the damage being done to the gains previously made, and how they're working to keep their rights from being eroded. That special, called Pride and Backlash, airs tonight. Tune in at 10:30 right here on NBC News Now. And coming up, a Morning News Now exclusive one-on-one with the fake heiress whose crimes turned into a hit TV show. My interview with Anna Sorokin, including whether she feels remorse and what she's doing while in federal custody. You're watching Morning News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We're back with a Morning News Now exclusive. If you've seen the Netflix show Inventing Anna, you will know the story of Anna Sorokin, the woman who posed as a German heiress and was sent to prison for defrauding businesses and people out of thousands. Well, now we can bring you up to date on what Sorokin has been up to. I got a rare interview with her from inside an ICE detention facility where she currently is while she's fighting deportation for overstaying her visa. We talked about a wide range of topics, including how much remorse she feels for her crimes and her latest business venture.
Anna Sorokin, better known by her alias, Anna Delvey, captured global headlines as the fake German heiress who was accused of defrauding banks, hotels, and even friends.
This morning, the world's most infamous imposter.
Her story brought to the mainstream by the hit Netflix series Inventing Anna.
Anna Delvey is a masterpiece.
Sorokin was sentenced to 4 to 12 years in prison after she was convicted of grand larceny and theft of services charges, a ruling she's appealing.
Do you feel that you owe anyone an apology?
You mean for what? I'm not a 12-year-old kid to apologize.
With pretending that this trust fund existed and with these accountants who now know were not true, Googling how to create a fake untraceable email.
So who would I be apologizing to for that?
The banks that you tried to take the money from.
I don't think they care.
Do you think that that was wrong?
Yeah, that was definitely unethical, yes. And I would not encourage anybody else to follow my footsteps.
She has similar defiance when it comes to former friend Rachel Williams, who accused Sorokin of sticking her with a $62,000 hotel bill, a charge of larceny in the second degree that Sorokin was ultimately acquitted of.
Do you have any interest in connecting with or making up with Rachel?
No, that story is just played out and it's just not interesting to me. Her intentions are obvious and she's just trying to write the narrative of her being a victim.
Do you see any part of her being an actual victim with the hotel bill?
It was an unfortunate situation. I never said I'm right, but I was never planning to defraud her.
What do people not know about you that now you have the chance to say?
I never really had any malicious intent, and I'm not just this vicious, scamming person trying to take advantage of anybody who's just stupid enough to fall for it.
Then how do you square the lifestyle aspect of what people see as the scam? The staying at extremely nice hotels, the shopping, the high tipping.
Well, at the time, staying in a hotel made sense for me because I was traveling so much. And it was not I was not staying in the biggest penthouse. I was just staying in a regular room.
Rooms with bills amounting to tens of thousands of dollars. She was convicted of theft for never paying.
Were you constantly thinking about how you were next going to get money to pay for those things?
Well, it hardly went so far as I had to think about the next day. Definitely, yes. It was constantly a topic of concern for me.
Now, Sorokin's being held in ICE detention while she fights deportation for overstaying her visa.
Your lawyer has said that you'd rather be here in the U.S. in the facility that you're in than be a free woman back in Germany. Do you still feel that way? Is that true? And why is that?
It's just my immigration case has been dragging on for such a long time. So I would not want to just throw away all this time that I've been working towards getting it fixed and just say, oh no, I'd rather go be on my friend's boat in south of France.
Sorokin says her time in places like Rikers Island has given her an unexpected passion: politics and criminal justice reform.
It's about finding the perfect balance and solutions for these people who did make mistakes and how you reintroduce them back into the community. If the law is just too harsh, people will just stop having respect for it.
In the meantime, she has projects she's working on, recently participating in an art show and unveiling a new venture just this week.
And we are creating a Reinventing Anna NFT project.
It's called the Anna Access Card and can be purchased with cryptocurrency. The NFT will unlock things like exclusive live streams or a one-on-one phone call with Sorokin.
I just received so much support, people really going great lengths to get in touch with me. But when people write you a letter when you're in jail, it takes a lot of time out of your day. Just staying connected with people who feel inspired by my story.
What do you think people are inspired by?
There's always a way to turn something bad into something good. And I guess I never gave up, and just trying to think your way out of your problems. And there's a line which should be drawn to which methods you should resort while trying to achieve what you want.
Do you think you crossed that line?
Well, the government definitely thinks that way, so.
And what do you think? What does Anna Delvey think?
Well, my case is still in direct appeal, so I guess I'll take that up in court.
Since you were convicted of this fraud, why would someone believe what you say? Why should someone buy something that you're selling?
I don't even know. That's a good question, but I don't know, because I guess I changed so much in a way too. And I was 23, 24, 25, and people should just need to think on themselves back when they were in their mid-20s.
What does the reinvented Anna look like?
Hopefully, I'll be given a chance to focus all my energy into something legal. I'd love to be given an opportunity to for people not to just dismiss me as a quote-unquote scammer, and just see what I'm going to do next.
It was a surreal conversation, and you may have noticed that background around Anna being blurred. That's because she spoke to us from the common room of that ICE detention facility she's currently being held in upstate New York. Anna says she's received hundreds of handwritten letters in jail, including several marriage proposals. It's clear the Netflix series has given her a fan base. And about that show, Anna told me she tried not to take it too personally, but that she thought Julia Garner, the actress who played her, did a great job. And she says her friends say that she nailed her in her portrayal. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Stick with me. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, raising rates. The Federal Reserve makes a big move to try to ease the strain on your wallet. We'll dig into what this means to you. Will it help ease inflation and also avoid a recession? And why your credit card bill, car loan, or mortgage could go up soon. New evidence in the January 6th investigation as the House committee gears up for its third public hearing. The focus now, Trump's pressure campaign on then Vice President Mike Pence to throw out the 2020 election results.
What we hope the American people learn out of the hearing today is just how close we came to losing democracy.
We have an exclusive interview with one of the members leading today's hearing who says Trump not only endangered the future of America, but also the life of his vice president. State of emergency. Montana hit hard by flooding, leaving parts of Yellowstone National Park underwater. Severe flooding forcing nearly 100 people to be airlifted to safety and thousands of evacuations. We'll take you inside the park for a closer look at the devastation, when it will reopen, and what does it mean for the future of this American icon. And safe space. Many LGBTQ Americans found new jobs during the pandemic. But what matters the most when it comes to finding the right fit? We'll take a closer look at a new survey to find out where workplaces have made progress and which ones still have work to do. Happy to have you with me on this Thursday morning, and we begin this hour with more reaction to that dramatic move by the Federal Reserve, raising interest rates by 0.75 of a percentage point. It's the biggest hike since 1994 as the Fed tries to bring inflation down from 40-year highs. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on that decision and what it means for you.
Good day. Yeah, you know, the Fed is really walking a tightrope here. It has to hit the brakes on inflation without crashing the economy. Now, interest rates have been so low for so long, historically low rates. Now the Fed trying to raise rates to get them back up to a normal level. The question, after years of cheap money, will the borrowing costs that are going up, will that prove to be a shock to the system? From credit card charges to new mortgages to home improvement loans, Americans are about to pay even more. The Federal Reserve, charged with keeping employment high and inflation low, pulled out a sledgehammer Wednesday, coming down hard on skyrocketing inflation, hiking interest rates by 0.75 of a point, the most since 1994. The Fed's key interest rate, which consumer loans are built on top of, now runs at about 1.75% and likely to rise to 3% this year, with the Fed promising more rate hikes to come.
The current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high.
The last time inflation was this high, 1981.
And the shuttle has cleared the tower.
NASA launched the first space shuttle mission. Ronald Reagan was president. And Raiders of the Lost Ark was #1 at the box office. Prices up more than 10% that year. Today, they're up almost 9%. Gas, food, shelter, clothing, everything. At a food bank in Oakland, California, Jessley Arias says even the basics are suddenly out of reach.
Like, we're already spending like $300, $400 extra a month than what we used to before. It's overwhelming. Like, how much worse is it gonna get?
While in Kansas, farmer Dan Kirchen says even a good crop yield won't offset diesel prices that have doubled.
Fertilizers and fuel, just the other day, we put how many thousand gallons of fuel a day in those two combines, just because that's what it takes now, and it's so expensive.
With the Fed taking decisive action, Wall Street snapped a 5-day losing streak on Wednesday. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P all higher. But Chairman Powell also warns unemployment will likely rise as the economy starts to cool.
We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
We are already seeing the results of these higher rates. Mortgage applications dropped by half last week because mortgage rates have already been going up this year, up 2.5% from where they were on January 1st. And over the coming weeks, we will see higher credit card rates, higher rates for adjustable rate mortgages, higher rates as well for private student loans and your home equity loans. So if you can, pay off your credit cards now and lock in a rate before it keeps going higher and higher on that home equity line or on your mortgage. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much. Now, the January 6th committee is set to hold another public hearing later this afternoon into the attack on the Capitol. This third hearing is expected to focus on former President Trump's pressure campaign on then VP Mike Pence during the election certification happening that day. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us from Capitol Hill with a preview. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, look, this is going to be a hearing that starts around December with Donald Trump getting increasingly desperate, ratcheting up the pressure on Mike Pence to do something that had never been done before, to set aside the state electoral votes and the will of the people and make him president again. The committee intends to show that Pence leaned on his faith and on the advice of his lawyers to stand up to the man to whom he'd been intensely loyal for the last 4 years.
The January 6th committee unveiling new evidence this morning that they say shows Donald Trump's plot to pressure his vice president into joining an illegal scheme to throw out the 2020 election results and stay in power.
If Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
This was a coordinated effort. Donald Trump started to focus his attention on January 6th and Mike Pence and wanted him to violate the Constitution.
Congressman Pete Aguilar will present the committee's findings in this afternoon's hearing. As rioters broke into the Capitol, Pence was whisked off the Senate floor.
Right up there in his ceremonial office, what's going on out here and what's happening in that room with the vice president?
2:13 p.m., they breached the building. at 2:24 p.m., the president puts out a tweet that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what was necessary. And so we have the vice president one window pane away from the mob here. And so that's when they knew it was time to evacuate.
But the events of the 6th were only the end of a pressure campaign that began much earlier, with Pence consistently pushing back, according to testimony from his chief of staff, Mark Short, shared exclusively with NBC News by the committee.
Was it your impression that the vice president had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the president, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the president?
Very consistent.
The committee also releasing this video of Georgia Congressman Barry Loudermilk conducting a tour for constituents of the then-closed Capitol complex on January 5th. The committee says the man seen taking pictures of a security checkpoint later recorded this video while marching on the Capitol.
There's no escape, Pelosi.
Loudermilk saying Capitol Police had determined there was nothing suspicious about the tour or the pictures taken.
And the committee is also expected to hear from 2 live witnesses today. One of them is a retired federal judge who Pence leaned on for legal advice leading up to the January 6th. The other is Pence's actual legal counsel, who was in the room with him when the Capitol was attacked on January 6th. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Haig, thank you so much. And you can catch today's hearing right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage starts at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. And out of Montana and the state of emergency declared by its governor, authorities in the region rescued nearly 100 people by air alone as rising waters washed away roads and even homes during catastrophic flooding. Yellowstone National Park remains closed this morning, and we're now learning it could be months before it can reopen. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer is there with the latest. Hey, Miguel, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Floodwaters here in this area are just now starting to recede. Over the last 24 hours, though, we've been watching debris float right down this river. It's revealing widespread damage, not just here, but also in the roads leading into Yellowstone.
From the air, the scope of the damage becomes clear. Chocolate brown water still flowing through homes, ranches, businesses, and farmlands.
In the afternoon, it started rising even more, and we had to move everything to high ground.
Floodwaters now reaching Billings, Montana's largest city, after forcing the evacuation of thousands from Yellowstone National Park. Whoa. As boulders tumble down mountains. Extreme flooding threatening to alter the spectacular scenery of Yellowstone, a national treasure known for its geysers, mountain meadows, and majestic animal species. While so many human lives have been disrupted, Yellowstone officials hope wildlife has not.
As of right now, we don't think the animals are being largely affected, except there's no visitors, at least currently, watching them.
Park supervisors say it's still too early to assess the damage to infrastructure, but this year's tourist season will be severely impacted. While northern entrances are expected to remain closed all summer, it's hoped the southern loop section of the park, which includes Old Faithful, could reopen within weeks. However, park officials say the number of visitors could be limited to avoid overcrowding.
One thing that we definitely know is that half the park cannot support all of the visitation. So we are exploring a range of options.
But the communities surrounding the park, which have been hit hardest by the floods, largely rely on tourism. And as the floodwaters recede, the cleanup begins. Neighbors helping one another with loss and muddy homes.
We thought we had it, and then a bridge went out and it diverted the creek, and the water started rolling in the back, broke out a basement window, started filling up my basement, and then I quit. It's like the water won.
An unstoppable force reshaping lives and iconic landscapes.
Floodwaters are threatening Montana's biggest city, Billings, home to about 100,000 people. There's some concern in that area that those floodwaters could actually damage a water treatment plant. Right now, Billings has about a day and a half worth of clean water before that happens. But right now, that's just something they're watching, not a major concern today. Savannah.
All right. Miguel Almaguer, thank you so much. And now we turn to the record heat wave hitting many parts of the country, with some cities seeing temperatures in the triple digits. Many people are just trying to find ways to keep cool. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Savannah, good morning. It is the low 80s right now, but we are anticipating to hit 100 degrees yet again today. And if anyone is feeling the heat here, it's these firefighters who tell me that comparing this time to this time last year, they're now seeing triple the number of heat-related calls than they're used to. And with more triple digits on the way, the danger is real. This morning, the fight to stay cool getting tougher nationwide. 62 million people from the Midwest down to Florida facing heat alerts with soaring temperatures. Extreme weather hitting Wisconsin overnight. This video capturing one of several reported tornadoes. The twisters knocking down power lines and shredding trees. But this morning, no reported injuries. And bad weather even impacting the nation's baby formula crisis. Manufacturer Abbott, whose Sturgis, Michigan plant shutdown contributed to the shortages, now seeing the plant pause production on one formula after storms overnight. But in some areas, the fight against excessive heat just as urgent. In Chicago, cooling centers staying open all week long. An excessive heat warning hitting even harder in Ohio. Severe weather knocked out power to thousands, leaving utility workers racing to try and get air conditioners back on. It's that heat combined with humidity that in parts of the southeast could leave temperatures feeling hotter than 110 degrees.
It may well be that the U.S. sees its warmest year on record.
Climate scientist Zeke Housefather says the potential record isn't far off, with the last 8 years being the hottest recorded, going back to 1880.
It's really climate change that's putting the weather on steroids, that's making these sort of extreme events and extreme heat events specifically much more likely.
In West Texas, water finally returning to the city of Odessa after an aging pipeline burst, leaving the city without clean drinking water for nearly 2 days in triple-digit temps.
We are putting water back into the system and loading it up.
A welcome sight with sunnier but hotter days ahead. And with this extreme heat really setting in, experts say it is more important than ever to be conscious of your exposure to the sun, the heat. Try and stay hydrated as best as possible. At least 600 people in the United States die each year from heat-related deaths, and experts say the majority of those are preventable. Savannah?
Good reminder there to stay safe. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. Stay cool today. And now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather with all that news. Michelle Grossman joins us now. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. So good to see you. And yeah, that heat does continue, historical heat over the next few days. And it looks like we're going to get another reinforcement of really hot air next week as well. It is sparking some storms early this morning, and we're going to expect rounds of severe weather as we go throughout the afternoon. This is what radar looks like right now. You can see a line of storms through Michigan, also through Illinois, seeing some severe weather this morning, and a batch of really heavy rain, really gusty storms in the northeast as well, torrential downpours throughout New York City into Philadelphia, down through parts of Delmarva and also Virginia. So as we go throughout time here, we are looking at the chance for severe weather today through this evening. We do have an enhanced risk. That's 3 out of 5 on the scale. Where you see the orange from Oswego to Williamsport, Pittsburgh as well, we could see the chance of really large hail, gusty winds over 60 miles per hour, and also a couple of tornadoes are possible. So 26 million people at risk. Also looking at some storms possible throughout the Midwest as well. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to shift that to the east. So the warm front, that's where the storms are today in the east. Tomorrow is going to be the cold front that's going to swing through. So along the east coast into the Carolinas, the Tennessee Valley as well. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail and a low tornado risk, but it's not a zero risk. So we're going to be watching that once again tomorrow. Expecting rainfall anywhere from a ½ inch up to an inch, even an inch and a half. But where we see these heavy downpours, we could register a little more rainfall and could see some flash flooding as well. So here's what the heat looks like today. The alerts stretching from the southwest to the central plains, the Midwest, down to the Tennessee Valley and the southeast. 61 million Americans are impacted today, and we could see triple digits once again. The problem is it's been so prolonged, and we're not getting that respite at night. So this is really tough on the body. And we're going to continue to see this dangerous heat day after day throughout next week as well. Here's what it looks like today. Coast to coast heat, 112 in Phoenix today, 102 in Dodge City, 97 in St. Louis. Temperatures near 100 degrees in Tallahassee. But look at the heat index. This is what it feels like on your body. This is what your body reacts to as you go out. It's going to feel like 109, and that's why you need to hydrate. Stay in the shade where you can, as Morgan said. Stay indoors if you do have air conditioning. I know a lot of people lost power yesterday with the storm storms in Wisconsin. Hopefully that gets restored. And then tomorrow we're looking at temperatures near 100 degrees in Dallas, 95 in Jacksonville, near 100 in Memphis. And we're going to keep that heat in place as we go throughout the next couple of days. Much cooler as we head towards New England. We're going to get a little bit of a break as we head towards the Northeast as that cold front comes through tomorrow. But then heat builds back in through the Central Plains and then moves to the east over the next week or so. So this is going to stay in place for a long time. We're really early in the season. It's not even officially summer yet, Savannah.
Ooh, I know. I kind of like that reminder because I'm like, am I taking advantage of summer? But it's crazy from a weather perspective. Oh, my goodness. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And coming up, major developing news out of Ukraine. 2 Americans reported missing while fighting in the war. The new information we learned about them and how the government is responding. Plus, actor Kevin Spacey appeared before a judge after being charged with 4 counts of sexual assault in the UK. What happened in the courtroom? That and more up next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back now with the war in Ukraine. 2 American servicemen have gone missing while fighting inside the country, according to their family members. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more from central Ukraine.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. Some really worried families this morning. So all we know is that the families of 2 American veterans who were both fighting here in Ukraine near the eastern city of Kharkiv say they haven't heard from them since June 8th.
This morning, the families of 2 U.S. veterans who volunteered to fight in Ukraine say they've both gone missing. 39-year-old Alabama native Alexander Juki was a former U.S. Army staff sergeant who served 2 tours in Iraq, according to his family.
My son, Alex, is the most loyal American you will ever meet.
The New York Times reports 27-year-old former Marine Andy Tai Nok Win, also from Alabama, is the 2nd American missing, according to his family. Speaking to NBC News, Alexander Juki's mother said she got a call from one of her son's friends on June 13th.
He said that there had been a mission and that it had gone bad. And after 36 hours, everyone had come back except Alex and Care Bear.
She says she last heard from her son on June 8th.
He wrote and said, I'll be going dark tomorrow and possibly the next day. And I wrote back, stay safe and I love you. And he wrote back, he wrote back, I love you too. And that's the last I heard from him.
For Alexander's mom, she knew he was exactly where he wanted to be.
If the worst were to happen, I would know that he felt fulfilled and that he was content with what he had done and accomplished.
And he wasn't alone. According to Ukrainian authorities, volunteer fighters from more than 50 countries have signed up with the Foreign Legion here, including American Baby Doc, her code name, a 21-year-old from Utah who served 4 years as a Navy ship medic. She's been on the front lines for months near the eastern city of Kharkiv, which is where we catch up with her.
What do you wish Americans knew about this war?
That it's still happening. There's still a war going on here.
Do you feel like the Ukrainians are winning?
I do think that they are going to win this war.
How much time are you willing to give?
As much as I got.
Okay.
As much as they need.
Now, guys, obviously, we're trying to find out any additional information we can on the ground, reaching out to what we believe is their unit, the men that they were fighting with near that eastern city of Kharkiv. We were just in Kharkiv last week, of course, which is where we met Baby Doc. We have also asked the State Department. They say they are monitoring reports closely. They say they're aware of unconfirmed reports, but they say at this time, due to privacy considerations, they can't comment any further. Savannah, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. Stay safe. We now turn to London, where Kevin Spacey made his first court appearance this morning on sex assault charges there. Spacey arrived at court to a large crowd of reporters. Look at this. And he quickly entered the building with his legal team. Now, he's charged with 4 counts of sexual assault against 3 men. His lawyer told the court he strenuously denies all of the allegations. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from outside the court in London with the latest. So, Matt, first, let's go over these charges. Remind us of when the alleged act occurs and what these charges exactly are related to. What is this? Who are these people?
Yeah, I mean, these are men who, it sounds like the actor, this very famous actor, met while he was here in Britain. All of the charges are between 2005 and 2013. And I want to add one to your list. You mentioned there were 4 charges of sexual assault against 3 different men, now all of them British. Now, there's also an additional assault. Now, this is the most serious of all. This is a charge for causing a person to commit penetrative sex without their consent. Now, this is a very serious charge, and that's the reason why this case has gone from here in this magistrate's court behind me, where Mr. Spacey appeared this morning, to another case, a Crown Court, which is not that far from where I'm standing right now. That case, which is also basically a pretrial hearing, just like this one today, that's going to be exactly 4 weeks from today, and we expect that the actor will show up then to answer to those charges as well. Savannah?
And Matt Bradley, so walk us through this process. What happens next in this case?
Yeah, well, since this is what they would call an indictable offense here in Britain, the actor is now free on bail, even though he's facing these very serious charges. You mentioned he's been granted bail. There is no cash bail in this country, not like in the United States. He didn't have to pay any money. The judge simply granted him what they would call here unconditional bail. That means that he's actually free to travel wherever he wants, and that's because Kevin Spacey showed up voluntarily, crossed an ocean to do so here in London, on his own accord to face these charges, despite, again, the very serious legal jeopardy that he's in. So he didn't try to flee. He didn't wait to be arrested in the United States and be extradited to here in London. And that's why the magistrate, not a judge, a magistrate here, said that he would be granted unconditional bail. So he's allowed to move around, do whatever he pleases, essentially, until he shows up 4 weeks from now in that Crown Court down the road.
All right,
Savannah?
Matt Bradley, thank you so much. Now let's stay on this and bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, always great to have you with us. So let's go over these charges again and recap and have you sort of walk us through with, of course, your expertise. So 4 counts of sexual assault against 3 men. We also just heard, as Matt Bradley said, he was also charged with causing a person to engage in penetrative sexual activity without consent last month. Walk us through these charges. Tell us what the consequences could be. What kind of jail time do they carry, and kind of what's the burden of proof here?
Because we borrow our legal system from England, not surprisingly, there are a lot of similarities, but with different names. So what is happening procedurally, because the case is leaving what's called magistrates court and moving up to Crown Court, it's really similar to the same system we have in most states, especially in urban areas. There is a lower court, but 2 divisions. The magistrates court handles smaller cases and has a maximum sentence of 12 months. I think it used to be 6 months. Once it moves up to Crown Court, that means that the charges are more serious. And Crown Court is the only court that can handle those charges. And that's because of the new addition of assault by sexual penetration. Most sex assault charges in Crown Court carry a maximum sentence of 10 years, but some carry a potential for life imprisonment. But most likely, most of these charges have the 10-year statutory maximum, with a caveat. I do not have a white wig. I am not a solicitor. This is not my area of practice. Do not hire me for your criminal cases in the UK. But the bottom line is, just looking at the statutes, it is a very similar system to ours. Arguably, we have harsher punishments, but on the whole, very similar, but with different, more royal-sounding names.
We could get you the wig. Would that help?
I should have brought it. I have one from when I played dress up.
Yeah, next time we're doing a story about UK law, we'll be sure to have it on set. All right, now Spacey's also involved in an ongoing lawsuit with actor Anthony Rapp, who said in 2017 that Mr. Spacey had made unwanted sexual advances toward him back in the 80s when he was 14 years old, just 14. Spacey's denied these allegations. What's the status of that lawsuit, and could the outcome of that impact what we're seeing happen in the UK right now?
It could. Anytime there's a civil case of any kind, it has the potential to drag out discovery information that a prosecutor finds really interesting, which is why typically if you have pending civil and criminal cases, one of the first things a criminal defense attorney should do is try to get the civil case paused while the criminal case proceeds forward, because there's really not going to be any positive effect. And frankly, the plaintiff would like that as well, because if you call the defendant in, he's going to say, look, I have a Fifth Amendment privilege. There are all these criminal cases against me, so I'm not going to say a word. Better strategically often for a plaintiff to wait for the outcome of the criminal case, let the prosecutors do your work for you, steal some of their discovery, their information. After all, if they prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, you should be able to prove it to at least a preponderance of the evidence.
All right. And now I do want to ask you something else about sort of his career, how this all stacks up, because Deadline's reporting that Spacey is set to shoot a drama in October. Can that go on? I mean, of course, there's the question of does it stand just reputationally, but can it go on if he's on trial? Will he be allowed to be shooting that if he's still fighting this?
It really depends on his pretrial release conditions. And generally, just as a general proposition, pretrial release conditions are favorable if you have a job that you're trying to go to. But it really depends on the court, and it especially depends on the court in England. And it appears that he's on release. He is released from this. In other words, he's on pretrial release in England. But the reality is it's always up to individual pretrial services what you can and cannot do if you are on house arrest or home confinement pending your criminal case.
All right, Danny Savalas, lots to unpack there. Obviously something to stay on top of, so we will be talking about it again soon. Pack your wig. Thanks, Danny. Always great to have you with us. More international headlines now, and China's president has reaffirmed his country's support for Russia. Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and more international news. Hey, Raf, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. China is once again voicing its support for Russia's security concerns. President Putin and President Xi spoke by phone this week, and according to the Kremlin, the Chinese leader said he understood Russia's reasons for invading Ukraine. While China is giving Russia some diplomatic and political support, it says it hasn't yet supplied the Russians with military aid. In Brazil, police say a fisherman has now confessed to the killings of a British journalist and a local indigenous expert. Dom Phillips and Bruno Pereira disappeared in the Amazon 10 days ago. Authorities say the main suspect confessed to the murders and led police to the site of the two men's bodies. And finally, in India, a little boy has been rescued after spending 104 hours stuck in a well. The 10-year-old got trapped down the 80-foot well last Friday. An awful ordeal. The area is apparently known for snakes and frogs. He was finally pulled out after rescuers dug a separate tunnel down to get him. And Savannah, the little boy is in hospital, but he's said to be doing well and hopefully going to make a full recovery.
Oof, 104 hours. All right, that's good to hear, Raf. Thank you so much. And coming up, with the future of abortion rights hanging in the balance, some patients are turning to digital alternatives for care. How these clinics are helping pave the way for a post-Roe world and why their future's now in question. Plus, a new warning about the spread of monkeypox. We're going one-on-one with an expert to find out what we need to know as new cases are reported in the U.S.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with the latest on the future of Roe versus Wade. As America awaits the Supreme Court's final decision, some online abortion clinics say some patients are already getting prepared. NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez spoke to one woman in Texas who took to the internet for help to find access to reproductive care.
This is misoprostol. I took 12 of these pills total over the course of 9 hours.
Emma, who asked us to not show her face in fear she'd get in legal trouble for sharing her story, lives in South Texas.
I was very surprised because I was taking precautions.
The 29-year-old was on birth control when she found out she was pregnant last February.
I immediately started searching for options to access an abortion in the state of Texas.
But just a few months earlier, in September of last year, Texas's 6-week abortion ban went into effect.
I contacted my local Planned Parenthood clinic. They let me know that based on my last menstruation cycle, I was already past the 6-week mark.
Emma says they referred her to a clinic 8 hours away in New Mexico. She made the decision to self-manage her abortion with medication obtained from a friend.
I was watching these YouTube videos from my home that is no more than 2 miles from a Planned Parenthood clinic where only 6 months prior I would have been able to receive care.
In December, the Food and Drug Administration lifted a major restriction on abortion pills, permanently allowing patients to receive abortion medication by mail instead of requiring them to receive them in person.
There are a ton of virtual clinics that have popped up in the United States ever since the FDA stopped enforcing its in-person dispensing requirement.
But the future of those clinics is in question. 19 states require clinicians to be physically present for one or more visits, effectively eliminating access by mail. Then there's the Supreme Court draft opinion on Roe v. Wade leaked last month.
It looks like roughly half the country will ban abortion within a few months of that decision.
We instantly had, like 35 times the amount of web traffic than we did the day before.
Robin Tucker is a clinician at Aid Access, a nonprofit that provides access to medical abortion by mail around the world.
We got an overwhelming surge pretty much immediately in patients who were requesting pills in advance of being pregnant.
Unlike many U.S.-based telehealth abortion clinics, Aid Access is able to provide medication to patients in states with tighter restrictions, by having the medication prescribed and shipped from overseas.
Texas has no jurisdiction over providers in Europe or over pharmacies in India. It can't really do much about it.
Still, people like Emma worry about the additional hurdles those seeking help could face in a post-Roe society.
I stumbled upon many roadblocks, but I was able to navigate them. I know that there's going to be a lot of individuals who will see it as the end of the path and turn around and continue with an unwanted, unplanned, undesired pregnancy.
Our thanks to Isa Gutierrez for that report. Now, school's out for the summer, but many teachers won't be returning to the classroom in the fall. That's because they're retiring after decades of service. The last 2 years have been particularly difficult, of course, for educators, but their students are making sure they get the celebration they deserve one last time. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow has the story.
As schools come to a close for the summer, students are surprising beloved teachers with hugs and high fives. Special tributes honoring the dedication of educators who've decided to retire. Teachers like Mercy Marangues, Sheridan Steelman, and Dennis Kerr are just a few of so many who've led the way for generations of students.
I have been teaching for 43 years.
40 years.
50 years.
So between the three of you, you have 133 years of experience?
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
When Miami pre-K teacher Mercy Marangues was closing out her career in April, she went to her favorite place, Disney World, where her family and school helped stage a celebration she will never forget. There she is posing for a photo when all of a sudden current and former students gathered behind her. Those kids from pre-K, many now all grown up.
I thought it was going to pass out. It was just, I couldn't believe it. I'm truly, truly, truly blessed.
In Grand Rapids, Michigan this month, this is the moment that moved high school English lit teacher Sheridan Steelman to tears when she decided to retire.
We love Dr. Steelman!
It just made me feel so happy.
Thank you so much. Yeah!
Appreciation like that also setting the stage for teacher Dennis Kerr's big send-off. After 4 decades of making music, there was this surprise in May at the school band's last show in Conway Springs, Kansas.
Inspiration to us all.
First, a former student joined him on stage, and then, standing up in the audience, dozens more he's helped guide in the classroom over 40 years.
Made you feel so good.
We love you! Bittersweet goodbyes marking new beginnings.
Are any of you second-guessing your decision now to retire?
No.
No.
But I knew it was time.
I think it's time for me to sit at the beach and enjoy the Miami, Florida weather.
Sitting at the beach sounds nice, right, guys?
Sounds great.
And they most certainly deserve it. Our thanks to Kate Snow for that report. Coming up, finding the right fit when it comes to a job isn't always easy. And for LGBTQ workers, it can be even more stressful. We dig into a new survey to find out what matters most to them. That's up next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
More cases of monkeypox have been reported across the U.S., bringing the count up to at least 72 cases in the last month. Now, one of the World Health Organization's top officials is calling the virus a real risk to public health.
The magnitude of this outbreak poses a real risk. The longer the virus circulates, the more it will extend its reach, and the stronger the disease's foothold will get in non-endemic countries.
Now, that warning comes as the WHO prepares to meet next week to discuss whether or not the spread of monkeypox should be considered a global health emergency. Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja for more on this. Dr. Adalja is a senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Always great to have you, doctor. So what do you make of this new warning by one of the World Health Organization's top officials? Should people be worried about a potential outbreak larger here in the U.S., even though cases do remain low at this point?
Anytime a virus is behaving differently than it has in the past is a cause for concern. And it's really important to then put a halt to that new type of transmission. And that's what's happening with monkeypox, that it's transmitting outside the endemic area, person to person. And the epidemiology is different. It's transmitting in sexual and social networks. But the key thing to remember is it's still not a very transmissible virus in terms of comparing it to a respiratory virus. It doesn't have pandemic potential. The goal is just to get our arms around the epidemiology, find cases, contact trace, and use the vaccine. So I don't think this poses a major risk to the general public, but the longer it goes on, the longer it's going to be hard to stop it from spreading in those networks. And I think that's why the WHO is paying so much attention and convening these meetings.
Now, this week, the CDC issued new guidance on monkeypox symptoms. According to the agency, recent infections are actually showing different symptoms than in the past. Like you just said, kind of interesting that it's behaving differently now. It includes a rash in the mouth or around the genitals, or localized lesions in areas other than the face, hands, or feet. How unusual is this? Are we seeing this virus mutate?
So it's not the virus that's mutating, it's the social network that it's gotten into and the way it's transmitting amongst individuals in that social network. As we said, this has been kind of masquerading as a sexually transmitted infection. And a lot of the contact is from people being in intimate, close contact where there is skin-to-skin contact. So that's why we're seeing genital lesions. That's why we're not seeing the traditional rash on the face, the hands, the feet that people saw when primarily they were getting infected by animals. This is happening from close person-to-person contact. And that's responsible for why the rash is appearing in different parts of the body, and responsible for why this had not been recognized for some period of time, because it was being diagnosed or sexually transmitted infections.
Yeah, that makes sense. Doctor, I also want to ask you about the latest COVID news. A panel of advisors to the FDA has voted unanimously to approve both Moderna and Pfizer's COVID vaccines for children as young as 6 months. How much of an impact will this make on the push to get our youngest population vaccinated? I know it's a population that doesn't have a very high rate right now, but what do you make of this?
I don't think we're going to see major uptake. I think probably 25%, 30% is probably the max based on what we're seeing in the 5 to 11 group. But I think it is important to have the entire population basically eligible for vaccination, because the more people that are vaccinated, especially high-risk individuals, the less of a problem COVID-19 becomes. And there are parents of high-risk children that have been waiting for this vaccine. So I think it is good news, but I don't expect to see a major bump in vaccine uptake just based on what we've seen in other pediatric age groups.
All right, Dr. Amish Adalja, as always, thanks for your time. Now, June is Pride Month, and like so many Americans, many members of the LGBTQ+ community spent part of the pandemic looking for a new job. Employment website Indeed conducted a survey of LGBTQ workers and found that inclusivity and a feeling of safety were top priorities. Joining us now is LaFawn Davis, the Group Vice President of Environmental, Social, and Governance at Indeed. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So first, just take us through that report and what some of the biggest takeaways are.
Sure. We're in honor of Pride Month. We asked over 1,000 full-time professionals that identify as members of the LGBTQ+ community what their vision of better work looks like. The findings suggest that progress is being made in the workplace toward increased inclusivity, making employees feel safer, bringing themselves really their authentic selves to work. But there are still challenges for LGBTQ+ workers that they face on a daily basis, and there's so much more work that needs to be done. I think what really stood out to me was that 91% said that since starting their job, their company's benefits have become more inclusive. And 71% of those surveyed felt that inclusion at work has changed over the last 2 years. And of that percentage, 95% said that it's gotten better, though 5% have said that it's gotten worse. And I'm really happy to hear about the improvements in the workplace. Still, it's clear that greater inclusivity continues to be the goal.
Now, if you were the head of a company, if you're a leader in one of these spaces, what should you take away from this report?
So I think one of the biggest things I would love companies to take away are that training, manager resources, representation and leadership, changes to benefits, and normalizing the sharing of pronouns are just a few of the ways that we can get closer to achieving our goal.
Now, the report from an inclusive workspace was a key factor in determining a potential employer. Are we heading in the right direction, do you think, and what more can be done to ensure that everyone feels safe, at the very least, in the work environment?
Yeah, it was really important that people found safety where they were. And that includes, that's physical safety, that's also psychological safety. Those things are really important in having a workplace where you feel like you belong. Everyone wants a place at work where they feel safe, they can be themselves, they have a sense of belonging within their company. We spend so much time at work with our colleagues, conversing, interacting, collaborating, taking that extra measure to prevent discrimination, and considering the impact work has on our health and well-being and our lives. It's clear why most people who identify as LGBTQ+ apply at companies that they have vetted to ensure that they are LGBTQ+ friendly.
And again, it's a pretty basic need, not even just want, to be safe at work. LaFawn Davis, thank you so much for your time this morning and for sharing the results of that. And our own Joe Fryer will host a 1-hour special featuring members of the LGBTQ+ community about the threats they're encountering, the damage that's being done to the gains previously made, and how they're working to keep their rights from being eroded. Pride and Backlash airs tonight at 10:30 p.m. right here on NBC News Now. Now let's get to some business headlines. Baby formula maker Abbott has halted production at its Michigan lab due to severe storms from Monday. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Savannah. Abbott has stopped production of its specialty baby formula after heavy rains flooded parts of its plant in Sturgis, Michigan. Abbott has notified the FDA and says this will likely delay production and distribution of the formula for a few weeks. It says it has enough existing supply to meet consumers' needs until new product is available. The shutdown comes just a week after Abbott reopened the plant, which had been closed in February due to reports of bacterial infections, adding to a nationwide shortage. And Tesla is raising prices for all its cars in the United States. The company's website shows the price of the long-range Model Y has increased by $3,000 to just shy of $66,000. Tesla has delayed deliveries of some long-range models in the U.S. by up to a month. The price hikes come as costs of raw materials have surged, including aluminum used in cars. And Amazon's annual Prime Day shopping event will kick off at 3 in the morning on July 12th and run through the 13th. It's a few weeks later than last year, but keeps the usual summer timing. Amazon is offering access to early deals on June 21st. The company isn't giving exact details on what will be on sale, but says it will feature the lowest prices ever on select products from Beats, Bose, Sony, iRobot, and other well-known brands. Guys, back to you.
Pippa, thank you so much. And coming up, buyers are already paying through the roof for new homes, and it's about to get even more expensive. So should you take the plunge and buy, or is it a better time to rent? We break down the questions you need to ask before you decide. That's up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
New this morning in our series Priced Out, as the Federal Reserve announced the highest interest rate increase in nearly 30 years and predicted more rate hikes to come. That means the cost of loans, especially home mortgages, will increase. So how will it impact potential home buyers? NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen breaks down an ongoing debate. Should you rent or buy?
Good morning. Mortgage interest rates have nearly doubled this year, but in some cities, the real estate market is still red hot, and frustrated home buyers are getting sidelined. This morning, the questions to ask to help you decide if you should get on the path to home ownership or press pause.
From Wall Street to Main Street, all eyes are on the Federal Reserve.
Just about everything we buy on credit will get more expensive.
As promised, the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates to tame inflation. But that's only inflaming the hearts of would-be homebuyers. Average 30-year mortgage interest rates now top 5%. That's up from less than 3% a year ago. Meanwhile, home prices continue their meteoric rise, with the median home price nearly $430,000 last quarter.
I was actually considering just getting a cute little single-family starter home.
Delilah Epps is a 24-year-old nurse in Atlanta who has been looking to buy a home.
I kind of put myself into a situation where, do I want to buy a house or do I want to just continue renting?
That decision made even tougher because the cost of rent is also going up. Nationwide, 1- and 2-bedroom apartments up more than 25% from a year ago. Delilah's rent for her 1-bedroom apartment in Atlanta increased from $1,475 a month to $2,055.
A $600 increase. I just couldn't do that. That's why I put myself into, okay, let me just think about getting a house.
She saved up enough for a 3.5% down payment, about $15,000, but she says she kept getting outbid. So Delilah put a pause on her home search.
So Delilah, I want to bring in Winnie Sun. She's a financial advisor who's been listening in with us as you've explained your situation. Hey, Winnie.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
So Winnie, what's Delilah doing right?
The first foremost, I love the fact that Delilah is comfortable talking about her finances. The other thing is she's really focused on what she can afford and not going beyond her budget.
She says Delilah was smart to pause her home search, and you should only buy if you have a 20% down payment plus an additional 6% for closing costs. You plan on staying in the same home for at least 5 years, and you have about 6 months' pay in savings for emergency repairs. Those are steep entries for ownership, but she says you can save money while renting. To do so, spend no more than 30% of your income on rent. Negotiate a longer lease, maybe 2 years instead of 1, to lock in your rental rate. Get a roommate to offset increasing rents. And if you have a parking spot or space in a garage, rent it out for extra income. And reduce other major expenses like gas by carpooling, biking, using public transit, or downsizing your vehicle.
You don't need that fancy car right now because our number one financial goal is to get you into the home that you really want.
If you can afford the house of your dreams, don't let the rising rates scare you away.
Right now, the interest rate, although a little bit higher than it was a few years ago, but it's still significantly lower than historical mortgage rates.
Now, because housing is typically our highest monthly expense, financial experts say buying can help you control one of the biggest costs in your budget without being at the whim of a landlord. But renting does give you flexibility, and remember, you generally do not have to pay for your repairs. Back to you.
All right, Vicki, thank you so much. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe has the morning off. Right now on Morning News Now, historic hike. The Federal Reserve takes a drastic step to fight inflation, raising the interest rate by 0.75%. From the price of gas to groceries, credit cards, and utility bills, we'll take a look at what this means for you. New evidence. The January 6th committee will meet for another public hearing today. They're expected to unveil new information about former President Trump's plot to pressure Vice President Pence to throw out the electoral votes and stay in power. Plus, the new video showing a GOP lawmaker giving a tour of the Capitol complex on the eve of the attack. One of the guests was later heard threatening Democrats outside on January 6th. What his lawmaker now says about it all. Weather extremes, from tornadoes and floods to dangerous heat. Millions of Americans are waking up under weather alerts. The damage people are seeing across the country. We'll take a look at what's next and when these record temps will cool down. Plus, reinventing Anna, a Morning News Now exclusive. I speak with fake heiress Anna Sorokin, also known as Anna Delvey, as she sits in an ICE detention facility. You may know her from the hit Netflix show Inventing Anna. Now she's talking about her crimes.
Do you think you crossed that line?
Well, the government definitely thinks that way, so.
What she told me about whether she feels any remorse, the new project she's working on now, and her plans for the future. It was a fascinating conversation to have, and I'm thrilled to be bringing that to you later this morning. We begin with that historic announcement from the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates by 0.75%. Now, that's the largest interest rate hike since 1994, as the Fed races to tame the highest level of inflation in nearly 40 years. After the decision, Fed Chair Jerome Powell said the central bank will do what it takes to bring prices down and ease the burden on Americans who are struggling to make ends meet.
The current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high. We're not going to declare victory until we see a series of these, really see convincing evidence, compelling evidence that inflation is coming down.
Farnoosh Torabi, CNET Money Editor at Large, joins us now. Farnoosh, good morning. We're great to have you with us because, look, people are waking up this morning stressed, wondering what it means from them. We're happy to have you walk us through it. So what do you make of this move from the Federal Reserve? Do you think it will be able to tame inflation and avoid sending the economy into a recession? Walk us through kind of all these little maneuvers and what they mean together.
Sure. Thanks for having me, and good morning to everybody. I think it was an appropriate move. I mean, look, it's a historic by some measures. We haven't seen a rate hike of this size since the 90s. And I think it's appropriate because when you look at where inflation is and the fact that average households are spending an extra $350 a month on expenses that they had last year, the same expenses they have this year, nothing else has changed except prices have just gone up. Their wages have not caught up to that. And so I think it was necessary. Now, what this is going to mean for us is that ultimately, the Fed understands that help is urgent. They need to really step in and not be sort of passive or increase rates incrementally a little bit. They really need to be aggressive because we need to slow down prices. We need to cool the economy. The Fed benchmark inflation rate is about 2%. We're at like 4 times that right now. It's going to be a little bit difficult or a lot difficult depending on your situation going forward, because when you raise interest rates, what does that mean? It means that there's going to be some temporary pain. Borrowing money, whether that's because you carry a credit card, a student loan that has a variable interest rate, or you're looking for a mortgage, rates are going up and they may adjust higher, again, if your rate is an adjustable variable loan rate. And so the cost of borrow will go up. And we may see layoffs as well, because when borrowing costs go up, that doesn't just mean our costs as consumers, but also as business owners. So borrowing capital to hire, to buy machinery, to expand, that's all going to become more expensive for employers. And then so the counter effect to that is usually layoffs.
So you're talking about some of this, but I mean, we've heard about how much of a difference these rate hikes have overall on the economy. Layoffs is a really good example, but walk us through how these moves from the Federal Reserve will impact people at home, people who are struggling to keep up with this rampant inflation. I mean, I think the assumption from the regular person at home is, well, I think they're doing this to help me. I think this is supposed to make things better. Will it?
Yeah. In the long run, this is a journey. Let's all remember that it's not going to fix the economy overnight. The idea is that by raising interest rates, it's going to slow down spending. There is a lot of demand for goods and services right now. And as we know, supply is just not catching up to that. And that's not our fault. The supply disruptions have been happening since COVID. And that is not something we can Fed hike our way out of. So we have to also address that. But for consumers, what this will mean is that, our rates are going to go up on credit cards and other sorts of debt. And so if you're in the market for a home, if you're in the market for a credit card, if you're in the market for other kinds of borrowing costs, you really want to pay attention to that interest rate. The silver lining is that savings rates could also go up as rates go up. So again, this is intentional. The economy, in order for the economy to cool, we need to slow down spending and save. And so there may be more a higher interest rate waiting for you at your bank, or definitely good time to shop around for higher yields.
Farnoosh Torabi, thank you so much. Lots of good advice for people at home there and the reality of the situation, but some things that can ease some fears. Thanks for your time this morning. Let's now get reaction from the White House to all this from NBC News reporter Maura Barrett. She joins us now from Washington, D.C. Maura, always great to have you on. So we saw, of course, that this effort is to fight inflation. And we know President Biden said a couple weeks ago he would just let the Fed do its job without interference. Do we think that will still be the case if this rate hike does not get inflation under control?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, we knew this interest rate was coming, the hike was coming, right? And the White House has known that. We didn't know it was going to be so high. But over the last several weeks, the president and the White House have been hedging what they can do. Remember, the Fed is independent from the White House. The White House Economic Council of Advisors, though, saying that they believe in the Fed and that the president trusts in the Fed and that it's the first line of defense in order to tackle inflation. Now, separately, though, the White House is saying that it's doing what it can, noting that there's still work to be done. Overnight, we learned that today the president will sign into law the Ocean Shipping Reform Act. This was passed on a bipartisan measure by Congress earlier this week. And this is something that will address those high shipping prices. All of us have been impacted by those holdups on the supply chain. And during the pandemic, ocean shipping prices were spiked up to over almost 1,000%, according to the White House. And so this law will increase oversight over items like that, which impact retailers and farmers that are trying to ship their goods out, as well as consumers like us that are trying to buy goods. And so separate from those interest rate hikes, this is one of the things that the White House is trying to tackle when it comes to inflation.
Let's also talk about gas prices. We know the White House is also putting pressure on oil companies to increase their refining capacity. This is one of those very direct pains that people are feeling right now, how much it costs for gas really across the whole country. Tell us about this new stance.
Right, and the White House has been quick to remind that the gas price impact that we're seeing is a result mostly to the war in Ukraine, calling it Putin's price hike, right, because of the spike that we're seeing. And so yesterday, the president sent a letter to various CEOs of gas companies urging them to increase production when it comes to oil, gas, and diesel, because if there's more on the market, that means prices will go down. He said that he is prepared to use necessary tools and emergency authorizations to make sure that refinery production is increased. And I want you to hear from White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre yesterday about where the White House sees the responsibility on these corporations.
We see it as a patriotic duty, as we've talked about. There's war happening right now in Ukraine that was caused by Russia, which is why we're seeing these hikes in gas prices, especially since Russia has started amassing troops on the border. We've seen a $2 increase of gas prices. So we know where to put the blame on the war, but oil companies, they have oil refineries, they have responsibility too. What they have been doing is taking advantage of the war.
So you heard that claim of patriotic duty. It appears the White House playing a blame game on who can take responsibility for what, right? There's only so much the president can do himself. He said earlier this week in Philadelphia that there is still a lot of work to be done. There's stuff the White House can do, but he also noted that there's work these oil companies can do, as well as Congress, to bring down costs on prescription drug prices and childcare costs, Savannah.
Lots of places people are really hoping to feel some relief. Maura Barrett, thank you so much. Now, the January 6th House Committee investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol will hold its third public hearing this afternoon, and we're expected to hear more about former President Trump's efforts to pressure his then Vice President Mike Pence to overturn the 2020 election results. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now with a preview. Hey, Ali, good morning. So each of these has had their own sort of focus, their own thesis statement for what all this evidence is trying to support that day. Today, that's the focus, Mike Pence and Trump's efforts to get him to intervene. So what is the committee planning to zero in on? How are they trying to prove that?
Yeah, Savannah, well, you laid out the main topic there, but the committee told reporters yesterday that this hearing is going to be divided really into four themes, the first of which is really the birth of this conspiracy that former Vice President Mike Pence would be able to overturn the election unilaterally. The second is Trump's actual pressure campaign on the vice president, how that pressure campaign was pushed and really publicized on Twitter and as as well as in private phone calls and meetings that the president had with the former vice president, and then how that led to the violence at the Capitol that day, and how the violence at the Capitol that day really continues to threaten our democracy. The committee is saying that we are going to again hear never before seen testimony, video, photos. We're going to hear from two witnesses, one of them Greg Jacobs, former advisor to Mike Pence, as well as an informal advisor, a legal advisor that he had. And they're expected to really talk about one of them being with him that day, what that was like. We've seen that video of him being shuffled off of the Senate floor, taken to a safe space with his Secret Service detail, really what it was like being in that room with him during that waiting period as they waited to be able to leave safely. Another person we're expected to hear from in pre-recorded testimony is Mark Short, his former chief of staff. The committee providing exclusive video only to NBC News ahead of this hearing, showing a little preview of Mark Short's pre-recorded testimony. Listen here.
Was it your impression that the vice president had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the president, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the president?
Very consistent.
So the committee is committed to showing just how much the former vice president knew about the former president's pressure campaign and how he continued to deny that he was able to do so even up until that morning. Committee member Pete Aguilar telling my colleague Garrett Haake in a video that will air later this morning, really that the vice president was in more danger than any of us knew that morning, Savannah.
Ali, quickly, I do want to get to something that we teased a minute ago, which is this new footage released just yesterday of a man who they say made verbal threats against top lawmakers. We know he was given a tour of the Capitol. Here's that video just a day before by a Georgia congressman. Quickly, tell us about what that congressman is saying. How is he responding to it?
Yeah, this is a second letter by the committee asking for more information from Loudermilk about that tour he gave the day before the insurrection at the Capitol. Of course, tours being prohibited because of COVID during that time. And Loudermilk has first stated months ago that he didn't even give that tour. Now he's saying that he doesn't think it was suspicious. He doesn't think there was any wrongdoing here, even though he took this group of people, these constituents from Georgia, really to these insignificant places in the Capitol that I walk by every day. There's really no historical or tourist significance. Listen to a piece of his reaction here.
They've never sent me a letter asking me, never called me. They send it to you guys. So if they were interested in the truth, they had a year and 4 months to call me and talk. I would have been glad to talk to them about it because there's nothing there. And
so why not just speak to the committee and just...
Because the committee's never called me and asked me anything.
They sent a letter asking for your voluntary cooperation.
They never sent it to me.
Your office never received it?
No, never.
The committee saying that one member of that group was seen on January 6th outside the Capitol making threats to several Democratic lawmakers. Savannah.
All right, Ali Rafa, lots to watch for this afternoon. Thank you so much. And let's stay on this and bring in Barbara McQuaid. She's a former U.S. attorney and a law professor at the University of Michigan Law School. Barbara, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So let's start here with this focus. And I want to know what you think it's going to take here for this committee to sort of prove that Vice President Pence was being pressured to block the certification of the election, President Trump's involvement in it. What does the committee need to do to successfully make that case to the public?
Well, Savannah, I think this is the topic that is the most closely aligned to a potential criminal charge. You know, everybody sees the mob scene as, you know, clearly the most dangerous part of what happened on January 6th. But it can be difficult to tie President Trump to that mob. Where we can tie him precisely directly to this attack is his efforts to pressure Mike Pence to overturn the election. Now, we don't have Pence himself to testify. That would be the best way to prove it. But we do know that we're going to hear from two people who are the next best thing. Greg Jacob, who was his chief counsel, and it sounds like video testimony from Mark Short, who was his chief of staff. And I believe what they're going to testify to, because it has been reported about their deposition testimony, that they're going to talk about how President Trump pressured Mike Pence right up until and on January 6th to overturn the election. We know he did it publicly. He did it at the Ellipse rally. He did it in tweets. But what those close to Mike Pence will say is that he continued to pressure him on January 6th and even said, wouldn't it be great to have that power to be able to control the outcome of the election? And Mike Pence said, no, that's horrifying. We're a democracy. We don't do it that way. So I think this is a very effective way to show that Donald Trump tried to defraud the United States and obstruct an official proceeding.
You mentioned a tweet. You mentioned tweets, and there's one specifically that's going to come into play today. So one of the things that we're expecting to see is the panel make this case that Pence's life was actually in more physical danger than previously known than we'd realized. And California Congressman Pete Aguilar told NBC News that Trump knew the Capitol had been breached when he sent out this disparaging tweet about his former vice president. What do you make of that, and does it help prove anything?
It's really horrifying. I think that, before this reporting, there was the possibility that the news had not yet reached Donald Trump, that the Capitol had been breached. And so he was still persisting in this effort to pressure Mike Pence. Knowing that he was aware that the Capitol had been breached and that Mike Pence was in physical danger, continuing to foment this kind of rage is incredibly irresponsible. It's reckless. Now, does it tie Trump to the mob violence? I don't know that it gets there. I think this is part of the story that the committee needs to tell. I don't know that it ultimately is part of the story of proving a crime against Donald Trump.
Barbara, something we are all going to be watching for this afternoon. I do want to switch gears before I let you go to just ask you a question about a different topic here. The shooting last month at a Buffalo supermarket. So federal prosecutors have filed hate crime charges against the gunman at this point. What do you make of that? Was that expected, given what the criminal complaint says the motive was and what we know about what happened that day?
I think so. This is really about the best and strongest crime that exists. As you know, there's no federal domestic terrorism statute which would fit these crimes. But hate crime, meaning an act of violence on account of a person's race, absolutely fits these charges. I think the thing to watch for that's really interesting here is this is a death-eligible offense. And in an administration with Joe Biden, who has expressed his opposition to the death penalty, this is one of those cases that will really test that viewpoint. It's one of those worst-case scenarios when people can always say, yeah, but what about death in this horrible scenario? And this is one of them. So it'll be interesting to see. And this decision won't come until down the road after the Justice Department has had a chance to look at all the potential mitigating factors, whether they will seek the death penalty.
Barbara McQuaid, thank you so much for your analysis and your time this morning. We appreciate it. And you can watch today's hearing right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage starts at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Now let's head to Montana, where the governor has declared a statewide disaster after that devastating flooding that hit the state. This morning, Yellowstone National Park remains closed indefinitely. Rising waters destroyed roads leading into the tourist destination, and we're learning it could be months before those entrances reopen. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest there.
Whoa. This was the harrowing escape out of Yellowstone as boulders tumbled down mountains and a home washed into a river, floating nearly 5 miles downstream.
We had no warning. They're just like, get in, get in, get in.
For Nicole O'Shea and nearly 100 other people cut off by dangerous, fast-rising floodwaters, these helicopter rides were their only chance for rescue.
It landed, and it was, I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. It was so emotional because none of us were expecting it.
Across large swaths of Montana, historic flooding washed away roads and submerged them under feet of water.
Water started rolling in the back, broke out a basement window, started filling up my basement, and then I quit.
Holy! Even bridges with their mangled trestles floated downstream, ripped apart by raging currents.
It was frightening because in addition to all of this debris, you can hear the rocks in the creek. These are giant boulders.
A state of emergency as roads into Yellowstone National Park remain closed indefinitely at the start of the peak summer season.
It's safe to say that it's going to be an extended period of time. The northern end will be closed.
With 10,000 people evacuated from the nation's oldest national park, this is the first time flooding has ever closed it.
And in the afternoon, it started rising even more, and we had to move everything to high ground.
The deluge fueled by an atmospheric river or stream of moisture, pounding the region with inches of rain. And it wasn't just rain, but snowmelt that filled these rivers, one of them rising 6 feet in just 24 hours. So much water, it toppled into nearby communities below. The water just now beginning to recede. Historic flooding and unprecedented damage at one of our nation's most stunning national parks. Mother Nature's beauty now suffering from its wrath. Today, the park remains closed indefinitely. We're told it could be a couple of weeks, if not months, until the roads open. That would be disastrous for the summer travel season and the families that want to come here. Meantime, in Billings, Montana, floodwaters are also threatening a water treatment plant. That city could run out of water in the next couple of days if the water levels don't recede. Back to you.
All right, Miguel Almaguer, thank you for that report from the ground. Let's now get a check on your morning News Now weather, which means Michelle Grossman joins me now. Hey, Michelle, I mean, some of those images, the videos, it's just heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. It's so sad. And we're going to add to those images, unfortunately. Good morning, Savannah, because we have those dangerous conditions continuing. We have dangerous heat, historical heat, record-breaking heat, not only this week, but it looks like it will be extended into next week as well. And this is just the beginning of the season. So let's take a look at how many people are under an alert. That's 61 million Americans. We have alerts stretching from the Central Plains to the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, down to the Southeast, the Southwest, too. We have excessive heat warnings. That's where you see that hot pink color. Where you don't see the alerts, it doesn't mean we're not going to have that high heat, because we are. In parts of the South, we're looking at temperatures near 100 degrees in many spots. 112 today in Phoenix, 99 in Dallas. It's going to feel like 100 degrees. It's going to feel like 109 in Tallahassee, and it's going to feel like 104 in Charlotte. So this is a wide swath of really warm air. You add in the humidity, and it just feels terrible. The jet stream so far to the north is allowing that heat and humidity in. It's sort of closing off any cool air from Canada. So by tomorrow, temperatures still near 100 degrees in many spots. Dallas, you're going to be at 100 degrees. Your heat index 103. So that's what it's going to feel like on your body. And look at Mobile, Alabama, the heat index of 110. The relentless heat wave, it does continue until the weekend and into next week. Nashville, 98 degrees on Monday. And Dallas, you will be at 101. It's sparking some storms this morning back to the west in parts of Michigan, Illinois. That is a cold front. We're seeing some strong storms. And in the northeast, that's the warm front. We're seeing some strong storms, hearing lots of thunder and lots of lightning this morning, Savannah. And that cold front still needs to sweep through tomorrow in the northeast, so we're not done with the storms yet. We'll talk more about that in the next hour.
All right, Michelle, sounds good. See you in a little bit. Thank you. And coming up, we're following developments in Ukraine. New concerns this morning about the fate of 2 Americans reportedly missing while fighting in the war. What we're learning about the situation this morning. Plus, preparing for the next pandemic, how the Biden administration is working to make sure the U.S. is ready after the break.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening
now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine. The family members of 2 American veterans fighting over there say they've gone missing. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from central Ukraine with more on this. Hey, Molly, good to see you. So walk us through what we know about these 2 men. What were they doing in Ukraine? And how did they come to be missing? How do we find out they're missing?
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Nice to be with you. Look, the details that we have are just from those 2 families, as you mentioned. I can walk you through what we know. And of course, we are pushing for more details about what the circumstances were, where exactly they were fighting, where they might be right now. Their names, it's a 39-year-old man named Alex Druki. He was a former U.S. Army Staff Sergeant who served 2 tours in Iraq, Savannah, according to his mother. Now, she said she last heard from him on the 8th, and then on the 13th, she got a phone call from someone who claimed to be a friend of his, one of his unit members, and said he had gone missing, that something had gone bad. They had gone out as a unit. There had been a Russian offensive, and he and one other man didn't come back. Now, we also know from another American family, the other man we believe is missing, 27-year-old former Marine Andy Tai Nyok Win. And Savannah, I do just want to read, we interviewed Alex's mom overnight, and I just want to read one quick excerpt from her conversation. She talked about the last text message that they sent on the 8th. So he wrote and said, "I'll be going dark tomorrow, Mom, and possibly the next day." And I wrote back, and this is her speaking, "Stay safe and I love you." And he wrote back, "I'm sorry, I love you too." And that's the last she heard from him. So you've got 2 very, very worried American families right now. The Ukrainians, we are pushing for information here, but we don't know where they are right now, Savannah.
Oh, absolutely. That message just gave me chills. Just heartbreaking to hear. Now, what does the State Department have to say about all this?
That's right. So we've asked the State Department, and look, Savannah, we know that there are Americans here who have joined the Foreign Legion, who are volunteering, who are fighting alongside Ukrainian forces. So we know there are Americans in country. We've asked the State Department. They say they are aware of the unconfirmed reports of both Andy and Alex. They didn't even specifically say their names. They say they are monitoring very, very closely, of course. And they said due to privacy concerns at this point, they can't comment any further. Their blanket advice and their blanket statement kind of to Americans, though, is that it's really not safe, of course, for very obvious reasons, for Americans to come to Ukraine, and they don't condone it.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. Stay safe. Let's stay on this with Joe Cirancione. He's a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Joe, good to see you. Always love when you join us. So let's start with these 2 U.S. servicemen. Now, the State Department has warned against Americans traveling there, as Molly just mentioned. But what do you make of this? I mean, do you think U.S. citizens who are watching this, who maybe are veterans, who have served, who are moved to go help Ukraine, should they be allowed to do so, or are there better ways to show support?
I think Americans who want to aid Ukraine, including by aiding them by fighting with them or helping to train them on how to use U.S. weapons, should be allowed to go. This is a war. There are going to be casualties. And in this case, the casualties are Americans taken as prisoners by the Russians. These 2 men were fighting up near Russian lines, up near Kyiv, a very tense period of fighting. I think they knew what they were going into. It's terrible that they've been captured. I'm afraid they're going to be used as pawns by the Russians now in their effort to try to get the U.S. and the West to back off on sanctions. Any release of these Americans will undoubtedly be conditioned to American loosening of the sanctions on Russia.
I want to switch gears here and ask you about this meeting this morning. The leaders of France, Germany, and Italy have arrived in Kyiv. The visit comes amid criticism by some in Ukraine over their response to this war. France's Macron continues to speak with President Putin, while Germany has come under fire for not sending enough weapons. What do you make of this trip? What is the goal here, and what kind of message does it send?
There are 2 areas of tensions between the Ukrainians and the Europeans, and one is just on the amount of aid. For example, Germany, whose chancellor is there visiting, promised aid in fiery speeches 2 months ago. None of the military aid has been delivered yet. We hope that this trip will result in announcements of some of those howitzers, tanks, and anti-artillery systems coming in. Europe in general has been a little less generous than the United States in the aid, and there are concerns that the European leaders are starting to put pressure on Ukraine to negotiate, to settle, to make territorial concessions, because the effects of this war, the inflation, the gas prices, the food crisis that it's engendered, are starting to really hit European economies. Those are the sources of tension, although the Europeans pledge their undying support and say that it will not waver.
Joe, yesterday the U.S. announced plans to send $1 billion worth of weapons to Ukraine. That's the single largest package to date. Let's hear first what Secretary Lloyd Austin said about this.
When you're in the fight, you can never get enough, and you can never get it quick enough. So, but having said all that, we're going to work hard to make sure we're doing everything humanly possible. We're going to continue to move heaven and earth to get them the capability that they need.
Now, Austin also tweeted the latest list of weapons being sent. I think we're going to be able to pull some of that up. There it is. It includes 18 howitzers, 2 Harpoon coastal defense systems. Walk us through some of this. What does this latest package tell us about the nature of the fighting going on right now? What do you and your expertise make of the weapons that are on this list? Will the Ukrainians be satisfied?
Mostly satisfied. As Austin said, they need more. Their list is about 5 times the size of what they're actually getting. But you can see this is artillery heavy. That's the kind of war we're fighting. This is a grinding artillery war. And right now the Ukrainians are just outgunned. They need more and bigger, longer range howitzers. They're getting some of this in this package. They also need anti-ship missiles. Significantly, this is the first shipment of U.S. Harpoon missiles. This can take out some of those Russian cruisers and destroyers that are now blockading Ukraine in the Black Sea. So this will be welcome. The Ukrainians want more longer range systems. The Europeans can help supply this. America has said that we will supply this in the weeks and months ahead. The question is how fast can it get to the battlefield, where some of this equipment is already being destroyed in the war.
Joe Cirincione, thank you so much. As always, we appreciate it. And now to a major step in the fight against future pandemics. The Biden administration is preparing to introduce its proposal for a new defense strategy against future biological threats. That is according to a new report from Bloomberg. The proposal, expected to be released next month, will address confusion over the responsibility of government agencies during a pandemic, something, of course, we've seen throughout COVID. President Biden is also poised to ask for $88.2 billion in funding. And this comes just months after President Biden fought to secure $88 billion for COVID funding from Congress as part of his American Pandemic Preparedness Plan. But the Biden administration has already run into obstacles in getting the money needed to fight just COVID, causing experts to worry about the immediate future of this pandemic. Dr. Bob Lahita joins us now for more on this. He's the director of the Institute for Autoimmune and Rheumatic Diseases at St. Joseph Health, also a professor of medicine at the Hackensack Meridian School of Medicine, and most importantly, our friend here on Morning News Now. Doctor, great to have you. So according to a report from the Center for Global Development, the chance of another pandemic similar or worse than COVID in the next 25 years is 50%. I know that's not something any of us even want to remotely think about and kind of think, can't we just get through this and then this nightmare will be over? But previous reports from the World Health Organization show the global community's not prepared for another pandemic. What does the Biden administration need to do here to prepare? Is the president's plan enough to combat another virus? And what would you say to people who are even hearing this conversation right now thinking, what?
Yeah, well, Savannah, thank you. The probability of another pandemic is fairly good. And as you said, 50%, which is a very high number of organisms that are out there, mostly coronavirus, are likely in the next few years. We've seen a cycle of about every 10 years where a new COVID kind of virus, a SARS virus, has arisen. But the government, the White House plan, which is being unveiled, is really dedicated to protecting against the current pandemic by expanding testing and providing coverage. As you know, the White House has asked for, as you say, $88 billion. They also want to prepare for these new variants going forward. And that includes genomic testing, wastewater testing, and all the sorts of things that we hear about that will allow us to identify within a very short period of time new variants, which could be worse than the Omicron or worse than the variant. To prevent economic and educational shutdowns is another point. We have to keep schools open. We have to keep factories and companies open. We can't let these things shut down. And lastly, Savannah, to vaccinate the world. You know, our country has given tens of billions of doses of vaccine to underdeveloped countries, 165 billion doses to something like 88 countries in the world that have no vaccines. So this is the plan going forward. It's pretty scary when you think about it, but we want to be prepared up front and not caught as we were short back at 2 years ago.
Yeah, I do want to ask you about the more immediate future before we even think about some future pandemic, because health experts are sounding the alarm right now. The White House COVID response team had this first to say about the lack of COVID funding, what we were just talking about, from Congress. Take a listen.
The resource challenge, the money challenge you've been hearing about from me, from others, is really about what's going to happen in the fall. We do not have enough resources to have enough vaccines for every American for the next generation of vaccines. So the challenges are coming up in the fall. We need the money now.
It is not inevitable that we, that we don't have funding and that we don't make these treatments and tests available. It's a choice. And my hope is that we can, and our collective hope is that we can make the choice, work together with Congress to get that funding. Because again, we are in a much better place in this pandemic than we were, but we are not done with the pandemic.
Doctor, what happens if we don't have enough vaccines come fall? Are you worried that's going to happen? And then are we in store for another surge?
Well, if there's another surge, we could have a major problem. What I am concerned about is the uninsured, the people who depend on government supplies of vaccines and testing. People who have insurance, people have Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance, they should be covered as far as their ability to obtain the vaccines, the monoclonal antibodies, and the antiviral drugs. It's those people who have no means where the government provides free testing, free vaccination, free medication if you're very ill. Those people are the ones who always, not only just with the pandemic, but with all diseases that are chronic, those are the ones in lower socioeconomic groups that suffer the most. And this is the group that we as physicians are all concerned about. We're willing to give the aid, but provider reimbursement is a problem when funds run out.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to ask you quickly before I let you go about Dr. Anthony Fauci. Of course, he's largely been the public face, or at least one of them, of the fight against COVID, and he announced positive. What do we know about his diagnosis?
He is well protected, and I am sure has access to the best resources. He's a man who's 81 years of age, so he's in that vulnerable group. But, you know, Savannah, the Omicron variant, as I've said, is 8 times more infective, and just about everybody in the population is either going to be infected at some point. So I'm not surprised. He's having mild symptoms, which is the trend right now with the new Omicron variants, sort of a very bad cold. But in some people, unknown in advance, some people suffer from the Omicron and do not do very well. I am sure that Dr. Fauci has the best resources available and will do okay with this infection.
Good to hear. Dr. Bob Lahida, thank you so much. Always love when you join us. And coming up, the new interest rate has a lot of people asking, do I buy a house now or do I wait? The impact experts say this hike will have on the housing market, and if people risk paying more if they hold off on home ownership. Plus, a test of the travel industry. People no longer have to show proof of a negative COVID test to come to the U.S. What this means for air travel as the summer season heats up. Stick with us.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop. Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Federal Reserve's interest rate hike is forcing many homebuyers to make a tough decision. With soaring mortgage rates expected to go even higher, some are choosing to buy a house now for fear of paying more later. Here's NBC News business and tech correspondent Jolene Kent.
I'm so glad that we found these.
Sky Callahan was in a rush.
So financially, overall, it's been a little bit of a struggle. We had to either buy before the rates went up or completely wait.
With a growing family, she needed a bigger house. Calculating what the New Jersey family could afford depended on interest rates, which have surged. A 30-year fixed-rate mortgage climbing from 3.3% at the start of this year to 6.22% now. Home prices have been soaring, too. Median sale prices have skyrocketed 16% in the past year. The combination can mean as much as a $1,000 increase in monthly payments for families like the Callahans, a trend pushing some to act in a hurry.
When we saw that the rates were going up due to inflation, that's when we really got into gear and decided to, okay, we need to make a move now because it's only going to get worse.
That feeling Callahan was getting is called inflationary psychology, and many Americans say they've got it too, beyond the housing market. Nearly 90% of Americans are concerned about inflation, and more than a third of shoppers said they have purchased something recently for fear that the price would continue to rise.
It's our rationale that we need to stockpile things before the price increases, which just creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. As we spend more, we feel like we have less money. We blame it on inflation when maybe it's actually our psychology.
Inflationary psychology can impact the way we spend money on everything from houses to swimsuits to baby formula, triggering even more stress and anxiety.
I feel pressured to buy now as opposed to waiting a few months because who knows what the prices are going to be then.
If you're going after a big ticket item that you really need, say a house, should you be approaching this in a certain way?
Yeah, honestly, we won't see a dramatic drop in prices after inflation stabilizes. Maybe it's time to say, instead of buying this year, maybe I can rent somewhere affordable and wait till I have more savings to buy those big ticket items.
Big ticket items whose costs seem to just keep going up. Jolene Kent, NBC News.
It does. Experts are expecting an increase in international travel this summer after the U.S. dropped its COVID testing requirement for people entering the country. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more on how airlines are hoping to cash in.
Already, United Airlines reports a 7% jump in searches for international travel, most for flights this summer to Europe, Mexico, and the Caribbean. With the summer travel season already taking off, the U.S. has lifted its requirement that airline passengers entering the country present a negative COVID test.
I think it's been long enough. I think we all know the risk now of traveling.
It was a huge relief to not have the stress of waiting to see whether or not I would test positive.
The rule had been in place since January of 2021. For months, the tourism industry had lobbied for the move, even as Omicron variants drove up COVID cases. The U.S. Travel Association now estimates lifting the testing rule will bring more than 5 million extra airline passengers and another $9 billion in travel spending by the end of the year. Already, United Airlines reports a 7% jump in searches for international travel, most for flights this summer to Europe, Mexico, and the Caribbean. International airfare is also rising, with round-trip tickets averaging more than $1,000, up 22% over last summer. Still, domestic airfare has dropped for the first time this year, averaging $390 round-trip.
If you want to travel internationally this summer, flexibility is key to getting a good price. If you can wait and travel in September or even October, you can save huge on international airfares.
But if you're planning an overseas vacation in July or early August and haven't booked it already, that summer getaway will cost you.
Oof, that is not necessarily news we want to hear. Gabe Gutierrez, thanks so much. Coming up, from love letters to the big screen, a new film is introducing us to the story of two men who fell in love in 1930s Britain. How their inspiring story is now being told with pride and in front of a big audience. Coming up next.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. A documentary premiering at the Tribeca Film Festival is focusing new attention on an old love affair. In 2008, the largest known collection of queer love letters from the World War II era was discovered. Now it's led to a new short film called The Letterman. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist spoke with the film's director about why it was so important to tell those stories.
For filmmakers, having your work featured at the Tribeca Film Festival can jumpstart your career.
This is something that, as a filmmaker, I've always dreamed of.
Andy Valentine was directing music videos just a year ago. Now, his first foray into traditional filmmaking has landed him at Tribeca.
Our love is complete and is unlike the others.
His short film, The Letterman, is based on the true story of Gilbert Bradley and Gordon Bosher, two British men who fell in love in the 1930s.
The British public learns that its government has finally adopted a measure long talked of, but long delayed: compulsory military service.
When World War II broke out and Gilbert was drafted, he and Gordon began writing each other love letters. Those letters were first discovered in 2008 when Gilbert Bradley died. Valentine flew to the UK, hunted them down, and turned them into his movie.
In a lot of ways, this was a story that wasn't supposed to be told.
Most queer people really burned their letters during that time because they were terrified of being discovered.
The film's script, which Andy wrote with his husband, is composed almost entirely of the actual words in Gilbert and Gordon's letters.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if all of our letters could be published in the future in a more enlightened time?
That to me was like, okay, you know, you can go ahead and tell our story. You can go ahead and share our love.
He produced the film with an almost entirely LGBTQ+ cast and crew.
I think it's important that, you know, we're able to tell our own stories.
And he's proud the Letterman shines a spotlight on the beauty of gay love.
In a lot of LGBTQ+ cinema, we tell our worst stories of some of the worst things that's happened to us over the years. And so what I loved about Letterman was that, you know, we really just told the story about these two men in love.
Our thanks to Aaron Gilchrist for that report, and you can stream The Letterman online right now by buying a pass on the Tribeca Film Festival's website. And our own Joe Fryer, who we're missing this morning, will host a 1-hour special featuring members of the LGBTQ+ community about the threats they're encountering, the damage being done to the gains previously made, and how they're working to keep their rights from being eroded. That special, called Pride and Backlash, airs tonight. Tune in at 10:30 right here on NBC News Now. And coming up, a Morning News Now exclusive one-on-one with the fake heiress whose crimes turned into a hit TV show. My interview with Anna Sorokin, including whether she feels remorse and what she's doing while in federal custody. You're watching Morning News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back with a Morning News Now exclusive. If you've seen the Netflix show Inventing Anna, you will know the story of Anna Sorokin, the woman who posed as a German heiress and was sent to prison for defrauding businesses and people out of thousands. Well, now we can bring you up to date on what Sorokin has been up to. I got a rare interview with her from inside an ICE detention facility where she currently is while she's fighting deportation for overstaying her visa. We talked about a wide range of topics, including how much remorse she feels for her crimes and her latest business venture.
Anna Sorokin, better known by her alias, Anna Delvey, captured global headlines as the fake German heiress who was accused of defrauding banks, hotels, and even friends.
This morning, the world's most infamous imposter.
Her story brought to the mainstream by the hit Netflix series Inventing Anna.
Anna Delvey is a masterpiece.
Sorokin was sentenced to 4 to 12 years in prison after she was convicted of grand larceny and theft of services charges, a ruling she's appealing. Do you feel that you owe anyone an apology?
You mean for what? I'm not a 12-year-old kid to apologize.
With pretending that this trust fund existed, and with these accountants who now know were not true, Googling how to create a fake untraceable email.
So who would I be apologizing to for that?
The banks that you tried to take the money from.
I don't think they care.
Do you think that that was wrong?
Yeah, that was definitely unethical, yes. And I would not encourage anybody else to follow my footsteps.
She has similar defiance when it comes to former friend Rachel Williams, who accused Sorokin of sticking her with a $62,000 hotel bill, a charge of larceny in the second degree that Sorokin was ultimately acquitted of. Do you have any interest in connecting with or making up with Rachel?
No, that story is just played out, and it's just not interesting to me. Her intentions are obvious, and she's just trying to write the narrative of her being a victim.
Do you see any part of her being an actual victim with the hotel bill?
It was an unfortunate situation. I never said, like, I'm right, but, like, I was never planning to defraud her.
What do people not know about you that now you have the chance to say?
I never really had any malicious intent, and I'm not just like this vicious, like, scamming person trying to, like, take advantage of anybody who's just, like, stupid enough to fall for it.
Then how do you square the lifestyle aspect of what people see as the scam? The staying at extremely nice hotels, the shopping, the high tipping.
Well, at the time, staying in a hotel made sense for me because I was traveling so much. And it was not like I was not staying like in the biggest penthouse. I was just staying like in a regular room.
Rooms with bills amounting to tens of thousands of dollars. She was convicted of theft for never paying. Were you constantly thinking about how you were next going to get money to pay for those things?
Well, it hardly went so far as I had to like think about the next day. Definitely, yes, it was constantly a topic of concern for me.
Now, Sorokin's being held in ICE detention while she fights deportation for overstaying her visa. Your lawyer has said that you'd rather be here in the U.S. in the facility that you're in than be a free woman back in Germany. Do you still feel that way? Is that true? And why is that?
It's just my immigration case has been dragging on for such a long time. So I would not want to just throw away all this time that I've been working like towards getting it fixed and just say, oh no, I'd rather go be on my friend's boat in south of France.
Sorokin says her time in places like Rikers Island has given her an unexpected passion: politics and criminal justice reform.
It's about finding the perfect balance and like solutions for these people who did make mistakes and how you reintroduce them back into the community. If the law is just too harsh, people will just stop having like respect for it.
In the meantime, she has projects she's working on, recently participating in an art show and unveiling a new venture just this week.
And we are creating a Reinventing Anna NFT project.
It's called the Anna Access Card and can be purchased with cryptocurrency. The NFT will unlock things like exclusive live streams or a one-on-one phone call with Sorokin.
I just received so much support, like people like really going great lengths to like get in touch with me. But when people like write you a letter when you're in jail, it takes like a lot of time out of your day. Just staying connected with people who feel inspired by my story.
What do you think people are inspired by?
There's always a way to turn something bad into something good. And I guess I never gave up, and like just trying to think your way out of your problems. And there's a line which should be drawn to like to which methods you should resort while trying to achieve what you want.
Do you think you crossed that line?
Well, the government definitely thinks that way, so.
And what do you think? What does Anna Delvey think?
Well, my case is still in direct appeal, so I guess I'll take that up in court.
Since you were convicted of this fraud, why would someone believe what you say? Why should someone buy something that you're selling?
I don't even know. That's a good question, but I don't know, because I guess I changed so much in a way too. And I was like 23, 24, 25, and people should just need to think on themselves back when they were in their mid-20s.
What does the reinvented Anna look like?
Hopefully, I'll be given a chance to focus all my energy into something legal. I'd love to be given an opportunity to for people not to just dismiss me as a quote-unquote scammer, and just see what I'm going to do next.
It was a surreal conversation, and you may have noticed that background around Anna being blurred. That's because she spoke to us from the common room of that ICE detention facility she's currently being held in upstate New York. Anna says she's received hundreds of handwritten letters in jail, including several marriage proposals. It's clear the Netflix series has given her a fan base. And about that show, Anna told me she tried not to take it too personally, but that she thought Julia Garner, the actress who played her, did a great job. And she says her friends say that she nailed her in her portrayal. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Stick with me. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, raising rates. The Federal Reserve makes a big move to try to ease the strain on your wallet. We'll dig into what this means to you. Will it help ease inflation and also avoid a recession? And why your credit card bill, car loan, or mortgage could go up soon. New evidence in the January 6th investigation as the House committee gears up for its third public hearing. The focus now, Trump's pressure campaign on then Vice President Mike Pence to throw out the 2020 election results.
What we hope the American people learn out of the hearing today is just how close we came to losing democracy.
We have an exclusive interview with one of the members leading today's hearing, who says Trump not only endangered the future of America, but also the life of his vice president. State of emergency. Montana hit hard by flooding, leaving parts of Yellowstone National Park underwater. Severe flooding forcing nearly 100 people to be airlifted to safety, and thousands of evacuations. We'll take you inside the park for a closer look at the devastation, when it will reopen, and what does it mean for the future of this American icon. And safe space. Many LGBTQ Americans found new jobs during the pandemic. But what matters the most when it comes to finding the right fit? We'll take a closer look at a new survey to find out where workplaces have made progress and which ones still have work to do. Happy to have you with me on this Thursday morning, and we begin this hour with more reaction to that dramatic move by the Federal Reserve, raising interest rates by 0.75 of a percentage point. It's the biggest hike since 1994 as the Fed tries to bring inflation down from 40-year highs. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more on that decision and what it means for you.
Good day. Yeah, you know, the Fed is really walking a tightrope here. It has to hit the brakes on inflation without crashing the economy. Now, interest rates have been so low for so long, historically low rates. Now the Fed trying to raise rates to get them back up to a normal level. The question, after years of cheap money, will the borrowing costs that are going up, will that prove to be a shock to the system? From credit card charges to new mortgages to home improvement loans, Americans are about to pay even more. The Federal Reserve, charged with keeping employment high and inflation low, pulled out a sledgehammer Wednesday, coming down hard on skyrocketing inflation, hiking interest rates by 0.75 of a point, the most since 1994. The Fed's key interest rate, which consumer loans are built on top of, now runs at about 1.75% and likely to rise to 3% this year, with the Fed promising more rate hikes to come.
The current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high.
The last time inflation was this high, 1981.
And the shuttle has cleared the tower.
NASA launched the first space shuttle mission. Ronald Reagan was president. And Raiders of the Lost Ark was #1 at the box office. Prices up more than 10% that year. Today, they're up almost 9%. Gas, food, shelter, clothing, everything. At a food bank in Oakland, California, Jesly Arias says even the basics are suddenly out of reach.
Like, we're already spending like $300, $400 extra a month than what we used to before. It's overwhelming. Like, how much worse is it gonna get?
While in Kansas, farmer Dan Kirchen says even a good crop yield won't offset diesel prices that have doubled.
Fertilizers and fuel, just the other day, we put how many thousand gallons of fuel a day in those two combines, just because that's what it takes now, and it's so expensive.
With the Fed taking decisive action, Wall Street snapped a 5-day losing streak on Wednesday. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P all higher. But Chairman Powell also warns unemployment will likely rise as the economy starts to cool.
We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
We are already seeing the results of these higher rates. Mortgage applications dropped by half last week because mortgage rates have already been going up this year, up 2.5% from where they were on January 1st. And over the coming weeks, we will see higher credit card rates, higher rates for adjustable rate mortgages, higher rates as well for private student loans and your home equity loans. So if you can, pay off your credit cards now and lock in a rate before it keeps going higher and higher on that home equity line or on your mortgage. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you so much. Now, the January 6th committee is set to hold another public hearing later this afternoon into the attack on the Capitol. This third hearing is expected to focus on former President Trump's pressure campaign on then VP Mike Pence during the election certification happening that day. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins us from Capitol Hill with a preview. Hey, Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, look, this is going to be a hearing that starts around December with Donald Trump getting increasingly desperate, ratcheting up the pressure on Mike Pence to do something that had never been done before, to set aside the state electoral votes and the will of the people and make him president again. The committee intends to show that Pence leaned on his faith and on the advice of his lawyers to stand up to the man to whom he'd been intensely loyal for the last 4 years.
The January 6th committee unveiling new evidence this morning that they say shows Donald Trump's plot to pressure his vice president into joining an illegal scheme to throw out the 2020 election results and stay in power.
If Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
This was a coordinated effort. Donald Trump started to focus his attention on January 6th and Mike Pence and wanted him to violate the Constitution.
Congressman Pete Aguilar will present the committee's findings in this afternoon's hearing. As rioters broke into the Capitol, Pence was whisked off the Senate floor.
Right up there in his ceremonial office, what's going on out here and what's happening in that room with the vice president?
2:13 p.m., they breached the building. At 2:24 p.m., the president puts out a tweet that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what was necessary. And so we have the vice president one window pane away from the mob here. And so that's when they knew it was time to evacuate.
But the events of the 6th were only the end of a pressure campaign that began much earlier, with Pence consistently pushing back, according to testimony from his chief of staff, Mark Short, shared exclusively with NBC News by the committee.
Was it your impression that the vice president had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the president, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the president?
Very consistent.
The committee also releasing this video of Georgia Congressman Barry Loudermilk conducting a tour for constituents of the then closed Capitol complex on January 5th. The committee says the man seen taking pictures of a security checkpoint later recorded this video while marching on the Capitol.
There's no escape, Pelosi.
Loudermilk saying Capitol Police had determined there was nothing suspicious about the tour or the pictures taken.
And the committee is also expected to hear from 2 live witnesses today. One of them is a retired federal judge who Pence leaned on for legal advice leading up to the January 6th. The other is Pence's actual legal counsel, who was in the room with him when the Capitol was attacked on January 6th. Savannah?
All right, Garrett Hake, thank you so much. And you can catch today's hearing right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage starts at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. And out of Montana and the state of emergency declared by its governor, authorities in the region rescued nearly 100 people by air alone as rising waters washed away roads and even homes during catastrophic flooding. Yellowstone National Park remains closed this morning, and we're now learning it could be months before it can reopen. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer is there with the latest. Hey, Miguel, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Floodwaters here in this area are just now starting to recede. Over the last 24 hours, though, we've been watching debris float right down this river. It's revealing widespread damage, not just here, but also in the roads leading into Yellowstone.
From the air, the scope of the damage becomes clear. Chocolate brown water still flowing through homes, ranches, businesses, and farmlands.
In the afternoon, it started rising even more, and we had to move everything to high ground.
Floodwaters now reaching Billings, Montana's largest city, after forcing the evacuation of thousands from Yellowstone National Park.
Whoa.
As boulders tumble down mountains. Extreme flooding threatening to alter the spectacular scenery of Yellowstone, a national treasure known for its geysers, mountain meadows, and majestic animal species. While so many human lives have been disrupted, Yellowstone officials hope wildlife has not.
As of right now, we don't think the animals are being largely affected, except there's no visitors, at least currently, watching them.
Park supervisors say it's still too early to assess the damage to infrastructure, but this year's tourist season will be severely impacted. While northern entrances are expected to remain closed all summer, it's hoped the southern loop section of the park, which includes Old Faithful, could reopen within weeks. However, park officials say the number of visitors could be limited to avoid overcrowding.
One thing that we definitely know is that half the park cannot support all of the visitation. So we are exploring a range of options.
But the communities surrounding the park, which have been hit hardest by the floods, largely rely on tourism. And as the floodwaters recede, the cleanup begins. Neighbors helping one another with loss and muddy homes.
We thought we had it, and then a bridge went out and it diverted the creek. And the water started rolling in the back, broke out a basement window, started filling up my basement, and then I quit. It's like the water won.
An unstoppable force reshaping lives and iconic landscapes.
Floodwaters are threatening Montana's biggest city, Billings, home to about 100,000 people. There's some concern in that area that those floodwaters could actually damage a water treatment plant. Right now, Billings has about a day and a half worth of clean water before that happens. But right now, that's just something they're watching, not a major concern today. Savannah.
All right. Miguel Almaguer, thank you so much. And now we turn to the record heat wave hitting many parts of the country, with some cities seeing temperatures in the triple digits. Many people are just trying to find ways to keep cool. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Dallas. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Yes, Savannah, good morning. It is the low 80s right now, but we are anticipating to hit 100 degrees yet again today. And if anyone is feeling the heat here, it's these firefighters who tell me that comparing this time to this time last year, they're now seeing triple the number of heat-related calls than they're used to. And with more triple digits on the way, the danger is real. This morning, the fight to stay cool getting tougher nationwide. 62 million people from the Midwest down to Florida facing heat alerts with soaring temperatures. Extreme weather hitting Wisconsin overnight. This video capturing one of several reported tornadoes. The twisters knocking down power lines and shredding trees. But this morning, no reported injuries. And bad weather even impacting the nation's baby formula crisis. Manufacturer Abbott, whose Sturgis, Michigan plant shutdown contributed to the shortages, now saying the plant paused production on one formula after storms overnight. But in some areas, the fight against excessive heat just as urgent. In Chicago, cooling centers staying open all week long. An excessive heat warning hitting even harder in Ohio. Severe weather knocked out power to thousands, leaving utility workers racing to try and get air conditioners back on. It's that heat combined with humidity that in parts of the southeast could leave temperatures feeling hotter than 110 degrees.
It may well be that the U.S. sees its warmest year on record.
Climate scientist Zeke Hausfather says the potential record isn't far off, with the last 8 years being the hottest recorded, going back to 1880.
It's really climate change that's putting the weather on steroids, that's making these sort of extreme events and extreme heat events specifically much more likely.
In West Texas, water finally returning to the city of Odessa after an aging pipeline burst, leaving the city without clean drinking water for nearly 2 days in triple-digit temps.
We are putting water back into the system and loading it up.
A welcome sight with sunnier but hotter days ahead.
And with this extreme heat really setting in, experts say it is more important than ever to be conscious of your exposure to the sun, the heat. Try and stay hydrated as best as possible. At least 600 people in the United States die each year from heat-related deaths, and experts say the majority of those are preventable. Savannah?
Good reminder there to stay safe. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much. Stay cool today. And now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather with all that news. Michelle Grossman joins us now. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. So good to see you. And yeah, that heat does continue, historical heat over the next few days. And it looks like we're going to get another reinforcement of really hot air next week as well. It is sparking some storms early this morning, and we're going to expect rounds of severe weather as we go throughout the afternoon. This is what radar looks like right now. You can see a line of storms through Michigan, also through Illinois, seeing some severe weather this morning, and a batch of really heavy rain, really gusty storms in the Northeast as well, torrential downpours throughout New York City into Philadelphia, down through parts of Delmarva and also Virginia. So as we go throughout time here, we are looking at the chance for severe weather today through this evening. We do have an enhanced risk. That's 3 out of 5 on the scale. Where you see the orange from Oswego to Williamsport, Pittsburgh as well, we could see the chance of really large hail, gusty winds over 60 miles per hour, and also a couple of tornadoes are possible. So 26 million people at risk. Also looking at some storms possible throughout the Midwest as well. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to shift that to the east. So the warm front, that's where the storms are today in the east. Tomorrow is going to be the cold front that's going to swing through. So along the east coast into the Carolinas, the Tennessee Valley as well. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail and a low tornado risk, but it's not a zero risk. So we're going to be watching that once again tomorrow. Expecting rainfall anywhere from a ½ inch up to an inch, even 1.5 inches. But where we see these heavy downpours, we could register a little more rainfall and could see some flash flooding as well. So here's what the heat looks like today. The alerts stretching from the southwest to the central plains, the Midwest, down to the Tennessee Valley and the southeast. 61 million Americans are impacted today, and we could see triple digits once again. The problem is it's been so prolonged, and we're not getting that respite at night. So this is really tough on the body. And we're going to continue to see this dangerous heat day after day throughout next week as well. Here's what it looks like today. Coast to coast heat, 112 in Phoenix today, 102 in Dodge City, 97 in St. Louis. Temperatures near 100 degrees in Tallahassee. But look at the heat index. This is what it feels like on your body. This is what your body reacts to as you go out. It's going to feel like 109, and that's why you need to hydrate. Stay in the shade where you can, as Morgan said. Stay indoors if you do have air conditioning. I know a lot of people lost power yesterday with the storms in Wisconsin. Hopefully that gets restored. And then tomorrow we're looking at temperatures near 100 degrees in Dallas, 95 in Jacksonville, near 100 in Memphis. And we're going to keep that heat in place as we go throughout the next couple of days. Much cooler as we head towards New England. We're going to get a little bit of a break as we head towards the Northeast as that cold front comes through tomorrow. But then heat builds back in through the central plains and then moves to the east over the next week or so. So this is going to stay in place for a long time. We're really early in the season. It's not even officially summer yet, Savannah.
Oh, I know. I kind of like that reminder because I'm like, am I taking advantage of summer? But it's crazy from a weather perspective. Oh, my goodness. All right, Michelle, thank you so much. And coming up, major developing news out of Ukraine. 2 Americans reported missing while fighting in the war. The new information we learned about them and how the government is responding. Plus, actor Kevin Spacey appeared before a judge after being charged with 4 counts of sexual assault in the UK. What happened in the courtroom? That and more up next.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with the war in Ukraine. 2 American servicemen have gone missing while fighting inside the country, according to their family members. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more from central Ukraine.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. Some really worried families this morning. So all we know is that the families of 2 American veterans who were both fighting here in Ukraine near the eastern city of Kharkiv say they haven't heard from them since June 8th.
This morning, the families of 2 U.S. veterans who volunteered to fight in Ukraine say they've both gone missing. 39-year-old Alabama native Alexander Druki was a former U.S. Army staff sergeant who served 2 tours in Iraq, according to his family.
My son, Alex, is the most loyal American you will ever meet.
The New York Times reports 27-year-old former Marine Andy Ty Nok Wynn, also from Alabama, is the second American missing, according to his family. Speaking to NBC News, Alexander Druki's mother said she got a call from one of her son's friends on June 13th.
He said that there had been a mission and that it had gone bad. And after 36 hours, everyone had come back except Alex and Care Bear.
She says she last heard from her son on June 8th.
He wrote and said, "I'll be going dark tomorrow and possibly the next day." And I wrote back, "Stay safe and I love you." And he wrote back, he wrote back, "I love you too." And that's the last I heard from him.
For Alexander's mom, she knew he was exactly where he wanted to be.
If the worst were to happen, I would know that he felt fulfilled and that he was content with what he had done and accomplished.
And he wasn't alone. According to Ukrainian authorities, volunteer fighters from more than 50 countries have signed up with the Foreign Legion here, including American Baby Doc, her code name, a 21-year-old from Utah who served 4 years as a Navy ship medic. She's been on the front lines for months near the eastern city of Kharkiv, which is where we catch up with her.
What do you wish Americans knew about this war?
That it's still happening. There's still a war going on here.
Do you feel like the Ukrainians are winning?
I do think that they are going to win this war.
How much time are you willing to give?
As much as I got.
Okay.
As much as they need.
Now, guys, obviously, we're trying to find out any additional information we can on the ground, reaching out to what we believe is their unit, the men that they were fighting with near that eastern city of Kharkiv. We were just in Kharkiv last week, of course, which is where we met Baby Doc. We have also asked the State Department. They say they are monitoring reports closely. They say they're aware of unconfirmed reports, but they say at this time, due to privacy considerations, they can't comment any further. Savannah, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Molly Hunter, thank you so much. Stay safe. We now turn to London, where Kevin Spacey made his first court appearance this morning on sex assault charges there. Spacey arrived at court to a large crowd of reporters. Look at this. And he quickly entered the building with his legal team. Now, he's charged with 4 counts of sexual assault against 3 men. His lawyer told the court he strenuously denies all of the allegations. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from outside the court in London with the latest. So, Matt, first, let's go over these charges. Remind us of when the alleged act occurs and what these charges exactly are related to. What is this? Who are these people?
Yeah, I mean, these are men who, it sounds like the actor, this very famous actor, met while he was here in Britain. All of the charges are between 2005 and 2013. And I want to add one to your list. You mentioned there were 4 charges of sexual assault against 3 different men, now all of them British. Now, there's also an additional assault. Now, this is the most serious of all. This is a charge for causing a person to commit penetrative sex without their consent. Now, this is a very serious charge, and that's the reason why this case has gone from here in this magistrate's court behind me, where Mr. Spacey appeared this morning, to another case, a Crown Court, which is not that far from where I'm standing right now. That case, which is also basically a pretrial hearing, just like this one today, that's going to be exactly 4 weeks from today, and we expect the actor will show up then to answer to those charges as well. Savannah?
And Matt Bradley, so walk us through this process. What happens next in this case?
Yeah, well, since this is what they would call an indictable offense here in Britain, the actor is now free on bail, even though he's facing these very serious charges. You mentioned he's been granted bail. There is no cash bail in this country, not like in the United States. He didn't have to pay any money. The judge simply granted him what they would call here unconditional bail. That means that he's actually free to travel wherever he wants, and that's because Kevin Spacey showed up voluntarily, crossed an ocean to do so here in London, on his own accord to face these charges, despite, again, the very serious legal jeopardy that he's in. So he didn't try to flee. He didn't wait to be arrested in the United States and be extradited to here in London. And that's why the magistrate, not a judge, a magistrate here, said that he would be granted unconditional bail. So he's allowed to move around, do whatever he pleases, essentially, until he shows up 4 weeks from now in that Crown Court down the road.
All right,
Savannah?
Matt Bradley, thank you so much. Now let's stay on this and bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, always great to have you with us. So let's go over these charges again and recap and have you sort of walk us through with, of course, your expertise. So 4 counts of sexual assault against 3 men. We also just heard, as Matt Bradley said, he was also charged with causing a person to engage in penetrative sexual activity without consent last month. Walk us through these charges. Tell us what the consequences could be. What kind of jail time do they carry, and kind of what's the burden of proof here?
Because we borrow our legal system from England, not surprisingly, there are a lot of similarities, but with different names. So what is happening procedurally, because the case is leaving what's called magistrates court and moving up to Crown Court, it's really similar to the same system we have in most states, especially in urban areas. There is a lower court, but 2 divisions. The magistrates court handles smaller cases and has a maximum sentence of 12 months. I think it used to be 6 months. Once it moves up to Crown Court, that means that the charges are more serious. And Crown Court is the only court that can handle those charges. And that's because of the new addition of assault by sexual penetration. Most sex assault charges in Crown Court carry a maximum sentence of 10 years, but some carry a potential for life imprisonment. But most likely, most of these charges have the 10-year statutory maximum, with a caveat. I do not have a white wig. I am not a solicitor. This is not my area of practice. Do not hire me for your criminal cases in the UK. But the bottom line is, just looking at the statutes, it is a very similar system to ours. Arguably, we have harsher punishments, but on the whole, very similar, but with different, more royal-sounding names.
We could get you the wig. Would that help?
I should have brought it. I have one for when I play dress up.
Yeah, next time we're doing a story about UK law, we'll be sure to have it on set. All right, now Spacey's also involved in an ongoing lawsuit with actor Anthony Rapp, who said in 2017 that Mr. Spacey had made unwanted sexual advances toward him back in the 80s when he was 14 years old, just 14. Spacey's denied these allegations. What's the status of that lawsuit, and could the outcome of that impact what we're seeing happen in the UK right now?
It could. Anytime there's a civil case of any kind, it has the potential to drag out discovery information that a prosecutor finds really interesting, which is why typically if you have pending civil and criminal cases, one of the first things a criminal defense attorney should do is try to get the civil case paused while the criminal case proceeds forward, because there's really not going to be any positive effect. And frankly, the plaintiff would like that as well, because if you call the defendant in, he's going to say, look, I have a Fifth Amendment privilege. There are all these criminal cases against me, so I'm not going to say a word. Better strategically often for a plaintiff to wait for the outcome of the criminal case, let the prosecutors do your work for you, steal some of their discovery, their information. After all, if they prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, you should be able to prove it to at least a preponderance of the evidence.
All right. And now I do want to ask you something else about sort of his career, how this all stacks up, because Deadline's reporting that Spacey's set to shoot a drama in October. Can that go on? I mean, of course, there's the question of does it stand just reputationally, but can it go on if he's on trial? Will he be allowed to be shooting that if he's still fighting this?
It really depends on his pretrial release conditions. And generally, just as a general proposition, pretrial release conditions are favorable if you have a job that you're trying to go to. But it really depends on the court, and it especially depends on the court in England. And it appears that he's on release. He is released from this. In other words, he's on pretrial release in England. But the reality is it's always up to individual pretrial services what you can and cannot do if you are on house arrest or home confinement pending your criminal case.
All right, Danny Ceballos, lots to unpack there. Obviously something to stay on top of, so we will be talking about it again soon. Pack your wig. Thanks, Danny. Always great to have you with us. More international headlines now, and China's president has reaffirmed his country's support for Russia. Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv with that and more international news. Hey, Raf, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. China is once again voicing its support for Russia's security concerns. President Putin and President Xi spoke by phone this week, and according to the Kremlin, the Chinese leader said he understood Russia's reasons for invading Ukraine. While China is giving Russia some diplomatic and political support, it says it hasn't yet supplied the Russians with military aid. In Brazil, police say a fisherman has now confessed to the killings of a British journalist and a local indigenous expert. Dom Phillips and Bruno Pereira disappeared in the Amazon 10 days ago. Authorities say the main suspect confessed to the murders and led police to the site of the two men's bodies. And finally, in India, a little boy has been rescued after spending 104 hours stuck in a well. The 10-year-old got trapped down the 80-foot well last Friday. An awful ordeal. The area is apparently known for snakes and frogs. He was finally pulled out after rescuers dug a separate tunnel down to get him. And Savannah, the little boy is in hospital, but he's said to be doing well and hopefully going to make a full recovery.
Oof, 104 hours. All right, that's good to hear, Raf. Thank you so much. And coming up, with the future of abortion rights hanging in the balance, some patients are turning to digital alternatives for care. How these clinics are helping pave the way for a post-Roe world and why their future's now in question. Plus, a new warning about the spread of monkeypox. We're going one-on-one with an expert to find out what we need to know as new cases are reported in the U.S.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the future of Roe versus Wade. As America awaits the Supreme Court's final decision, some online abortion clinics say some patients are already getting prepared. NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez spoke to one woman in Texas who took to the internet for help to find access to reproductive care.
This is misoprostol. I took 12 of these pills total over the course of 9 hours.
Emma, who asked us to not show her face in fear she'd get in legal trouble for sharing her story, lives in South Texas.
I was very surprised because I was taking precautions.
The 29-year-old was on birth control when she found out she was pregnant last February.
I immediately started searching for options to access an abortion in the state of Texas.
But just a few months earlier, in September of last year, Texas's 6-week abortion ban went into effect.
I contacted my local Planned Parenthood clinic. They let me know that based on my last menstruation cycle, I was already past the 6-week mark.
Emma says they referred her to a clinic 8 hours away in New Mexico. She made the decision to self-manage her abortion with medication obtained from a friend.
I was watching these YouTube videos from my home that is no more than 2 miles from a Planned Parenthood clinic where only 6 months prior I would have been able to receive care.
In December, the Food and Drug Administration lifted a major restriction on abortion pills, permanently allowing patients to receive abortion medication by mail instead of requiring them to receive them in person.
There are a ton of virtual clinics that have popped up in the United States ever since the FDA stopped enforcing its in-person dispensing requirement.
But the future of those clinics is in question. 19 states require clinicians to be physically present for one or more visits, effectively eliminating access by mail. Then there's the Supreme Court draft opinion on Roe v. Wade leaked last month.
It looks like roughly half the country will ban abortion within a few months of that decision.
We instantly had, like 35 times the amount of web traffic than we did the day before.
Robin Tucker is a clinician at Aid Access, a nonprofit that provides access to medical abortion by mail around the world.
We got an overwhelming surge pretty much immediately in patients who were requesting pills in advance of being pregnant.
Unlike many U.S.-based telehealth abortion clinics, Aid Access is able to provide medication to patients in states with tighter restrictions by having the medication prescribed and shipped from overseas.
Texas has no jurisdiction over providers in Europe or over pharmacies in India. It can't really do much about it.
Still, people like Emma worry about the additional hurdles those seeking help could face in a post-Roe society.
I stumbled upon many roadblocks, but I was able to navigate them. I know that there's going to be a lot of individuals who will see it as the end of the path and turn around and continue with an unwanted, unplanned, undesired pregnancy.
Our thanks to Isa Gutierrez for that report. Now, school's out for the summer, but many teachers won't be returning to the classroom in the fall. That's because they're retiring after decades of service. The last 2 years have been particularly difficult, of course, for educators, but their students are making sure they get the celebration they deserve one last time. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow has the story.
As schools come to a close for the summer, students are surprising beloved teachers with hugs and high fives. Special tributes honoring the dedication of educators who've decided to retire. Teachers like Mercy Maranguez, Sheridan Steelman, and Dennis Kerr are just a few of so many who've led the way for generations of students.
I have been teaching for 43 years.
40 years.
50 years.
So between the three of you, you have 133 years of experience?
It sounds like it.
Yep.
When Miami pre-K teacher Mercy Maranguez was closing out her career in April, she went to her favorite place, Disney World, where her family and school helped stage a celebration she will never forget. There she is, posing for a photo, when all of a sudden current and former students gathered behind her. Those kids from pre-K, many now all grown up.
I thought I was going to pass out. It was just, I couldn't believe it. I'm truly, truly, truly blessed.
In Grand Rapids, Michigan this month, this is the moment that moved high school English lit teacher Sheridan Steelman to tears when she decided to retire.
We love Dr. Steelman! It just made me feel so happy.
Thank you so much. Yeah!
Appreciation like that also setting the stage for teacher Dennis Kerr's big send-off. After 4 decades of making music, there was this surprise in May at the school band's last show in Conway Springs, Kansas.
Inspiration to us all.
First, a former student joined him on stage, and then, standing up in the audience, dozens more he's helped guide in the classroom over 40 years.
Made you feel so good.
We love you!
Bittersweet goodbyes marking new beginnings.
Are any of you second guessing your decision now to retire?
No.
No.
But I knew it was time. I think it's time for me to sit at the beach and enjoy the Miami, Florida weather.
Sitting at the beach sounds nice, right, guys?
Sounds great.
And they most certainly deserve it. Our thanks to Kate Snow for that report. Coming up, finding the right fit when it comes to a job isn't always easy, and for LGBTQ workers, it can be even more stressful. We dig into a new survey to find out what matters most to them. That's up next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. to look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
More cases of monkeypox have been reported across the U.S., bringing the count up to at least 72 cases in the last month. Now, one of the World Health Organization's top officials is calling the virus a real risk to public health.
The magnitude of this outbreak poses a real risk. The longer the virus circulates, the more it will extend its reach, and the stronger the disease's foothold will get in non-endemic countries.
Now, that warning comes as the WHO prepares to meet next week to discuss whether or not the spread of monkeypox should be considered a global health emergency. Let's bring in Dr. Amish Adalja for more on this. Dr. Adalja is a senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Always great to have you, doctor. So what do you make of this new warning by one of the World Health Organization's top officials? Should people be worried about a potential outbreak larger here in the U.S., even though cases do remain low at this point?
Anytime a virus is behaving differently than it has in the past is a cause for concern. And it's really important to then put a halt to that new type of transmission. And that's what's happening with monkeypox, that it's transmitting outside the endemic area, person to person. And the epidemiology is different. It's transmitting in sexual and social networks. But the key thing to remember is it's still not a very transmissible virus in terms of comparing it to a respiratory virus. It doesn't have pandemic potential. The goal is just to get our arms around the epidemiology, find cases, contact trace, and use the vaccine. So I don't think this poses a major risk to the general public, but the longer it goes on, the longer it's going to be hard to stop it from spreading in those networks. And I think that's why the WHO is paying so much attention and convening these meetings.
Now, this week, the CDC issued new guidance on monkeypox symptoms. According to the agency, recent infections are actually showing different symptoms than in the past. Like you just said, kind of interesting that it's behaving differently now. It includes a rash in the mouth or around the genitals or localized lesions in areas other than the face, hands, or feet. How unusual is this? Are we seeing this virus mutate?
So it's not the virus that's mutating, it's the social network that it's gotten into and the way it's transmitting amongst individuals in that social network. As we said, this has been kind of masquerading as a sexually transmitted infection. And a lot of the contact is from people being in intimate, close contact where there is skin-to-skin contact. So that's why we're seeing genital lesions. That's why we're not seeing the traditional rash on the face, the hands, the feet that people saw when primarily they were getting infected by animals. This is happening from close person-to-person contact. And that's responsible for why the rash is appearing in different parts of the body and responsible for why this had not been recognized for some period of time because it was being diagnosed or sexually transmitted infections.
Yeah, that makes sense. Doctor, I also want to ask you about the latest COVID news. A panel of advisors to the FDA has voted unanimously to approve both Moderna and Pfizer's COVID vaccines for children as young as 6 months. How much of an impact will this make on the push to get our youngest population vaccinated? I know it's a population that doesn't have a very high rate right now, but what do you make of this?
I don't think we're going to see major uptake. I think probably 25%, 30% is probably the max based on what we're seeing in the 5 to 11 group. But I think it is important to have the entire population basically eligible for vaccination because the more people that are vaccinated, especially high-risk individuals, the less of a problem COVID-19 becomes. And there are parents of high-risk children that have been waiting for this vaccine. So I think it is good news, but I don't expect to see a major bump in vaccine uptake just based on what we've seen in other pediatric age groups.
All right, Dr. Amish Adalja, as always, thanks for your time. Now, June is Pride Month, and like so many Americans, many members of the LGBTQ+ community spent part of the pandemic looking for a new job. Employment website Indeed conducted a survey of LGBTQ workers and found that inclusivity and a feeling of safety were top priorities. Joining us now is LaFawn Davis, the Group Vice President of Environmental, Social, and Governance at Indeed. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So first, just take us through that report and what some of the biggest takeaways are.
Sure. We're in honor of Pride Month, we asked over 1,000 full-time professionals that identify as members of the LGBTQ+ community what their vision of better work looks like. The findings suggest that progress is being made in the workplace toward increased inclusivity, making employees feel safer, bringing themselves really their authentic selves to work. But there are still challenges for LGBTQ+ workers that they face on a daily basis, and there's so much more work that needs to be done. I think what really stood out to me was that 91% said that since starting their job, their company's benefits have become more inclusive. And 71% of those surveyed felt that inclusion at work has changed over the last 2 years. And of that percentage, 95% said that it's gotten better, though 5% have said that it's gotten worse. And I'm really happy to hear about the improvements in the workplace. Still, it's clear that greater inclusivity continues to be the goal.
Now, if you were the head of a company, if you're a leader in one of these spaces, what should you take away from this report?
So I think one of the biggest things I would love companies to take away are that training, manager resources, representation and leadership, changes to benefits, and normalizing the sharing of pronouns are just a few of the ways that we can get closer to achieving our goal.
Now, the report from an inclusive workspace was a key factor in determining a potential employer. Are we heading in the right direction, do you think, and what more can be done to ensure that everyone feels safe, at the very least, in the work environment?
Yeah, it was really important that people found safety where they were. And that includes, that's physical safety, that's also psychological safety. Those things are really important in having a workplace where you feel like you belong. Everyone wants a place at work where they feel safe, they can be themselves, they have a sense of belonging within their company. We spend so much time at work with our colleagues, conversing, interacting, collaborating, taking that extra measure to prevent discrimination, and considering the impact work has on our health and well-being and our lives. It's clear why most people who identify as LGBTQ+ apply at companies that they have vetted to ensure that they are LGBTQ+ friendly.
And again, it's a pretty basic need, not even just want, to be safe at work. LaFawn Davis, thank you so much for your time this morning and for sharing the results of that. And our own Joe Fryer will host a 1-hour special featuring members of the LGBTQ+ community about the threats they're encountering, the damage that's being done to the gains previously made, and how they're working to keep their rights from being eroded. Pride and Backlash airs tonight at 10:30 p.m. right here on NBC News Now. Now let's get to some business headlines. Baby formula maker Abbott has halted production at its Michigan lab due to severe storms from Monday. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other news. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Savannah. Abbott has stopped production of its specialty baby formula after heavy rains flooded parts of its plant in Sturgis, Michigan. Abbott has notified the FDA and says this will likely delay production and distribution of the formula for a few weeks. It says it has enough existing supply to meet consumers' needs until new product is available. The shutdown comes just a week after Abbott reopened the plant, which had been closed in February due to reports of bacterial infections, adding to a nationwide shortage. And Tesla is raising prices for all its cars in the United States. The company's website shows the price of the long-range Model Y has increased by $3,000 to just shy of $66,000. Tesla has delayed deliveries of some long-range models in the U.S. by up to a month. The price hikes come as costs of raw materials have surged, including aluminum used in cars. And Amazon's annual Prime Day shopping event will kick off at 3 in the morning on July 12th and run through the 13th. It's a few weeks later than last year, but keeps the usual summer timing. Amazon is offering access to early deals on June 21st. The company isn't giving exact details on what will be on sale, but says it will feature the lowest prices ever on select products from Beats, Bose, Sony, iRobot, and other well-known brands. Guys, back to you.
Pippa, thank you so much. And coming up, buyers are already paying through the roof for new homes, and it's about to get even more expensive. So should you take the plunge and buy, or is it a better time to rent? We break down the questions you need to ask before you decide. That's up next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
New this morning in our series Priced Out, as the Federal Reserve announced the highest interest rate increase in nearly 30 years and predicted more rate hikes to come. That means the cost of loans, especially home mortgages, will increase. So how will it impact potential home buyers? NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen breaks down an ongoing debate. Should you rent or buy?
Good morning. Mortgage interest rates have nearly doubled this year, but in some cities, the real estate market is still red hot, and frustrated home buyers are getting sidelined. This morning, the questions to ask to help you decide if you should get on the path to home ownership or press pause.
From Wall Street to Main Street, all eyes are on the Federal Reserve.
Just about everything we buy on credit will get more expensive.
As promised, the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates to tame inflation. But that's only inflaming the hearts of would-be homebuyers. Average 30-year mortgage interest rates now top 5%. That's up from less than 3% a year ago. Meanwhile, home prices continue their meteoric rise, with the median home price nearly $430,000 last quarter.
I was actually considering just getting a cute little single-family starter home.
Demila Epps is a 24-year-old nurse in Atlanta who has been looking to buy a home.
I kind of put myself into a situation where, do I want to buy a house or do I want to just continue renting?
That decision made even tougher because the cost of rent is also going up. Nationwide, 1- and 2-bedroom apartments up more than 25% from a year ago. Demila's rent for her 1-bedroom apartment in Atlanta increased from $1,475 a month to $2,055.
A $600 increase. I just couldn't do that. that's why I put myself into, okay, let me just think about getting a house.
She saved up enough for a 3.5% down payment, about $15,000, but she says she kept getting outbid. So Delilah put a pause on her home search.
So Delilah, I want to bring in Winnie Sun. She's a financial advisor who's been listening in with us as you've explained your situation. Hey, Winnie.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
So Winnie, what's Delilah doing right?
The first foremost, I love the fact that Delilah is comfortable talking about her finances. The other thing is she's really focused on what she can afford and not going beyond her budget.
She says Delilah was smart to pause her home search, and you should only buy if you have a 20% down payment plus an additional 6% for closing costs. You plan on staying in the same home for at least 5 years, and you have about 6 months' pay in savings for emergency repairs. Those are steep entries for ownership, but she says you can save money while renting. To do so, spend no more than 30% of your income on rent. Negotiate a longer lease, maybe 2 years instead of 1, to lock in your rental rate. Get a roommate to offset increasing rents. And if you have a parking spot or space in a garage, rent it out for extra income. And reduce other major expenses like gas by carpooling, biking, using public transit, or downsizing your vehicle.
You don't need that fancy car right now because our number one financial goal is to get you into the home that you really want.
If you can afford the house of your dreams, don't let the rising rates scare you away.
Right now, the interest rate, although a little bit higher than it was a few years ago, but it's still significantly lower than historical mortgage rates.
Now, because housing is typically our highest monthly expense, financial experts say buying can help you control one of the biggest costs in your budget without being at the whim of a landlord. But renting does give you flexibility, and remember, you generally do not have to pay for your repairs. Back to you.
All right, Vicki, thank you so much. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Good Thursday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford here in Los Angeles.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. Right now on NBC News Now, historic hike. The Federal Reserve rolls out its biggest interest rate hike in nearly 30 years, and the stock market not liking it. The dramatic drop for the Dow coming up. And Pence under pressure. The latest January 6th hearing set to focus on former President Trump trying to pull former VP Mike Pence into his plot to stay in power. We'll tell you who the witnesses are testifying today just ahead. Plus, steamy and stormy. Places in the south will feel like it's almost 115 degrees today as extreme storms steam up the northeast. We are tracking it all. And reinventing Anna. The fake heiress convicted of scamming New York's high society talks about her crimes and that notorious Netflix series about her. The story you'll see only on NBC News Now coming up.
Thanks so much for joining us. We start this hour on Wall Street, where the markets are tanking today. The sell-off comes after the Federal Reserve announced a 75 basis point interest rate increase. Now, this is the largest in nearly 3 decades, and investors aren't really liking what they're seeing. Today's massive sell-off reacting to the Fed's negative economic outlook for the rest of the year. So interest rates are projected to jump even higher over the next 2 years. Full disclosure, host Robin Farsend is standing by to break all of this down. But first, let's go ahead straight to CNBC reporter Frank Holland. Frank, let me tell you, this is not great news for a lot of people watching their accounts. I mean, how are the markets reacting today?
Right. Yeah, very difficult day if you're watching your 401k, especially after yesterday when the Fed first announced its 75-point rate hike. We saw a brief rally in the markets, actually. All the indexes open up about 0.5% higher. However, today, the Dow is down 800 points at its lowest level in more than a year, below that key 30,000 mark. And then also, we're seeing general sell-offs across the board in stocks when it comes to both consumer staples, tech, and just generally across the board.
And Frank, I mean, can you also discuss with us what the Fed's big picture is? Because it feels like there's sort of a negative outlook when they're sort of assessing what the economy is going to do, especially for the rest of the year. What exactly is the Fed predicting here?
Well, a sharp downturn in growth. Previously, they forecast a growth of 2.8% for the economy. Now they've lowered that to 1.7%. They say more rate hikes are going to be on the way. They're likely going to be large in their effort to reduce inflation. Just a couple weeks ago, we got a red-hot inflation number at 8.6% year over year. Highest level of inflation in about 40 years. Very concerning to the Fed. They're trying to achieve what they call the so-called soft landing. That's raising rates and slowing inflation without causing a recession. Today, we're seeing the markets increasingly skeptical that they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, skeptical and a lot of people pretty anxious out there. Frank Holland for us from CNBC. Frank, as always, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to Robin Farzad. He is the host of Full Disclosure. Robin, this is the most aggressive the Fed has been in decades. How soon will we know if it's enough to tame inflation?
You want to look for signs immediately, but this stuff doesn't happen overnight. I mean, the market sometimes pukes the way it did today or the day before yesterday. But look, we're at 2% at the Fed's main interest rate, and we're talking about inflation at north of 8%. And if you look at the last time we had inflation this high in the early 80s, we were somewhere in the teens in terms of the Fed's interest rate. So you could always take rates to zero, and when there's a recession or a slowdown, buy trillions of dollars of assets. It's really difficult and scary in that rates can go up theoretically and yes, in practice to the teens, maybe to 20%. And the market is just freaked out. What is your cost of capital? What is your baseline? I mean, who in the heck is going to be buying a house if mortgages are 18%? Who's going to be putting money in the market if they can get it at a treasury in terms of double digits? That's why inflation in one respect is so scary.
And we don't want stagflation, which is when the rates continue to be low and growth is low as well, or rates are high and growth is low. Robin, talk to us about the initial jobless claims that came in at 229,000 last week. That was above what economists expected the central bank to do. So they're not bullish on our economic outlook, and that's the case probably for the rest of the year. So what are you thinking in terms of where we are headed?
I think it's surreal when you bring up the jobless claims and that we're almost at that kind of late stage of business cycle, market cycle juncture where you're kind of almost rooting for bad news because it might make the Fed think about 50 next time, or maybe it'll limit the number of rate hikes if the economy falls. I mean, and it's also cold comfort with gas prices. If the economy crashes, gas and oil will crash as well, but you're losing a lot with that.
All right, Robin Farzad with Full Disclosure. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The House committee investigating the Capitol riot says it will present evidence detailing former President Trump's attempt to pressure his vice president, Mike Pence, to block the certification of the 2020 election. Now, they plan to show how that not only contributed to the attack, but really also put Pence's life in danger, according to a committee aide. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard spoke with Pence's chief of staff at the time, and we will hear from Vaughn in just a moment. But let's go ahead and begin with our Capitol Hill correspondent, Ali Rafa. Ali, first, if you could just sort of walk us through who exactly we should expect to hear from today and what the committee really hopes they're going to get today from these witnesses that we didn't get earlier on in the week.
Yeah, Morgan, former VP Mike Pence may not be at today's hearing, but he will be the sole focus of the committee's hearing as they really show how after 4 years of being loyal to former President Trump, he really pushed back against him and his pressure campaign to overturn the election. Really, Pence sticking to his constitutional oath, pushing back against Trump's pressure campaign both in private and publicly. And the committee says that they're going to lay out this hearing and divide it into really 4 parts. The first of which is really the birth of this conspiracy, how this was deciphered that Pence could actually unilaterally do this when we know his role on January 6th was largely a ceremonial one as vice president as Congress certified those election results. The next point they want to make is how former President Trump really kept pressuring him and how Pence sought the advice of advisors, 2 of which we're going to hear from today. One of them, Michael Jacobs, who was with former VP Mike Pence on January 6th. We expect to see some never-before-seen videos of really what happened behind the scenes after he was whisked off the Senate floor by Secret Service. We also expect to hear from Judge J. Michael Ludig, who supported him in his his legal efforts to try to look for studying the Electoral Count Act and really figuring out how this was unconstitutional to try to fight back against Trump. The committee will also show how this pressure campaign directly led to the violence at the Capitol on January 6th. And finally, they're trying to lay out how our democracy is still in danger as there are still election deniers and how the actions of the former president directly led to what we're dealing with now, Morgan.
Yeah, Ali, speaking of that violence, I do want to talk about that pretty shocking video that the committee released, and it's of course raising a lot of questions. Now, if our viewers look at the screen here, this is the video we're talking about. It shows Republican Congressman Barry Loudermilk giving a tour of the Capitol to constituents on January 5th, so just the day before the riot. Now, the panel says a man, you can see here on this video, you can see him taking pictures of hallways and security checkpoints, and they say that he was also outside the Capitol on the day of the riot on January 6th, making violent remarks about Democratic lawmakers. So, Ali, my question to you, what do we know, about this video, about the details of this video and what that man was doing? And really, how is Congressman Loudermilk responding after giving that tour the day before?
Yeah, the committee sent a second letter to Loudermilk asking for more information about this tour that he gave the day before the attack on the Capitol, when tours, Morgan, really weren't still allowed here because of COVID. Loudermilk, it's worth noting that Loudermilk, when he was first approached about this over a year ago, said that he never gave that tour. Then his story changed and he said he did give it, but it wasn't suspicious at all. Worth noting also that the Capitol Police is also saying that this wasn't suspicious, but the committee says otherwise. The committee releasing, as you said, that video yesterday, really linking the pictures that these people took during this tour, really areas of the Capitol that are not historically noteworthy, not usually areas that tourists take photos of, linking that with at least one member of this group that was seen at the Capitol the next day making threats to Democratic lawmakers. Take a listen to part of what Loudermilk had to react to this when we caught up with him yesterday.
In the video, it clearly shows an individual taking photos of a security checkpoint in the basement that leads to the Capitol.
What they were taking a picture of is I took the family, and of course the other folks were with them, have two young kids that wanted to see the little trains that take congressmen. So I took them to show them where the trolley was in the Raven Tunnel.
But why do you think pictures were being taken of a stairwell, around security?
If you go to that stairwell, there's a golden eagle sconce that's on the wall. That's what I was taking a picture of. I mean, these are folks who had never been to Washington, D.C. And
so
they were
why
excited.
not just speak to the committee and just...
Because the committee's never called me and asked me anything.
They sent a letter asking for your voluntary cooperation.
They never sent it to me.
You heard Loudermilk there saying he has not directly heard from the committee, but we asked him if he did directly hear from the committee, would he then be willing to sit down and speak with them? He really didn't commit to any answer, Morgan.
All right, Ali Rafa joining us live from Capitol Hill. A lot to unpack there. People with still a lot of questions. Ali, thank you.
The January 6th committee also spoke with Mark Short, Pence's chief of staff at the time, and shared part of his recorded testimony exclusively with NBC News. Let's take a listen.
Was it your impression that the vice president had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the president, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the president?
Very consistent.
Very consistent. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins me now. Vaughn, you spoke with Mark Short about the events that unfolded on January 6th. What did he say about what he knew and when he knew it?
You know, this is a pressure campaign that Donald Trump put on Mike Pence to ultimately overturn the 2020 election here. And what we are going to hear from that deposition video that Mark Short, Pence's former chief of staff, took part in, but as well as other Pence advisors, is a testimony as to what unfolded not only in those weeks leading up to January 6th, but on the actual day of the attack as well. As the Capitol was being breached, Mike Pence was inside, and you can see in some of these videos, in new photos that are coming out, he was removed from the Senate chamber, taken to a side holding room before Secret Service then led him downstairs to essentially the parking tunnel. That is when, you know, in my conversation with Mark Short last night, I asked him whether Pence ever reached out to Donald Trump, and his quote to me was, quote, "Why would he?" He noted that Pence was more focused on ultimately finding a way to certify the election results that night in the safety of the people in the greater Capitol complex. Donald Trump never picked up the phone and called the vice president or his aides himself either there. That is where you are getting to a reality in which it was more than pressure, but the former vice president was in grave danger, and the committee intends to lay out today just how much danger the vice president was in. And again, it's more than Mike Pence. It's the role of the transfer of power that he played that day on January 6th.
Vaughn, you also talked with a Pence aide familiar with then Vice President Pence's situation on January 6th. At what point did he ever say that Pence knew whether or not that he heard those chants of hang Mike Pence? And also, what else stood out to you from that conversation?
Yeah, I think we're going to hear about a timeline today, and there's a lot of spaces and a lot of answers that we do not have yet. And the big question is, has the January 6th Select Committee found the answers to some of these questions? One of them, the aide tells me, was the phone call that took place on that morning of January 6th. The vice president was at the Naval Observatory, his residence, with multiple other advisors when Donald Trump called him by phone. And the vice president stepped outside of the room and spoke with the then president for about 15 minutes. The contents of that call are not quite clear. Pence has always, I've covered him for now more than 6 years, and whenever I asked him about any conversations that he had with Donald Trump, he always said, "I will keep that between me and the president." And that's exactly what the advisors say he did that very day. The advisors say that they were not within earshot. But the big question, though, that January 6th committee, one member has told Garrett Hake, our colleague, is that there were people listening on the other line, the Donald Trump side of the phone call at the West Wing there that afternoon as the attack was unfolding. To what extent were those individuals who were in the West Wing able to hear Pence's side of the conversation and able to recollect accurately what the then president said from the West Wing as that attack unfolded?
And we're going to hear from those folks?
We are going to be hearing from the former chief of staff, Mark Short, who is in the deposition. We are going to be hearing from at least two other Trump aides. But then when we're talking about those who were in the West Wing there with Donald Trump, we're talking about family members. We are talking about aides to other key staff members there. I know that the national security advisor to Mike Pence was not with Pence on Capitol Hill, but was in the West Wing there that afternoon. We know that that national security advisor to the vice president agreed and cooperated with the subpoena and testified to the committee. Exactly what details they provided, though, is what we anticipate to find out here this afternoon.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you. Our special coverage of today's January 6th committee hearing begins at 12:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Thunderstorms and tornadoes ripping through parts of the Midwest overnight, shredding trees and downing power lines and really leaving thousands without electricity, while other parts of the Midwest and most of the Southeast are getting scorched with triple-digit temperatures. Tens of millions of Americans under a heat advisory watch or warning.
NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman with the very latest. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has the latest on this destructive weather. But first, we want to go to NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky, who is in Dallas, Texas. Good morning, Morgan.
Yeah, good morning. It's already starting to heat up here. 100 degrees is the high in Dallas. And if anyone is feeling the effects of the heat, it's absolutely these Dallas firefighters. They tell me compared to this time last year, they're already seeing triple the number of heat-related calls. And with triple digits expected all across the country, the danger becoming very real.
The fight to stay cool getting tougher nationwide. 66 million people from Michigan down to Florida facing heat alerts with soaring temperatures. Extreme weather hitting Wisconsin overnight. This video capturing one of several reported tornadoes. The twisters knocking down power lines and shredding trees. But this morning, no reported injuries. In Chicago, cooling centers staying open all week long, while area summer camps making sure kids aren't overexposed to potentially dangerous temperatures.
10, 15 minutes tops, and then get in the shade and get some water and get a break.
An excessive heat warning hitting even harder in Ohio. Severe weather knocked out power to thousands, leaving utility workers racing to try and get air conditioners back on. The mayor of Columbus tweeting, "I know it's tough. I'm without power at my house as well." It's that heat combined with humidity that in parts of the southeast could leave temperatures feeling hotter than 110 degrees.
It may well be that the U.S. sees its warmest year on record.
Climate scientist Zeke Housefather says the potential record isn't far off, with the last 8 years being the hottest recorded, going back to 1880.
So you can think of climate sort of like, steroids for weather. It's really climate change that's putting the weather on steroids, that's making these sort of extreme events and extreme heat events specifically much more likely.
In West Texas, water finally returning to the city of Odessa after an aging pipeline burst, leaving the city without clean drinking water for nearly 2 days in triple-digit temps.
We are putting water back into the system and loading it up, and it is proceeding very, very well.
A welcome sight with sunnier but hotter days ahead.
And Morgan, give us an idea of just how dangerous and deadly, frankly, these triple-digit numbers can be.
Yeah, they can sneak up on you, and it doesn't even have to be really above 100 degrees. Firefighters here telling me that each year in the United States, about 600 people die from extreme heat-related situations, and the sad part is that the majority of those deaths could be preventable with just people being aware as to their exposure to the sun and these high temperatures that are really settling in all across the country.
Yeah, I want to make sure people know about this heat and to take it seriously, get to a cool spot and stay hydrated. Morgan Chesky in Texas for us. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in Michelle Grossman now. Michelle, we're talking more than 60 million Americans facing heat alerts today. I mean, can we expect them to see any relief in the days ahead?
Not in the near time future. Hi there, Morgan. It's going to be at least through next Monday, and then we have a resurgence of heat building in the plains. So we are looking at another week of really high heat. And as Morgan said, we're seeing this stretch, and we're not getting that respite at night. So we're not relaxing at night. Our body needs that to kind of relieve the stress, but we're not getting those low temperatures. And we're going to see those high temperatures continuing. So 61 million Americans under some sort of heat alert from the southwest to the central plains, the Ohio Valley, through the Tennessee Valley, also the southeast, and we are talking triple digits. You add in the humidity, that's part of the problem too, and it feels like 113 in some places. So the jet stream is so high to the north, it's like opening the door to all this heat and humidity. It's closing the door to any cooler air from the north, and that's why we're seeing temperatures 112 in Phoenix, 102 in Dodge City, 97 in St. Louis, near 100 degrees in Memphis. Look at Tallahassee. We're going to be near 100 degrees today, but feeling more like 109. So that's what it feels like to your body. And you really need to be careful with these temperatures. As Morgan mentioned, stay indoors if you have air conditioning. Check on those neighbors who may not be aware of these temperatures. Also, you want to stay in shade if you can. Tomorrow, the heat stays with us. Dallas, 100 degrees. It'll feel like more like 103. It's going to feel like 103 also in Jacksonville. And the heat index in Mobile, Alabama, 110. So that heat hangs on today, tomorrow, through the weekend. And we do have these heat alerts through next Monday. Again, we're going to get that resurgence of hot air once again. Dallas, as we look at your extended forecast by Monday, 101. Same story in St. Louis, 94 on Sunday, 100 degrees on Monday. So this heat and humidity, it's sparking some storms as well. We had a rough morning in the Northeast with really gusty thunderstorms. We had severe weather through Michigan, also Illinois. Yesterday, we had winds gusting over 80 miles per hour with storms in Wisconsin. We're going to do it all again today. So we do have a severe weather outlook in parts of the Northeast into parts of the Ohio Valley as well. So this is what it looks like today from Buffalo to Pittsburgh down to Charleston, West Virginia, especially where you see this orange shading from Oswego to Williamsport, Pittsburgh. We could see some really gusty thunderstorms, even the chance of a few tornadoes. So 26 million at risk this afternoon. Damaging hail 2 inches or larger. That is large hail. That's tennis-sized ball. So that could cause some damage on its own. Winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. And then again, watching those strong to severe storms as we go throughout the afternoon. Tomorrow, we keep a severe threat in place from the Northeast along the East Coast into parts of the Carolinas and the Southeast, extending into the Tennessee Valley. Winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, and also could see some hail. Now, the tornado risk is low for tomorrow, but it's not zero. You still want to be weather aware tomorrow. Rainfall forecast generally a ½ inch up to an inch, but within those thunderstorms, we're looking at some heavy downpours. So torrential rainfall, we heard that this morning in New York City, Philadelphia, down in parts of the mid-Atlantic. So just be aware of that as you head out this afternoon. This is what it looks like. The picture for today, we have those severe storms in the Ohio Valley and a fire risk in the Southwest.
Right.
You guys, we remain very busy, and we're going to keep watching this because summer hasn't even started yet.
I know, unbelievable. Those early days. All right, Michelle Grossman. Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
And stay with us because 2 American veterans who volunteered to fight in Ukraine are reportedly missing. Coming up, what the State Department is now saying about the search to find them.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
On Capitol Hill, senators are racing to draft a gun bill that they can pass before the end of next week. But the 2 key issues, red flag laws and the so-called boyfriend loophole, are major stumbling blocks that threaten the legislation's bipartisan support. Senior congressional reporter Scott Wong joins us now from Capitol Hill. Look, Scott, at the heart of this bill are these red flag laws, and the framework provides grants for states to impose restrictions instead of a federal governing law. So first off, just reset it for us. What are these red flags? What do they mean, and what specifically is at stake if the states, in fact, have control?
Well, the red flag laws we've been discussing for a number of weeks, ever since the Uvalde shooting. These are the laws that allow law enforcement to confiscate weapons from individuals who are deemed by the court to be a threat to themselves or to others. And so 19 states, as well as the District of Columbia, already have these red flag laws on the books. Democrats want to incentivize other states to be able to enact red flag laws in other parts of the country. One of the hangups that appears to now be resolved was this issue that lead negotiator John Cornyn brought up, where he talked about having these, the challenge for states that decide not to pass these red flag laws. What happens to federal grant money for these types of states? He wants to broaden the use of federal grant money for states that choose not to pass red flag laws. We are told now this was one of the outstanding issues that had been debated by Senate negotiators. It looks like this particular issue on red flag laws has now been resolved.
And Scott, I mean, one of the other complexities is really how to close the boyfriend loophole, which would prohibit domestic violence abusers from having a gun. But the question is, what exactly is the sticking point here?
Well, the sticking point seems to be over the definition of what types of people would be covered by closing this boyfriend loophole. As you know, the current law says that if you are married to a person and they have committed domestic violence, been convicted of domestic violence, they cannot obtain a firearm. But that does not apply to other types of relationships. And so Democrats are really trying to broaden out the definition of who would be covered under this boyfriend loophole. Republicans want that limited. There seems to be a hang-up over the definition of what types of relationships would be covered in this closing of the boyfriend loophole. Let's go to John Cornyn, if we have a second, who explains some of the challenges that are still lie ahead.
Well, that's part of the problem. There's current relationships that are covered by the law, and the Democrats want to define other relationships, and it's a little bit vague, and I think we need some clarity.
And so that was John Cornyn, the lead Republican negotiator of the talks. He has said that this is really a critical time, a very important moment in these gun talks. If they cannot come to some sort of deal on the legislative aspect of this, the legislative language, this could really delay any sort of vote we see in the Senate next week ahead of the 4th of July recess.
All right, Scott Wong, a lot to keep us abreast of. Scott, thank you so much for your reporting from Capitol Hill. We appreciate it.
This morning, there are growing concerns over two Americans who have been fighting alongside Ukrainian soldiers. The two men have now been missing for over a week, leading their families to worry they may have been captured by Russian forces. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter.
The families of two American veterans who are fighting here in Ukraine near the eastern city of Kharkiv, both families are now saying they have not heard from them since June 8th.
The families of two U.S. veterans who volunteered to fight in Ukraine say they've both gone missing. 39-year-old Alabama native Alexander Drueke was a former U.S. Army staff sergeant who served 2 tours in Iraq, according to his family.
My son, Alex, is the most loyal American you will ever meet.
The New York Times reports 27-year-old former Marine Andy Ty Nok Wynn, also from Alabama, is the second American missing, according to his family. Speaking to NBC News, Alexander Druke's mother said she got a call from one of her son's friends on June 13th.
He said that there had been a mission and that it had gone bad. And after 36 hours, everyone had come back except Alex and Care Bear.
She says she last heard from her son on June 8th.
He wrote and said, "I'll be going dark tomorrow and possibly the next day." And I wrote back, "Stay safe and I love you." And he wrote back, he wrote back, "I love you too." And that's the last I heard from him.
For Alexander's mom, she knew he was exactly where he wanted to be.
If the worst were to happen, I would know that he felt fulfilled and that he was content with what he had done and accomplished.
And he wasn't alone. According to Ukrainian authorities, volunteer fighters from more than 50 countries have signed up with the Foreign Legion here, including American Baby Doc, her code name, a 21-year-old from Utah who served 4 years as a Navy ship medic. She's been on the front lines for months near the eastern city of Kharkiv, which is where we catch up with her.
What do you wish Americans new about this war?
That it's still happening. There's still a war going on here.
Do you feel like the Ukrainians are winning?
I do think that they are going to win this war.
How much time are you willing to give?
As much as I got.
Okay.
As much as they need.
Now we're trying to find out any additional information on the ground. We've asked the State Department. They say they are aware of unconfirmed reports. They say they are monitoring the situation closely, but they say due to privacy considerations, they can't comment any further.
Our thanks to Molly Hunter. Cutting off the power in the middle of a dangerous heat wave. Coming up, the new problems testing power grids and how people are trying to stay safe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making news right now, a confession in a double murder deep in the Amazon rainforest. Federal investigators in Brazil say the confessed killer is a fisherman who led them to the remains of a British journalist and an indigenous expert. More arrests are expected. A massive recall is impacting two of Ford's most popular vehicles. The automaker is recalling nearly 3 million Ford Escapes and Fusions over concerns they could roll away while parked. And a historic hire in the White House. Stuart Dellery will be the first openly gay White House counsel. Dellery currently serves as White House deputy counsel and will move into his new role next month.
The dangerous heat wave blistering the country is putting power grids to the test. In fact, an Ohio electricity company shut off power to tens of thousands of customers to prevent overloading the system. Now, outages caused by severe weather are then adding insult to injury. CNBC's Perry Russum has more.
The temperature inside Sonia Odom's home in Columbus, Ohio, is getting close to 90 degrees.
I just don't know what we're going to do.
The power's been off for 2 days.
My food, the smell.
Her food has gone bad, flies are in the air, and her dog Jojo is panting.
Mommy gonna get you outside and try to fan you or something, okay?
Her family bought freeze pops to stay cool.
Yeah. Like I said, I remember when I was overseas in Vietnam, except it's not as humid, but the heat is just as bad.
In Ohio, severe storms damaged power lines, and then came the hot weather, creating transmission overloads. To fix the overloads, AEP Ohio cut the power to more than 100,000 people.
We're sorry. I mean, that's one thing. We're sorry.
With hot weather just starting to roll in throughout the Midwest, it's igniting fears of a summer of power outages. The North American Electric Reliability Corporation says there is a high risk of energy emergencies this summer. The group says above average seasonal temperatures are contributing to high peak demands and the potential increase of forced outages. A spokesperson for MISO, an energy grid operator, says in the upper Midwest they discovered a capacity shortfall in the power grid, never this big before. The company is warning of possible rolling blackouts this summer to prevent uncontrolled cascading outages. In Tennessee, a power company is asking people to set thermostats to 78 degrees out of fears of overwhelming the grid.
I know that's kind of warm down south where the humidity's high. And again, it's a suggestion.
In Columbus, Odom says she was told the power might come back Friday.
Does might come on Friday work for you?
Yes, might. That doesn't work for me. There's no definite answer and we're suffering.
Here in the Midwest, this heat has already turned deadly. In Milwaukee, an 89-year-old man and a 39-year-old woman were found dead. At the woman's apartment, it was 88 degrees and she had a body temperature of 101. Back to you.
So tragic. Mortgage interest rates nearly doubling this year, but the real estate market in some cities is still red hot. Now the rates are rising again. You may be wondering, should I buy a home or rent? I spoke with one woman caught in the middle of that big decision, plus the questions to ask yourself in your home search in our series, Priced Out.
From Wall Street to Main Street, all eyes are on the Federal Reserve.
Just about everything we buy on credit will get more expensive.
As promised, the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates to tame inflation. But that's only inflaming the hearts of would-be homebuyers. Average 30-year mortgage interest rates now top 5%. That's up from less than 3% a year ago. Meanwhile, home prices continue their meteoric rise, with the median home price nearly $430,000 last quarter.
I was actually considering just getting a cute little single-family starter home.
Delilah Epps is a 24-year-old nurse in Atlanta who has been looking to buy a home.
I kind of put myself into a situation where do I want to buy a house or do I want to just continue renting?
That decision made even tougher because the cost of rent is also going up. Nationwide, 1- and 2-bedroom apartments up more than 25% from a year ago. Delilah's rent for her 1-bedroom apartment in Atlanta increased from $1,475 a month to $2,055.
A $600 increase. I just couldn't do that. That's why I put myself into, okay, let me just think about getting a house.
She saved up enough for a 3.5% down payment, about $15,000, but she says she kept getting outbid. So Delilah put a pause on her home search. So Delilah, I want to bring in Winnie Sun. She's a financial advisor who's been listening in with us as you've explained your situation. Hey, Winnie.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
So Winnie, what's Delilah doing right?
The first foremost, I love the fact that Delilah is comfortable talking about her finances. The other thing is she's really focused on what she can afford and not going beyond her budget.
She says Delilah was smart to pause her home search, and you should only buy if you have a 20% down payment plus an additional 6% for closing costs. You plan on staying in the same home for at least 5 years, and you have about 6 months' pay in savings for emergency repairs. Those are steep entries for ownership, but she says you can save money while renting. To do so, spend no more than 30% of your income on rent. Negotiate a longer lease, maybe 2 years instead of 1, to lock in your rental rate. Get a roommate to offset increasing rents. And if you have a parking spot or space in a garage, rent it out for extra income. And reduce other major expenses like gas by carpooling, biking, using public transit, or downsizing your vehicle.
You don't need that fancy car right now because our number one financial goal is to get you into the home that you really want.
If you can afford the house of your dreams, don't let the rising rates scare you away.
Right now, the interest rate, although a little bit higher than it was a few years ago, but it's still significantly lower than historical mortgage rates.
And by the way, Winnie says you need to do your homework. Adjustable rate mortgages, or ARMs, well, those can work for buyers who have a high risk tolerance, who also don't want to stay in a home for a long period of time. Winnie says she recommends fixed rate mortgages for clients because they are predictable and they're constant.
Well, speaking of your money, the highest inflation in decades is forcing families to make some pretty difficult decisions, as Vicki was mentioning. Millions paying closer attention to really where they spend and how they spend their hard-earned money, especially since the value of their dollar isn't stretching as far as it used to. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more.
In a troubling sign of the times, families crushed under the weight of soaring inflation are doing whatever they can to get by.
I have a gas water heater and my gas has tripled.
Single mom Lisa Jackie saw the bills starting to pile up after losing her job earlier this year. So she turned to her community in Plano, Texas, with an unusual offer. Family for Hire, the title of her post on the forum next door.
My youngest loves to garden. If somebody needs a garden planted, the cost of something like that, organizing a garage.
The mother of 4 offering to do small tasks for her neighbors with the help of her 3 teens and 11-year-old daughter.
Are the kids okay with this?
Yeah, the kids are. They're like, okay, Mom. They're always up for some crazy things that Mom is suggesting.
Dallas mom Julie Turner says record high gas prices have forced her family to stay on a strict budget.
And honestly, if we run out and we don't have any more gas money, we don't go places.
And for good reason. Gas prices up 50% over the last year. The cost of food, apparel, cars, and home energy skyrocketing too, forcing families like the Lanes in Cincinnati to make impossible decisions.
Utilities, cell phone, cable, food, it's gone up triple. So we're deducting from other bills just to keep everybody fed.
Dad Greg battling cancer for the second time in 4 years, unable to work.
It's not their responsibility to worry about the bills, the cancer. Anything bad, I want them to be happy.
The Lane's landlord deciding to sell their home in a seller-friendly market, leaving the family of 4 with nowhere to go. Still, their message to others in a similar situation is one of hope.
Hang on, because this is a time and this is a season. We will get through it.
Families struggling to make ends meet, but determined to get through it together.
Just ahead, Kevin Spacey faces a judge in the United Kingdom. We'll tell you about the Oscar-winning actor's charges and whether his case is actually likely to head to trial. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Now to the UK, where Oscar-winning actor Kevin Spacey appeared in court to face 4 counts of sexual assault. The 62-year-old did not answer reporter questions as he walked in. Though Spacey did not enter a plea, his lawyer says he, quote, strenuously denies the allegations. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from London. Matt, tell us more about what happened today in court and these charges that Spacey faces there.
Yeah, really interesting day in court, and not the first time that Kevin Spacey has faced very serious legal charges. Those previous ones in the States, similar charges for sexual assault, but this one, I mean, even by the standards of a pretrial hearing, this was very, very short. And it's a feature of the British legal system that this was a magistrate's court that is normally considers what they would call summary crimes, more sort of minor crimes, and it was because of a 5th charge that Mr. Spacey faces that this court decided to kick up this trial to what's called a Crown Court, which normally would handle more serious crimes, rapes and murders, crimes with more serious, more lengthy punishments. So that's why he's going to be appearing, as set by today by this judge, in 4 weeks' time exactly at a Crown Court not so far from where I'm standing now. But again, he didn't answer to the charges. He didn't say whether he was pleading guilty or not guilty. But again, it was that 5th charge that was so serious, and that's a mouthful. I'm going to tell it to you again. Just 3 men who are accusing him. One of them is accusing him of causing penetrative sex with a man against his consent or without consent. Now that is essentially rape, and that is what he's being charged with. That carries a maximum penalty of life in prison, and that's why it had to be going to another court where he will then be pleading guilty. But all Mr. Spacey did today was say that he basically confirmed his name, confirmed his address, and was granted unconditional bail by the judge. Guys?
So he is there, he is in custody, is that right, Matt? What happens and how likely is this to go to trial?
This is definitely going to go to trial. The question is, will Mr. Spacey be able to travel around during that month between now and when he has to appear next time? The answer to that is yes. Because the judge gave him unconditional bail, that means that Kevin Spacey can travel back to the United States or really just about anywhere else in the world. Now, the judge did this because his lawyer, Kevin Spacey's lawyer, argued that Mr. Spacey needed to go home to the United States where most of his work is and his family is, and also because so far he has complied with the judge's orders and the court's orders. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you.
It's a new day for Americans looking to travel to Cuba. A World Atlantic flight that took off from Miami will land in Santa Clara, Cuba, and this is the first commercial flight from the United States to land anywhere on the island outside of Havana in 3 years. NBC's Ed Augustin joins us now from Havana, Cuba. Ed, first off, why is this a big deal?
It's a big deal because Havana is not Cuba, and for the last 3 years, although you've seen flights into Havana from the United States, we haven't seen any flights. No flights at all carrying American tourists, charter flights or commercial airlines going to the provinces. And 80% of the Cuban population lives in these provinces. And you've had no tourism from the United States in all but name, because Americans aren't officially allowed to be called tourists, even though, frankly, they're here very often doing tourism. And they're going to be bringing money and spending dollars. But I think perhaps more importantly, you have Cuban Americans that after 3 years are going to be able to fly into most of Cuba's provinces to see friends and family. And that's a big deal in and of itself, because I think in a couple of hours when this flight lands, you're going to be seeing tearful embraces of people who haven't seen mothers, fathers, brothers, cousins hugging at the airport and finally being able to see family. But also these people are going to be bringing suitcases full of goods and money. And I can tell you, economic life in the provinces is a whole lot harder than it is for most Cubans living in the capital, Havana.
Can you give us a sense, though? I mean, I don't think a lot of people have a real understanding of what the average Cuban makes, right, and how far these dollars goes. Can you kind of set that scene for us? And also, what does it say sort of about, you know, the direction that this relationship between the U.S. and Cuba is headed?
Well, the average Cuban state salary at the moment is a little less than $50 a month. So you can only imagine how much, say, an American tourist going to a bar in Santa Clara, for example, spending $5 on a mojito represents for the person that might own that bar and their family, and then the person that they might buy chicken off later in the day. So the multiplier effect of greenbacks is giant in Cuba because acquisition power, purchasing power is very, very low. In terms of the direction of travel for US-Cuban relations, that's a tricky question. I mean, we saw last month the Biden administration announced these new measures that softened the sanctions on Cuba. But frankly, the only one that so far has seen concrete results is this measure to do with flights. We're going to see a charter flight today that could potentially turn into far more flights throughout the provinces, potentially with commercial airliners if they decide to bid for them. On the other hand, I think many Cubans are still disappointed that we're seeing baby steps from the Biden administration rather than a return to the Obama administration, which was frankly like all guns blazing, let's normalize relations with Cuba for the good of the Cuban people, and also trying to pressure the Cuban government in the long term to bring around the changes that the Obama administration wanted. It's a different kettle of fish with the Biden administration.
Really important context there, Ed, and I probably should have said at the beginning to our viewers, Santa Clara, we're not talking about like a suburb of Havana. You have to take a guagua or a bus or a van, a car to get there. It's hours away in the east between La Habana and Santiago de Cuba, which is on the other side of the island. So it's a pretty big deal to have that flight going so far, a place that's pretty hard to get. It's a formidable distance from Havana. Ed Augustine for us, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Millions of Netflix binge watchers watched her swindling spree unfold on the true crime series Inventing Anna. Well, now the real Anna Sorkin is talking to us right here on NBC News Now about her life as a fake heiress and what's coming up next. Stay with us.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fake German heiress who conned her way into New York's high society now claims she's turning over a new leaf. Anna Sorokin, whose life story became the hit Netflix series Inventing Anna, well, she's now setting her sights on a new venture despite still being in federal custody. And that is where she was when NBC News Now's Savannah Sellers spoke with Anna one-on-one. She joins us now with this exclusive story. We got a sneak peek yesterday.
I know.
But now we get to see the full thing, and so fascinating, her demeanor. Now, she's still in detention, but she's got a new business venture.
She has a new business venture, and you're right, she is still in detention, which is what's pretty fascinating. So she served nearly 4 years of the prison time for those crimes that you probably know about. Well, now she's in ICE detention for an issue with her visa, fighting deportation right now. That's where we spoke with her from. That's why you'll see the backgrounds blurred out. She was in a common room there. And yes, she is working on some new ventures. Take a listen.
Anna Sorokin, better known by her alias, Anna Delvey, captured global headlines as the fake German heiress who was accused of defrauding banks, hotels, and even friends.
This morning, the world's most infamous imposter.
Her story brought to the mainstream by the hit Netflix series Inventing Anna.
Anna Delvey is a masterpiece.
Sorokin was sentenced to 4 to 12 years in prison after she was convicted of grand larceny and theft of services charges, a ruling she's appealing.
Do you feel that you owe anyone an apology?
You mean for what? I'm not a 12-year-old kid to apologize.
With pretending that this trust fund existed and with these accountants who now know were not true, Googling how to create a fake untraceable email.
So who would I be apologizing to for that?
The banks that you tried to take the money from.
I don't think they care.
Do you think that that was wrong?
Yeah, that was definitely unethical, yes. And I would not encourage anybody else to follow my footsteps.
While awaiting potential deportation in an ICE detention center, Sorokin says she's just getting started using her own voice.
I never really had any malicious intent, and I'm not just like this vicious, like scamming person trying to like take advantage of anybody who's just like stupid enough to fall for it.
Then how do you square the lifestyle aspect of what people see as the scam? The staying at extremely nice hotels, the shopping, the high tipping.
Well, at the time, staying in a hotel made sense for me because I was traveling so much. And it was not like I was not staying like in the biggest penthouse. I was just staying like in a regular room.
Rooms with bills amounting to tens of thousands of dollars. She was convicted of theft for never paying.
Were you constantly thinking about how you were next going to get money to pay for those things?
Well, it hardly went so far as I had to like think about the next day. Definitely, yes. It was constantly a topic of concern for me.
Sorokin says her time in places like Rikers Island has given her an unexpected passion: politics and criminal justice reform.
It's about finding the perfect balance and like solutions for these people who did make mistakes and how you reintroduce them back into the community. If the law is just too harsh, people will just stop having like respect for it.
In the meantime, she has projects she's working on, recently participating in an art show and unveiling a new venture just this week.
And we are creating a Reinventing Anna NFT project.
It's called the Anna Access Card and can be purchased with cryptocurrency. The NFT will unlock things like exclusive live streams or a one-on-one phone call with Sorokin.
So I'm very excited to like connect with everybody who's been supporting me.
Why should someone buy something that you're selling?
I don't know. That's a good question, but I don't know, because I guess I changed so much in a way too. And I was like 23, 24, 25, and people should just need to think on themselves back when they were in their mid-20s.
What does the reinvented Anna look like?
Hopefully I'll be given a chance to like focus all my energy into something legal. I'd love to be given an opportunity to for people not to just dismiss me as like a quote-unquote scammer and just see what I'm going to do next.
Savannah, that has to be the quote of the day. I want to channel all my efforts into something legal. A little bit of an acknowledgement of her previous activities in her early 20s.
Some would say, yes.
Let me ask you this. So she's making this art and it's actually selling for how much?
It's actually selling. So she's making art from within this detention center. Somebody's reproducing it up to $10,000. People are buying this stuff. And that's also why she decided to come out with these NFTs, because she thinks that somebody will buy something that just unlocks that access to her. I mean, the deal is she actually, there's no other way to put it, has a huge fan base from this Netflix show. She's getting letters in jail. She's getting marriage proposals in jail. And she actually said that her friends think that Julia Garner, who played her in the show, nailed it. She said she was a fan. She tried not to take it personally because it was dramatized, but it's a lot to unpack.
I get a feeling she did get a kick out of seeing herself portrayed on screen. Thank you for bringing us that fascinating interview.
You got it. Great to be with you.
Thanks
for having me.
Savannah. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. Right now on NBC News Now, email trail. The wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas emails a key player in former President Trump's plot to stay in power. What this all means for the latest January 6th hearing that's happening today. And Fed fallout markets in a free fall with the Dow dropping to its lowest level in more than a year. Plus, missing Americans. 2 Alabama men fighting alongside Ukrainian forces have not been seen in nearly a week. The new fears they're being held by Russians. One step closer. Kids as young as 6 months old could get the COVID vaccine sooner than you think.
Hey there. Happy Thursday. Morgan's in LA. I'm here in New York, and we begin this hour with the 3rd public hearing by the House Committee investigating the Capitol riot. That is set to get underway next hour. Today, the spotlight will be on the pressure, the panel says, then Vice President Mike Pence faced by former President Trump to overturn the 2020 election results. The committee says it is set to present new evidence and talk about how that led to the violent attack, including putting Pence's life in danger. NBC News exclusively obtained video testimony of Mark Short, Pence's chief of staff at the time. Take a listen.
Was it your impression that the vice president had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the president, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the president?
Very consistent.
All right, we're going to begin with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, first, let's start by laying out what the committee intends to talk about today. What are they presenting?
Yeah, Vicki. Well, Mike Pence may not be at today's hearing, but he will be the sole focus of it as the committee really tries to pull back the curtain and show us that after 4 years of loyalty to the former president, former VP Mike Pence pushed back against him, against his constant pressure, both in private and publicly, to overturn the results of the election. The committee telling us that this hearing will be divided really into 4 parts, 4 points that the committee is trying to make. The first of which is really where this conspiracy was born, this belief that former VP Mike Pence could unilaterally overturn the election himself, when we know his role that day as he oversaw the certification of those election results in Congress was largely ceremonial. They'll also lay out really what the pressure campaign was, how the former president pressured him, in what ways, how did they use other people, allies, to do that, and how former VP Mike Pence and his team supported each other and rallied around each other to counter that. We're going to hear from 2 members of his team, Greg Jacob and retired Judge J. Michael Ludig, who will really talk about what went on behind the scenes, especially when, we saw Mike Pence shuffled off of the Senate floor that day, taken to a safe space. That's another thing the committee is expected to talk about. What went on in those hours after Mike Pence was taken off the floor as the rioters were entering the Capitol, as Trump was tweeting about Mike Pence, rioters reading his tweets on megaphones outside. And then lastly, the panel will try to really talk about how this threat continues to this day, how election deniers continue to threaten our democracy. One of the members of this committee, Pete Aguilar, who's going to lead the witness testimony questioning, talked to my colleague Garrett Hake about what he expects to come out of today's hearing. Listen here.
What we hope the American people learn out of the hearing today is just how close we came to losing democracy, but specifically the pressure campaign that the president put the vice president under leading up to January 6th. This was a coordinated effort time and time again. After they lost court case after court case, Donald Trump started to focus his attention on January 6th and Mike Pence and wanted him to violate the Constitution and set aside the ballots and the electors.
So the committee definitely has a lot on their plate during this hearing today, Vicki.
Allie, the Washington Post is reporting the January 6th committee has evidence that Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny Thomas, that she exchanged emails with a lawyer who played a key role in trying to pressure Pence to overturn the election. What more do we know about this, Allie?
Yeah, Vicki, we know Ginny Thomas has really been a fixture in conservative politics for decades. We also know that she played a large role in advising the former president when he was in office. What her role was between Election Day and January 6th is still really a mystery. The Washington Post shedding some light on what that could possibly be, but we caught up with Committee Chairman Benny Thompson as he was walking off the House floor, and he said that the committee will invite Ginny Thomas to speak with them. He didn't give any details as to when, but he said that the committee is coming to this decision because of, quote, information we, meaning the committee, have come upon. That is likely to be information that was given to the committee in this tranche of documents from John Eastman, that lawyer that you said played a very large role in January 6th in the pressure campaign against Mike Pence. Again, a lot to uncover during this hearing, possibly brought up during this hearing today, Vicki.
Well, we have not heard from Ginny Thomas, so it would be interesting if she does have to testify. Ali Rafa on Capitol Hill for us, thank you. And our special coverage of today's January 6th committee hearing begins at 12:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now.
Right now, the markets are sinking. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ down more than 3%. The Dow not really far behind, hitting its lowest level in more than a year as fears of an impending recession grow. The sell-off comes after the Federal Reserve's big rate hike of 75 basis points and the biggest increase in almost 30 years.
The labor market is extremely tight and inflation is much too high. We're not going to declare victory until we see a series of these, really see convincing evidence, compelling evidence that inflation is coming down.
Investors now digesting the central bank's new outlook for the U.S. economy. Chairman Jay Powell and the Fed board painting a pretty grim picture for the rest of the year. CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan is standing by on how the Fed's rate hike will eventually impact consumers. But first, I do want to turn to CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, the markets rallied after the Fed announced its rate hike on Wednesday, but now it looks like those gains are sort of slipping away. I mean, what's behind the sell-off here?
Oh, all right, so it was a bit of a relief rally yesterday, Morgan. This idea here that over the weekend, this past weekend, chatter had already been emerging about whether the Fed would have to act more forcefully. The consensus, you may recall, back a week ago was that the Fed would raise rates by 0.5 percentage point. Over the weekend and into Monday, more and more reports came out that the Fed was eyeing a 0.75 percentage rate hike to really put the hammer down on inflation, at least in the near term. That has kind of moved the markets to the downside over the course of the last several days. And then yesterday, when we actually got the news, a bit of a relief rally. But what's coming up right now as more of the conversation emerges is this idea that the Federal Reserve, by this campaign to raise interest rates, may not be able to tamp inflation without sending the economy into some kind of a pullback or a mild, at best, recession. That growing consensus is what's leading many traders and investors to move into selling the market. Now, the parts of the market that are the most impacted at this stage right now are some of those more growth-oriented companies that have been the leadership to the upside. But remember, as the Federal Reserve acts to remove cash from the financial system, that's less cash that can be invested, go and buy other assets. That's the reason why people are starting to take profits right now. And by the way, Morgan, it's not just the Fed here. Remember, the Bank of England earlier this morning also raised interest rates for the 5th straight time. And there was a surprise interest rate hike from the Swiss National Bank, the first rate hike they've done in 15 years. So all of a sudden, it's become not just about the Fed, but a more coordinated effort by global central banks to really tap the brakes on the economy.
But what are the specifics here, Dom? I mean, we know, as you mentioned, that the Fed is sort of predicting that the U.S. economy will see these rough waters this year. But what specifically are they forecasting?
So already what they've done, given the latest batch of data that we've seen over the last few weeks, and certainly kind of capped off by the consumer price numbers that we got and the producer price or business level inflation that we saw, is that inflation is more persistent and it could be here to stay. Nobody is actually calling yet for a peak in inflation. But as you can see there, what the Fed has now done is increased its estimate for where they think inflation is going to be, now over 5%. Meanwhile, they've ratcheted down expectations expectations for economic growth in this country by over 1%. And then where do interest rates go? Well, just a few months ago, we thought, hey, there's going to be a kind of steady move higher. But that kind of that light blue line that you're seeing on top of there indicates that the Fed right now sees at the end of this year interest rates on the short-term basis going up to nearly 3.5%, and then not topping out until close to 4% in 2023. But it's important to kind of realize here, these expectations are dire. They are a downshift, so to speak, in what's going to happen with the U.S. economy, Morgan. But they do see inflation peaking in 2023 and then reducing sharply back down to that 2 to 3% range later on in 2023. So it's not all bad news, but the markets have to price in what's happening right now, and that's what they're doing.
Ooh, 2023. All right, Dom Chu. Dom, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, to help us make sense of that and what it means for our wallets, we're going to bring in CNBC senior retail reporter Courtney Reagan. Courtney, given the Fed's rate hike, everything Dom just talked about, there are now concerns that credit cards may hurt consumers even more as those interest rates get more expensive. So what can we as consumers do to stretch our dollars and not get into more debt trouble?
Yeah, so I think it's really important to understand sort of a basis. When the Federal Reserve raises interest rates, they're raising the overnight lending rate that banks charge each other. And so that's sort of the basis from which almost all other loans or interest rates are based on. So if you have an adjustable rate mortgage, or if you have credit card debt, or any kind of loans that have adjustable rate interest rates, know that as rates go higher, so too will all of those rates that you're paying. So I think it's just important to understand that the bills that you saw last month, if it's on an adjustable interest rate basis, could be higher and will be higher as we go forward if you're not very careful to pay off those balances on time. So I think that's really important for us to remember. The cost of money just got higher.
And Courtney, more people are now using those buy now, pay later services. They're really easy to get, those little mini loans. They're offered basically at checkout like everywhere. They're even available for gas and groceries now. We also know that many of the retailers, the big ones, Macy's, Target, everybody has their own credit cards that benefit from us carrying balances. Do you expect consumers to keep spending even as borrowing gets more expensive and these interest rates go higher?
So the big question, of course, is what are consumers doing? How are we feeling as we've got all of these forces sort of impacting us and how we spend or how we save? So inflation is at record highs, 40-year highs nearly across the board. But at the same time, unemployment is actually pretty low. We've been stuck in our homes for a couple years, putting off other things. And so we're watching consumers start to spend money again on services, on experiences. Instead of goods, we did spend on goods, but that's sort of behind us. And so as you spend, you have to be careful how you do it as interest rates are rising. So if you use an Affirm or a Klarna or a Sizzle or any of these buy now, pay later sort of agreements that you have with merchants, you need to make sure to continue to pay them off and make sure that you're following the schedule that you set, because that too could get more expensive. And if you default, that will hit your credit rating. And then if you're looking at a credit card with a retailer, remember, of course, as you mentioned, Morgan, they do benefit if we carry a balance, because ultimately when we do pay it off, we end up paying them more. So while you can get some benefits for opening up a credit card, like the Target Red Card where you get 5% off and you get free shipping, there's also that adjustable interest rate that will continue to go up as interest rates move higher. So just be very careful with what you're doing. But right now, consumer spending is still strong, even as we are facing all of these pressures.
Hey, Courtney, it's Vicki here. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time.
Thanks.
A brutal heat wave still scorching the U.S., with heat indexes reaching temperatures up to 110 degrees. Millions are under some form of heat alert or advisory. Meanwhile, there's still a state of emergency in Montana after catastrophic flooding closed Yellowstone National Park and left many areas without running water, worried that the drinking water is unsafe. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has the latest on this relentless heat wave. But let's go ahead and start with national correspondent Miguel Almaguer with the latest from Yellowstone.
The floodwaters here are just now starting to recede, and we've seen debris flowing down this river. It's also revealing the widespread devastation, including on the roads leading into Yellowstone.
From the air, the scope of the damage becomes clear. Chocolate brown water still flowing through homes, ranches, businesses, and farmlands.
In the afternoon, it started rising even more, and we had to move everything to high ground.
Floodwaters now reaching Billings, Montana's largest city, after forcing the evacuation of thousands from Yellowstone National Park.
Whoa.
As boulders tumble down mountains. Extreme flooding threatening to alter the spectacular scenery of Yellowstone, a national treasure known for its geysers, mountain meadows, and majestic animal species. While so many human lives have been disrupted, Yellowstone officials hope wildlife has not.
As of right now, we don't think the animals are being largely affected, except there's no visitors, at least currently, watching them.
Park supervisors say it's still too early to assess the damage to infrastructure, but this year's tourist season will be severely impacted. While northern entrances are expected to remain closed all summer, it's hoped the southern loop section of the park, which includes Old Faithful, could reopen within weeks. However, park officials say the number of visitors could be limited to avoid overcrowding.
One thing that we definitely know is that half the park cannot support all of the visitation. So we are exploring a range of options.
But the communities surrounding the park, which have been hit hardest by the floods, largely rely on tourism. And as the floodwaters recede, the cleanup begins. Neighbors helping one another with loss and muddy homes.
We thought we had it, and then a bridge went out and it diverted the creek, and the water started rolling in the back. Broke out a basement window, started filling up my basement, and then I quit. It's like the water won.
An unstoppable force, reshaping lives and iconic landscapes.
Floodwaters are also threatening Montana's biggest city, Billings, where floodwaters could damage or destroy the city's water treatment plant. If that happens, the city could run out of clean drinking water. Right now, it's not a major concern. It's just something they're watching. Back to you.
All right, NBC's Miguel Almaguer. Miguel, thank you.
Bill Gerens is on set with us now. Bill, there seems to be no relief on the horizon from this searing heat. How hot is it going to get over the next few days?
Yeah, we're just watching the heat wave bouncing around different areas of the country. Last weekend, it was in Texas. This week, it's been in the Midwest. Yesterday, it was then settling into the Southeast. And now we're going to watch it once again spreading to areas of the West. So coast-to-coast warmth. The reason we're getting so warm and this heat dome is just lingering is the jet stream is well to the north up into Canada, through the Great Lakes, then down through the Northeast. So that gives above average high temperatures for roughly about 9 out of 10 Americans. I mean, 239 million people are going to see above average, warmer than normal temperatures. We still have 76 million that are under either heat advisories, warnings, or advisories. The worst of it is from St. Louis towards areas around Paducah. You're under excessive heat warnings along with your friends in Phoenix and Tucson. Everywhere in orange is what we call a heat advisory. That's one step down from the warnings. So who will be the hottest today? We're going to see the temperatures around Mobile, New Orleans, Tallahassee. The northern Gulf will have some of the highest heat indices, 110 in Mobile. You notice Cincinnati and St. Louis, not exactly a walk in the park either, 103 and 106. And then tomorrow, as we end our week, it continues brutally hot around Montgomery. And then we start to notice the heat moving a little bit more towards Texas, Oklahoma, and areas there around Kansas. And a lot of people in the Northeast are like, where's our heat? You haven't had much. It hasn't really been pool or beach weather. Not this weekend either. This is still the cooler spot in the country. Boston only in the 70s, D.C. low 80s for D.C. standards. That's kind of a coolish type early summer season day. But here's the bad news as we go, Vicki. Towards next week, there are people in areas like Nashville are already talking about it's supposed to be 100 degrees 3 days in a row. That's not even including the heat index. So, yeah, get ready for more headlines like this next week.
And when you talk about the heat index, you mean what it actually feels like. It could feel even hotter, right, Bill?
Yeah, it doesn't look to be quite as humid next week, but the temperatures themselves, we're gonna break a lot more records next week in the South as the soil dries up and the sun just bakes down.
Yeah, everyone stay hydrated, stay inside if you can, and don't forget about those pets. All right, Bill Gerens, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's go overseas for a minute. In Ukraine, the leaders of France, Germany, Italy all traveled to Kyiv this morning, really in a display of unified support for the country. But this visit comes as questions really mount over the Allies' strategy and their commitment to back Ukraine despite the economic hardships of Russian retaliation. Meanwhile, back here at home, the families of 2 U.S. veterans who volunteered to fight in Ukraine say they've gone missing. They're now desperate for answers after losing touch more than a week ago. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now live from Kyiv. And Ellison, I would like to start there. I mean, this news about 2 American veterans, their families say they've been missing. It's already been a week. What's being done to locate them? Who's involved? What do we know at this point?
So the truth right now, and this is probably a frustration, I'm sure, for the families who are so very worried, is that we do not have a whole lot of information. The families of these 2 men are telling NBC News that they have not heard from them in over a week, that they are missing, and they are very worried about them. The State Department, they say that they are aware of these unconfirmed reports and that they are following them, that they are in communication with Ukrainian officials, but they really didn't have anything more, at least right now, to add to that. This came to public attention, if you will, after a British outlet, The Telegram, posted a story, and in their report, they said that these 2 men were captured by Russian forces when they were fighting in the Kharkiv region, and the sources in that article were said to be their comrades. So for now, these are still unconfirmed reports for that specific bit of information, but if true, it would be the first 2 U.S. service members to be captured by Russian forces. Morgan?
And Ellison, I mean, there's growing criticism of European allies when we go back to this meeting, really over what some might consider this sort of lukewarm support for Ukraine, given their hesitancy to really take harsher actions against Russia. So how was this visit from, these European leaders really received on the ground? I mean, did it change anything?
It was really interesting. We were at the presidential palace. We came almost straight over here. It was a very long day of seeing them greet each other and then hearing.
I think we're going to wait and see. Control room, can we see if we can get Ellison's audio up a little bit? We're still not hearing you yet. We lost you.
Okay.
That was Ellison Barber reporting for us live from Kyiv. Ellison, if you can hear me, we look forward to seeing you on the other side. Thanks so much, Ellison. Vicki, back to you.
All right, thank you, Morgan. We turn now to an NBC News exclusive. When the United States Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State visited Kyiv this past spring, they made it clear the White House wanted Ukraine to defeat Russia. But behind the scenes, President Biden was far from pleased with the mounting headlines. He quickly asked his secretaries to tone down their rhetoric. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby joins us now with more on her exclusive reporting. Courtney, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Secretary of State Tony Blinken, they visited Kyiv back in April. They voiced the administration's support for Ukraine. What was it about their messaging that upset President Biden, and how did he react behind closed doors?
That's right. So it's pretty obvious that the vast majority of the world at this point is hoping that Ukraine wins over Russia and that they are able to maintain their territorial integrity of Ukraine, of what they have. What caused President Biden to be upset about the message that Secretary Blinken and Austin were conveying after that secretive trip to Kyiv was the phrases that they kept using, specifically talking about "we want to win," as in the U.S. wanted to win over Russia, when the administration's message has very clearly been to that point that they wanted to support Ukraine in their defense and to help them beat Russia. It wasn't just that, but it was also the language that specifically Secretary Austin used when he talked about another goal of weakening Russia. So we tell this story, this vignette, along with my colleagues Carol Lee, Ken Delaney, and Abigail Williams, after speaking with about a dozen different former and current officials in this administration who talked to us about how the policy, where the U.S. policy is right now towards Ukraine. And what we have learned is that the administration is very quietly behind the scenes talking about whether President Zelensky and the Ukrainian government need to tone back some of their language and maybe even their expectations that they will ultimately be able to push Russia completely out of Ukraine, including out of areas that Russia's been holding for the past several years or so, like Crimea. That's now a conversation that's going on behind the scenes. But in public, administration officials, including just today, Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, when asked specifically about U.S. goals there, he said, look, It's up to Ukraine to define what this is going to look like. It's clearly going to head towards some sort of a negotiated settlement or some sort of diplomatic ends, but it's up to Ukraine what that ultimately will look like here, Vicki.
Courtney, that really leads me to my next question. The Biden administration providing hundreds of billions of dollars in aid to Ukraine. We have seen that in the form of economic support as well as a lot of weapons. How is that different than explicitly saying that the U.S. wants Ukraine to prevail? And at this point, really, what are they planning for? As you mentioned, this war shows no signs of ending anytime soon, and Ukraine may not regain some of those territories.
So the reality is the U.S. is planning for this to be an ongoing, months-long support mission here. So there is no, according to the officials who we spoke with, there is no one talking about stopping the support that you mentioned, specifically the weapons, the equipment, the training, the humanitarian assistance, the economic assistance. There's no talk of stopping that. But I think what there's the acknowledgement on the Biden administration's part is that at some point, it's not quite in a stalemate at this point in the East, but at some point they are going to hit more of a stalemate where this day-to-day back and forth, literally almost block-to-block fighting that's going on right now is almost going to hit an impasse. And at that point, there's going to have to be a decision whether if this is going to a diplomatic means, so some sort of a negotiated settlement, what is the goal going to be there? Will Ukraine say we will give back, or we will acknowledge that parts of what were once territorial Ukraine pre-2014, will we acknowledge that becomes Russian territory or some sort of a mixture of Russian or Ukraine territory? Or will Ukraine, the Zelensky government, want to continue to push to completely push Russia out of there? And then what will the U.S. and the international community do? As you mentioned, the U.S. has provided billions and billions of dollars already. Will there be an end to that? That's one of the big questions that administration officials here are wrestling with, and not just the U.S. administration, I should say. And I know we're also hearing about this from European officials as well, Vicki.
Right, Courtney, and I know you and your team will stay on it. Thank you so much for your great reporting. Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon for us. Thank you. And right after this break, NBC News Now special coverage of the January 6th committee hearings will begin. The only population excluded from COVID vaccine eligibility could soon get their shots. Ahead, the major hurdle cleared for children under 5 and the new timetable for those doses.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think.
This is an NBC News special report. The results of a year-long investigation into the January 6th attack. Day 3 of the unprecedented congressional hearings. Today, the threats against Vice President Mike Pence. As rioters stormed the halls of Congress. The January 6th committee promising new details on President Trump's pressure campaign against him as they try to prove that the former president was responsible for the assault on the Capitol.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
New evidence set to be revealed today as the January 6th committee makes its case to the American people. Here now is Lester Holt.
Welcome, everyone. It's day 3 of the historic January 6 hearings. Over the first 2 days, the committee has laid out its argument that the events of January 6 were the direct result of President Trump. They argue that he willingly misled the American people by claiming without evidence that the election was stolen. That lie, they argue, led thousands to storm the Capitol. The suspected target for many that day was Trump's own vice president, Mike Pence. Chants of "Hang Mike Pence" were heard during the rally outside and by rioters inside. Videos from the day show the vice president and his family being rushed to safety. And that is what the committee hopes to prove today, that President Trump tried to pressure the vice president to overturn the election. And when he failed to do so, the president spurred on the uprising. That was how the Republican co-chair Liz Cheney teased their findings ahead of today's hearing. Today we're going to And we're also going to hear live from a top Pence aide who was with him when they were rushed to safety on January 6th. We want to begin right now with our senior Capitol Hill correspondent, Garrett Hake, who's outside the hearing room for a preview of what's ahead. Garrett, good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lester. The committee intends to show here that this pressure campaign against Mike Pence began in December and was both more pervasive and more dangerous to the vice president than has been previously reported. They will introduce the country to a man named John Eastman, who is a White House lawyer who they say is the one who came up with this idea that Pence could somehow unilaterally reject the election results on January 6th. And they'll make the case that as each court challenge, each legal avenue to President Trump closed, the pressure on Pence got ratcheted up more and more and more, leading up to a phone call on the morning of the 6th in which the president lays into Pence and makes his case that Pence has to do this. Pence ultimately rejects that from President Trump. And then as the assault on the Capitol is underway, President Trump tweets even further. Yesterday, I had a chance to talk to Pete Aguilar, who's the California congressman who's going to be leading today's hearing, and he described that pivotal moment to me. I mean, he's right up there in his ceremonial office. What's going on out here and what's happening in that room with the vice president?
You know, at that time, the vice president had already been evacuated. There were bike racks out here that had been breached. So the rioters had actually breached the first line of defense. They were getting closer and closer. 2:13 p.m., they breached the building. At 2:24 p.m., the president puts out a tweet that Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what was necessary. And so we have the vice president one window pane away from the mob here. And so that's when they knew it was time to evacuate. And
Lester, the committee intends to describe and show never-before-seen images of Pence deep in the bowels of the Capitol on that day, trying to go on with the business of governing and making the point that he could not leave. They had to finish the count on that night, as they ultimately did. The committee's going to hold Pence up today as someone who stood up for his constitutional responsibility, even in the face of enormous pressure from President Trump.
All right, Gary, we'll be talking to you along the way. I'm joined here by my colleagues, NBC political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, and by our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Great to have you both here. Chuck, let me start with you. How do Republicans react as they watch this play out and see the former vice president really held up as essentially a target?
This, to me, is what I'm watching for. You know, look, there are different ways that I'm sort of judging the impact of these hearings. One of the ways I'm not judging it is on the midterm elections. I think that's sort of a silly barometer for now. I think this is a sort of the first step to see how effective these hearings are, whether it starts to penetrate folks who have not wanted to acknowledge the seriousness of what happened on January 6th. You know, we saw, I remember right after they voted on impeachment, we were like, Tom Rice. Who's Tom Rice? He voted for impeachment. It was a South Carolina Republican at the time that people didn't know, who were surprised. In fact, some people thought, oh, this must be a mistake. The point was there were people you didn't expect who said, whoa, this is a bridge too far. The story of the pressure campaign of Mike Pence is one that I don't think has been told very well yet. I think they're going to tell it pretty well today. And I'm very curious to see the elected Republicans, mainstream Republicans, how they handle this. Can they really continue to walk this line of not condemning Trump, condemning the actions, all this stuff, when they see that Mike Pence could have been killed on January 6th? And I think it's a chilling thing to say. It's a chilling thing, I think, that we're going to hear today. And I'm very curious to see how elected Republicans handle this. I think there'll be some that break. What breaking looks like is open for interpretation. But I think that's how I'm watching to see how effective they are today. If they're as effective as I expect them to be, I expect some prominent Republicans to say, you know what? This was too much. It's time for Trump to go.
There's no, I mean, the shot of him being whisked, the vice president being whisked to safety away from other Americans certainly was chilling. Kristen, let me get your thoughts before we begin here.
Well, as Chuck notes, there were so many gaps that day that we just don't know about. One of them was this 15-minute phone call that occurred between former President Trump, former Vice President Mike Pence, the morning of January 6th. What specifically was said in that call? I think we're going to get new details about that. We're going to see new video. We're going to hear from Mark Short, one of his top aides, who testified under oath on videotape, so he's not going to be a live witness, but I think that hearing what he has to say, listening to it, could be very impactful. And then I'm also told that we're going to see new images. What I'm told are stark photos behind the scenes of former Vice President Mike Pence on that day. So all of this, I think, just underscores the point that you just heard from Chuck. This could really impact some Republicans who may not have thought this was a huge deal. So I think all of that is going to be significant. What is former Vice President Mike Pence doing today? He's in Ohio campaigning with Governor Mike DeWine. He's trying to at least optically show that he's focused on the future. But I spoke with a Pence aide who said, look, there's been a heaviness inside Pence world since January 6th. And there's also a sense of pride. And I think that's all going to be on display today. One more note. Chuck brings up Tom Rice. He was just defeated in his bid for re-election, so it underscores the fact that you just can't survive.
I'll tell you, though, in talking with some Pence people, Lester, there's a sense of liberation that they feel, that they don't, this constant, and a lot of other Republicans, you feel as if you can't make Trump mad, but you're not comfortable with this. In some ways, they went all in. They went all in. Look, this is what we experienced. They told their story here today. I think it's going to be pretty. Well,
starting with the first hearing, Pence was held up almost as a hero. In the end, he did what the Constitution required him to do. Does he deserve the accolades?
Look, we're going to. I think. I think yes, I do. I think that I understand whether look, he certainly. Some would argue he accepted the premise of the arguments for quite a bit of time before he came down on the side that he came down on. So for some people that might think, oh, well, he waited till the last minute. But, I think in hindsight, it turned out this was a braver move than I think anybody appreciated.
I want to bring in Yamiche Alcindor, our NBC News Washington correspondent. Yamiche, let's discuss the potential political fallout of today's hearing, which will focus on the former vice president. It's a difficult balancing act and ahead for Mike Pence trying to win over Trump supporters with an eye on the 2024 elections, as we were discussing here now. How does this all play out?
Well, Lester, in talking to people who are close to Vice President Pence and former Vice President Pence, they tell me that this hearing is going to be about his resolve and his reverence for the Constitution. They're very proud of the fact that on that day, Mike Pence decided not only to go with what legal experts were telling him to do, which is certify the election, but also that he didn't get in the car when he was given the option of fleeing the Capitol. And it's that decision that a lot of Pence aides tell me they hope will help him in his political bids. They understand that this is a real risk that he's taking, a political risk to break from what is, of course, a very popular former President Trump. But they also feel as though there is a lane for former Vice President Mike Pence to run in, because they're looking specifically at Georgia and Brian Kemp and Brad Raffensperger, two men who were targeted by former President Trump because they did not want to overturn the election in Georgia. They say that those two men being able to have victories in their primaries means that maybe Mike Pence can win over people who want Trump policies but don't want the brash style and certainly don't want the election lies. So I'm told by someone who's very close to Mike Pence that he feels as though there is this lane for him. And also they say if you watch Mike Pence on the campaign trail or on the trail or when he's traveling, that he doesn't really talk about January 6th. He wants to move on. He does see it as something that was a stain on American democracy, but he also wants to talk more about policies, about the economy. And he says specifically that he is still proud of his service with former President Trump, that really he was a loyal partner to President Trump. So there are a lot of political risks that he's taking, but he also really does see his future as still being bright, Lester.
All right, Yamiche, thank you. We'll ask you to stand by. Let me bring Garrett back in the conversation. Garrett, there's a name we may or may not hear today, but one that will be in the room in some way or another. That's Ginny Thomas, the wife of the Supreme Court Justice. There's been a lot of news breaking on this over the last day. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Lester, the Washington Post reporting overnight that Ginny Thomas was someone who had engaged in an email back and forth with the White House lawyer John Eastman, who I mentioned earlier. The Post reporting that Thomas was encouraging of Eastman and vice versa on this scheme to set aside the election results and keep Donald Trump in power. The committee had been aware of Thomas's activism around this issue broadly, but it appears only more recently became aware of these specific correspondences with Eastman. Now the committee chair and vice chair have told reporters today that they do intend to ask Thomas to come and testify before them sometime in the next few weeks. The committee's position on Thomas had long been that she wasn't central to what they were investigating. Again, they sort of knew she was a periphery figure here. She had texted with Chief of Staff Mark Meadows at the time. They were well aware of that, but they didn't think she was key to this. I think prodded perhaps by some of this reporting by the Washington Post, they now feel as though she's someone it would be important for them to talk to. And really this breaks along two separate axes, politically speaking, both the involvement here directly in the investigation and what, if anything, she might have discussed with her husband, the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. The two have long said that they keep their political work separate, but obviously any election-related cases that might come before the Supreme Court or any of those who already have, if Ginny Thomas is involved somehow behind the scenes on the Trump side of things, it potentially complicates Clarence Thomas's role. So the committee now acknowledging this is something they're going to have to delve into.
All right, Garrett, thanks. And Kristen, there have been moments in the January 6 hearings you have to kind of stand back and look at where we are, and your jaw almost drops. We've got a Supreme Court justice's wife now.
Right.
If not at the center of this, certainly a key figure. Once again, we're kind of standing back on our heels.
And it's just extraordinary to learn that she was in touch with officials in Arizona. She was in touch with Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, and now we're learning she was in touch with John Eastman. He is going to emerge, I think, as a central figure today. This was a conservative lawyer who was advising former President Trump that, yes, Mike Pence had the authority to reject and appoint new electors, which is just not the case. And the fact that she was in contact with him and with these other officials, I think goes back to the point that you were discussing with Chuck, which is how will history view Mike Pence? Think about how many voices were in his ear telling him to try to block or overturn the results of this election. And ultimately, he held the line. And I think she is one more data point. She's one more figure who was adding to that pressure campaign.
And Chuck, back to Pence, we're going to hear there was no communication. The president wasn't calling him during all this.
Not at all. Doesn't seem to worry about his welfare at all. Meanwhile, Pence is the one communicating with General Milley. Pence is the one trying to find out how can we get more resources to sort of help with the siege. Nothing from the president at all. I think that's going to be a big moment here. I'll tell you, this Ginny Thomas stuff, I think a lot of people, including in Republican circles, sort of write Ginny Thomas off as sort of, hey, she's out there, but she's an activist. You got to sort of appease her or whatever it is. And I think folks didn't sort of take her missives very seriously. and then you realize she potentially found an ear or potentially found in John Eastman here. I think this could be making the Ginny Thomas role a lot more serious than I think a lot of people say, well, she's just kind of an aggressive activist on the right and seems to be always a bit overzealous. Now it starts to look like that may have stumbled into this conspiracy.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Danny Cevallos. There is talk about, Danny, as you know, possible criminal charges stemming from the January 6th committee's investigation. What have you seen so far, and what are you looking forward to as obviously the Justice Department is making those kinds of decisions?
Today, what we'll be looking forward to is evidence that Eastman and Trump knew what they were doing was wrong and yet persisted in a pressure campaign against Vice President Pence. Because arguably then you're getting into the area of conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, to wit the counting and certifying of the electors from the different states. And so that's what the panel should focus on, at least today, because they should avoid the sensational, avoid too much time on gallows and hang Mike Pence, because we have a robust history of First Amendment defenses, and burning people in effigy is part of that First Amendment protection. Instead, focus on things like the meeting with Eastman and Pence's team in the White House, where Eastman pushes this theory, but yet apparently conceded that it was against historical practice, would be rejected by the Supreme Court, and was in violation of the Electoral Count Act. That shows intent, potentially criminal intent, to do something that they knew was wrong. And that's the kind of thing the panel should be focused on. We're probably going to get that from Greg Jacob, who's going to be a compelling witness today. Lester.
Is that the thread we're going to watch for throughout the entire hearings, as to what Donald Trump knew, what his state of mind was, what he had said?
Yes, because Greg Jacob, in terms of a witness today, is the most direct form of evidence about what Eastman knew, and then by implication what the president knew. Now, Judge Luttig is a very interesting witness. You're going to hear about how in the middle of the night almost, or early morning, he gets a call and composes a tweet on Twitter with little knowledge of Twitter, had to call his son to ask, how the heck do I do Twitter? How do I make a long tweet? And had to work through it, and ended up tweeting something out that the vice president then used in his letter to the nation. Important stuff, but doesn't really go to what Eastman and Trump knew and when they knew it, specifically about how far-fetched their theory was and the pressure campaign that they nonetheless brought to bear against Mike Pence to either reject electors or delay the count. If the committee can prove or establish in the American psyche that this was something that Eastman and Trump knew was wrong when they did it, knew was hopeless, then arguably you're starting to make out the elements of a conspiracy against the United States to obstruct an official proceeding. That's really going to be and should be their focus today.
All right, Kristen.
Well, and I think that is why filling in some of these blanks is going to be so critical. That 15-minute phone call, for example, what specifically was Trump's mindset? What did he know? Did he know ultimately, yes, there were a chorus of voices telling him that these election results could not be overturned, and yet this one person was telling him that the vice president had the authority to do exactly that. I do think that Greg Jacob is going to be the person to watch today. He was the person who was advising the former vice president most closely. Luttig helped him kind of in an informal role toward the end, and as you just heard from Danny Cevallos, craft that statement. But I think that Greg Jacob was the person who was in the room in those really tough moments, really trying to get him to hold the line, to realize that he did not have the authority to go beyond simply a role of really going into January 6th as a symbolic role. He didn't have the authority to appoint new electors.
By the way, we're going to see some interesting moments that are sort of interspersed of moments that will feel familiar to us. So, for instance, Donald Trump was at a rally in Georgia the day before January 6th.
Yep.
And you can now some of his comments that he was making, alluding to what Pence could do and all this or that. Now you understand what was happening sort of in the moments before he took the podium and just talked about those things just at a Georgia rally. I mean, we're starting to understand. There were always these extraneous comments that Trump would say in public or even tweet. And what this committee has done so well is put together the timeline right before those moments, so to explain this is what was in the former president's head at the time. So we are learning that they and I think this is the timeline that Greg Jacob is going to be able to point out. And it is, what I expect the committee to do pretty well is be able to show you. And then here's what the president was saying in the public, applying this pressure. I mean, he was doing public pressure. He was doing private pressure, all of it, which, of course, culminated with the riot on January 6th.
Well, I think it's worth noting, and Chuck makes me think of this, the choreography of the day, which is that the first part of the hearing is going to focus on those days leading up to January 6th to try to connect those dots. And then the second part of the hearing is really going to focus on January 6th itself, creating a timeline of events and creating essentially pulling back the curtain on that moment that the vice president was evacuated and in hiding. And again, I think that's where some of those new stark images are going to come.
We're about 10 minutes away from the start of this third hearing, the January 6th committee hearing. Let me bring in right now NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, who has been in contact with former aides to the vice president. Vaughn, how do those aides view this moment and how this committee is working this along to a conclusion?
Right. I think it's important, Lester, that we note as we watch this hearing unfold these next hours is the fact that the VP's office are all cooperating with this investigation by the January 6th Select Committee. Excuse me. When we're talking about officials who have been subpoenaed, each of them agreed to testify, as opposed to some who were more aligned with Donald Trump, who have tried to fight their subpoenas, as well as members of Congress. Each of these advisors has gone and sat down with the January 6th committee and agreed to these depositions, as well as the VP's office never trying to exert this idea of vice presidential executive privilege, like you saw Donald Trump try to do with White House documents. They turned over to the January 6th committee all of the documents that were requested of them here. I think that is an important construct in which we need to view this hearing through. But the other part of this is when you're talking about that timeline. In my conversation here, there's the aide who was outlining to me yesterday that important 15-minute phone call that Kristen is talking about. It took place when Mike Pence, on the morning of January 6th, was still at the Naval Observatory, the vice president's residence. Multiple senior advisors were with Pence there at the Naval Observatory. Instead of going to the White House, he stayed there. That is when Donald Trump placed a phone call to him. It lasted, I'm told, about 15 minutes. The exact nature and exactly what was spoken between the two men during those 15 minutes is what is still unclear and what potentially we could learn more and understand more about here in these hours ahead. Why? Well, the vice president, I've covered him for years now, and whenever I asked him what about a conversation between him and Donald Trump, he'd always tell me that is private. That is between the vice president and the president. But in this situation, it wasn't the vice president who others were listening in on, but we are told that the January 6th committee has depositions and testimony from individuals inside of the West Wing who were listening in on Donald Trump's side of the phone call. Now, exactly what they are able to offer up is what went back between those two in those hours before Mike Pence then headed to the Capitol. That is still a question mark. The other thing to note is where Chuck was talking about the communication here. When we're talking about the pressure campaign, this was not just the life of Mike Pence that was on the line. This was the vice president, Mike Pence, who had a constitutional obligation under the Electoral Count Act to oversee the certification of the 2020 election that very day. And when we talk about him going from a hold room, then down to a parking tunnel here, we are talking about the potential that the peaceful transfer of power was going to be held up. And Donald Trump never placed a phone call to Mike Pence, and I actually talked with Mark Short, Pence's chief of staff, yesterday as well, and I asked him, well, did the vice president ever place a phone call to Donald Trump? And his quote to me was, why would he? Pence was focused on the security of the Capitol complex, the safety of people, and ultimately that certification. And that is why, when we're talking about this pressure campaign, there was not only a danger, a threat to Pence and his family and his aides, but also there was a threat to a transfer of power not taking place there in those final 2 weeks before Inauguration Day.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard with the hearing from the ground from the Pence folks as the former vice president becomes the center now of this third hearing. Remember, the schedule got moved around a little bit for logistics, but we are about to pick up again with the third in a series of hearings focused on January 6th, how we got there, and as we keep using the term, connecting the dots. We're going to pause here for just a moment to give our NBC stations a chance to join our special coverage of the January 6th Select Committee hearings.
This is an NBC News special report. The results of a year-long investigation into the January 6 attack. Day 3 of the unprecedented congressional hearings. Today, the threats against Vice President Mike Pence. As rioters stormed the halls of Congress. The January 6 committee promising new details on President Trump's pressure campaign against him as they try to prove that the former president was responsible for the assault on the Capitol.
President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack.
New evidence set to be revealed today as the January 6 committee makes its case to the American people. Here now is Lester Holt.
Good day, everyone. From New York, it's day 3 of the historic January 6 hearings. The committee has so far been focused on President Trump and how he spent weeks relentlessly promoting the false claim that the election was stolen. That lie, the committee believes, fueled the anger that drove thousands to overrun Capitol Police and ransack the halls of Congress. Today, they'll argue that the president helped focus that anger on one man, his vice president, Mike Pence. As they stormed the Capitol, rioters chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." There's video of the vice president and his family being rushed to safety as they closed in. Today, we're going to hear live from a top Pence aide who was with him in those moments, and we're likely to hear tape testimony from President Trump's advisors about the weeks-long pressure campaign in private and in public that President Trump waged against his VP to convince him to overturn the election results. We want to warn you that some of the videos the committee will play will contain explicit language. Let's get right to NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake, who's just outside the hearing room and will set the stage for us. Garrett?
Lester, today we're going to see a timeline laid out that starts in mid-December. It goes all the way up through January 6th, in which time, as every legal challenge the president was trying to make to stop the election certification was failing, pressure was growing inside the White House on the vice president to use what amounted to an illegal scheme to set aside the election results on January 6th. The committee will introduce us to a man named John Eastman, a White House attorney who came up with this idea. And while it was his idea, the committee will make it clear it was Donald Trump who applied the pressure to Mike Pence, whether it be in public speeches or in private phone calls. For weeks leading up to the 6th itself, the president increased the pressure on Pence, including in a phone call on the morning of the 6th that we will hear described by aides who heard it. We will also hear exactly how close Mike Pence came to the mob once they broke into the Capitol, and Donald Trump tweeted about Pence not having the courage, as he put it, to go through with the plan. And we will see the effort Pence took to stay in the Capitol complex and resume and ultimately complete the counting of votes on election night. The committee members I spoke to see Pence as a sympathetic figure here who did everything he could in the face of that enormous pressure to make sure the Constitution was followed on January 6th.
Garrett, thank you. I'm joined here by my colleagues, NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, and by our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Chuck, I'll start with you. Will we see a team normal moment here? Is this going to be a split?
Look, I think it is. Look, this is the way I'm measuring the success of this hearing really is going to be how many elected Republicans who've been reticent to criticize former President Trump for his actions on January 6th, maybe beyond just the initial day, week or two after the attack itself on the Capitol. When they hear the full story of the pressure campaign against Mike Pence, not just how close he came to danger, personal danger, on January 6th, but everything in the run-up to it, it's going to paint a pretty damning picture. And look, a lot of people want to look towards November to see if they measure success or failure in these hearings. To me, it's more of a measure of how many more people understand and agree on the actual set of facts that happen. And I think if these hearings are as effective as I think they could be today, I think you'll see some prominent Republicans who maybe have not been critical of the former president say, you know what, it's time to move on. He did real damage to this country. Look what he did to Mike Pence. I'm not saying it's going to be a rush of Republicans, but I think you'll see a lot of them think this privately. And I just wonder, in the wake of today's facts, will some of them say, you know what, I'm off the Trump train. And that's one measure I'm looking forward to see how effective these hearings are.
Kristen, what are your thoughts as we begin?
Well, I think that today is about filling in a lot of the blanks in the days leading up to January 6th and January 6th itself as it relates to the pressure campaign against former Vice President Mike Pence. As you heard Garrett mention, we are going to learn new details about that 15-minute phone call that Pence had with Trump on the morning of January 6th before he went to the Capitol. We are going to see new video, and I'm told we are going to get new images of the former vice president behind the scene, particularly when he was essentially in hiding as the rioters were storming the Capitol. I'm told that those images are stark, and I think that could have the type of impact that Chuck is talking about. Broadly speaking, I've been talking to aides who are close to Mike Pence, and I've asked them if there's a heaviness as they approach this day, as they expect to relive that day, essentially. And they say, look, there's really been a heaviness since January 6th that has been embedded inside Trump world. At the same time, where is the former vice president today? He's going to be in Ohio campaigning with Governor DeWine there. He's at least optically trying to look to the future, trying to focus on what's ahead. But there is no doubt this is a very heavy day. But one aide said to me they are also filled with a lot of pride that the former vice president held the line that day and the nation's democracy held.
You know, Lester, one quick thing. I was talking to the Pence folks also feel a little bit liberated by today. There's been a lot of speculation. What do they say? What have they said? What, in some ways, this is a cathartic moment for them. Get this done. It's all out there. Now there's no more mystery about, oh, what did they do behind the scenes?
Maybe they want to keep their silence as this
Well, I think
plays
they
out?
view that they had been keeping their silence. This is the public record, so in some ways, it's all out there. It is notable to me who Mike Pence hangs with, though. Mike DeWine, governor of Ohio, Trump critic. Not somebody and who has beat back a Trump primary challenger. And so he, you know, Pence knows where he has allies in the party, and it is people like Pence, DeWine, and Brian Kemp in Georgia.
All right, the gavel has fallen. The third session of the hearings by the January 6th committee underway now.
Select committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material represented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. This is almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president. No idea more un-American. I agree with that, which is unusual because former Vice President Mike Pence and I don't agree on much. These are his words, spoken a few months ago about Donald Trump's attempt to pressure the former vice president, pressure him into going along with an unlawful and unconstitutional scheme to overturn the 2020 election and give Donald Trump a second term in office that he did not win. Today, the Select Committee is going to reveal the details of that pressure campaign. But what does the Vice President of the United States even have to do with a presidential election? The Constitution says that the Vice President of the United States oversees the process of counting the Electoral College votes, a process that took place on January 6, 2021. Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to do something no other vice president has ever done. The former president wanted Pence to reject the votes and either declare Trump the winner or send the votes back to the states to be counted again. Mike Pence said no. He resisted the pressure. He knew it was illegal. He knew it was wrong. We're fortunate for Mr. Pence's courage on January 6th. Our democracy came dangerously close to catastrophe. That courage put him in tremendous danger. When Mike Pence made it clear that he wouldn't give in to Donald Trump's scheme, Donald Trump turned the mob on him, a mob that was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," a mob that had built a hangman's gallows just outside the Capitol. Thanks in part to Mike Pence, our democracy withstood Donald Trump's scheme and the violence of January 6th. But the danger hasn't receded. Led by my colleague, Mr. Aguilar, today we'll lay out the facts for the American people. But first, I'll recognize my colleague from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me take just a few minutes today to put the topic of our hearing in broader context. In our last hearing, we heard unequivocal testimony that President Trump was told his election fraud allegations were complete nonsense. We heard this from members of the Trump campaign. We heard this from President Trump's campaign lawyers. We heard this from President Trump's former Attorney General, Bill Barr. We heard this from President Trump's former acting Attorney General, Jeff Rosen. And we heard this from President Trump's former acting Deputy Attorney General, Richard Donahue. We heard from members of President Trump's White House staff as well. Today, we're focusing on President Trump's relentless effort to pressure Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes on January 6th. Here again is how the former vice president phrased it in a speech before the Federalist Society, a group of conservative lawyers.
This week, that President Trump said I had the right to overturn the election. But President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
What the president wanted the vice president to do was not just wrong, it was illegal and unconstitutional. We will hear many details in today's hearing, but please consider these 2 points. First, President Trump was told repeatedly that Mike Pence lacked the constitutional and legal authority to do what President Trump was demanding he do. This is testimony from Mark Short, the Vice President's Chief of Staff, who served in the Trump administration in multiple positions over 4 years.
But just to pick up on that, Mr. Short, was it your impression that the Vice President had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the President, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the President?
Very consistent.
Okay.
But President Trump plotted with a lawyer named John Eastman to pressure Pence to do so anyway. As the federal court has explained, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds that it is more likely than not that President Trump and Dr. Eastman dishonestly conspired to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. What exactly did President Trump know? When exactly did President Trump know that it would be illegal for Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes? Here is one sample of testimony given by one of the witnesses before us today, the Vice President's General Counsel.
Did John Eastman ever admit, as far as you know, in front of the President, that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count
Act? I believe he did on the 4th.
That was January 4th, 2 days before the attack on Congress. A second point, please listen to testimony today about all of the ways that President Trump attempted to pressure Vice President Pence, including Donald Trump's tweet at 2:24 p.m. condemning Vice President Mike Pence when President Trump already knew a violent riot was underway at the Capitol. In future hearings, you will hear from witnesses who were present inside the White House, who were present inside the West Wing on that day. But today we focus on the earnest efforts of Mike Pence, who was determined to abide by his oath of office. As Vice President Pence prepared a statement on January 5th and 6th, explaining that he could not illegally refuse to count electoral votes, He said this to his staff.
I mean, the vice president said this may be the most important thing I ever say. And so, this meaning the statement? The statement. And he really wanted to make sure that it was just so.
You will hear today that President Trump's White House counsel believed that the vice president did exactly the right thing on January 6th, as did others in the White House, as did Fox News host Sean Hannity. Vice President Pence understood that his oath of office was more important than his loyalty to Donald Trump. He did his duty. President Trump unequivocally did not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we intend to show the American people that January 6th was not an isolated incident. In the weeks culminating before, it was a legal scheme and deception. We've already learned that President Trump knew he lost the 2020 election. Shortly after, he began to look for a way to circumvent our country's most fundamental civic tradition, the peaceful transfer of power. The president latched on to a dangerous theory and would not let go because he was convinced it would keep him in office. We witnessed firsthand what happened when the President of the United States weaponized this theory. The Capitol was overrun, police officers lost their lives, and the Vice President was taken to a secure location because his safety was in jeopardy. Let's take a look at the effect of Donald Trump's words and actions. I want to warn our audience that the video contains explicit content.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us, and if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. And Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
I'm telling you what, I'm hearing the Pence just caved.
No.
Is that true?
I'm
hearing reports that Pence caved. No. I'm telling you, if Pence caved, we're going to drag motherfuckers through the streets. You fucking politicians are going to get fucking drugged through the streets.
Yes.
I guess the hope is that there's such a show of force here that Pence will decide to do the right thing, according to Trump.
How did we get to this point? How did we get to the point where President Trump's most radical supporters led a violent attack on the Capitol and threatened to hang President Trump's own vice president? You'll hear from witnesses that Donald Trump pressured Mike Pence to adopt a legally and morally bankrupt idea that the vice president could choose who the next president can be. You'll hear about how the vice president, the White House counsel, and others told Donald Trump that the vice president had no such authority. But President Trump would not listen. You'll hear how Vice President Pence withstood an onslaught of pressure from President Trump, both publicly and privately, a pressure campaign that built to a fever pitch with a heated phone call on January 6th. You'll also hear that the president knew there was a violent mob at the Capitol when he tweeted at 2:24 p.m. that the vice president did not have the, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Let me be clear. Vice President Pence did the right thing that day. He stayed true to his oath to protect and defend the Constitution. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. We're honored to have two distinguished witnesses who advised Vice President regarding his role on January 6th. Judge J. Michael Ludick is one of the leading conservative legal thinkers in the country. He served in administrations of President Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. He was appointed by the latter to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, where he served from 1991 to 2006. He provided critical advice for Vice President Pence regarding the role of the Vice President in the joint session of Congress shortly before that fateful moment. He's written that the Vice President does not have the power to select the next President of the United States. He's also written that contrary theory espoused by one of his own former law clerks was, quote, incorrect at every turn. We're also joined today by one of the people who was with Vice President Pence on January 6th. Greg Jacob was counsel to Vice President Pence. He conducted a thorough analysis of the role of the Vice President in the joint session of Congress under the Constitution, the Electoral Count Act, and 230 years of historical practice. But he also has firsthand information about the attack on the Capitol because he lived through it. He was with the Vice President, and his own life was in danger. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. In the United States, the people choose our representatives, including the highest official in the land, the President of the United States. The American people did this on November 3rd, 2020. But President Trump did not like the outcome. He did everything he could to change the result of the election. He tried litigation, 62 cases, in fact, and that failed. He tried to pressure state legislatures to reverse the results of the election in their states, but they refused. He tried to enlist the Department of Justice in his efforts to overturn election results, but officials leading the department refused to comply. So eventually, he latched on to a completely nonsensical and anti-democratic theory that one man, his own vice president, could determine the outcome of the election. He wanted the vice president to unilaterally select the president. This theory that the vice president could unilaterally select the president runs completely contrary to our Constitution, our laws, and the entirety of our American experience. But that didn't matter to President Trump. I would now like to explore how President Trump came to latch on to this ridiculous legal theory that the vice president can select the president of the United States. Mr. Jacob, how did this theory first come to your attention?
The first time that I had a conversation with the Vice President about the 12th Amendment and the Electoral Count Act was in early December, around December 7th. The Vice President called me over to his West Wing office and told me that he had been seeing and reading things that suggested that he had a significant role to play on January 6th in announcing the outcome of the election. He told me that he had been first elected to Congress in 2000 and that one of his earliest memories as a congressman was sitting in on the 2001 certification, and he recalled that Al Gore had gavelled down a number of objections that had been raised to Florida. And he asked me mechanically, how does this work at the joint session? What are the rules? And I told the Vice President that, in fact, I had a fairly good idea of how things work, that actually there aren't rules that govern the joint session, but what there is a provision of the Constitution that's just one sentence long and then an Electoral Count Act that had been passed in 1887. And I told the Vice President that I could put a memo together for him overnight that would explain the applicable rules.
So, Mr. Jacobs, when you looked at this theory, what did you conclude?
So we concluded that what you have is a sentence in the Constitution that is inartfully drafted. But the Vice President's first instinct when he heard this theory was that there was no way that our framers, who abhorred concentrated power, who had broken away from the tyranny of George III, would ever have put one person, particularly not a person who had a direct interest in the outcome because they were on the ticket for the election, in a role to have decisive impact on the outcome of the election. And our review of text, history, and frankly just common sense all confirmed the Vice President's first instinct on that point. There is no justifiable basis to conclude that the Vice President has that kind of authority.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. We will hear more today about how, despite this conclusion by you and other top legal advisors, the former president used this discredited theory in his campaign to pressure the Vice President to decide the outcome of the presidential election. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge Ludig, thank you as well for being here with us today. You issued a very important statement earlier today, which I urge all Americans to read. And I'd like to ask you, Judge, about one of the sentences in your statement and ask if you could explain to us the significance of it. You say, had the Vice President of the United States obeyed the President of the United States, America would immediately have been plunged into what would have been tantamount to a revolution within a paralyzing constitutional crisis. Could you elaborate on that for us, Judge?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. That passage in my statement this morning referenced the most foundational concept in America, which is the rule of law. Thus, as I interpret your question, you are asking about that foundational truth of these United States, which we call America. The foundational truth is the rule of law. That foundational truth is, for the United States of America, the profound truth. But it's not merely the profound truth for the United States. It's also the simple truth, the simple foundational truth of the American Republic. Thus, in my view, the hearings being conducted by this select committee are examining that profound truth, namely the rule of law in the United States of America. The specific question, of course, before you and before the nation, not before me, is whether that foundational rule of law was supremely violated on January 6, 2021. Now, to the question specifically that you asked, Madam Vice Chair, I believe that had Vice President Pence obeyed the orders from his president and the President of the United States of America during the joint session of the Congress of the United States on January 6, 2021, and declared Donald Trump the next President of the United States, notwithstanding that then President Trump had lost the Electoral College vote as well as the popular vote in the 2020 presidential election. That declaration of Donald Trump as the next president would have plunged America into what I believe would have been tantamount to a revolution within a constitutional crisis in America, which in my view, and I'm only one man, would have been the first constitutional crisis since the founding of the Republic.
Thank you very much, Judge, for your solemn attention to these issues and for your appearance here today. We're going to describe and discuss in detail what happened. And as we do, I'm going to describe a few of the details now of some of the actions taken by a gentleman named Kenneth Chesebro. After the Electoral College met and cast their votes on December 14th, actually the day before they met, Kenneth Chesebro sent a memo to Rudy Giuliani, the president's lead outside counsel. Mr. Chesebro wrote to Mayor Giuliani that the vice president is charged with, quote, making judgments about what to do if there are conflicting votes, close quote. Mr. Chesebro wrote that when the joint session of Congress got to Arizona in the alphabetical list of states, the vice president should not count the Biden votes, quote, because there are two slates of votes. His justification, which we will learn more about in our next hearing, was that a group of Trump supporters in Arizona and other swing states decided to proclaim themselves the true electors for the state, creating two sets of electors, the official electors selected by the state and a group of fake electors. This document was ordered to be produced to the Select Committee by a federal district court judge. As you will see on the screen shortly, Judge David Carter wrote, quote, the draft memo pushed a strategy that knowingly violated the Electoral Count Act. The judge concluded that, quote, the memo is both intimately related to and clearly advanced the plan to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. A few days later, Professor John Eastman took up this cause. Eastman was at the time a law professor at Chapman University Law School. He prepared a memo outlining the nonsensical theory that the Vice President could decide the outcome of the election at the joint session of Congress on January 6th. You will see portions of this memo on the screen. In the first line, he wrote, quote, 7 states have transmitted dual slates of electors to the President of the Senate. But Dr. Eastman goes on to rely on those so-called dual slates of electors to say that Vice President Pence could simply declare President Trump the winner of the 2020 election. Mr. Jacob, were there in fact dual slates of electors from 7 states?
No, there were not.
And just a few days after that, Dr. Eastman wrote another memo, this one, quote, wargaming out several scenarios. He knew the outcome he wanted, and he saw a way to go forward if he simply pretended that fake electors were real. You will see that memo up on the screen now. Here, Dr. Eastman says the Vice President can reject the Biden electors from the states that he calls, quote, disputed. Under several of the scenarios, the Vice President could ultimately just declare Donald Trump the winner, regardless of the vote totals that had already been certified by the states. However, this was false, and Dr. Eastman knew it was false. In other words, it was a lie. In fact, on December 19, 2020, just 4 days before Dr. Eastman sent this memo, Dr. Eastman himself admitted in an email that the fake electors had no legal weight, referring to the fake electors as, quote, dead on arrival in Congress, end quote, because they did not have a certification from their states. Judge Ludig, did the Trump electors in those 7 states who were not certified by any state authority have any legal significance?
Congresswoman, there was no support whatsoever in either the Constitution of the United States nor the laws of the United States for the Vice President, frankly, ever to count alternative electoral slates from the states that had not been officially certified by the designated state official in the Electoral Count Act of 1887. I did notice in the passage from Mr. Eastman's memorandum, and I took a note on it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he said in that passage that there was both legal authority as well as historical precedent. I do know what Mr. Eastman was referring to when he said that there was historical precedent for doing so. He was incorrect. There was no historical precedent from the beginning of the founding in 1789 that even as mere historical precedent, as distinguished from legal precedent, would support the possibility of the Vice President of the United States quote, counting alternative electoral slates that had not been officially certified to the Congress pursuant to the Electoral Count Act of 1887. I would be glad to explain that historical precedent if the committee wanted, but it would be a digression.
Thank you very much, Judge. I know my colleagues will be pursuing that issue in more depth, and now I'd like to yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, and staff counsel, Mr. John Wood, for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're fortunate to have a bipartisan staff. Senior Investigative Counsel John Wood previously served as United States Attorney in Missouri under President George W. Bush. He and I will share today's lines of questioning. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Judge Ludig, I had the incredible honor of serving as one of your law clerks. Another person who did was John Eastman. And you have written that Dr. Eastman's theory that the vice president could determine who the next president of the United States is, in your words, incorrect at every turn. Could you please explain briefly your analysis?
It was my honor, Mr. Wood, to have you serve as my law clerk. I could answer that question perfectly if I had at my disposal either Mr. Eastman's tweet or my own analytical tweet of September 21st, but I don't. But that said, let me try to remember the analysis of Mr. Eastman's analysis.
And Judge, I can read to you and to the audience, I think what was a really key passage from your very insightful analysis when you wrote, I believed that Professor Eastman was incorrect at every turn of the analysis in his January 2nd memorandum, beginning with his claim that there were legitimate competing slates of electors presented from 7 states, and you've already addressed that issue. But your next sentence said, continuing to his conclusion that the vice president could unilaterally decide not to count the votes from the 7 states from which competing slates were allegedly presented. So what was your basis for concluding that Dr. Eastman was incorrect in his conclusion that the vice president could unilaterally decide not to count the votes from these disputed states?
I understand. As I previously stated in response to Congresswoman Cheney, there was no basis in the Constitution or laws of the United States at all for the theory espoused by Mr. Eastman. At all. None. With all respect to my co-panelist, he said, I believe in partial response to one of the Select Committee's questions, that the single sentence in the 12th Amendment was, he thought, inartfully written. That single sentence is not inartfully written. It was pristine clear. that the President of the Senate, on January 6th, the incumbent Vice President of the United States, had little substantive constitutional authority, if any, at all. The 12th Amendment, the single sentence that Mr. Jacob refers to, says in substance that following the transmission of the certificates to the Congress of the United States and under the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the Archivist of the United States, that the presiding officer shall open the certificates in the presence of the Congress of the United States in joint session. It then says unmistakably, not even that the Vice President himself shall count the electoral votes. It clearly says merely that the electoral count votes shall then be counted. It was the Electoral Count Act of 1887 that that filled in, if you will, the simple words of the 12th Amendment in order to construct for the country a process for the counting of the sacred process for the counting of the electoral votes from the states, that neither our original Constitution nor even the 12th Amendment had done. The irony, if you will, is that from its founding until 1887, when Congress passed the Electoral Count Act, the nation had been in considerable turmoil during at least 5 of its presidential elections, beginning as soon thereafter from the founding as 1800. So it wasn't for almost 100 years later until the Electoral Count Act was passed. So that's why, in my view, that piece of legislation is not only a work in progress for the country, but at this moment in history, an important work in progress that needs to take place. That was long-winded, I understand.
Well, Judge Ludig, at the risk of oversimplifying for the non-lawyers who are watching, is it fair to say that the 12th Amendment basically says 2 things happen? The Vice President opens the certificates and the electoral votes are counted. Is it that straightforward?
I would not want that to be my testimony before the Congress of the United States. The language of the 12th Amendment is that simple.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Jacob, I have a question for you. I believe during your deposition before this committee, you said something to the effect of you'd read every word written about the 12th Amendment, the Electoral Count Act, and historical practice. I know in response to the chairman's earlier question, you gave your bottom line conclusion, but can you tell us a little bit about the process that you and your colleagues went through of researching this issue and what conclusion you came to after your thorough research?
So, you, as a lawyer who's analyzing a constitutional provision, you start with the constitutional text, you go to structure, you go to history. So we started with the text. We did not think that the text was quite as unambiguous as Judge Ludig indicated. In part, we had a constitutional crisis in 1876 because in that year, multiple slates of electors were certified by multiple slates. And when it came time to count those votes, the antecedent question of which ones had to be answered. That required the appointment of an independent commission. That commission had to resolve that question, and the purpose of the Electoral Count Act of 1887 had been to resolve those latent ambiguities. Now, I'm in complete agreement with Judge Ludig. It is unambiguous that the vice president does not have the authority to reject electors. There is no suggestion of any kind that it does. There is no mention of rejecting or objecting to electors anywhere in the 12th Amendment. And so the notion that the vice president could do that certainly is not in the text. But the problem that we had and that John Eastman raised in our discussions was we had all seen that in Congress in 2000, in 2004, in 2016, there had been objections raised to various states. And those had even been debated in 2004. And so here you have an amendment that says nothing about objecting or rejecting, and yet we did have some recent practice of that happening within the terms of the Electoral Count Act. So we started with that text. And I recall in my discussion with the vice president, he said, I can't wait to go to heaven and meet the framers and tell them the work that you did in putting together our Constitution is a work of genius. Thank you. It was divinely inspired. There is one sentence that I would like to talk to you a little bit about. So then we went to structure. And again, the vice president's first instinct here is so decisive on this question. There's just no way that the framers of the Constitution, who divided power and authority, who separated it out, who had broken away from George III and declared him to be a tyrant, there was no way that they would have put in the hands of one person the authority to determine who was going to be president of the United States. And then we went to history. We examined every single electoral vote count that had happened in Congress since the beginning of the country. We examined the Electoral Count Act. We examined practice under the Electoral Count Act. And critically, no vice president in 230 years of history had ever claimed to have that kind of authority, hadn't claimed authority to reject electoral votes, had not claimed authority to return electoral votes back to the states. In the entire history of the United States, not once had a joint session ever returned electoral votes back to the states to be counted. And in the crisis of 1876, Justice Bradley of the United States Supreme Court, who supplied the decisive final vote on that commission, had specifically looked at that question and said, first, the vice president clearly doesn't have authority to decide anything, and by the way, also does not have authority to conduct an investigation by sending things back out for a public look at things. So the history was absolutely decisive. And again, part of my discussion with Mr. Eastman was, if you were right, don't you think Al Gore might have liked to have known in 2000 that he had authority to just declare himself president of the United States? Did you think that the Democrat lawyers just didn't think of this very obvious quirk that he could use to do that? And of course, he acknowledged Al Gore did not and should not have had that authority at that point in time. But so text, structure, history, I think what we had was some ambiguous text that common sense and structure would tell you the answer cannot possibly be that the vice president has that authority. As the committee already played the vice president's remarks, there is almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person would choose the American president. And then unbroken historical practice for 230 years that the vice president did not have such an authority.
Thank you. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Mr. Jacob, you weren't the only one who knew that the legal theory was wrong, though. Here's what various advisors to the president thought about that theory.
You've been clear repeatedly with Mr. Meadows about you and the vice president having a different view about his authority on January 6th.
I believe I had.
Did Mr. Meadows ever explicitly or tacitly agree with you or say, yeah, that makes sense, or okay?
I believe that that Mark did agree.
What makes you say that?
I believe that's what he told me. But as I mentioned, I think Mark had told so many people so many different things that it was not something that that I would necessarily accept as, okay, well, that means that's resolved.
I see. Tell me more what he told you on this topic.
Well, I think it was that, the vice president doesn't have any broader role. And I think he was understanding of that.
So despite the fact that he may have said other things to the president or others, to you, he said he understands the vice president has no role.
Yes.
Okay. Did he say that to you several times?
A couple times.
Mm-hmm. Before January 6th?
Yes.
The way it was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty and had at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
Pat expressed his admiration for the vice president's actions on the day of the 6th and said that he concurred with the legal analysis that our team had put together to reach that point.
It made no sense to me that in all the protections that were built into the Constitution for a president to get elected and steps that had to be taken, that the power to choose the next president would be sitting with the vice president.
Do you know if Mr. Clark or Mr. Morgan, is it Morgan, viewed about that, thought about that, Mr. Eastman's advice?
Yeah, they thought he was crazy.
Do you know if they ever expressed an opinion on whether they thought the vice president had the power that John Eastman said he did?
I know for a fact I heard both say that his theory was crazy, that there was no validity to it in any way, shape, or form.
And did they express that before January 6th?
Yes.
To whom?
I think anyone who would listen.
Okay. What were your prior interactions with Eastman?
He described for me what he thought the ambiguity was in the statute, and he was walking through it at that time. And I said, hold on a second, I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying that you believe the vice president, acting as president of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next president of the United States? And you said yes. And I said, are you out of your effing mind? Right? And that was pretty blunt. I said, you're completely crazy. I said, you're going to turn around and tell 78 plus million people in this country that your theory is this is how you're going to invalidate their votes because you think the election was stolen. And I said, they're not going to tolerate that. I said, you're going to cause riots in the streets. And he said, words to the effect of there's been violence in the history of our country, Eric, to protect the democracy or protect the republic.
In fact, there was a risk that the lawyers in the White House counsel's office would resign. For example, Fox News host Sean Hannity expressed concern that the entire White House counsel's office could quit. As you can see from these texts, Mr. Hannity wrote to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows that, quote, "We can't lose the entire White House counsel's office. I do not see January 6th happening the way he is being told." A few days later, on January 5th, Mr. Hannity wrote to Mr. Meadows that, quote, "I'm very worried the next 48 hours. Pence pressure, White House counsel will leave." While Sean Hannity was apparently very concerned about the possibility that the White House counsel would resign in protest of the president's effort to force the vice president to violate the Constitution, some others close to the president were more dismissive of the White House counsel's position. Here's what Trump's son-in-law and senior advisor Jared Kushner said during his deposition regarding the White House counsel Pat Cipollone's threats to resign.
Jared, are you aware of instances where Pat Cipollone threatened to resign?
I kind of, like I said, my interest at that time was on trying to get as many pardons done. And I know that, he was always, him and the team were always saying, oh, we're going to resign. We're not going to be here if this happens, if that happens. So I kind of took it up to just be whining, to be honest with you.
The president's own lead outside counsel, Rudy Giuliani, also seemed to concede that the vice president did not have the authority to decide the outcome of the election or send it back to the states. Here's what White House attorney Eric Hirschman said about his call with Mayor Giuliani on the morning of the 6th.
The morning of January 6th, I think he called me out of the blue, right? And I was like getting dressed. And we had an intellectual discussion about Eastman's, I don't know if it's Eastman's theory per se, but the VP's role. And he was asking me my view and analysis and then the practical implications of it. And when we finished, he said, like, I believe that, you're probably right. I think he thought when we're done that it would be something he'd have to consider if he was sitting on the bench. But he'd probably come down in that, you couldn't interpret it or sustain the argument long term.
Of course, the fact that Mayor Giuliani seemed to admit that the theory was wrong did not stop him from going before the crowd just a few hours later on January 6th and saying the exact opposite. Here's Mayor Giuliani's speech at the Ellipse rally on January 6th.
We're here just very briefly to make a very important 2 points. Number one, every single thing that has been outlined as the plan for today is perfectly legal. I have Professor Eastman here with me to say a few words about that. He's one of the preeminent constitutional scholars in the United States.
As we come up at the top of the hour, we're going to have to end our coverage of this January 6th hearing on the NBC network. My colleagues and I will continue our coverage on the hearings on our streaming platform, NBC News Now. For everyone else, U.S. Open golf begins momentarily. I'm Lester Holt for NBC News in New York. Good day.
He can decide on the validity of these crooked ballots.
And we now resume our coverage on NBC News Now of the January 6th hearing.
Give them 5 to 10 days to finally finish the work.
And here's what Dr. Eastman said in his speech at the Ellipse on January 6th.
And all we are demanding of Vice President Pence is this afternoon at 1 o'clock, he let the legislatures of the state look into this so we get to the bottom of it and the American people know whether we have control of the direction of our government or not.
Even Dr. Eastman knew his theory didn't hold water. Mr. Jacob, you discussed and even debated this theory at length with Dr. Eastman. Did Dr. Eastman ever tell you what he thought the U.S. Supreme Court would do if it had to decide this issue?
Yes. We had an extended discussion, an hour and a half to 2 hours on January 5th. And when I pressed him on the point, I said, John, if the vice president did what you were asking him to do, we would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court, wouldn't we? And he initially started it, well, I think maybe you would lose only 7-2. And after some further discussion, acknowledged, well, yeah, you're right, we would lose 9-0.
I appreciate that. In our investigation, the Select Committee has obtained evidence suggesting that Dr. Eastman never really believed his own theory. Let me explain. On the screen, you can see a draft letter to the President from October 2020. In this letter, an idea was proposed that the Vice President could determine which electors to count at the joint session of Congress. But the person writing in blue eviscerates that argument. The person who wrote the comments in blue wrote, quote, "The 12th Amendment only says that the President of the Senate opens the ballots in the joint session, and then, in the passive voice, that the votes shall then be counted." The comments in blue further state, "Nowhere does it suggest that the President of the Senate gets to make the determination on his own." Judge Ludig, does it surprise you that the author of those comments in blue was in fact John Eastman?
Yes, it does, Congressman. But let me, watching this unfold, let me try to unpack what was at the root of what I have called the blueprint to overturn the 2020 election. And it is this, and I had foreshadowed this answer in my earlier testimony to Congresswoman Cheney. Mr. Eastman, from the beginning, said to the President that there was both legal as well as historical precedent for the Vice President to overturn the election. And what we've heard today, I believe, is what happened within the White House and elsewhere as all the players led by Mr. Eastman got wrapped around the axle by the historical evidence claim by Mr. Eastman. Let me explain very simply. This is what I said would require a digression that I would be glad to undertake if you wished. In short, if I had been advising the Vice President of the United States on January 6th, and even if then Vice President Jefferson and even then Vice President John Adams and even then Vice President Richard Nixon had done exactly what the President of the United States wanted his Vice President to do. I would have laid my body across the road before I would have let the Vice President overturn the 2020 election on the basis of that historical precedent. But what this body needs to know, and now America needs to know, is that that was the centerpiece of the plan to overturn the 2020 election. It was the historical precedent in the years and with the vice presidents that I named, as Congressman Raskin understands well. And the effort by Mr. Eastman and others was to drive that historical precedent up to and under that single sentence, single pristine sentence in the 12th Amendment to the United States Constitution, taking advantage of, if you will, what many have said is the inartful wording of that sentence in the 12th Amendment. Scholars before 2020 would have used that historical precedent to argue not that Vice President Pence could overturn the 2020 election by accepting non-certified state electoral votes, but they would have made arguments as to some substantive, not merely procedural, authority possessed by the Vice President of the United States on the statutorily prescribed day for counting the Electoral College votes. This is constitutional mischief.
Judge, I think that's a good point, and I think it kind of begs the question that if the vice president had this power to determine the outcome of a presidential election, why hasn't it ever been used before? Why hasn't that ever happened? Why hasn't a vice president simply rejected the outcome of an election and declared someone else the winner? And instead, as the chairman mentioned in his opening, for over 2 centuries, vice presidents have presided over the joint sessions of Congress in a purely ceremonial role. This even includes, as Mr. Jacob mentioned, Vice President Al Gore. For those of us who are old enough to remember, the 2000 election came down to one state, Florida. There were weeks of recounts and litigation after the election, and Al Gore conceded. Of course, Al Gore was vice president at the time, but he never suggested that he could simply declare himself the winner of the 2000 election when he presided over the counting of the electoral votes. Let's hear what Vice President Gore said when he described the situation he faced in 2000.
Importance of the United States of America in all of human history. In Lincoln's phrase, we still are the last best hope of humankind. And the choice between one's own disappointment in your personal career and upholding the noble traditions of America's democracy is a pretty easy choice when it comes down to it.
Mr. Jacob, did Dr. Eastman say whether he would want other vice presidents such as Al Gore after the 2000 election or Kamala Harris after the 2024 election to have the power to decide the outcome of the election?
So this was one of the many points that we discussed on January 5th. He had come into that meeting trying to persuade us that there was some validity to his theory. I viewed it as my objective to persuade him to acknowledge he was just wrong. And I thought this had to be one of the most powerful arguments. I mean, John, back in 2000, you weren't jumping up and saying Al Gore had this authority to do that. You would not want Kamala Harris to be able to exercise that kind of authority in 2024 when I hope Republicans will win the election, and I know you hope that too, John. And he said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today.
Mark Short told the Select Committee that Vice President Pence consulted with one of his predecessors, Vice President Dan Quayle, regarding the role of the Vice President. Vice President Quayle confirmed Pence's view that the role was purely ceremonial. Received a call from former House Speaker Paul Ryan. Here is Mr. Short's description of his conversation with Speaker Ryan.
Speaker Ryan wanted to call and say, you know, you don't have any greater authority. And I said to him, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mike, you know he doesn't, you know he recognizes that. And we sort of laughed about it, and he said, I get it. And he later spoke to the Vice President, too, to, I think, have the same conversation.
Fortunately for the fate of our republic, Vice President Pence refused to go along with President Trump's demands that he determine the outcome of the presidential election. Mr. Jacob, what was the Vice President's reaction when you discussed with him the theory that the Vice President could decide the outcome of the election?
Congressman, as I've testified, the Vice President's first instinct was that there was no way that any one person, particularly the Vice President, who is on the ticket and has a vested outcome in the election, could possibly have the authority to decide it by rejecting electors or to decisively alter the outcome by suspending the joint session for the first time in history in order to try to get a different outcome from state legislatures.
Despite the fact that the Vice President had a strongly held and correct view that he could not decide the outcome of the election, President Trump launched a multi-week campaign of both public and private pressure to get the Vice President Mike Pence to violate the Constitution. Here are some examples of the intense pressure the Vice President faced from all sides and what his Chief of Staff thought of it.
I hope Mike Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great Vice President comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
Was it your impression that the Vice President had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the President, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the President?
Very consistent.
I am aware of the fact that the President was upset with the way Pence acted.
Are we to assume that this is going to be a climactic battle?
Well, I think a lot of that depends on the courage and the spine of the individuals involved.
That would be a nice way to say a guy named Vice President Mike Pence?
Yes.
I think we've been clear as to what the Vice President's role was. I think the Vice President been clear with the President, and I think I've been clear with Mark Meadows.
I think the Vice President is going to throw down tomorrow and do the right thing because, Lou, like I said before, this is a time for choosing. People are going to look back at this moment tomorrow and remember where every single one of their elected officials were. Did they vote for the rule of law and getting these elections right, or did they give it away to the Democrats and the people who cheated and stole their way through this election?
Definitely when I got back into town, as talk say like the 5th and the 6th, the president was, all the attention was on what Mike would do or what Mike wouldn't do.
The Vice President really was not wavering in his commitment to what his responsibility was. And so, yeah, was it painful? Sure.
The president's pressure campaign started in December. For example, although the Vice President made his views clearly and unmistakably known to the President and others in the White House, on December 23rd, President Trump retweeted a memo from an individual named Ivan Reichlin entitled Operation Pence Card that called on the Vice President to refuse the Electoral College votes from certain states that had certified Joe Biden as the winner. President Trump started his pressure campaign in December, but he dialed up the pressure as January 6th approached. The testimony we have received in our investigation indicates that by the time January 4th arrived, President Trump had already engaged in a, quote, multi-week campaign to pressure the Vice President to decide the outcome of the election. This had included private conversations between the two leaders, Trump's tweets, and at least one meeting with members of Congress. We understand that the Vice President started his day on January 4th with a rally in Georgia for the Republican candidates in the U.S. Senate runoff. When the Vice President returned to Washington, he was summoned to meet with the President regarding the upcoming joint session of Congress. Mr. Jacob, who attended that meeting?
The attendees were the Vice President, the President, Mark Short, the Chief of Staff to the Vice President, myself, and John Eastman. There was about a 5-minute period where Mark Meadows came in on a different issue.
Let's show a photo of that meeting. Mr. Jacob, during that meeting between the President and the Vice President, what theories did Dr. Eastman present regarding the role of the Vice President in counting the electoral votes?
During the meeting on January 4th, Mr. Eastman was opining that there were 2 legally viable arguments as to authorities that the Vice President could exercise 2 days later on January 6th. One of them was that he could reject electoral votes outright. The other was that he could use his capacity as presiding officer to suspend the proceedings and declare essentially a 10-day recess during which states that he deemed to be disputed, there was a list of 5 to 7 states that the exact number changed from conversation to conversation, but that the Vice President could sort of issue a demand to the state legislatures in those states to re-examine the election and declare who had won each of those states. So he said that both of those were legally viable options. He said that he did not recommend, upon questioning, he did not recommend what he called the more aggressive option, which was reject outright, because he thought that that would be less politically palatable. The imprimatur of state legislature authority would be necessary to ultimately have public acceptance of an outcome in favor of President Trump, and so he advocated that the preferred course of action would be the procedural route of suspending the joint session and sending the election back to the states.
Mr. Jacob, I know you won't discuss the direct conversations between the President and the Vice President, so rather than asking you what the Vice President said in that meeting, I'll ask you a more general question. Did the Vice President ever waver in his position that he could not unilaterally decide which electors to accept?
The Vice President never budged from the position that I have described as his first instinct, which was that it just made no sense from everything that he knew and had studied about our Constitution that one person would have that kind of authority.
And did the Vice President ever waver in his position that he could not delay certification and send it back to the states?
No, he did not.
Did Dr. Eastman admit in front of the President that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act?
So during that meeting on the 4th, I think I raised the problem that both of Mr. Eastman's proposals would violate several provisions of the Electoral Count Act. Mr. Eastman acknowledged that that was the case, that even what he viewed as the more politically palatable option would violate several provisions, but he thought that we could do so because in his view the Electoral Count Act was unconstitutional. And when I raised concerns that that position would likely lose in court, his view was that the court simply wouldn't get involved. They would invoke the political question doctrine, and therefore we could have some comfort proceeding with that path.
Mr. Wood?
But just to reiterate, he told you, maybe this was in a later conversation, but he told you at some point that if, in fact, the issue ever got to the Supreme Court, his theory would lose 9-0, correct?
The next morning, starting around 11 or 11:30, we met for an hour and a half to 2 hours. And in that meeting, I've already described the text, structure, history conversation, but we started walking through all of that. And I said, so John, basically what you have is some text that may be a little bit ambiguous, but then nothing else that would support it, including the fact that nobody would ever want that to be the rule. Wouldn't we lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court? And again, he initially started, well, maybe you'd only lose 7-2, but ultimately acknowledged that no, we would lose 9-0. No judge would support his argument.
After his meeting with the Vice President, Donald Trump flew to Georgia for a rally in support of the Republican candidates in the United States Senate runoff. Even though the Vice President had been steadfast in resisting the President's pressure, President Trump continued to publicly pressure Vice President Pence in his Georgia speech. Rather than focusing exclusively on the Georgia Senate runoff, Trump turned his attention to Mike Pence. Here's what the President said during that rally in Georgia.
Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great Vice President comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
So the President had been told multiple times that the Vice President could not affect the outcome of the election, but he nonetheless publicly pressured Mike Pence to do exactly that by saying, quote, "If he doesn't come through, I won't like him as much." Let's turn now to January 5th. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. That morning, meaning January 5th, the President issued a tweet expressly stating that the Vice President had the power to reject electors. Let's look at what the President wrote. Quote, "The Vice President has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors." Mr. Jacob, you've already told us about your meeting with Dr. Eastman and the President on January 4th, and you briefly made reference to the meeting you had with Dr. Eastman the next day, January 5th. Can you tell us a little bit more about that meeting with Dr. Eastman on January 5th? For example, where was the meeting? Who was there?
So at the conclusion of the meeting on the 4th, the President had asked that our office meet with Mr. Eastman the next day to hear more about the positions he had expressed at that meeting, and the Vice President indicated that sort of offered me up as his counsel to fulfill that duty. So we met in Mark Short's office in the Executive Office Building across the way from the White House. Dr. Eastman had a court hearing by Zoom that morning, so it didn't start first thing, but rather started around 11. And that meeting went for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Chief of Staff Mark Short was at that meeting most of the time. There were a few times that he left. And essentially it was an extended discussion. What most surprised me about that meeting was that when Mr. Eastman came in, he said, "I'm here to request that you reject the electors." So on the 4th, that had been the path that he had said, "I'm not recommending that you do that." But on the 5th, he came in and expressly requested that. And I grabbed a notebook as I was heading into the meeting. I didn't hear much new from him to record, but that was the first thing I recorded in my notes, was request that the VP reject.
And just to be clear, you're saying that Dr. Eastman urged the Vice President to adopt the very same approach that Dr. Eastman appeared to abandon in the Oval Office meeting with the President the day before. Is that correct?
He had recommended against it the evening before, and then on the 5th came in, and I think it was probably his first words after introductions and as we sat down were, "I'm here to request that you reject the electors in the disputed states."
And you referenced a moment ago some handwritten notes, which you've provided to the Select Committee. I'd now like to show you those notes. As you can see, you wrote there at the top, the writing's a little bit faint in the copy, but you wrote, "Requesting VP reject." Does that accurately reflect what Dr. Eastman asked of you in your meeting on January 5th?
Yes.
And what was your reaction when Dr. Eastman said on January 5th that he was there to ask the Vice President of the United States to reject electors at the joint session of Congress?
I was surprised because I had viewed it as sort of one of the key concessions that we had secured the night before from Mr. Eastman that that he was not recommending that we do that.
So what did you say to him?
Well, as I indicated, to some extent it simplified my task because there are more procedural complexities to the send it back to the states point of view, and I actually had spent most of my evening the night before writing a memorandum to the Vice President explaining all of the specific provisions of the Electoral Count Act that plan would violate. So instead, since he was pushing the sort of robust unilateral power theory, I've already walked the committee through the discussions that we had. I started out with our points of commonality, or what I thought were our points of commonality. We're conservatives, we're small government people, we believe in originalism as the means by which we're going to interpret this. And so we walked through the text, we walked through the history, and the committee has shown footage of Mr. Eastman on the stage on the 6th claiming that Jefferson supported his position in a historical example of Jefferson. In fact, he conceded in that meeting Jefferson did not at all support his position, that in the election of 1800, there had been some small technical defect with the certificate in Georgia. It was absolutely undisputed that Jefferson had won Georgia. Jefferson did not assert that he had any authority to reject electors. He did not assert that he had any authority to resolve any issue during the course of that. And so he acknowledged by the end that there was no historical practice whatsoever that supported his position. He had initially tried to push examples of Jefferson and Adams. He ultimately acknowledged they did not work. As we've covered, he acknowledged it would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. He again tried to say, but I don't think the courts will get involved in this. They'll invoke the political question doctrine. And so if the courts stay out of it, that will mean that we'll have the 10 days for the states to weigh in and resolve it. And then they'll send back the Trump slates of electors and the people will be able to accept that. And I expressed my vociferous disagreement with that point. I did not think that this was a political question. Among other things, if the courts did not step in to resolve this, there was nobody else to resolve it. You would be in a situation where you have a standoff between the President of the United States and, counterfactually, the Vice President of the United States, saying that we've exercised authorities that constitutionally we think we have, by which we have deemed ourselves the winners of the election. You would have an opposed House and Senate disagreeing with that. You would have state legislatures that, to that point, I mean, Republican leaders across those legislatures had put out statements, and we collected these for the Vice President as well, that the people had spoken in their states and that they had no intention of reversing the outcome of the election. We did receive some signed letters that Mr. Eastman forwarded us by minorities of leaders in those states, but no state had any legislative house that indicated that it had any interest in it. So you would have had just an unprecedented constitutional jump ball situation with that standoff. And as I expressed to him, that issue might well then have to be decided in the streets. Because if we can't work it out politically, we've already seen how charged up people are about this election. And so it would be a disastrous situation to be in. So I said, I think the courts will intervene. I do not see a commitment in the Constitution of the question whether the Vice President has that authority to some other actor to resolve. There's arguments about whether Congress and the Vice President jointly have a constitutional commitment to generally decide electoral vote issues. I don't think that they have any authority to object or reject them. I don't see it in the 12th Amendment, but nonetheless. And I concluded by saying, John, in light of everything that we've discussed, can't we just both agree that this is a terrible idea? And he couldn't quite bring himself to say yes to that, but he very clearly said, well, yeah, I see we're not going to be able to persuade you to do this. And that was how the meeting concluded.
But you just described a terrifying scenario. Sounds like there could have been chaos under the Eastman approach, and you even described it as it potentially could be decided in the streets. And you described several concessions that Dr. Eastman made throughout that discussion or even debate that you had with him. At some point during that meeting on January 5th, did Dr. Eastman seem to admit that both of the theories that he had presented to the United States the day before? So the theory that the vice president could reject electors outright and declare Donald Trump the winner, and his less aggressive theory that the vice president could simply send it back to the states. At some point in that conversation on the 5th, did Dr. Eastman seem to admit that both of these theories suffered from similar legal flaws?
So I had at least one, possibly two other conversations with Dr. Eastman later that day. In the earlier meeting, we really were focused, because his request that he made had been reject the electors outright, on why that theory was wrong and why we certainly would not be doing that. Later that day, he pivoted back to, well, we hear you loud and clear, you're not going to reject. But remember last night, I said that there was this more prudent course where you could just send it back to the states. Would you be willing to do that? And during the course of our discussion about his renewed request that we consider that option, he acknowledged to me, he put it, both Mr. Eastman and myself are graduates of the University of Chicago Law School, and he said, look, as graduates of that august institution, you and I will mutually understand that the underlying legal theory of plenary vice presidential authority is what you have to get there, because this new theory, as I was pointing out to him, or the procedural theory, still violates several provisions of the Electoral Count Act, as he acknowledged. And the only way that you could ever be able to ignore several provisions of statutory law is if it was pretty clear that they were unconstitutional. And the only way they could be unconstitutional is if the vice president had the plenary authorities that were formed the basis for the reject the votes as well. So he acknowledged in those conversations that the underlying legal theory was the same. He just thought that the send it back to the states option would be more politically palatable, and he hoped more palatable to the vice president for that reason.
And in fact, when Dr. Eastman made this concession during that meeting, according to your earlier deposition, Dr. Eastman said, just between us, University of Chicago chickens, is that right?
I don't think that the University of Chicago is going to start a Chicago Chickens fundraising club. But yes, that is the terminology that he used. He said, you know, just between us Chicago chickens, we will understand as lawyers who have studied the Constitution that the underlying basis really is the same.
I reserve the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Jacob, the president and the vice president meet again on that same topic the next day, January 5th, correct?
So after my extended meeting with Mr. Eastman that morning, during that time, the vice president had been back at his residence working on his statement to the nation that we released the next day. He got down to the White House some point between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock as my meeting with Mr. Eastman was wrapping up. And when Mark Short and I went over to meet with the vice president, and actually we thought maybe we had good news. We felt like we had sort of defeated Mr. Eastman, that he was sort of acknowledging that there was no there. But the vice president was then asked down to the Oval Office. and he went down to the Oval Office while Mark and I stayed back in the Vice President's office.
You weren't in that meeting.
I was not.
In the book Peril, journalists Bob Woodward and Robert Costa write that the president said, quote, "If these people say you have the power, wouldn't you want to?" The vice president says, quote, "I wouldn't want any one person to have that authority." The president responds, "But wouldn't it almost be cool to have that power?" The vice president is reported to have said, "No, look, I've read this, and I don't see a way to do it. We've exhausted every option. I've done everything I could and then some to find a way around this. It's simply not possible. My interpretation is no." To which the president says, "No, no, no. You don't understand, Mike. You can do this. I don't want to be your friend anymore if you don't do this." We asked Mark Short about this during his deposition.
An understanding that I would have in other conversations with the vice president, he articulated to me that no, he wouldn't want that power bestowed upon any one person.
Mr. Jacob, did you, Mr. Short, and the vice president have a call later that day again with the president and Dr. Eastman?
So, yes, we did.
And what did Dr. Eastman request on that call?
On that phone call, which I believe was around 5 o'clock that afternoon, Mr. Eastman stated that he had heard us loud and clear that morning. We were not going to be rejecting electors, but would we be open to considering the other course that we had discussed on the 4th, which would be to suspend the joint session and request that state legislatures re-examine certification of the electoral votes.
That same day, January 5th, the New York Times ran a story about the disagreement between the president and the vice president about whether the vice president could determine the outcome of the election. Even though the New York Times story was indisputably correct, Donald Trump denied it. Trump issued a statement claiming that the vice president had agreed that he could determine the outcome of the election, despite the fact that the vice president had consistently rejected that position. Let's look at what the president said in his statement. Quote, "The New York Times report regarding comments Vice President Pence supposedly made to me today is fake news." He never said that. The vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act. Mr. Jacob, how did the vice president's team react to the statement from the president that the vice president could take an active role in determining the winner of the presidential election?
We were shocked and disappointed because whoever had written and put that statement out, it was categorically untrue.
Vice President's Chief of Staff Mark Short had an angry phone call with Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller about this statement. Here's what Mr. Short and Mr. Miller told the committee about that call.
Okay, tell me about the conversation you had with Jason.
It was brief. I was irritated and expressed displeasure that a statement could have gone out that misrepresented the vice president's viewpoint without consultation.
The statement says the vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act. Is that incorrect?
I think the record shows that that's incorrect. Yeah. I mean, we've been through many documents that clarify that this is not where the vice president was.
Right. So essentially, the president is sending out a baldly false statement about being in alignment, purported alignment with the vice president, despite all of the predicate that you indicated had gone before about their respective positions. Is that effectively what happened?
I interpret the statement as false. I'll let you figure out who sent it out.
When Mark Short contacted you, he was upset. Is that what you said?
He clearly was not pleased.
Tell us what he said.
What's the process for putting out a statement for a meeting where only 2 people were in the room?
Did he ask you to retract the statement?
No, I think it went right to what's the process for putting out a statement for a meeting when only 2 people were in the room.
And he clearly disagreed with the substance, though, right? Because he said the vice president doesn't agree with this.
Trying to think what exactly he said. I mean, the tone was very clearly that he used some language to strongly infer that the vice president disagreed with that take, but I don't remember what that language was.
Did he dictate this statement?
He dictated most of it. I mean, typically on these, I might have a couple of wording suggestions, or maybe I, have a sentence or a rough framework or something of that. But I know with specificity on this one that it was me and him on the phone talking through it, and ultimately the way this came out was the way that he wanted to.
The dispute between the president and the vice president had grown to the point where the vice president's chief of staff, Mark Short, was concerned that the president could, in Mr. Short's words, quote, lash out at the vice president on January 6th. In fact, Mr. Short was so concerned about it that he talked with the head of the vice president's Secret Service detail on January 5th. Here is Mr. Short.
Concern was for the vice president's security, and so I wanted to make sure the head of the vice president's Secret Service was aware that that likely, as these disagreements became more public, that the president would lash out in some way.
After the recess, we will hear that Mark Short's concerns were justified. The vice president was in danger. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
All right, a lot to unpack here, so let me walk you through where we stand as the committee takes that 10-minute break. So far, the focus has been on President Trump's pressure campaign against his vice president to not count the electoral votes on January 6th in an attempt to overturn the election. A lot of the testimony centering on a theory put forward by a lawyer named John Eastman. You keep hearing that name over and over again. He was working for President Trump. He claimed that the vice president had the power to send the electoral college votes back to the states. The committee put forward a barrage of evidence by legal experts showing the vice president had no such power. They also provided evidence that Eastman himself acknowledged multiple times that it probably wasn't legal to do so. But President Trump, they say, pushed for it anyway. They presented videos that detailed that public pressure President Trump laid on to Pence in the lead up to the 6th, and how that fueled the anger of the rioters, possibly putting the VP's life at risk. And that's the link they seem to be moving towards as they entered the break. Advisors to Mike Pence testified to how the vice president refused to agree to the president's plan. One detailing how when Pence was ready to announce he would not follow along with the plan, he told staff, "This may be the most important thing I ever say." NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker is with me, along with NBC political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Some of the testimony there very low key, but there were some moments that would give you chills. Kristen, give me your first thoughts of what we've seen.
My first thought is that this part of the hearing connected the dots and made the argument that John Eastman himself was aware that what he was proposing was not constitutional. He acknowledged it in front of Greg Jacob over and over again, who is, of course, the counsel to Vice President Mike Pence. He even acknowledged it in front of former President Trump. And when Greg Jacob pressed him on whether this would withstand a Supreme Court challenge, he ultimately agreed that likely the justices would rule unanimously against doing such a thing. And he said that he didn't think that Al Gore would have had the authority to do such a thing in 2000. So I think that is one of the key takeaways here, really trying to connect those dots, that not just was this unconstitutional, but that John Eastman was aware of it and that he acknowledged that in front of the president. I think one of the statements that we heard from Mark Short was very critical. He said that Mark Meadows, the chief of staff at the time, was saying different things to different people, but that he ultimately acknowledged he didn't think that President Trump and that former Vice President Mike Pence would have the authority to choose the electors. So I think it's that acknowledgement and that awareness that is the key takeaway at this point, that the people who were advising the president knew they were trying to break the law.
And Chuck, something that you talked about before the hearing began, this was going to lay out a series of days, a series of events, create a trail that could easily be followed.
It can. Look, I keep coming back. I wrote down this question, I think, at the start of this hearing. Have you committed a crime when you've asked someone else to commit a crime? Because one of the things that has been laid out, I think, very well here, and that's what was emphatic here, is that the president, Donald Trump, was told multiple times that this was not constitutional. His advisors were told multiple times this was not constitutional. John Eastman acknowledged at times it was not that it was not constitutional. And yet they kept pushing it. And yet the president kept claiming. So at this point, you know, this isn't hard to conclude that the president knowingly tried to violate the law. So, again, when you look at these hearings, where are these hearings going? Are they going to end up leading to some sort of charge against the former president? This is among the ways they're trying to essentially lay the breadcrumbs here for the Justice Department. The president knew everything he was doing, saying, and pushing in public. He knew everybody around him told him this was not legal. And yet he pushed it anyway. It's up to the Justice Department whether a crime's been committed, which is why have you committed a crime when you simply asked someone else to violate the law? Now, they didn't violate the law. Mike Pence didn't do it, but Donald Trump wanted him to.
In terms of trying to impress upon, public that may not be totally tuned into this, I think they made, as I noted, several chilling remarks. It was Greg Jacob, the former counsel, who says we might have had to work it out in the streets, talking about that the scenario that they were beginning to look at, this thing would head to the courts and then the courts wouldn't take it.
Right.
Well, Eastman was hoping for that. And what he's essentially saying is if you didn't have that intervention, who else is going to solve this?
After the courts.
After the courts, we see what happens in other weaker, and I hope they're weaker democracies than ours.
And I think one of the points that the committee is trying to make is that we know what happened on January 6th, but on January 4th, on January 5th, it was not a foregone conclusion. And they are really trying to highlight just how intense this pressure campaign was on the former vice president. And Judge Ludig described it, if it had happened, if former Vice President Mike Pence had gone along with all of these suggestions, as a revolution within a constitutional crisis. And you talk about fighting in the streets. They're trying to showcase the fact that, look, this could have gone another way, and the country's democracy was at stake.
And there was talk about the tweet the president sent that seemed to suggest that Mike Pence was on board. And we heard the testimony that Mike Pence was livid.
Was not on board. And you heard Mark Short there saying and acknowledging that he called up Jason Miller to say, who put this out?
Now absorb all this. Absorb all this on January 4th, January 5th. But what is the president communicating to his supporters? What does he communicate? And we know, I'm not going to step on what's coming, but we know what happened on January 6th. We've seen that laid out. And now you realize, wait a minute, while some people may have acted spontaneously in what they did at the Capitol, they were put in that position by a lie.
Right.
And they were sort of motivated to go and do this because Donald Trump said Mike Pence let them down. Right. And then, of course, we saw that chilling video where you saw these insurrectionists basically ready to seek personal revenge.
Let me bring it, if I can, right now. Senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake is outside the hearing room. Garrett, what are your takes of this first half of the session?
Well, just to build on Chuck's point, I mean, while these debates were going on behind the scene at the White House, and while you have folks like Greg Jacob thinking they've argued Eastman down from his position, the president was still inviting the people who became the insurrectionists to Washington, D.C. He was actively encouraging people to come here and be part of something that, you know, while there was this academic debate going on inside the White House about how to move forward or not with this plan, the president was very much moving forward with bringing people to Washington regardless. And Chuck also set up a little bit here, and we saw the committee kind of set the stage for this dramatic split that's about to happen between the president and the vice president. It kind of starts to spill out into the public in the debate over that statement, whether or not Pence agreed with Trump on the path forward. And it really comes to a head the next morning, where you start to have much more of these public statements after this private phone call that we're going to see discussed. Mike Pence then comes out with his statement first, saying we're not going to, go forward with this. I'm going to do my constitutional duty. And then there's the tweet that Donald Trump sends in the 2 p.m. hour of the 6th that the committee really believes is the culmination of this plot and the moment that Trump directs the mob in Pence's direction. So you have, again, just I think these two diverging sets of conversations, one almost academic about whether or not this plot is constitutionally feasible, and the other happening right in front of everyone's faces, with Donald Trump inviting folks to Washington and then ultimately turning them at his vice president with this tweet on the 6th.
All right, Garrett, thanks very much. Kristen, you got some news there.
Yeah, former President Trump is posting on Truth Social saying, "I demand equal time," not surprisingly going on to attack the hearings broadly. And what's worth noting about that, look, the committee has asked all of his former officials to come and talk to them, and they have refused. And now some of them are facing indictment because of that. So the president may be demanding equal time, but at the same time, he and his former officials, a number of them, have not gone along with these proceedings.
They've been offered equal time here in so
Absolutely.
many different ways. You could go through it, whether it was Mitch McConnell could have had a bipartisan, totally equal, balanced committee if people were looking for that. Mitch McConnell shut that down along, with Trump allies on that front. But again, they've been plenty of opportunities to participate and put their side of the story on here, and they've chosen to obstruct. And now some of his people haven't. It was interesting to me. They used some of that brief Rudy Giuliani deposition that they got. I remember the day that it's like, oh, and then it abruptly ended, but they did get a little something to use.
All right, let me bring in NBC Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, we've as I mentioned when we came in out of the break, there were some chilling moments today. One of them was Judge Mike Ludig when he talked about what he would do if he were the representative for the vice president during that period.
Judge Michael Ludig, Republican conservative judge, said something that I thought was so chilling and so stark. He said, "I would have laid my body across the road if former Vice President Pence had tried to obey what he saw as an unconstitutional order by former President Trump to overturn the 2020 election." And he called it constitutional mischief that would have led to a revolution and a constitutional crisis. What's important about that, and talking to sources that I've been texting with during this hearing, is that ultimately it was Vice President Pence's body that was laid across the line for this. And it was stark to hear Mark Short, of course, the chief of staff for Pence, say that he was trying to make sure that his security was going to be intact and ready because he knew that this split between Pence and Trump was going to go public. So that tells you a little bit about just how scared they were in the vice president's office. I also think it's interesting that Greg Jacobs said that it was Pence's instinct immediately before all of the sort of constitutional studying, before all of the different debates with Eastman and other people. It was his instinct that this was wrong, what former President Trump was telling him to do. And he went right back to the country's founding, saying that in 1789, the founders, the framers of the Constitution, would not, after splitting power among different branches of the government, after splitting from King George III, they would not have turned around and said only the vice president could pick the president. That tells me something about the state of mind that Pence was in as he was making this decision. Also, I've been texting with the ethics lawyer who said, well, this might feel in the weeds and slow and methodical. This is critical to establishing criminal intent on the part of former President Trump and others around him. So while legal experts are somewhat familiar with how slow this is going, there are a lot of lawyers who are telling me that this is the way you build a case if you're trying to get some criminal charges.
Well, you mean you're about to gavel back in, but quickly, let's put that to criminal defense attorney, NBC analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, what about it?
It reminds me of what you would call in criminal court prosecutorial overload. They are putting every piece of evidence out there when really they probably could have just put the text of the 12th Amendment up, point to it and say, this is pretty unambiguous, folks.
All right, Danny, we're watching the members of the committee re-enter the room. They have been running pretty much on time with these hearings, keeping to the 10 minutes allotted for the break. But they will continue. This is the second half of the hearing, and they will continue to try and carve this narrative of a vice president who was being hit, multiple ways in an effort to turn the election, to essentially reject the electors' votes.
Committee will be in order. Gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, is recognized.
I'd now like to turn to the events of January 6, 2021, which turned out to be a fateful day in our nation's history. Despite the fact that the vice president consistently told the president that he did not have and would not want the power to decide the outcome of the presidential election, Donald Trump continued to pressure the vice president, both publicly and privately. As you will hear, things reached a boiling point on January 6th, and the consequences were disastrous. In the middle of the night, on January 5th, into the morning of the 6th, around 1 a.m., President Trump tweeted at the vice president, meaning that the comments in response to the president's tweet would also show up on the vice president's Twitter feed. The tweet stated that the vice president could, quote, come through for us and send it back to the states. Then around 8 a.m. on January 6th, President Trump again tweeted, this time to say that the vice president could send it back to the states and, quote, we win, and that this is the time for extreme courage. Mr. Short told us during his deposition that the vice president started a meeting on January 6th in prayer. Here is what Mr. Short said.
You arrived at the vice president's residence.
As would often be the case, I recall that knowing it would be an important day, we gathered in prayer. And often that would be something the staff member would lead, so it would have just been at that time, I believe, the vice president, myself, Greg, and Chris. And we would have just asked for guidance and wisdom, knowing that the day was going to be a challenging one.
Mr. Jacob, did you go to the vice president's residences on the morning of January 6th?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Mark Short, Devin O'Malley, our communications director, and Chris Hodgson, our legislative affairs director.
And did the vice president have a call with the president that morning?
He did.
Were you with the vice president during the call?
So we had been putting the vice president had finalized his statement overnight. We were in the process of proofing it so that we could get that out. And we were told that a call had come in from the president. The vice president stepped out of the room to take that call, and no staff went with him.
The president had several family members with him in the Oval that morning for that call. I'd like to show you what they and others told the Select Committee about that call, along with never-before-seen photographs of the president on that call from the National Archives.
when I got in, somebody called me and said that the family and others were in the Oval, and do I want to come up? So I went upstairs.
And who do you recall being in the Oval Office?
Don Jr., Eric, Laura, Kimberly, I believe Meadows was there. At some point, Ivanka came in.
It wasn't a specific, formal discussion. It was very sort of loose and casual.
So then you said at some point there's a telephone conversation between the president and the vice president. Is that correct?
Yes.
When I entered the office the second time, he was on the telephone with who I later found out to be was the vice president.
Could you hear the vice president or only hear the president's end?
I only heard the president's end. But at some point it started off as a calmer tone and everything, and then became heated.
The conversation was pretty heated.
I think till it became somewhat, louder tone. I don't think anyone was paying attention to it initially.
Did you hear any part of the phone call, even if just the end that the president was speaking from?
I did, yes.
All right, and what did you hear?
So as I was dropping off the note, I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp. I don't remember if he said, you are a wimp, you'll be a wimp. Wimp is the word I remember.
It's also been reported that the president said to the vice president that something to the effect of, you don't have the courage to make a hard decision.
Worse, I don't remember exactly either, but something like that, yeah. You're not tough enough to make the call.
It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before.
Did Ms. Trump share with you any more details about what had happened, or any details about what had happened in the Oval Office that morning?
That her dad had just had an upsetting conversation with the vice president.
Do you recall anything about her demeanor, either during the meeting or when you encountered her in Dan Scavino's office?
I don't remember specifically. I mean, I think she was uncomfortable over the fact that there was obviously that type of interaction between the two of them.
Something to the effect, the wording's wrong. I made the wrong decision 4 or 5 years ago.
And the word that she relayed to that the president called the vice president, I apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
Mr. Jacob, how would you describe the demeanor of the vice president following that call with the president?
When he came back into the room, I'd say that he was steely, determined, grim.
Of course, the most dangerous part of what Donald Trump did on January 6th was what he did himself. As will be discussed in detail in a future hearing, our investigation found that early drafts of the January 6th ellipse speech prepared for the president included no mention of the vice president. But the president revised it to include criticism of the vice president and then further ad-libbed. Here is what the president said on January 6th after his call with Vice President Pence.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people. And I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Of course, we all know what happened next. The president's words had an effect. President Trump's supporters became angry. When the Vice President issued his public letter, the crowd at the Capitol erupted in anger. The rioters, who had erected makeshift gallows, began chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Testimony in our investigation has made clear what the target of the rioters' ire was: Vice President Mike Pence. The rioters breached the Capitol at 2:13 p.m. Now let's take a look at what was going on at the White House at this time. We received testimony that the President's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, was notified of the violence at the Capitol by 2 p.m. and likely earlier. The testimony further establishes that Mr. Meadows quickly informed the President and that he did so before the President issued his 2:24 p.m. tweet criticizing Vice President Pence for not having, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Here is what the President wrote in his 2:24 p.m. tweet while the violence at the Capitol was going on. And here is what the rioters thought.
Nothing but a traitor, and he deserves to burn with the rest of them.
So it's all escalated after Pence. What happened to Pence? Pence didn't do what we wanted.
Pence voted against Trump.
Okay, and that's when all this started?
Yep, that's when we marched on the Capitol. We've been shot at with rubber bullets, tear gas.
We just heard that Mike Pence is not going to reject any fraudulent elector vote. That's right. You heard it here first. Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America. Mike Pence has betrayed this president, and he has betrayed the people of the United States, and we will never, ever forget.
It's real simple. Pence betrayed us, which apparently everybody knew he was going to, and the president mentioned it like 5 times when he talked. You can go back and watch the president's video.
This is our Capitol. Let's be respectful to him. There's 4 million people coming in, so there's a lot of control. We love you guys. We love the cops.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
Although the President's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, has refused to testify before this committee, Mr. Meadows' aide, Ben Williamson, and White House Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews testified that Mr. Meadows went to the dining room near the Oval Office to tell the President about the violence at the Capitol before the President's 2:24 p.m. tweet. In future hearings, you'll hear more about exactly what was happening in the White House at that time. But here is what some White House staff told the Select Committee.
Do you know where he went?
Yes, I followed him down the hallway, and I followed him into the outer Oval corridor, which is the hallway between the Oval Office hallway and the outer Oval section of the Oval Office. I followed him into that little corridor hallway. I saw him walk into outer Oval. I maybe took a step into outer Oval and then left. And I don't know where he went outside of that, but it looked like he was headed in the direction of the Oval Office.
You know, we had all talked about at that point about how it was bad and the, situation was getting out of hand. And I know Ben Williamson and I were conferring, and we thought that the president needed to tweet something immediately. And I think when Kaylee gave us that order of don't say anything to the media, I told her that I thought the president needed to tweet something. And then I remember getting a notification on my phone, and I was sitting in a room with Roma and Ben, and we all got a notification. So we knew it was a tweet from the president, and we looked down, and it was a tweet about Mike Pence.
I believe I had sent him a text saying that we may want to put out some sort of statement because the situation was getting a little hairy over at the Capitol. And then it was common for, after I would text him, I would just go down and see him in person.
You went down to speak with Mark Meadows after this. What was that conversation?
Very brief. I went down and told him the same thing I have in the text that I can recall. And I don't remember anything that was said between us other than I told him that. And to my recollection, he immediately got up and left his office.
Our investigation found that immediately after the president's 2:24 p.m. tweet, the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged. The crowds inside the Capitol were able to overwhelm the law enforcement presence, and the vice president was quickly evacuated from his ceremonial Senate office to a secure location within the Capitol complex. By 2:24 p.m., the Secret Service had moved Vice President Pence from the Senate chamber to his office across the hall.
The noise from the rioters became audible, at which point we recognized that maybe they had gotten into the building.
Then, President Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth."
It was clear that it was escalating and escalating quickly. So then when that tweet, the Mike Pence tweet, was sent out, I remember us saying that that was the last thing that needed to be tweeted at that moment. The situation was already bad, and so it felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
30 seconds later, rioters already inside the Capitol opened the East Rotunda door just down the hall. And just 30 seconds after that, rioters breached the crypt, one floor below the vice president.
The Secret Service couldn't control the situation and do their job of keeping him safe.
At 2:26 p.m., Secret Service rushed Vice President Pence down the stairs.
I think they had been trying to figure out whether they had a clear route to get us to wherever it was that they wanted to move us to.
We moved pretty quickly down the stairs and through various hallways and tunnels to the secure location. Upon arriving there, there was further discussion as to whether or not we were going to leave the Capitol complex or stay where we were.
Vice President Pence and his team ultimately were led to a secure location where they stayed for the next 4.5 hours, barely missing rioters a few feet away. Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob. Mr. Jacob, you were there, seeing that for the first time. Does it surprise you to see how close the mob was to the evacuation route that you took? The 40 feet is the distance from me to you, roughly.
I could hear the din of the rioters in the building while we moved, but I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
Make no mistake about the fact that the vice president's life was in danger. A recent court filing by the Department of Justice explains that a confidential informant from the Proud Boys told the FBI that the Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance. This witness, whom the FBI affidavit refers to as W1, stated that other members of the group talked about things they did that day, and they said that anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi. W1 further stated that members of the Proud Boys said that they would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance. We understand that congressional leaders and others were evacuated from the Capitol complex during the attack. We'd like to show you what happened after the vice president was evacuated from the Senate.
The Select Committee has obtained never-before-seen photos from the National Archives that show Vice President Pence sheltering in a secure underground location as rioters overwhelmed the Capitol. At 4:19 p.m., Vice President Pence is seen looking at a tweet the president had just sent, a tweet asking the rioters to leave the Capitol. After 4.5 hours spent on working to restore order, the Vice President returned to the Senate floor to continue the certification of electors.
So Vice President Pence was a focus of the violent attack. Mr. Jacob, did the Vice President leave the Capitol complex during the attack?
He did not.
Can you please explain why the Vice President refused to leave the Capitol complex?
When we got down to the secure location, Secret Service directed us to get into the cars, which I did. And then I noticed that the Vice President had not. So I got out of the car that I had gotten into, and I understood that the Vice President had refused to get into the car. The head of his Secret Service detail, Tim, had said, "I assure you we're not going to drive out of the building without your permission." And the Vice President had said something to the effect of, "Tim, I know you, I trust you, but you're not the one behind the wheel." And the Vice President did not want to take any chance that the world would see the Vice President of the United States fleeing the United States Capitol. He was determined that we would complete the work that we had set out to do that day, that it was his constitutional duty to see through, and that the rioters who had breached the Capitol would not have the satisfaction of disrupting the proceedings beyond the day on which they were supposed to be completed.
Let me see if I understand this right. You were told to get in the cars, and how many of the Vice President's staff got in the cars while he did not?
Most of us.
During our investigation, we received testimony that while the Vice President was in a secure location within the Capitol complex, he continued the business of government. We understand that the Vice President reached out to congressional leaders, like the Acting Secretary of Defense and others, to check on their safety and to address the growing crisis. In addition, the Vice President's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, made several calls to senior government officials. Here's Mr. Short's testimony regarding his call with Representative Kevin McCarthy.
He indicated that he had had some conversation. I don't recall whether it was with the president or with somebody at the White House, but I think he expressed frustration that not taking the circumstance as seriously as they should in that moment.
All right, so Mr. McCarthy indicated he'd been in touch with someone at the White House, and he conveyed to you that they weren't taking this as seriously as they should. You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
While the Vice President made several calls to check on the safety of others, it was his own life that was in great danger. Mr. Jacob, did Donald Trump ever call the Vice President to check on his safety?
He did not.
Mr. Jacob, how did Vice President Pence and Mrs. Pence react to that?
With frustration.
Mr. Jacob, immediately before you and the Vice President were evacuated to a secure location within the Capitol, you hit send on an email to John Eastman explaining why his legal theory about the Vice President's role was wrong. You ended your email by stating that, quote, "Thanks to your bullshit, we are now under siege." We'll take a look at that email. And Dr. Eastman replied, and this is hard to believe, but his reply back to you was, "The siege is because you and your boss," presumably referring to the Vice President of the United States, "did not do what was necessary to allow this to be aired in a public way so the American people can see for themselves what happened." Mr. Jacob, later that day you wrote again to Dr. Eastman. Let's show that email on the screen. In that email, you wrote, and I quote, "Did you advise the president that in your professional judgment, the vice president does not have the power to decide things unilaterally?" And you ended that email saying, "It does not appear that the president ever got the memo." Dr. Eastman then replied, "He's been so advised." And he ends his email with, quote, "But you know him, once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course," close quote. Mr. Jacob, when Dr. Eastman wrote, "Once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course," did you understand the "he" in that email to refer to the President of the United States?
I did.
And Mr. Jacob, did you hear from Dr. Eastman further after the riot had been quelled? And if so, what did he ask?
Late that evening, after the joint session had been reconvened, the vice president had given a statement to the nation saying that violence was not going to win, freedom wins, and that the people were going to get back to doing their work. Later that evening, Mr. Eastman emailed me to point out that, in his view, the vice president's speech to the nation violated the Electoral Count Act, that the Electoral Count Act had been violated because the debate on Arizona had not been completed in 2 hours. Of course, it couldn't be since there was an intervening riot of several hours. And that the speeches that the majority and minority leaders had been allowed to make also violated the Electoral Count Act because they hadn't been counted against the debate time. And then he implored me, now that we have established that the Electoral Count Act isn't so sacrosanct as you have made it out to be, I implore you one last time, can the vice president please do what we've been asking him to do these last 2 days, suspend the joint session, send it back to the states.
And we'll show you the text of that email, which Dr. Eastman wrote at 11:44 p.m. on January 6th. So after the attack on the Capitol and after law enforcement had secured the Capitol, he still wrote, as you described, quote, "So now that the precedent has been set that the Electoral Count Act is not quite so sacrosanct as was previously claimed, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislatures to finish their investigations." So even after the attack on the Capitol had been quelled, Dr. Eastman requested, in writing no less, that the vice president violate the law by delaying the certification and sending the question back to the states. Is that correct, Mr. Jacob?
It is.
Did you eventually share Dr. Eastman's proposal with Vice President Pence?
Not right at that time, because the vice president was completing the work that it was his duty to do. But a day or two later, back at the White House, I did show him that final email from Mr. Eastman.
And what was Vice President Pence's reaction when you showed him the email where Dr. Eastman, after the attack on the Capitol, still asked that the vice president delay certification and send it back to the states?
He said, "That's rubber room stuff."
I'm sorry, Mr. Wood. He said it's rubber room stuff?
Yes, Congressman.
What did you interpret that to mean?
I understood it to mean that after having seen play out what happens when you convince people that there is a decision to be made in the Capitol legitimately about who is to be the president and the consequences of that, that he was still pushing us to do what he had been asking us to do for the previous 2 days, that was certifiably crazy.
We know that the vice president did not do what Dr. Eastman requested because he presided over the completion of the counting of electoral votes late in that evening.
The number of electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows: Joseph R. Biden Jr., of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes. The whole number of electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are as follows. Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 306 votes. Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana has received 232 votes. The announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected President and Vice President of the United States, each for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2021, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Mr. Jacob, we heard earlier that you and the Vice President and the team started January 6th with a prayer. You faced a lot of danger that day, and this is a personal question. But how did your faith guide you on January 6th?
My faith really sustained me through it. I, down in the secure location, pulled out my Bible, read through it, and just took great comfort. Daniel 6 was where I went, and in Daniel 6, Daniel has become the second in command of Babylon, a pagan nation, but he completely faithfully serves. He refuses an order from the king that he cannot follow, and he does his duty consistent with his oath to God. And I felt that that's what had played out that day.
It spoke to you?
Yes.
At the end of the day, Mark Short sent the Vice President a text message with a Bible verse. Here's what he told the Select Committee.
At 3:50 in the morning, when we finally adjourned and headed our own ways, I remember, texting the Vice President a passage from 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7 about, I fought the good fight, I finished the race, I've kept the faith.
He started his day with a prayer and ended his day with a Bible verse. I've fought the good fight, I've finished the race, I've kept the faith. White House attorney Eric Hirschman testified that the next day, January 7th, he received a call from Dr. Eastman. Here is Mr. Hirschman's account of that call.
The day after, Eastman, I don't remember why he called me, or he texted me or called me, wanted to talk with me, and he said he couldn't reach others. And he started to ask me about something dealing with Georgia and preserving something potentially for appeal. And I said to him, are you out of your effing mind? Right? I said, I only want to hear two words coming out of your mouth from now on. Orderly transition. And I screamed, I said, I don't want to hear any other effing words coming out of your mouth, no matter what, other than orderly transition. Repeat those words to me. And I screamed that. Eventually he said, orderly transition. I said, good, John. Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it. And then I hung up on him.
In fact, just a few days later, Dr. Eastman emailed Rudy Giuliani and requested that he be included on a list of potential recipients of a presidential pardon. Dr. Eastman's email stated, quote, I've decided that I should be on the pardon list, if that is still in the works. Dr. Eastman did not receive his presidential pardon. So let's see what Dr. Eastman did as a result when he was deposed by this committee.
I assert my Fifth Amendment right against being compelled to be a witness against myself.
Did the Trump legal team ask you to prepare a memorandum regarding the Vice President's role in the counting of electoral votes at the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021? Yeah. Dr. Eastman, did you advise the President of the United States that the Vice President could reject electors from 7 states and declare that the President had been reelected? Yeah. Dr. Eastman, the first sentence of the memo starts off by saying 7 states have transmitted dual slates of electors to the President of the Senate. Is that statement in this memo true? Did President Trump authorize you to discuss publicly your January 4th, 2021 conversation with him? So is it your position that you can discuss in the media direct conversations you had with the President of the United States, but you will not discuss those same conversations with this committee?
Dr. Eastman pled the Fifth 100 times. Finally, let's hear from a federal court judge, the only one to date who has opined on whether the President was involved in criminal activity. Page 36 of Judge Carter's ruling says, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds it more likely than not that President Trump corruptly attempted to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. Page 40 of the ruling says, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds that it is more likely than not that President Trump and Dr. Eastman dishonestly conspired to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. And page 44, Dr. Eastman and President Trump launched a campaign to overturn a democratic election, an action unprecedented in American history. Their campaign was not confined to the ivory tower. It was a coup in search of a legal theory. Mr. Jacob, what would have happened to our democracy if Vice President Pence had gone along with this plan and certified Donald Trump as the winner of the 2020 election?
So there would have been short-term and long-term effects. The short-term I previously described, a constitutional jump ball situation, political chaos in Washington, lawsuits, and who knows what happening in the streets. And you would have had the Vice President of the United States having declared that the outcomes of these state elections were incorrect. So for all of those reasons, there would have been significant short-term consequences. But in the long term, we would have established a situation where a vice president would have asserted that one person could have the authority to determine the outcome of an election, which is antithetical to everything in our democracy. It's antithetical to the rule of law. And so it would have been significant impacts, both in the short and the long term.
Judge Ludig, in the statement you released earlier today, you wrote that the efforts by President Trump to overturn the 2020 election were, quote, the most reckless, insidious, and calamitous failures in both legal and political judgment in American history. What did you mean by that?
Exactly what I said, Congressman.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Jacob. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlemen.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I want that back. Mr. Chairman, this was an informative hearing, a powerful hearing. I'm grateful for your leadership and the leadership of the distinguished Vice Chair. Donald Trump knew he lost the 2020 election, but he could not bring himself to participate in the peaceful transfer of power. So he latched on to a scheme that, once again, he knew was illegal. And when the Vice President refused to go along with it, he unleashed a violent mob against him. When we began, I asked how we got to this place. And I think the answer to that question starts with the fact that people in positions of power put their political party before their country. It cannot be allowed to continue. I'll yield back now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleague, Representative Aguilar, and thank you very much to our witnesses today, Mr. Jacob and Judge Ludick. Thank you for being here with us. We have seen so far in our hearings that President Trump knew that his claims of a stolen election were false. You have seen that he knew that Mike Pence could not legally refuse to count electoral votes. And you have seen what President Trump did to pressure Mike Pence into taking illegal action. Over the course of our next hearings, you will see information about President Trump's efforts, John Eastman efforts, the Trump legal team's efforts to apply pressure to Republican state legislatures, state officials, and others. Judge Carter has recently written, quote, Dr. Eastman's actions in these few weeks indicate that his and President Trump's pressure campaign to stop the electoral count did not end with Vice President Pence. It targeted every tier of federal and state elected officials. We will examine all of those threats, and we will examine the Trump team's determination to transmit materially false electoral slates from multiple states to officials of the executive and legislative branches of our government. We will examine the pressures put on state legislatures to convene to reverse lawful election results. An honorable man receiving the information and advice that Mr. Trump received from his campaign experts and his staff, a man who loved his country more than himself, would have conceded this election. Indeed, we know that a number of President Trump's closest aides urged him to do so. This committee will address all of these issues in greater detail in the coming weeks. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Young lady yields back. Judge Ludick and Mr. Jacob, our nation owes you a great debt for your knowledge, integrity, and your loyalty to our Constitution. You and Vice President Pence are exactly the people our nation needed at a critical time. You had the courage to do what was right. In the weeks leading up to January 6th, many people failed this test when they had to choose between their oath to the country or the demands of Donald Trump. But there were others who, like you, stood tall in the face of intimidation and put our democracy first. They include the judges who rejected the bogus claims of election fraud, the senior Justice Department officials who stood up to Donald Trump, and the state officials whom we will hear from at our next hearing. We are deeply grateful to your courage and devotion to our country. There are some who think the danger has passed, that even though there were violence and a corrupt attempt to overturn the presidential election, the system worked. I look at it another way. Our system nearly failed and our democratic foundation destroyed, but for people like you. Judge Ludick, I want to give you an opportunity to share your thoughts on the ongoing threat. You've written the clear and present danger to our democracy. Now is that former President Donald Trump and other political allies appear prepared to seize the presidency in 2024 if Mr. Trump or one of his anointed candidates is not elected by the American people. What do you mean by this?
Mr. Chairman, I'm honored beyond words by your words. I was honored on January 6, 2021. Then also honored beyond words to have been able to come to the aid of Vice President Mike Pence. I prayed that day, just like the Vice President prayed that day. I believe we may have prayed the same prayer to the same God. I prayed that same prayer with my wife this morning before I came into these hearings. I have written, as you said, Chairman Thompson, that today, almost 2 years after that fateful day in January 2021, that still Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy. That's not because of what happened on January 6th. It's because to this very day, the former president, his allies and supporters pledge that in the presidential election of 2024, if the former president or his anointed successor as the Republican Party presidential candidate were to lose that election, that they would attempt to overturn that 2024 election in the same way that they attempted to overturn the 2020 election, but succeed in 2024 where they failed in 2020. I don't speak those words lightly. I would have never spoken those words ever in my life, except that that's what the former president and his allies are telling us. As I said in that New York Times op-ed, wherein I was speaking about the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the former president and his allies are executing that blueprint for 2024 in open and plain view of the American public. I repeat, I would have never uttered one single one of those words unless the former president and his allies were candidly and proudly speaking those exact words to America. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to appear here today for these proceedings.
Thank you again, Judge Ludick. As a part of the Select Committee's charge to make recommendations that are informed by other investigative findings, we will be reviewing the views shared by Judge Ludick and other experts on potential improvements to the Electoral Count Act, among a range of other initiatives. I know the information we presented over the last week is shocking. The idea that a president of the United States would orchestrate a scheme to stay in power after the people have voted him out of office. We're able to present this information because so many witnesses have cooperated with our probe. But the fact is, there are more people with direct knowledge, with evidence germane to our investigation. I ask those who might be on the fence about cooperating to reach out to us. The committee's website address is being displayed behind me, january6.house.gov. There you can view the evidence we presented in our hearings and find a tip line to submit any information you might think would be helpful for our investigation. And despite how you might not think it's important, send us what you think. And I thank those who've sent us evidence for their bravery and patriotism. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Well, the second half of that hearing focused on the threats to Vice President Mike Pence when he did not go along with the president's attempt to overturn the election on January 6th. Some riveting testimony in the second portion of the day. The committee laying out how the day, January 6th, played out. First, a heated phone call between President Trump and Vice President Pence, where the president continued to pressure him to go along with his plan, calling him derogatory terms. We heard multiple witnesses describe what it was like to be in the Oval Office at that moment as the president raised his voice using crude language to describe what he thinks the vice president would be if he didn't go along with the plan to decertify the election. We saw the rioters marching on Capitol chanting, hang Mike Pence. We see that in a different perspective now. The committee showed how the vice president was rushed to safety as the mob breached the Capitol building, coming within only 40 feet of the vice president. They also revealed a series of never-before-seen photos of the vice president, Pence, after he had been evacuated, including him learning of a tweet from President Trump in the middle of the violence, where he told supporters the vice president didn't have the courage to do what should have been done. The committee says after the tweet, the crowds both inside and outside the Capitol surged, putting the vice president's life in further danger. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker is with me, along with NBC News Political Director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, let me begin with you. The first part of the day, the first session was really establishing this pattern of trying to get the vice president to go along with this scheme, the tweets, what was said in the rallies, the conversations. The second half, though, felt like the bow that was put on this, taking us into the Oval Office, hearing the president's side of that critical conversation.
It was, and then, frankly, to find out after the riot was over, after the Capitol was cleared, they were still, the president and John Eastman were still pressuring Mike Pence to somehow violate the Constitution, to violate the law. And, you know, putting the details of that, hearing John Eastman plead the fifth for fear he's going to incriminate himself. So we're now at the point, we heard the White House lawyer, Mr. Hirschman, essentially give him that free legal advice in a very colorful way. The point is they are, and it's what we said after the first break, and it's more emphatic here, I think, especially this sort of what I would call the exclamation point of Eastman's videotape deposition, where he's pleading the fifth constantly. It's almost confirming that he knowingly was violating the Constitution, that he knew everything he was advocating was likely against the law. And then, of course, if you want to use your words, the bow was him asking to be on the pardon list. Why do you need to be on a pardon list if you didn't do anything illegal? So again, I think the methodical case that this committee continues to make is how they bring it back to Donald Trump. He was told multiple times this was against the law. This was told multiple times this was was unconstitutional, and he pushed for it anyway. And then, oh, by the way, he didn't seem to mind or care that Mike Pence's life was put in danger by the actions of the president.
Let me bring in Kristen right now. Kristen, first of all, give us the view from the White House. Do you hear the description of what was happening there? Sarah Matthews, one of the people we heard from in one of the tape segments there, deputy press secretary there at the moment this is taking place.
Part of what was so stark, Lester, in watching all of this back is that I was there at the White House, and those were the officials with whom I was interfacing, trying to get information about what President Trump was going to do. And so here you have the committee trying to fill in the blanks of what happened and what didn't happen. And what didn't happen is that he didn't send out a tweet saying, go home. The first tweet he sent out was attacking Mike Pence. And you heard Sarah Matthews there say that was the absolute wrong thing to do in that moment. And I can tell you, Sarah Matthews, Ben Williamson, the looks on their faces in real time as this was unfolding. Sarah Matthews had tears in her eyes. Ben Matthews seemed to be enraged that the president wasn't going out and saying something. And so this was the first time that you were really seeing officials around him break with President Trump in real time. Sarah Matthews wound up resigning later that day. I think it's important to note. But to go back to the point that Chuck was making, what we saw in the second part of this hearing, Lester, was really trying to connect the dots of the criminality that the committee is trying to lay the groundwork and to make the case that this is what occurred. And remember, we started this week discussing the divide within the committee, that some had said that, yes, there could be the possibility of a criminal referral to the Justice Department, others signifying that possibly there isn't. Whatever they wind up deciding, we know that the Department of Justice is watching. We know that the Attorney General is watching. Merrick Garland saying he's watching all of this very closely. And again, this part of the hearing really seemed aimed at connecting those dots of criminality.
Chuck, we know that many reject this hearing as a partisan witch hunt. You've heard all the criticism before. How much of where does this leave a lot of Republicans who want to dismiss this, but if they're watching, have just watched a pretty compelling case that there was an effort to, if not discredit the vice president, to put his very life in danger?
Well, Lester, let's just go down the list of the witnesses we heard from today and their resumes. You heard Greg Jacob, a lawyer for Mike Pence, certainly at one point talking about his own ideology, how he views the Constitution. You know, he's I think he called himself an originalist. When it came to that, my point is, you know which side of the aisle he comes from ideologically. How about Judge Ludick? Judge Ludick, who was essentially the runner-up to Alito for a Supreme Court seat. You heard from Mark Short, the vice president's chief of staff. You know, you heard from White House staff. The point is that everybody that was talking in this, other than the questioners from the committee, were not just Republicans, Trump-supporting Republicans at one time. So, you know, I think this is just extraordinarily difficult. If you've been an elected Republican here and you've wanted to walk this line of saying you respect the vice president, but you believe and you believe that, you know, hey, we've got to move, we can't look backwards, got to move forwards. You can't look at what happened on January 6th anymore. Don't focus on that. I think it's really hard to walk away from that and sit here and somehow be both praising Pence and still acknowledging that somehow Donald Trump has some right to leadership in this country. Because I think they're painting a pretty horrible picture of Donald Trump's personal empathy.
And Benny Thompson, if you noted at the very end, of basically making an appeal for anyone that has any information, almost suggesting, Kristen, that he's kind of offering this as kind of a safe space to see so many people who were allies of the president or supporters of the president now come to this place.
That's right. And you have to wonder if more people will voluntarily want to come forward and give more information. I talked about the fact that Sarah Matthews resigned that day. She was one of a number of Trump officials who resigned that day. We know that the committee has reached out to many of them, to most of them. But will there be more people who want to lend their voice to this conversation? I heard from a former Trump official who said that it was so hard to watch this back, but really honed in on the fact that this underscored just how close Vice President Mike Pence came to real danger. And I think that that is a cornerstone to the case that the committee is building against former President Trump. You heard them say he was just 40 feet away from the rioters. To imagine that, what divided them? A wall. And I think that's terrifying for the American public to consume, but also for Republicans who may not have been ready to publicly break with former President Trump. That may change the equation for some people.
Garrett Hake is our senior Capitol Hill correspondent. He's outside the committee hearing room. Garrett, as I'm watching a lot of this transpire today, I'm thinking, did we know that? What's new, what's not new here? But realizing even things that we knew, we're now getting the witness testimony. We're getting kind of a fuller picture of what happened, or what's reported to have happened.
I agree with that, Lester. I mean, we covered the second impeachment of Donald Trump, which covered a lot of these same facts, but now we're seeing so much more detail, and I think the layering of the timelines here was especially useful in understanding exactly what happened, being able to see, the tweet from President Trump at the same time that we're able to know Vice President Pence's location, and the challenge they would have, as somebody who spends way too much time up here in these buildings, getting from Pence's ceremonial office down underground beneath the Capitol in the way that they describe, being only about 40 feet from the mob, would have been very challenging. I mean, it's difficult to move around in that space, especially when you had folks already having breached the building, and seeing the graphics and hearing the timeline, seeing those never before seen images of Pence deep underneath the Capitol, working surrounded by concrete slabs and trash cans. I can tell you that the safe locations that members of Congress were taken to on that day were much more comfortably appointed than that. To get that kind of granular detail that we've lacked since the 6th has real value, I think, in understanding this. And I was here on the 6th, and I've covered it basically every day since. And then I think the other part of this is the sort of late arriving information. For example, the email from John Eastman to Rudy Giuliani. We know that John Eastman's emails have been the subject of intense litigation by this committee. Lawsuits in federal court to try to get their hands on it. Eastman claiming some attorney-client privilege over some of these things. Being able to draw that information out just really within the last couple of weeks and present it tells a very different and more layered story about what was going on behind the scenes during all of this than we've ever been able to understand before, even when the impeachment managers in that second Trump impeachment were trying to put together a similar narrative.
All right, Garrett, thank you. Yamiche Alcindor is our NBC News Washington correspondent. Yamiche, let's talk about the subplot here that's been offered, that this is not only about an event that happened in January of 2021, but also it's been alluded to an event that is still happening on some levels.
Certainly, Lester. And what's striking about this second part of the hearing is that there really is this picture being painted of former President Trump being a danger in the past and in the future. Of course, in the future, Judge Ludick really did paint a picture that says that former President Trump is plainly telling Americans that he would try again and try to succeed where he failed in 2020 and try to do something in 2024 to overturn an election if a GOP candidate is not chosen. So Judge Ludick here is really saying, pay attention. This isn't something that's in the past. This isn't something that has passed forward. This is something that people should be worried about now. I also think it's really important that when you think about the past, you think about the fact that Pete Aguilar said that an informant of the Proud Boys said that if former Vice President Mike Pence was found, that group would have killed him. it's been insinuated that Mike Pence was very much in danger, but for the lawmaker to say that very clearly tells you exactly how much danger Mike Pence was in. I also think it's really striking when I'm talking to folks that they're really saying that Mike Pence, in taking the stand and taking a political risk, is really about trying to make sure that our country does not devolve into a democracy that falls apart. So it's really important, I think, that President Trump was really being detailed as someone who was bent on taking power and could take power again if he doesn't get what he wants. And it's important, of course, when I've been talking to my sources, that these are Republicans saying that these are people that were close to Mike Pence, that were close to former President Trump, saying that our democracy hangs on the whims of whether or not a man like Trump, who could even send out a tweet criticizing Mike Pence as he was running for his life and going to that secret location, that he is someone who cannot be trusted with any sort of power, political power or otherwise, in the future.
All right, let me quickly go before we run out of time here. I want to go to criminal defense attorney Danny Savalas. Danny, anything you're seeing here that would be a roadmap for the Justice Department or something that they can't ignore?
Yes, the committee is making the case and cutting off all of the avenues of retreat for both Eastman and Trump when they will maybe inevitably claim, I believed with my heart in good faith that what I was doing was correct. They've done a great job with Eastman showing that numerous people told him this is not correct. Again, you could show him the 12th Amendment and say, the 12th Amendment says that you can't do this. And in the face of all that, he persisted, Eastman. So the case is becoming stronger against Eastman, but Trump has the same defense to criminal prosecution that he has to almost everything else, which is essentially, I was too ignorant to know any better.
All right, Danny, thank you. Quick final thought now from our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker.
Well, Lester, I'll be watching to see how effectively they continue to connect these dots. We know that the next hearings will focus on a range of issues from the pressure campaign within the Department of Justice, within the states, and then we are going to get an even more detailed look of what unfolded on January 6th itself. And so it will be incumbent upon the committee to keep this momentum going and to keep these dots connected.
In their minds, the there is showing that President Trump was the leader of all this, but they're still not. The there is not there yet.
That's right. They're going to continue to try to connect all of this back to former President Trump and to show and to prove that he knew what he was doing was crossing the legal line.
Kristen Welker, thank you. We are going to have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News, and special coverage continues right now with Chuck Todd and Meet the Press Now. For now, I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching, everyone. Good day.
Well, here we go. Another hearing. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. Just a few minutes ago, you saw the January 6th committee wrapped up. It is third public hearing. The focus of this one was Trump's pressure campaign on Mike Pence in order to overturn the election. The hearing was essentially divided up into two parts. First was the White House's pressure campaign on Vice President Pence to somehow accept the analysis that he had the power to overturn the results of the election using a theory they themselves knew was unconstitutional. The committee presented a barrage of evidence that the vice president had no power to overturn the election, that the vice president never believed he had that power, and that Trump was told over and over again that the idea was unconstitutional, that he knew that what he was telling the vice president to do was illegal, and so did the people around him. But they pushed it anyway. The second part of the hearing laid out more of the danger Pence was in on January 6th when he did not cave to the pressure to somehow suspend that the counting of the votes in order to allow more time to overturn the election. In the first part of the hearing, we also heard that both Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman admitted that their legal theory was bogus and wouldn't hold up in a court. And yet they both continued to promote it. Eastman was dismissive about what the dire consequences could be. Here's part of the video testimony of Eric Hirschman, who was the White House attorney at the time, as well as testimony today from Greg Jacob, the top White House lawyer to Vice President Pence.
I said, hold on a second, I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying that you believe the vice president, acting as president of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next president of the United States? And you said yes. And I said, are you out of your effing mind? I said, you're completely crazy. I said, you're going to turn around and tell 78+ million people in this country that your theory is this is how you're going to invalidate their votes because you think the election was stolen? And I said, they're not going to tolerate that. He said, you're going to cause riots in the streets. And he said, words to the effect of there's been violence in the history of our country, Eric, to protect the democracy or protect the republic.
He had come into that meeting trying to persuade us that there was some validity to his theory. I viewed it as my objective to persuade him to acknowledge he was just wrong. And I thought this had to be one of the most powerful arguments. I mean, John, back in 2000, you weren't jumping up and saying Al Gore had this authority to do that. You would not want Kamala Harris to be able to exercise that kind of authority in 2024 when I hope Republicans will win the election, and I know you hope that too, John. And he said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today.
And in just a few words, Judge Michael Ludwig gave this advice to Pence. He put this whole thing in context and said that if Pence had followed Trump's orders, there would have been a constitutional crisis.
That declaration of Donald Trump as the next president would have plunged America into what I believe would have been tantamount to a revolution within a constitutional crisis. In my view, and I'm only one man, would have been the first constitutional crisis since the founding of the Republic.
Just to remind folks, Michael Ludwig was essentially the runner-up to Sam Alito for George W. Bush when he was looking for Supreme Court justices back in his term. The committee then focused on the true danger Pence faced on January 6th itself when he chose to certify the election results. Rioters were within 40 feet of the vice president as he was rushed away for safety.
I could hear the din of the rioters in the building while we moved, but I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
Make no mistake about the fact that the vice president's life was in danger. A recent court filing by the Department of Justice explains that a confidential informant from the Proud Boys told the FBI that the Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance.
That was pretty chilling. Ali Vitale is on Capitol Hill. Vaughn Hilliard has covered Mike Pence for us since the 2016 campaign. Also have Chuck Rosenberg, a former senior FBI official, former U.S. attorney, and the Washington Post. Carol Leonnig is an NBC News contributor. Let me start with Ali Vitale. She's outside where all the action is. And Ali, I think the importance of today, there's a couple of big pieces of new information. The pardon ask by John Eastman to Rudy Giuliani, I think, is a preview of more to come. But the timeline today is what to me was so important, to see all of the public comments that the president said about Mike Pence, putting into the context of when he knew full well what was legal and what wasn't legal.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Because to me, especially in the opening phase of that hearing, it really very much seemed like a ping pong ball going back and forth between John Eastman and the vice president's office over different plans that Eastman was trying to throw at the wall to overturn the election. And at each turn, Vice President Pence and his team being very clear that they were saying no, that they did not see the legal basis for this. And at some points, even saying that no one should be able to have the power of one singular person being able to being able to overturn the results of the election. I think that was a very stunning piece of it. The committee successfully showing that there was a sustained pressure campaign, both publicly and privately, on the former vice president. And then, of course, those chilling hours on January 6th, where Pence was whisked off the floor, put in a secure location, and spent several hours there. His team, of course, saying that when Secret Service told them to get in the car, they got in the car. But, of course, they didn't leave that secure location. Pence was determined to stay, continuing to do his work there. And in the hearing room, people who may have been zoning out or not exactly paying attention, they really did snap to attention, eyes glued to that screen when the never-before-seen photos of what Pence was doing in that bunker were shown, specifically that picture of when he was viewing the tweet that Trump himself sent about the rioters and about what was going on at the Capitol. Some really, really stunning moments. And frankly, they're the ones that the committee is pointing to here in the halls of Congress as we've been talking to committee members as they've been leaving, Chuck.
Fascinating there. Let me bring in Vaughn Hilliard. You know, Vaughn, Mike Pence has not personally cooperated with the committee. That doesn't mean he's not cooperating with the committee. But the committee's also avoided officially trying to get him to cooperate. It seems to me that the full cooperation of Mark Short and the full cooperation of Greg Jacob has been enough for the committee to essentially believe they're getting Mike Pence's cooperation as well. Is that fair? Is that a fair way to put it?
Correct, and I'm told that every single individual who worked for the former vice president has agreed and cooperated with the subpoenas that were handed to them. And you just saw that here play out with Craig Jacob, but with Mark Short. And the January 6th committee feels like that those individuals have been able to paint the picture of what took place around the former vice president, not only in those 2 months ahead of January 6th after the 2020 election, but there on the day of. And I think the two striking moments that really played out here were, one, that phone call, that about 15-minute phone call just about 2 hours before Mike Pence headed to Capitol Hill to oversee the certification process, in which Donald Trump, while Mike Pence was still at the Naval Observatory, gave Pence a phone call. Pence stepped aside from his advisors at that time, but Donald Trump made that call from the Oval Office, and that is when numerous individuals, including Ivanka Trump herself, as well as other Trump aides inside the West Wing, were listening in on that call. One of his aides, a former body man, said that Donald Trump called Mike Pence directly there on January 6th a wimp. But then the other part, that other moment there, was at 2:24. That's when Donald Trump sent out that tweet as well after the insurrection had already begun and the mob had already breached the Capitol, in which he said that Mike Pence did not have courage, did not show courage. And that is when those photos show there him looking at that tweet. 2 minutes later is when you then see him whisked away from that holding room down below the Capitol complex here. And again, it gets at that idea of the obstruction of the process, not just the life of Mike Pence and his family that were put in danger, but also the integrity of the system that was to play out, and ultimately what could have been a hindrance to this electoral college process from being fulfilled that day, a constitutional obligation that the vice president himself is the one who is supposed to fulfill.
Carol Leonnig, you're Washington. If you were having to write the lead piece based on this hearing, where would you begin?
I'm torn, really, really torn, actually, because on the one hand, there is a resounding sort of mosaic with all of the witnesses around Pence, his lawyer, his chief of staff, the pictures, as well as his informal legal advisor, former appellate judge Mike Ludig. All of these individuals showing that Trump had been told multiple times this idea is not legal, is not constitutional, and Trump pushed it nonetheless. But the other thing that really got me, actually, Chuck, was Eastman's request for a pardon. You'll remember that Eric Hirschman, who seemed to throw the F-bomb quite a bit in his conversations with people who were making this suggestion that they could just overturn the will of 78 million Americans and voters. He had said to Eastman, I have one good piece of advice for you. Get a great criminal defense lawyer as soon as you can. This is good advice. Well, Eastman asking for a pardon by email is a lot of consciousness of guilt, right? A lot of fear that he knew what he And he stated it to multiple witnesses. He knew this wouldn't work, and he pushed it nonetheless.
And, you know, Chuck Rosenberg, in fact, let me play the exchange because I want to drill down more. Before we learn of the Eastman pardon, some extraordinary email exchanges between Mr. Jacob and Mr. Eastman after the riot. It is collection number 8 for my producers in the control room. Play the mash of number 8, please, on the Eastman email exchanges.
You ended your email by stating that, quote, thanks to your we are now under siege. Dr. Eastman replied, and this is hard to believe, but his reply back to you was, the siege is because you and your boss, presumably referring to the Vice President of the United States, did not do what was necessary to allow this to be aired in a public way so the American people can see for themselves what happened.
He implored me, now that we have established that the Electoral Count Act isn't so sacrosanct as you have made it out to be, I implore you one last time, can the Vice President please do what we've been asking him to do these last 2 days, suspend the joint session, send it back to the states. A day or two later, back at the White House, I did show him that final email from Mr. Eastman.
And what was Vice President Pence's reaction when you showed him the email where Dr. Eastman, after the attack on the Capitol, still asked that the Vice President delay certification and send it back to the states?
He said, that's rubber room stuff.
So, Chuck Rosenberg, I wrote down something at the start of this hearing, and it remains, have you committed a crime when you've asked someone else to commit a crime that you know is against the law? And essentially, the picture this committee, I feel like, has painted pretty well is the former president was told numerous times it was unconstitutional, it was against the law, everything he was asking Mike Pence to do, and yet he pursued it anyway. At what point is that a crime?
Yeah, it's a great question, Chuck. So the legal answer is that there are different ways for somebody to ask someone else to commit a crime and be culpable for it. So if you and I conspire to commit a crime, if I solicit a crime, solicitation can be a crime, or if I aid and abet a crime, you rob a bank and I help you get a getaway car. So aiding and abetting, solicitation, conspiracy are all fact patterns that would fit what you're describing. But what's really interesting to me here is that, well, let me back up a sec. First of all, being a bad lawyer is not a crime, and I'm grateful for that every day. But being an unprincipled lawyer and a bad lawyer and advocating for something that you know is false can be a crime. So we know from other witnesses today that Eastman knew that the theory he was propounding, what he was asking Vice President Pence to do, wasn't lawful. We knew it because Eastman admitted he would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. We knew Eastman knew it was unlawful, improper, because he said it wouldn't pertain to Vice President Gore in 2000 or to Kamala Harris in 2024. We knew that Eastman believed it to be unlawful because he acknowledged to Jacob that it would violate the 1887 Electoral Count Act. So couple all of that with your question, can there be criminal liability for asking someone to do something that the law forbids? And I think the answer is yes.
And let me follow up. When you look, asking for a pardon and pleading the fifth is not admitting a crime. But I tell you, the court of public opinion, I can quote a guy named Donald Trump, when you're pleading the fifth over and over again, and it's combined with the knowledge you're asking for a pardon, you're certainly raising some suspicion that you think you committed a crime.
Yeah, you sure are. But let me give you two different answers to that question. There's a legal answer, right? And the Supreme Court has said that invoking the fifth is something that it's a constitutional right for the guilty and for the innocent, right? And when we are in court, and I was a federal prosecutor for a long time, you can't infer anything from someone's invocation of the fifth. But your point, Chuck, there's also a public relations appearance answer to that question. It looks awful. Now, it's not evidence of a crime, but it may be
for all of us taking a peek into John Eastman's brain, which is not a comfortable place to be, frankly, a window, let me mix metaphors, a window onto his soul, that he knows he did something wrong. He invoked the Fifth to avoid answering questions that might incriminate him. That's his constitutional right. But who among us on this panel right now have ever asked for a pardon? Have any of us actually thought we needed that? I mean, that's rather extraordinary.
Ali Vitale, have we gotten confirmation that that most recent Eastman email is indeed from the order where he was ordered to turn over more? There was sort of this, they were looking at what would qualify as attorney-client privilege and what would not. And there appeared to be a chunk of emails that did not qualify. Is this where this came from, Ali? Have we gotten that confirmed from the committee?
Look, that's very likely, and the reason I say very likely is because the committee really does not like to engage with us on the nuts and bolts of where these things are coming from. Instead, they just consider it all part of the trove of documents that they've gotten. We know that a large swath of them have come from the National Archives. Of course, that's where places like those photos of the former vice president came from. It's fair to assume that that's where they got these Eastman emails. They also regularly like to point to the court case that helped them get these Eastman emails when they talk about the potential for criminal wrongdoing here, because that federal judge is one of the few people with deep insight into what was in these emails. And of course, he deemed that there was likelihood of something criminal there, which is why the committee was thusly able to get their hands on them in the first place. So all of that is wrapped up in the legal battle, and it's something that we often hear about from the committee members. I think I would turn to another piece of this, though, too, because in the minutes before I came to the camera, admittedly a little bit late for your show, it's because I was talking to Chairman Benny Thompson, and one of the things we've been asking him about today is comments he made that they want to talk to Ginny Thomas. What he seemed to say to me when I said that she seemed amenable to talking to the committee was his response was that they had already sent her a letter. And so it seems like that outreach may have already happened. We know that Vice Chair Liz Cheney is in concurrence with the chairman of the committee, that Ginny Thomas is someone that they'd like to speak to. But a little bit of news there as we see that the committee is still clearly pushing ahead fact-finding, even as their narrative setting right now in these hearings.
It's very important. We're going to get more into the Ginny Thomas situation after our first break in a few minutes. I want to get to you, back to you, Von Hilliard. And there's sort of the larger that Pence world has been looking forward to this day, meaning they kind of needed this cathartic moment of, look, there's a split. Everybody's been writing about it. What does the split mean? Well, now folks understand it from the Pence point of view in a way that perhaps folks didn't before.
And maybe if I could, Chuck, not just the Pence view, but Trump aides who we haven't heard speak out like this. It took a deposition, a subpoena, for them to come before Congress to make these sorts of comments public. That also includes Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump. These are family members here, because the Pence team is going to, if we're talking about a political future here, right, or if I may, the future of the democracy and whether the population at large here in this country believes the truth of the 2020 election, among Republican voters, Mike Pence needs help. We've gone from Ohio to West Virginia, Wyoming, South Carolina here over the last 2 months, and I can tell you consistently, talking to Republican voters, there is a great many that still view Mike Pence in the role of a traitor. Yeah. That he betrayed the country, that he didn't do the right thing on January 6th. And so what all of these testimonies here are painting is perhaps an opening of a door to other Republican lawmakers, even those in Congress here, as the Republican Party at this very moment is determining how they want to step forward.
Look, we may see Mike Pence become somebody that Republicans use to talk to swing voters who may believe he's got a lot more credibility than other more conservative folks from the Trump era. Carol Leonnig, I want to talk about a little detail that I wonder if your ears perked up. You have done so much reporting on the Secret Service. It was interesting to me when Mr. Jacobs was telling us a story about how Mike Pence did not want to leave the Capitol complex, and he basically said no. He goes, I trust you, but you're not driving the car. Explain what would have happened to that motorcade had he gotten in.
So this is a really important moment to me too, Chuck, because we reported on it in our book, and it's very affirming that a talented group of former federal prosecutors corroborated it and verified it. In that moment, Pence is whisked down, against his will, honestly, down to the basement, which we at one point referred to as a secure area because sources did not want us to describe where he was taken. And he says, "Tim, I trust you," the head of his detail. But you're not the one driving the car. I'm not getting in that car. The importance of that is twofold.
That was a chilling, by the way, that was chilling to hear that. I don't know where your head went. I know where my, one part of my head was like, I'd like a follow-up on that, Mr. Vice President. But anyway, go ahead, Carol.
There are two things. You alight on an important moment. There are two things that are really important here. One, the Secret Service's #1 job is to protect his life. He's part of the Octagon program. If the president gets killed, the vice president is president. So part of that program is we save these people's lives. We protect their lives with our own. And getting him out of the Capitol actually would have normally been the right thing to do, other than it was surrounded by people with nooses and flagpoles and weapons and bear spray. So getting him out of the building was not a foregone conclusion as the right security move. But the second and probably most important point here is Pence and his team were already on high alert, high suspicion about what is the president up to. And the president was pulling the levers of the Secret Service. The former detail leader was now the president's deputy chief of staff, and basically the boss of the Secret Service, and watching carefully where Pence was. So Pence and his aides' suspicion, although not their assumption, but their suspicion was Pence wants to finish the job, the Democratic job of certifying this election. And if he's whisked away indirectly at the order of the White House, that will block him from doing that job. And frankly, as I've said once or twice before, if Pence had done something different, anything different that day, if he hadn't been so determined to certify the election, Biden might not be president today. We might be in a very different situation as a country.
Carol, you're painting a picture of I'm not sure where they're going to be driven. You sort of add to the suspicion I had when I first heard that, meaning they didn't know who a Secret Service agent felt like they had to listen to. I'm being generous here, meaning who was calling the shot. I mean, this sounds like a plot line out of one of those, White House caper movies that we've seen every now and then where there's, people behind the scenes pulling strings. I mean, this is a chilling anecdote here, Carol.
I want to be respectful and careful and honest about the facts. There was suspicion. That does not mean that President Trump was telling his deputy chief of staff, get Pence out of there. We don't know that. We don't have that evidence yet. Maybe the committee does. But the suspicion was based on completely rational facts in front of them. The president had put a target on the vice president's back. People were running through the building saying, let's hang him. And the president, after multiple felonies have been committed, police officers have been attacked by his supporters, and the building has been breached violently through broken glass and broken doors. After all that has happened, President Trump tweets that Mike Pence didn't have the courage. So there's plenty of reason for Pence to believe his life is in danger as a result of President Trump.
And he doesn't know who to trust. Ali Vitale, Von Hilliard, Chuck Rosenberg, and Carol Lennig, thank you all for getting us started to unpack this in our first part of this show. We're obviously going to stick with this topic coming up in a lot of ways. These hearings are what the second impeachment would have looked like had you had a year to investigate. I'm going to get reaction to today's hearing and the explosive testimony from one of those impeachment managers next. And later, as I mentioned, we've got new reporting on why the January 6th committee now says they do need to speak to Ginny Thomas after claiming that they didn't, the wife of the Supreme Court Justice. How aggressive was she and how involved was she in this conspiracy to overturn the election? You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
NBC
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Welcome back. Let's get a little more reaction to today's hearing from Capitol Hill. I'm joined by Democratic member of Congress from Rhode Island, David Cicilline. He served as an impeachment manager for the second Trump impeachment trial on January 6th. And Congressman, you know, this is the fourth official federal investigation of Donald Trump of his actions, either as president or in the run-up to being president. The Mueller report obstructed. The first impeachment obstructed. The second impeachment rushed. It was just is what it is. Tell me, I mean, if you had a year to investigate, is this the impeachment case you would have been able to present to the American public a year later?
Well, I think there's no question, Chuck, that the Select Committee has done an extraordinary job in collecting evidence in a bipartisan way. You know, over 1,000 witnesses, 140,000 documents. They've done an extraordinary job in assembling the evidence. I think in reality, in our impeachment, no one who voted to acquit the former president didn't, or argued that he didn't do what we charged, inciting an insurrection against the government of the United States. They all relied on this notion you can't impeach a former president. So I don't know that any of the facts would have changed their calculation, but I think the Select Committee has done an extraordinary job of really beginning to lay out for the American people the events preceding January 6th, the financing and planning and execution of what was a really sophisticated scheme to keep the former president in office even though he lost the election.
You know, it seems to me that the biggest addition to the case that you guys made is the more organized conspiracy to overturn the election, right? The Eastman memo, that this was a more concerted effort. Look, I know a lot of us look at Donald Trump and think, here's a guy that just says whatever at any moment. And I think we all sort of, you hate to say this, but if you've covered him long enough, you discount pretty much half of what he says all the time and all of what he says some of the time. But now when you see it put together, the fact that it was such a coordinated campaign in the month of December running into January 6th. That was something you guys didn't have in that impeachment. How important would that have been?
No, this is really critical evidence. I mean, if you remember, there was even some suggestion in the early days after January 6th that this was a group of supporters who just sort of got out of control and were overly enthusiastic. And of course, we knew it was nothing further from the truth, but we now know that this was very much planned, that at the very highest levels of the Trump administration, and including the president, they were aware that the president had lost the election, that there was no legal basis to keep him in office. And despite that, they expected and demanded that the former vice president overrule the will of the people and keep Donald Trump in office. And they had an actual memo on how to do it and a number of conversations about it. It's really shocking. And I think people shouldn't lose sight of the fact this is the president and his inner circle basically plotting to keep Donald Trump in office, though he lost the election fair and square. And they wanted to be able to have the vice president of the United States substitute his judgment for the judgment of the American people. There's nothing more antithetical to democracy than allowing a single person to overrule the voters in this country. And so this is really alarming stuff.
So the decision about whether a crime was committed is going to be in the hands of the Justice Department. What is in your hands, I think, after this committee is done, and you're on the Judiciary Committee, is what changes to the Electoral Count Act need to be made to essentially create a few more guardrails, a few more safeguards. What have you heard in stuff that's been laid out that you think, okay, this is at least one change I'd like to see?
No, I think we all owe it to the Select Committee to obviously await their report and their conclusions. But I think it's very clear that although every scholar I know who has reviewed it said that the vice president's function is ministerial and has to simply do what the voters direct. Maybe you can make that more explicit. I know there's been some suggestion that you can make what everyone understands to be the requirement that the vice president do that, that we could do that as well. But I think we should all wait for the full report from the Select Committee. I expect they'll make a set of recommendations. Obviously, one of the things I think is most important to make sure that the people who were involved in this attempted coup are accountable. I mean, that's one of the best ways you prevent it from happening again, is make sure people who planned it and executed it don't get away with it. And I think that's an important responsibility of the Department of Justice.
I'm curious, where do you land on whether, if this congressional committee believes a crime or multiple crimes were committed, whether they should do a formal criminal referral? I've seen all this hand-wringing. Well, boy, if Congress puts pressure on the Justice Department, that looks political. Well, then others would argue, well, if you don't identify a crime, then what did you do the investigation for? Where do you come down on that debate?
Look, I think the Select Committee has made referrals to the Department of Justice when people have defied their subpoenas. That's a responsibility they have in connection with the charge of the Select Committee to collect this evidence. I would expect that the Attorney General of the Department of Justice will ask the Select Committee to share with them what they've collected during the course of this investigation, and I would expect they would comply with that request. I think the judgment about whether or not criminal charges should be filed must rest with the Department of Justice, and the more that we can prevent any suggestion that politics played a role, the better. I think one of the great strengths of the Garland Justice Department is it's operating independently, free from politics. We should take no step which undermines that in any way, but I hope that the Attorney General will request all of the evidence collected by the Select Committee and then make the appropriate judgment based on that evidence.
And by the way, there was one other thing that Mr. Jacobs said at one point, and this gets back to this Electoral Count Act business, where, and I think he brings up a good point, where someone said the Electoral Count Act might actually be unconstitutional in this respect. Should Congress have any role in this at all when it comes to deciding how the states certified or didn't certify? The states seem to have that sole power, so the idea of even objecting to a state certification doesn't seem to be constitutional.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question, but I think at the very least, the expectation is that what the states certify as their electors are received by the House in the joint session and the Electoral College, and that they're then communicated and recorded, and that the vice president doesn't independently get to make a judgment. But I think, that's one of the reforms that I expect that we will look at when the Select Committee is done. But we shouldn't take our focus off what we're learning in the presentation by the Select Committee. This is a breathtaking violation of our democracy and of our right to elect our own president, and was executed and planned with individuals at the highest levels of the Trump administration. And we should all sort of take note of that and recognize we can never allow this to happen again.
No, it is a sophisticated criminal conspiracy, not not a sort of accidental rogue Keystone Cop operation. Democratic Congressman David Cicilline of Rhode Island, appreciate you coming on, sharing your perspective with us.
My pleasure.
Coming up, more on that controversial correspondence. Why Ginny Thomas, the wife of a Supreme Court justice and longtime conservative activist, and her emails are becoming a focal point in the January 6th investigation. One of the reporters behind that story joins me with the latest after a quick break. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Welcome back. Let's turn back to what we mentioned at the top of the show. The January 6th committee now says they do want to hear from another potential key witness, and that's Ginny Thomas, wife of the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. The Washington Post was the first to report that the Select Committee has obtained even more emails between Ginny Thomas, and this one is between John Eastman, the lawyer who's been essentially the star of today's hearing, in the role that he played in pressuring Mike Pence to not certify the election. Those emails between Eastman and Ginny Thomas show that she may have been a lot more involved in efforts to overturn the election than previously known. After the hearing, Chairman Benny Thompson told our Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale that the committee has already sent a letter to Ginny Thomas inviting her to speak with them. Ginny Thomas told the Daily Caller that she looks forward to speaking with the committee and can't wait to clear up misconceptions. So the good news is it doesn't sound like they need a subpoena to get her to talk. Joined now by the Washington Post reporter on political investigations, Josh Dawsey. He was one of the reporters on that broke this story. So Josh, let's start with, look, the Ginny Thomas emails, you know, you could have written, before today's scoop that you guys had with Eastman, you could explain those other emails away as an activist gone over the deep end a little bit, a little exuberant, doing the mass emails and stuff like that. This seemed different, number one. And number two, is this an email that now came from the release that the judge ordered from Eastman?
Right. So what this shows is that John Eastman, who was orchestrating a lot of former President Trump's legal strategy here as a hearing showed today, was in touch with Ginny Thomas. She was kind of simultaneously doing a multi-pronged campaign. My colleague Emma Brown reported on her reaching out to dozens of lawmakers in Arizona. She was reaching out to Mark Meadows and others in the White House. And she was in touch with John Eastman. And Mr. Eastman himself, actually, earlier today online, posted one of the emails where he came and briefed her group on the electoral efforts that he was undertaking. He posted that with a denunciation of our story, but the email showed itself that they had been in touch and had done the meeting about the election. So what it shows is in this frenzied period between November 3rd and January 6th, you have Ginny Thomas, who is working the inside and the outside game, trying to help get the election, taking the results away of a free and fair election, and have it picked for President Trump.
You know, there's no reason for you to know anything beyond what we've learned, but the fact that John Eastman, in this debate back and forth, seems to imply at one point, hey, we need to hurry up and file this with the Supreme Court because there's some infighting going on. There's a little bit of a dispute. Right. The implication is that he seems to know what's happening inside the court. It doesn't, strain imagination to connect the dot to Ginny Thomas.
Right, but we've not seen anything concrete that would prove that. So I don't want to speculate on that. I mean, Mr. Eastman said today in his post that he did online that he did not discuss with Ms. Thomas anything about the court or what the court was doing. But there's a number of emails that are from her, that are about her, and we have not seen the sheer totality of those. What we do know, Chuck, is that the committee, as they've uncovered more and more of these emails and gotten them, have now become more interested in Ginny Thomas. I mean, early on, they were telling my colleague Jackie Alamany and me and others that while some of the emails she was sending were interesting, they viewed her basically as a sideshow and did not view her as central to the plot that they were trying to uncover here as part of their investigatory work. And their position has now changed, particularly Liz Cheney, who initially was quite opposed to having Ginny Thomas come in, now supports that. And you've seen several of the other members who previously told us privately that they did not view it as a good use of their time, have also changed their mind on that. And Benny Thompson came out today and said that they do want her in. So what we know is that there are more emails than we previously believe there were, that she was more deeply involved in the president's efforts and talking to folks in the president's orbit than we knew, and that the committee is more interested in her after this last tranche of emails than they were previously.
And Josh, just to confirm, and we know that there was at least one, that Clarence Thomas did have to rule on at least one election challenge, and he came down on the side of Trump, which in hindsight it's not a good look right now.
He did come down on the side of Trump, that's correct, on that election challenge, and has been very vociferous that, allies of his have been very vociferous that a recusal was not necessary there. And he did not recuse himself and has not shown any willingness to recuse himself on anything in the future, saying that it's unnecessary.
There is nothing in the law that demands it. Josh Dawsey with the Washington Post. Terrific reporting, Josh. Thanks. We turn now to a panel that we've put together here. A little big picture of what we got from today's hearings. What comes next? What could be the political impact of today's testimony? I'm joined by Commentary Magazine editor Noah Rothman and former New York Democratic Party Executive Director Basil Smikle. Let me start with this sort of montage that came from the committee, Noah, because I'm wondering, in the same way we were shocked when we saw Tom Rice end up voting to impeach, you're like, whoa, where did that come from? I'm wondering if this moment is going to create that sort of epiphany for some elected Republicans. Number two, guys.
Did you hear any part of the phone call, even if just the end that the president was speaking from?
I did, yes.
All right, and what did you hear?
So as I was dropping off the note, I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp. I don't remember if he said, you are a wimp, you'll be a wimp. Wimp is the word I remember.
It's also been reported that the president said to the vice president that something to the effect of, you don't have the courage to make a hard decision.
Worse, I don't remember exactly either, but something like that, yeah. You're not tough enough to make the call.
It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with
the vice president before.
The word that she relayed to that the president called the vice president, I apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
So what's important here, I do think the timing is important here. So that was at approximately 11 o'clock on January 6th. Here he is about an hour later, and here's how others reacted to what he said about Pence. Take a listen.
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
I'm telling you what, I'm hearing the Pence. I hearing the Pence just caved. No. Is that true? I didn't. I'm hearing reports that Pence caved. No. I'm telling you, if Pence caved, we're going to drag through the streets. You politicians are going to get drugged through the streets. Yes.
I guess the hope is that there's such a show of force here that Pence will decide to do the right thing, according to Trump.
Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence. Bring him out. Bring out Pence. Bring him out. Bring out Pence.
A Republican in good standing can somehow stand by Trump after all this?
So in the wake of the immediate aftermath of the violence of January 6th, you saw some very conscious adult members, Senator Langford refusing to contest the results of these states. And Congressman Rice is an interesting case because he was one of these guys who wanted to contest the results and yet voted to impeach because probably he was moved by what he experienced on that day. Primaries so far have presented a mixed bag when it comes to Trump, right? You can get crosswise with him, but it's survivable, with the exception of January 6th. If you have at any point suggested that the president shares culpability for those events, it's a death knell for your political career.
But this, I will say this, Noah, though, this is, because here's the thing, on January 6th itself, none of us fully understood the coordinated pressure campaign that Mike Pence was under at that time. And it looked like what we thought it was, Basil, right? Which was simply, maybe it was a whole bunch of supporters that went haywire.
But as you start to hear the testimony and everything is being played out, I call it what I have been over the last few weeks. It's a big conspiracy, perhaps a big criminal conspiracy, not just a big lie. Because anyone that knows campaigns, the infrastructure that's involved in getting candidates and electeds on the same page in their messaging to put money, resources on the ground. I had a police officer stop me on the way over here because he recognized me and he said, I saw that member of Congress leading those folks on a tour, taking pictures. That looked like a reconnaissance activity. They knew what was happening. So when you put all of these things together, there's no way that you can come away from this saying that any of this wasn't coordinated. And the question now is, do we reflect on this the way I reflected, or many of my peers reflected when we were growing up in the 80s, when we heard that how close we were to a nuclear war under Kennedy? Are we going to reflect on how close we were to an actual revolution and overthrow of our government after all is said and done here?
I guess what my point is are we going to see somebody, like, look, I hear you with the voters, right? The voters, we don't know. And I'm just wondering if there are going to be more elected officials that are just like, whoa, I got to get off the Trump train.
You would hope something like this transcends partisan politics. If you convince yourself of your necessity, you're one of the smart ones, you're one of the sane ones. The person coming up behind you is the guy you got to fear. Then you can rationalize your way into ignoring what we've been privy to. There's conspiracy elements here, quite clearly. The notion here that this was somehow really well planned and coordinated strikes me as hard to prove, especially since Eastman himself apparently confessed in testimony from Mr. Hirschman that he didn't even believe his plan would succeed under the scrutiny of the courts. They were throwing things at the wall. Now, that's egregious. And there are clear indications that they're going to run this again in 2024 in a much more orchestrated and contrived fashion. But we should be careful about the extent to which we have seen some sort of a vast conspiracy unfold here. It looks like they were throwing stuff at the wall to see what would stick.
I'm sorry, I don't have that. I don't think that optimistically about what happened. I don't believe that this was just accidental or just stupidness. This is, as my Jamaican grandmother would say, pure foolishness. It wasn't that. To me, there was something larger at play here, and maybe it stops at Donald Trump, and I think it does. But to me, there's no way that you can have this big lie, if you will, and that you have candidates on the same page, you have elected officials on the same page, that you have a spouse of justice of the Supreme Court making calls and sending emails, that there's no way that any of this is happening without some larger conversation about how all of this is going to be pulled together and what the ultimate outcome could or should be, in my view.
What's your sense of where can Pence have a future? And is it does he got to wait? Is this one of those things he's got to let history catch up to him?
I hope he tries to charge headlong into what I believe is a buzzsaw. I don't think it's survivable.
Yeah.
But I do think that he's demonstrated with his bravery on the day of and subsequently speaking about this in very clear, unnuanced terms without trying to spare the feelings of those who perceive themselves to be as persecuted as they think Donald Trump is being persecuted now. He's been very brave in that sense, and I do hope if he mounts a campaign in 2024, he doesn't run away from these events and confronts the Republican electorate with what could have happened. Because as we've learned and uncovered in these hearings, the Republican Party does have a fealty to the Constitution. Conservatives have a fealty to the Constitution. What we saw was an attack on the Constitution. And that's a really hard thing to rationalize yourself around. Even if you have this abiding affection for Donald Trump and a sense of your own persecution, that cuts through the noise.
Basil, is Mike Pence a hero?
You know, interestingly enough, I was thinking about him today, and I said, how do I find Mike Pence to be somewhat of a sympathetic figure today? But I find myself thinking that to some extent. You know, I don't know that he's a hero. Would not go that far to say that. But to your point, if he somehow decides that he wants to try to bring the Republican Party to a place that it hasn't been for the last 4 years, take it in another direction, if he does that, if he becomes that kind of leader, then I think he can garner the respect of more sort of folks across the political aisle. But today, I don't know that that is going to be a widespread belief among Democrats or independents, because they're still watching this unfold. They're still trying to figure out, you know, how much fealty was he showing to Donald Trump even in those final moments.
I will say this. I think you're going to start seeing Mike Pence show up for Republicans campaigning in blue states. The way we used to see Rudy Giuliani, who you will no longer see for helping Republicans in blue or purple states. Anyway, Noah, Basil, good to see you both. Thanks for your perspective. We're going to switch gears a little bit here after the break. Turn to some developing news out of Ukraine. New NBC reporting that President Biden told two of his most prominent cabinet members to now tone it down when it came to the rhetoric against Russia. The latest from the ground in Kyiv next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We want to see Ukraine remain a sovereign
country, a democratic country, able to protect its sovereign territory. We want to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine.
That was nearly 2 months ago, and that was Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin speaking to reporters after he and Secretary Blinken visited Kyiv the first time after the war began. And according to a new NBC report, President Biden is now saying that those comments went too far. On a conference call with Secretaries Austin and Blinken as they departed Poland, my NBC colleagues report the president expressed concern the comments might increase the risk of the U.S. getting into a direct conflict with Russia. Comes as the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and Romania met in person today with President Zelensky in Kyiv, reaffirming their support for Ukraine and their support for Ukraine's candidacy to the EU. Of course, Macron in particular has been the one trying to push the idea that, hey, you're going to have to negotiate if we're going to end this war. Joining me now for more on this and that visit in Kyiv is our own Ali Arouzi. So, Ali, we got those European Western allies visiting tonight in Kyiv. What do you know of what kind of pressure did they put on Zelensky behind the scenes?
Well, they came here to show solidarity to Zelensky, Chuck, and, you know, it was very welcome. But we have to ask the question, what kind of pressure are they putting on behind them? Look, they put a show of support. They said that they want Ukraine to win this war, that it's an unjust war. But many people here in Ukraine are worried that that may have just been a symbolic visit, a photo op for them. Zelensky had said before that, you know, the European leaders keep talking about Ukraine being part of the European family, and now it's time to show that those are not just words. So people are really hanging on to see how they follow through with a lot of the stuff they've promised. Look, they're saying here that the Germans promised them tanks. They haven't delivered them. And Macron is a pretty unpopular person here, Chuck. I mean, those comments he made about Russia not needing to be humiliated went down very badly here. He'd said before that it may take decades for Ukraine to join the European Union. So they're very skeptical about this visit, and they want to see action rather than words. So they're going to be following the European Union, especially Macron, very closely to see if they deliver arms and if they support them to joining the European Union.
And very quickly, Ali, we know that President Biden...
Chuck, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead and finish.
Yeah, also today we spoke to a former defense minister of Zelensky, and he made some really interesting comments, Chuck, today. He said, you know, there's 36,000 rounds of ammunition that the U.S. has promised them. That's all very well, but that'll probably be gone in a week because the Russians are using 30 or 40,000 rounds almost on a daily basis in the Luhansk area. So they're saying that kind of aid, they need it weekly, not in these, you know, long stretches in between them.
And very quickly, Ali, the news that President Biden wants to ratchet back the tough rhetoric on Russia. I don't think Zelensky wants to hear that.
That's the last thing he wanted to hear, and I can tell you, Chuck, there was a lot of disappointment here because people here really rely on the U.S., and they were a little surprised about Biden's comments. They were a little thrown off at the beginning. They didn't believe that he had said it, and when it all got revealed, there was a big dose of disappointment here in Ukraine.
Well, and as you recall, Ali Arouzi, as always, sir, thank you. As you recall, the president himself in Poland ad-libbed a line at the end of that speech in supporting Kyiv, and he said, my God, this man cannot remain in power, referring to Putin. So that also seemed to add to the ratcheted up anti-Russia rhetoric. Well, thank you all for being with us this hour. We'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage will continue with my friend Hallie Jackson right now.
On the air with that new evidence from the January 6th committee today. Pictures like the ones you're about to see that we have never seen before of Mike Pence at the Capitol as rioters were surging inside. The pressure campaign on him from then President Trump to try to get his VP to overturn the legit election. We'll talk about the key revelations from today's hearing you need to know about and what happens next as it relates to that January 6th committee. Our team blanketing the Hill tonight. Plus, the Dow dipping under 30,000 points for the first time in more than a year, as President Biden says in a new interview that a recession is, in his words, not inevitable. We've got a gut check on what Wall Street thinks happens now. Plus, a deadly heat wave suffocating part of the country as bad storms in Michigan force that key baby formula plant to close again. We're on the ground with that, and we're on the ground in Cuba, where families are being reunited after the first U.S. flight to land outside Havana in 3 years. What this means for the people and their economy. And in tonight's backstory, the behind-the-scenes look you will only see here about that exclusive NBC News interview with Anna Sorokin, and a.k.a. Anna Delvey. Savannah Sellers has more on how exactly that whole thing came together at an ICE detention facility and what you didn't see in their conversation. Hey, I'm Hallie, and to start the show tonight, listen, we want to be super clear about what we've just learned in the last few hours this afternoon from that January 6th committee hearing you may have watched right here, because the committee was trying to do something really specific. Right? They're trying to connect the dots from this pressure campaign on former Vice President Mike Pence to get him to overthrow the legitimate 2020 election results and the violence at the Capitol. So let's talk about those key takeaways from today as the committee heard from Greg Jacob, former legal counsel to Mr. Pence, who was with him at the Capitol the day of the insurrection. He's the witness that you see on the left side of the screen. Witness on the right side of the screen, J. Michael Ludig, a retired conservative judge who advised Pence. Remember, this is all about the fact that Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to, on his own, throw out legitimate electoral votes and declare Donald Trump the winner of the election he'd actually lost. And Team Pence was like, basically, wait, that's totally unconstitutional. There's no way the founding fathers would have wanted that. Watch.
There was no way that they would have put in the hands of one person the authority to determine who was going to be president of the United States.
Okay, so let's talk takeaways, because first, we're learning today it wasn't just the people around Donald Trump who agreed, who knew and who acknowledged, according to testimony, that this whole scheme was not legal. But the testimony went a step further because it showed the former president himself, Donald Trump, knew it. He was told on January 4th by the very same lawyer who was an architect of this plot that this was against the law.
Did John Eastman ever admit, as far as you know, in front of the president, that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act?
I believe he did on the 4th.
January 4th. Okay, so Donald Trump knew. People around Mr. Trump knew. All of Team Pence knew and acknowledged this was not constitutional. But those close to Mr. Trump wanted to push this scheme anyway. And even after that, Mr. Trump was pressuring Mr. Pence, calling him a wimp and worse, words I'm not going to say on streaming. It's happening even as, and this is the second big takeaway, Mr. Pence's safety was at risk in the Capitol, with the then president tweeting to attack him as the rioters breached the building. And we learned today that just 40 feet at one point, 40 feet, right? So maybe the distance from me to the camera twice back. That's how much separated Mike Pence's location from the rioters, using evidence from the rioters themselves. That's how the committee pieced this together.
If Pence caved, we're going to drag through the streets.
Those chants of hang Mike Pence there. And that brings us to the third big takeaway, the role of John Eastman, basically the architect of this plot, who was warned multiple times beforehand that going through with this scheme could lead to violence, and who asked for a pardon after the 6th. Why? We'll talk about it. And fourth, keep in mind, this is not all about the past. It is about the future, 2024, according to Judge Ludig, who explained why.
Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy.
So what is next? Not just more hearings next week, but we're learning now that, yes, this goes beyond the Hill to the Justice Department, because in a filing today, the DOJ is saying they want to see all these depositions because of prosecutions that have already started. Okay, a lot to get to. We've laid it out. Your takeaways. Let's get into them. Ali Vitale is joining us live from Capitol Hill. Chuck Todd is standing by for us in his studio. Ali, let me start with you. Let's take this in three separate buckets. Bucket one, feels like everybody knew this was wrong, or at least acknowledged this was wrong, including the architect of this scheme itself, John Eastman, who, according to testimony today, acknowledged that if it ever went to the Supreme Court, they'd lose unanimously.
Yeah, so at best, right, everyone knew that it was potentially legally murky, and at worst, they knew that it was illegal and they were doing it anyway. That's sort of what you come away with after watching these roughly 2 hours of hearings today. And of course, at the center of it all is Mike Pence, who is consistently saying that at each turn when he's asked, hey, can you say no to this slate of electors? Hey, can you send it back to the states? At each turn, he and his team are unequivocal, saying no, doing so not just around Eastman, but in email and, of course, in meetings with the president. That phone call that Pence took with Trump, where Trump was around multiple other people, but Pence took that call alone. We got a lot more insight into that. Effectively, though, it's really clear the way the committee laid it out that Pence was really a linchpin of democracy at this moment when multiple forces within the former president's orbit were trying to topple it.
There's this second bucket that's really important here, and that's the security factor. Okay, we've seen some of those never before seen pictures of Mike Pence. What happened after he was evacuated from the room he was in at the Capitol to a secure location still at the Capitol. He's got a soda, he's on the phone, he's looking at a tweet from former President Trump. This is him actually leaving the room. The pictures the committee shows are in the moments after as well. There was the testimony that a Proud Boys informant has acknowledged wanting to kill Mike Pence if they came across him, along with lawmakers like Nancy Pelosi. His safety at risk here. And then there was this striking line from the former Vice President's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, about the violence they thought, the very violence they thought Mike Pence could face. Watch.
Concern was for the Vice President's security, and so I wanted to make sure the head of the Vice President's Secret Service was aware that that likely, as these disagreements became more public, that the president would lash out in some way.
So again, that's the top aide to the vice president flagging Secret Service that because of what they saw as disagreements with the president, his safety and security was at risk.
You and I also know Mark Short. We know that he's not prone to hyperbole. The fact that he's speaking in the way that he often does so directly to this committee, talking about the fact that they knew that Trump was a potential threat to the vice president. They were prepared for something bad to happen because of the way that such dislike had seeped in between them because Pence was refusing to do what Trump wanted to do. I have to tell you, in the room at that moment, that's when everyone in the room perked up. When those images that people had never seen before were put on the screen, people who might have been zoning out, their eyes were laser focused on that screen and those images.
Let me talk bucket 3 then, Allie, because this is about Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. And you might be thinking, well, wait a second, what does she have to do with any of this? News broke over the last 24 hours that she had been in contact with John Eastman. Again, this sort of person involved in this that we were introduced to in this hearing today. And this question of, does the committee want to speak to her? She told the Daily Caller she's willing to talk to them. And in her words, clear up some misconceptions. I understand you caught up with the Select Committee's chairman, Benny Thompson, about the Ginny Thomas factor, right?
Yeah, Hallie, I love to end a newsy hearing by making more news, but that's exactly what we did with Chairman Thompson as he walked out. I was asking him about what Ginny Thomas said, the fact that she said she was open to clearing this up. She looked forward to talking with the committee. He hadn't heard that. This is that exchange.
Well, look. We have sent Ms. Thomas a letter asking us to come and talk to the committee. What you say is okay.
You've sent it already?
Wait, listen to me. What you said, if she responded while the hearing was going on, that she wants to come, we look forward to her coming.
And the important thing there, Hallie, is he says that they've sent her an invitation. He says it in the past tense. He said it this morning that they wanted to hear from her at some point based on the things that they had found. Clearly, some point has already happened. They've already sent her that letter.
Allie Vitale, eat your Wheaties because we're going to do this all again next week when the hearings continue. Allie, thank you. Chuck Todd has also, I know, manifested a solid breakfast and lunch for himself. Chuck, let's talk about some of this, right? Because you've got John Eastman, and there was this rather extraordinary detail, according to the testimony and according to the documents today, from an email that Eastman, again, the person who was in many ways behind this scheme, if you will, to try to overturn the results of the legitimate election. He sent this after January 6th to Rudy Giuliani. He said, I've decided I should be on the pardon list, if that still is in the works. Referencing, of course, then President Trump pardoning a slew of allies or people in his orbit. Can you just help us understand why would Eastman need a pardon unless he thinks he did something illegal?
Well, there you go. That's the question in that it raises there. And by the way, this email comes from a judicial order. Eastman had tried to protect a whole bunch of documents from the January 6th committee citing attorney-client privilege. And this judge, this federal judge, meticulously went through some of the material and decided that, no, this was material evidence that the January 6th committee needed to see. He had some really strong words. We heard some of them actually during the hearing themselves about this. And so this clearly is one of those emails that likely came from that trove of documents that they're still going over. But I think that's the question here, Hallie. Everything comes back to Donald Trump, and this committee has made sure that everything comes back to him. It is made clear. They lay out, when did Donald Trump know the scheme was unconstitutional, right? The timeline here is so important. You know, it's funny, Hallie, all of this stuff is familiar to most of us. But when you start to put it together in the correct order, you suddenly see, oh, this was not happenstance. This was coordination. You suddenly see this was a real pressure campaign. And the threat of violence was not a bug, but a feature as part of the pressure campaign, considering, you know, the president knew what was happening at the Capitol and he sends the tweet anyway. So I think the open questions that I have are you know, is all of this timeline here, and is all of the times that the president was told that the scheme was not constitutional, essentially illegal, is that a crime, right? Is him still pushing this, knowing it's illegal, is that a crime? That's obviously a decision that a prosecutor or the attorney general is going to have to make, but I think they've painted a pretty damning picture, and they certainly have painted a morally corrupt picture of the former president, the fact that he was so callous and didn't care about what happened to his vice president.
And you talk about sort of the next steps as it relates to the Department of Justice. We know they're watching, Chuck. We know that they want to know everything that the Select Committee knows, too. And then there's Mike Pence. He did not obviously appear in front of the committee. He did not appear for a deposition, so far as we know. He was in Ohio today for a separate event. But this has been, I covered him for a long time. You know him from his days, I think, even before he was picked to be former President Trump's vice president back during the campaign in 2016. This is somebody who, to this day still, calls it the Trump-Pence agenda, right? Links some of the policy pieces that he is looking to potentially run in 2024 on to Donald Trump, but has been very clear about this line of what happened on January 6th being, a different beast, if you will, a bridge too far.
Look, I think that we're seeing a picture of Mike Pence here. It's like, look, you can accuse him of being a cheerleader too much for the Trump administration, but he was the vice president. What would you expect? But he had a line that he wouldn't cross, number one. And I think the amount of political, personal pressure he was under, I think in hindsight shows you that this, he would get attacked sometimes by Republicans, sometimes by Democrats as being weak. I think one thing we've learned about Mike Pence, he's not weak. He stood up to a moment here that was unlike any moment somebody's had to deal with in our political system of late. And that in itself, I think, should be commended. Yes, he ended up just doing the job he was supposed to do, but he did it under threat of personal violence.
Chuck Todd, glad to have you with us tonight. Thanks, Chuck. I know we'll talk soon. Appreciate it. President Biden now talking the economy in a new interview just out within the last hour, telling the AP that a recession is, in his words, not inevitable after the Dow fell below 30,000 for the first time in more than a year. So here's the look at the numbers as the markets closed today. The Dow down like 2.5% almost. The S&P, the NASDAQ down too. Turnaround from 24 hours ago. So if you're feeling whiplash, yes, that's not just your neck. Investors rallied then after the Fed announced an interest rate hike, rallying that has now turned to worrying that this move from the Fed could bring the economy into a recession. Jeff Cox joins us now from CNBC. Jeff, we haven't seen this, right? The Dow trading below 30,000 since January of last year. I know you can't predict the future. I know you can't predict the markets, right? But when President Biden says a recession is not inevitable, do you think he's right?
He could be right, but the odds are certainly not in his favor right now. You know, Hallie, you hit an important point earlier that the market actually reacted positively yesterday. The Fed announces a 3/4 point interest rate hike, and the market goes up. While the market goes to bed last night and wakes up in a really foul mood this morning, I spent a lot of time on the phone today just talking to a lot of Wall Street people, and they were really unsparing in their criticism of the messaging that Chairman Powell sent yesterday. Basically, basically kind of was all over the place, sort of talking about maybe we're going to hike by another half a point, maybe we're going to hike by another 3/4 of a point. And he himself said that he doesn't see signs of weakness in the economy, which seemed almost like a surreal statement because, I mean, inflation, retail sales fell last month. I mean, just a whole slew of data points that show that there's definitely weakness in the economy right now.
Jeff Cox, good to have you with us. Thank you for that gut check. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is meeting with airline CEOs as we speak with one goal in mind: avoid major meltdowns as everybody gets ready to go on vacation for the summer. He wants the airlines to get a handle on all these flight cancellations, flight delays, and avoid some of the chaos that people experienced over Memorial Day weekend. Remember that? Something like 3,500 flights were canceled. It's happening, by the way, as you're paying more for those plane tickets, more than 40%. That's how much prices have gone up for airfares. Delta, Spirit, JetBlue, they've all had some big travel disruptions over the past few months. Several airlines have had to cut some flights for the summer, they say, because of staff shortages and bad weather. But today you've got Delta's pilots union pushing back in an open letter saying, at the current rate by this fall, our pilots will have flown more overtime in 2022 than in all of 2018 and 2019 combined, their busiest years ever. CNBC's Phil LeBeau is joining us now. And Phil, this is so interesting because it is now the Biden administration trying to use the muscle of government to get the private sector to basically get it together for people's summer vacations.
And I think the flying public is essentially saying whatever schedule is being flown this summer, and look, people would like to see more options, more flights. Nobody's disputing that. But you cannot be stretched so thin, which is what the airline industry went through last summer and at times has gone through, whether it was Memorial Day or in the fall. You cannot be stretched so thin, Hallie, that you have flights canceled because there's just not enough slack in the system in terms of pilots, crews, et cetera. That's at the heart of the meeting today. And we'll see whether or not the airlines, who have already drawn down their schedules a little bit this summer, if they can find a way to say to the Transportation Secretary, we got it, we understand, we'll make sure that it's not a messy summer.
Why now? Right, we're almost at, I mean, gosh, in 2.5 weeks, right, Phil? Like, people are on vacation for July 4th. Why wasn't this meeting held sooner, and what have you heard about it so far?
Well, it just started, so we haven't had any details come out of the meeting yet. But it's happening because the Transportation Secretary saw what happened during Memorial Day, which was bumpy. Some airlines far worse than others in terms of cancellations. And look, we've got Juneteenth is not going to be a huge travel holiday, but it's a 3-day weekend. That's coming up this weekend. And then you've got the 4th of July. 4th of July is on a Monday. That's going to be a huge travel weekend. And the Transportation Secretary wants the airlines to be prepared so that they can avoid, if at all possible, look, weather can happen, but if at all possible, avoid major cancellation messes.
Think it'll work, Phil?
Asking
for
tell me
a
what
friend.
the weather's going to be.
Okay, very good.
If the weather's okay, yeah, maybe it'll work.
Phil LeBeau, good to see you. Thank you so much. Talk about the
You too.
weather, right?
Bye-bye.
We are talking about it tonight because it is making news. This deadly heat wave this month, with tens of millions of people under heat advisories today. At least 4 people have died from it. 2 of those deaths in Wisconsin, another in California. And in Colorado, somebody collapsed after running out of water while biking a trail. This is sweltering heat that we're talking about from the Southwest to the Ohio Valley. And guess what? It's now heading east. You've also got really bad storms possible today for some 26 million people in the Midwest. We've already seen this week several tornadoes knocking out power lines, ripping roofs. Look at this, ripping roofs off buildings in Wisconsin. And you know what? It's affecting even that baby formula crisis we've been talking about. That's the Abbott plant. You might be thinking, Hallie, why are you talking about this Abbott plant during a weather story? It's because they got really bad flooding there, and now that critical plant in Michigan is shutting down again. Again, it's only been open for 11 days, and now it's closing because of this bad weather, because of this flooding. The company is saying that this could delay production for another few weeks, which, of course, is not what parents struggling to feed their infants and find formula want to hear. Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Chicago, where, obviously, you're in the thick of the weather here. A little bit of a reprieve at the moment. It's going to get worse. Talk to me about preparations and what you're hearing from folks on this.
Yeah, Hallie, it's not the triple-digit temperatures that Chicago saw earlier this week, but I just checked the temperature, and it's still about 90 degrees out here, so it's still pretty hot. People are still out enjoying the weather. It is Chicago, so it's not that cold that you normally deal with. But you talk about the preparations. This is something that the city says they are ready for. There are cooling centers, 6 of them across the city of Chicago. You have on the tollways and the expressways, you have extra teams that are out there to help prepare for stranded drivers. But you mentioned it's not just Chicago, it's all across the country, at least from the Midwest down to the Southeast. And you have in Nashville, for example, where we know that at least 4 deaths have been attributed to the high temperatures that they've been seeing. Officials are pleading with folks to turn up the AC, turn up that temperature so that the AC is not blasting as much to help conserve the energy. So yes, people are enjoying the weather, but there is also a pretty serious element to this, as there's concerns about the power and the storms that this hot weather brings.
Well, and also concerns about this Abbott plant, Shaq. I think to a lot of people, almost shocking news, considering it finally came back online to try to help alleviate this infant formula crisis, and now shutting down again because of something, frankly, out of anybody's control, at least from the Mother Nature perspective, which is flooding.
Yeah, and you have the FDA in a statement earlier today calling that an unfortunate setback, saying that this, of course, is a thing that they can't control. This is natural causes with the storm that passed through. They had heavy rain that dropped down about an inch in just an hour or so in that Sturgis area, including the area where the specialty formula was being produced. Abbott is saying, yes, they are pausing production for potentially a couple of weeks. They want to both clean the parts of the facility that got flooded, and then they need to test this formula to make sure that once it goes back out, it's safe for babies who will then have it. But they also say that they have ample supply of this specialty formula. So there's the thought, there's at least some relief there that this might not increase the problems that you're seeing out there with the formula supply. It's not going to help the issue, but at least there's concern and there's hope at least that it's not going to make that problem worse.
Before I let you go, Yellowstone. We've talked about this a couple days. We saw from Miguel Almaguer, our colleague who was at Yellowstone, that there was this horrific flooding there.
Yeah.
A little bit of good news tonight, right? Bring us the silver lining.
Some good news. There's potential that the parts of Yellowstone may open as early as next week. And if you look at the river levels there, while they're not at that record level that you saw, they are significantly lower. We reached out to our weather unit, and they say that they're expecting river levels to go up a little bit over the course of the weekend, but they are going to reach nothing like what we saw earlier this week, where you saw those pictures of Miguel with the rushing water there, the damage that was caused in the Yellowstone area. So some good news that the levels are lower, even though they're expected to go up a little bit. They're not going to reach those historic levels and won't reach that flood level that it was of such concern just earlier this week, Hallie.
Shaq Brewster. I was going to say, not too bad in Chicago. Hot, but hopefully you can enjoy it before it gets too hot. Thanks, Shaq. Appreciate it. We're just finding out that the richest guy in the world is facing a humongous bananas lawsuit, $258 billion. That is so much money, right? It's a $258 billion lawsuit by a crypto investor who's accusing Elon Musk of running a pyramid scheme to support Dogecoin, I think is how you say it, right? Musk himself admitted to starting it as a joke to make fun of it, basically to make fun of cryptos. No response from Musk here, but it comes just hours after we got other Elon Musk news, because he's meeting today with Twitter staff ahead of that $44 billion takeover. He told the team he wants 1 billion, again, billion with a B, 1 billion active users. There's about 230 million now, so that's big growth that he hopes to see. And he says he will tolerate, quote, pretty outrageous tweets. That is a lot of people wondering what that means. CNBC is reporting he also assured employees on a video call they can work from home and that layoffs would depend on the overall financial health of the company. He also said he didn't need to be CEO. The source tells CNBC that most of the staff's reactions on Twitter's Slack message board were negative. Imagine that. Bad messages on Slack. One Twitter user with knowledge of the call summed it up with a tweet on the highlights, which included the answer to whether he'd ever seen an alien. He hasn't. The one question he didn't answer, will he actually buy Twitter? Jake Ward is joining me now with all the details. Let me lay this out right in the backdrop here, because a lot of people were like, okay, Elon Musk is having this town hall with Twitter employees. We're probably going to get some headlines out of it. If you had aliens on your Elon Musk bingo card, like, good for you, because this went in some directions that I think people didn't expect.
That's right, Hallie. You shouldn't really be betting on anything around Elon Musk. And I have to say, you know, I think of myself as a fairly busy person, but you know what I mean? Elon Musk, I mean, there's a lot going on in that guy's life right now. So that's right. Let's start first with this lawsuit, right? The Dogecoin, and you're right to say it that way.
Thank you.
Investor, says that basically. No, but that's the right way to do it. You're right. And, you know, he basically says that he and others like him, so you can imagine he's going to be the lead plaintiff in what is going to wind up being a big class action, essentially lost about $86 billion over the course of Dogecoin's existence. It was invented in part as a joke, and its co-founders basically said that it was based on something called the greater fool theory, that you could pass on the idea of it to other people who are greater fools than you are. They literally referenced that in the lawsuit filed in federal court. And now the question is going to be whether the long litany of promotional tweets and SNL appearances and all the places in which Elon Musk pushed Dogecoin as laid out in this lawsuit wind up being linked to him as having been essentially him promoting something that, as the lawsuit points out, is utterly worthless, has no cash value, is tied to nothing of value, and is based here on this greater fool theory, Hallie.
Okay, so that's the lawsuit, which again is just a staggering amount of money, right? In the nearly $260 billion. That is a lot of money. There's also this town hall, like we talked about. And I think a lot of people, there's so much focus on Elon Musk and free speech and Twitter and the very sort of interesting Venn diagram around all of that. Musk told employees today that people should be able to say what they want on Twitter. But there was a caveat to this, no?
That's right, absolutely. And it's so interesting to be hearing him talk about this after everything we've watched in the January 6th hearings and the incredible damage that misinformation seems to be able to do, right? It's amazing to hear him then go on in this meeting talk about things like anyone should be able to say anything they want within the law. He talked about the caveat of not amplifying those things. He said, you know, freedom of speech is not freedom of reach, which is a phrase sort of popularized by researchers around this stuff. He also, though, interestingly said that people should be able to get the blue check mark next to their name that denotes them as a verified user of Twitter. Currently, it's awarded to people based on their academic credentials or their journalistic credentials. He thinks people should be able to buy that verified status. I'm not sure how you square the idea that people shouldn't be amplified unless they're solid. But, you know, the whole thing is just so interesting because you see this guy sorting through the issues around Twitter almost in real time. And at the same time, he's saying, I want to grow it to the size of WeChat, right? The huge, you know, all-purpose platform in China. I want to grow it to the engagement levels of TikTok, right, which has taken the world by storm. All of that really suggests that once he acquires it, if he does, and he takes this thing private, he has big, big plans, and it's not at all clear that they square with what so many people working at Twitter signed up for, Hallie.
Jake Ward, so good to see you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. NBC is getting some new details now about how President Biden apparently thought his Secretary of State and his Defense Secretary may have gone too far when they said they wanted to see the U.S. win against Russia. Excuse me, Ukraine win against Russia in Ukraine. This happened during a visit to Kyiv back in April. This was the trip we're about to show you when those comments were made. That was it. But we're only learning now that right after this meeting that you're looking at, President Biden called these two to say, you shouldn't have said that because it might increase the risk of U.S. and Russia getting into a direct confrontation. It comes as we're hearing from the family of one of the two U.S. veterans who volunteered to go fight in Ukraine. Alex Drueke and Andy Tynaquin, both from Alabama, have not been heard from since last week. NBC News spoke with Druke's mother, Lois. Here she is, remembering the last conversation that she had with her son.
He wrote and said, I'll be going dark tomorrow and possibly the next day. And I wrote back, stay safe, and I love you. And he wrote back, he wrote back, I love you too. And that's the last I heard from him.
You can see the emotion there. Ali Rosie is joining us now live from Kyiv. And let me start there with these missing veterans. The State Department said today that they're aware of 3 missing Americans in Ukraine, including the 2 that we just mentioned. What else do we know about the circumstances here? Anything?
Hey, Hallie, we know very little. Look, the State Department haven't confirmed it. They say they're following the case very closely and they're in constant contact with the Ukrainian authorities. But because of privacy issues, they can't say anything else on the matter. So what we know about it is mostly from the Telegraph newspaper that, you know, the last time Drueke had a contact with his family, which you just played, was on the 8th of June. On the 9th of June, they got into some very heavy fighting just outside Kharkiv. And the Telegraph says that one of their fellow fighters, an unnamed fighter, says that's when they were taken in by the Russians. And that's all we really know right now. Interestingly, Ali, we haven't heard anything from the Russians. So, we're expected that if they are indeed in Russian custody, they'd really want to play that up for propaganda purposes within Russia and maybe use them for political gain as a pawn or something. And also very concerning, Ali, I spoke to a Ukrainian soldier today who had been in a Russian POW camp, and he was saying the conditions there were just appalling. The conditions they lived in and the way they were treated was just really horrifying. So there are obviously serious concerns that if they are in Russian custody, what circumstances they're living under and how they're being treated by the Russians.
And then there's this NBC News reporting from our colleagues, including Carol Lee, Courtney Kube, Andrea Mitchell, and others, about President Biden apparently thinking that his defense secretary, Lloyd Austin, his Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, might have been setting unrealistic expectations about the war in Ukraine. What else do we know about that?
That's right. He says that he thought they went too far, saying that, they're going to do everything to help Ukraine win this war. Apparently, he told them to dial back that rhetoric because they're probably seeing this as a war of attrition, that it may go on for a very long time like this, that Russia makes slow but steady gains. And he was apparently scared that this may draw the U.S. closer into a battle with Russia. But I can tell you, the comments here in Ukraine were really disappointing because the Ukrainians really depend on U.S. support more than anything else. They loved Biden's speech in Poland. They thought it gave them a lot of support. So they were pretty shocked that he had said these things. And they were always been very disappointed with Macron. Macron has said all the wrong things as far as Ukraine has been concerned. That it may take decades for Ukraine to join the European Union. That Russia mustn't be humiliated. But they weren't expecting this lack of support from the U.S. And the fear here is that people are getting tired in America and support may dwindle for them in Ukraine. And if they lose American support, that would be the biggest loss for them. So there is a little concern here that maybe the U.S. is backing off. But at least they got that $1 billion worth of aid yesterday, military aid. That was a big boost to them. They hope that's not going to dry up.
Ali Arouzi, glad to see you. Thank you. Appreciate that reporting. Coming up here on the show, a lot more to get to, including Kevin Spacey making his first court appearance in the UK today on sex assault charges. We're live in London. Plus, Beyonce's big announcement that has the internet ablaze. We're going to talk about it in the 5 things. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning. The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Oscar-winning actor Kevin Spacey given bail today in his first London court appearance since getting charged with sexually assaulting 3 men. Take a look. You're about to see him outside the courtroom. This is him today. There he is. The hearing went for a little over an hour. His lawyer says he strenuously denies all the allegations against him. Spacey is being allowed to come back to the U.S. He's due back in court London next month for a plea hearing. The alleged assaults all happened in England between 2005 and 2013. Matt Bradley is with me now. So, Matt, today was kind of more procedural, right? But his lawyer said that Kevin Spacey was determined to establish his innocence. What's standing out to you from this today?
Yeah, I mean, only 2 things really, Hallie. As you said, this was really procedural, very administrative. The main thing was that Spacey didn't actually give a plea. He didn't say that he was pleading guilty or not guilty. That's because this case is getting kicked up to a Crown Court, the kind of court that normally deals with rapes and murders and charges that could yield a sentence of longer than 10 years. So it just goes to show how serious the situation is for Mr. Spacey. But another thing was that bail arrangement you mentioned. You know, here in the UK, we don't have cash bail like in the States, so he didn't have to pay any money. But he was able to argue that because he voluntarily showed up, crossed an ocean to face these charges, that the court can trust him. And his lawyers also argued that because his work and his family are all in the States, he should be allowed to travel just about everywhere he wants, whenever he wants to, between now and the time he has to appear in court next, which is 4 weeks from now. So really just goes to show he has a lot of freedom but while he's still facing all these trials. Hallie?
You talked about the next court appearance 4 weeks from now, right? We think this is going to be unfolding over the course of, you know, weeks and months, if not longer, not a matter of days. Talk about what we should be looking for as far as the next steps in this, Matt.
I mean, this could take more than a year, is the fact of the matter, and it's unclear exactly where it's going to go because, as we've already seen, this is a slow process. I mean, we had a pretrial hearing today. We didn't even hear a plea. So this is going to take quite a while. I would say that really the thing to really look forward to here, not look forward to, excuse me, the thing that is going to stand out, the thing that to look at here is going to be the public response around this trial. Remember, these allegations and the ones from Anthony Rapp, that young actor, they came out in 2017. That was when the Me Too movement was really at full froth. Now things have changed a bit. And we're going to have to see when we see these new allegations surfacing against this very famous actor who faced a lot of scrutiny for what he did back in the States all those years ago. Now he's facing charges that a lot of people, a lot of Americans who followed those cases in the States pretty closely, they don't know that he's necessarily facing these very, very serious charges, far more serious here than the ones he faced in the States, which were a combination of a criminal suit or criminal accusations that essentially got tossed out by the judge, some civil actions. These are really serious crimes, the ones he's facing here. He voluntarily showed up. He's trying to rehabilitate his career in Hollywood. We saw that just earlier, just a couple of days ago, he had a trailer that dropped for the first time. So it looks like he's trying to rehabilitate his image, but now we're about to see more and more allegations that could bury him for a second time all over again, amounting to yet another career disaster. Hallie, I don't know what you think about that. It seems like he's asking for more trouble, more scrutiny, but he has to answer to these charges.
Super quick, Matt, I'm just curious, was there a reception like outside court where like fans or people there or protesters, I don't know, like did anybody show up? I'm just thinking about what we sometimes see in the U.S. when famous people show up for these kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, I was there, you know, I kind of played paparazzi today. There weren't a lot of fans. There weren't any, media. Celebrity watchers who came. It was almost entirely media, entirely media. But it was a scrum. It was wild. He had guards who were pushing. It was pretty nuts.
We're just looking at that. You say it, scrum, that's the word for it. Matt Bradley, thank you for being there for us. Appreciate it. Yeah. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, investigators in Brazil say a fisherman has confessed to killing a British journalist and indigenous expert who both went missing in the Amazon earlier this month. The suspect also took police to a site where they found, they say, human remains. Officials say they expect to make more arrests in this case. Number 2, Vice President Kamala Harris today trying to take another step to fight and prevent online harassment and abuse. She's created this task force that's supposed to come up with recommendations for governments and states, schools, online platforms inside the next 6 months. A White House official says this kind of abuse disproportionately targets women, girls, and LGBTQI+ people. Number 3, a new congressional report says the EPA knew that this popular flea and tick collar for pets was dangerous but didn't do anything about it. A House subcommittee investigation found more than 2,500 pet deaths related to this collar, the Seresto collar. Lawmakers say it should get off the shelves. It should get pulled from the market at this point. We'll watch that. Number 4, FIFA announcing the U.S. host cities for the 2026 World Cup soon. So far, we know the West Coast ones: Vancouver, Seattle, San Francisco, L.A., Guadalajara, Mexico, all chosen. Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. are sharing this. It's going to be cool. I'm kind of curious about the East Coast sites because the last time the U.S. hosted the World Cup was 1994. If it's in, like, let's say, New York, New Jersey, you know we're going to try to get tickets. Number 5, speaking of tickets, get yours for July 29th. Virtual tickets, I guess. I don't know. Beyonce, Queen Bee, is back. She's going to be releasing another solo album. Her first drop since Lemonade back in 2016, and you know what a big deal that was. This project is called Renaissance. It's going to be album number 7 for Beyonce on repeat. When we come back, if you don't know who she is, you've probably heard of the Netflix show about her or seen the memes from it. We're talking about the real-life Inventing Anna. That's Savannah Sellers with a rare interview with the convicted scammer as she was at an ICE detention center. We're going to get the backstory on how this went down after the break.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight we're bringing you an NBC News exclusive with a socialite turned con artist whose story you may know from the hit Netflix series Inventing Anna. We're talking Anna Sorokin, also known as Anna Delvey, who took hundreds of thousands of dollars from friends and from businesses while pretending to be a German heiress. She was sentenced to 4 to 12 years in prison for grand larceny, for theft of services charges. Our Savannah Sellers spoke with her as Sorokin was at an ICE detention center in upstate New York. She's fighting deportation now after overstaying her visa. Sorokin now plans to launch a collection of NFTs called Reinventing Anna. She is trying to revamp her image.
What does the reinvented Anna look like?
Hopefully, I'll be given a chance to focus all my energy into something legal. I'd love to be given an opportunity to for people not to just dismiss me as a quote-unquote scammer and just see what I'm going to do next.
Joining me now is Savannah Sellers with your first ever backstory. We love to see it, Savannah. Thank you, girl.
I'm so excited.
As you know, behind the scenes look, we want all the juice. We want all the stuff that you didn't say in that interview because this is so interesting. Let me start with how you actually scored this interview in the first place. She doesn't do a lot of this kind of thing, right? We don't see her all the time talking with broadcasters like you.
Yeah, she doesn't. And for a little bit, she was sort of on the circuit when she was in this detention center, and then she went off the grid. She hasn't been talking, but, you know, I've wanted to talk to her. We're all fascinated by this story. Our booking team has been following up, been in touch, doing a lot of incredible work, sort of sleuthing to figure out her management team and that type of thing. And then finally, she was willing to talk about what's next. But in the process, she let us talk about anything. So she sort of wanted to tell us about these NFTs, these art shows that she's been doing, but we really got to talk about it all. The other thing that was really interesting is because it was happening while she's in that detention center, again, that's for her visa, not for the charges related to any of the scams that we know about. But she actually we had to go through their system, the detention facilities system, this video system. So we had to wait, Hallie, get this, because this is pretty wild. We had to wait all day for her to chat us. She had to initiate with us, and then she also had to be the one to call us all through this system. We were all nervous. Our booker, who had been working on it.
You're like sweating bullets? Like, what if she doesn't call, right?
Oh,
and this whole thing falls apart.
And then every 20 minutes, the call ends, and she has to call me back. So when I'm in the middle of asking her, you know, pretty tough questions, I'm like, is she going to call back? She did every time. We talked for about 45 minutes. It was fascinating.
What was she like personality-wise? Because I think for people who've seen the show, and even if you haven't, like, you wonder, was it an accurate portrayal, right? In some of these instances, it's not always the same. Sometimes it's similar. Like, what was your sense of that?
Hallie, it was so accurate, and Anna said so herself. She said that all of her friends said that Julia Garner, the actress who played her, she said all of her friends even said she nailed you. And she said, look, I know some of the show was, you know, meant to be dramatized, a little bit of a caricature. I tried to not take it too personally, but I think they did a great job. And she thought, her words were that Julia Garner was a fantastic actress for the part. And, you know, it's kind of funny, to be completely honest with you, when I'm thinking back to this conversation that I had earlier this week, I'm confusing the two. Like the real Anna that I spoke with and the Anna from the Netflix show, because I mean, it really was. The accent was so similar. I know that was sort of a big topic of conversation on the internet, but it really was similar. Obviously, the glasses, you know, I see her face when she pops up on for the video chat, and I was just sort of like, wow, this is happening, and that's really her.
A lot of the show talked about some of the hoops that journalists had to jump through to try to get some straight answers from her. And I wonder, as you're prepping for this interview, and people know that there's like a lot of prep that goes into these kinds of things, how did you navigate that? Did you think about the fact that, like, well, wait a second, I've seen, you know, based on the show, like what has happened before, I've read other interviews with her, like how did that affect the way that you got ready for this discussion?
Yeah, absolutely. And frankly, I mean, I have seen interviews where she seems to, you know, sort of rattle somebody. She's sort of pushing buttons. There were a few moments like that with me where I did feel prepared because I'd watched pretty much everything that she's done, that I kind of had a feeling she might say some things like that. But what I really did, you know, just like we do for any type of interview, whether it's Anna or whether it's a politician, is I knew what she was charged with. I knew what she was convicted with. And so then therefore I was able to be like, no, but what about this? Because I asked her right off the bat, do you think you owe anyone an apology? She said, well, for what? And then I was able, you know, I listed off for what. And she eventually did concede really more than she ever has. She took more responsibility than I ever have heard her take. Not that it was all the way, but, you know, she did say that she does think that what she did in those parts, pretending the trust fund and then trying to get this money, was unethical, was her word, which I hadn't heard her use.
Savannah Sellers, that, of course, aired, previewed exclusively this morning on Morning News Now, which we love watching every morning on. So, Savannah, thank you so much. It's good to see you. Thanks for being on the show and staying up late, girl. I know it's a lot. Thank you. Savannah and Joe Fryer are, of course, here on this network, 7 a.m. Eastern, Morning News Now. You can catch them wherever you're streaming me as we speak. Coming up here on the show, Georgia Republican Senate nominee Herschel Walker confirming he has 2 more previously unknown children. Now, what his campaign is saying about this. Plus, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he's not banning COVID vaccines for kids under 5, but his state may be the only one that didn't pre-order any from the federal government. We'll talk about what this means for parents there after the break.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, Herschel Walker, the Republican nominee for Senate in Georgia, now says he has 4 kids, confirming he has 2 more children than were previously known about publicly after members of the media reported on them. Remember, 24 hours ago yesterday, we told you he acknowledged having another son he doesn't talk about publicly. Before this week, he'd only mentioned 1 son. In a statement obtained by NBC News, Walker said he has never denied his children. Walker has been openly critical about black absentee fathers. From our New York Bureau, an incredible new video, look at this, showing a Long Island 17-year-old rescuing somebody whose SUV plunged into a bay. So you just saw what happened when the woman, the driver, accidentally steps on the gas. You see somebody jump in. Her car goes in the water. This teenager jumps in, opens the driver's door, gets her out. It is absolutely stunning, an incredible act of heroism. From our West Coast Bureau now, Michael Avenatti pleading guilty to federal wire fraud and tax charges in California today. The AP reports Avenatti could face more than 80 years in prison with this plea. He is already serving time for crimes against Nike and his former client, Stormy Daniels. To Florida now, where Governor Ron DeSantis there is today defending his state's decision not to pre-order any COVID vaccines from the federal government for kids under 5. DeSantis says he's against the shots because he claims COVID vaccines have not gone through enough testing. We'll talk about that in a second, but listen to what he said earlier.
The risks outweigh the benefits, and we recommend against. That's not the same as banning it. I mean, people can access it if they want to.
A person familiar with this tells us that Florida is the only state that has not pre-ordered this shot. The FDA and the CDC, as you know, are expected to greenlight the vaccine soon, since shots in arms could happen as soon as next week. But families with kids under 5 in Florida may be left in limbo because the state is leaving it up to individual doctors to request vaccines directly from the Biden administration. I want to bring in now Dr. Kavita Patel to talk about this because, Dr. Patel, help us understand this. Is Florida following federal public health recommendations, and what are parents there supposed to do now?
No, I mean, Hallie, this is beyond kind of not following health recommendations. The clip you just showed with the verbal overlay from the governor is an outright lie. As a doctor in Florida, you have to get your vaccine supply generally from the state. There are about 200 clinics and retail pharmacies that can get supply directly from the feds, but that is nowhere near sufficient to cover the approximate 1.2 million children under the age of 5 who are eligible for a shot in the state of Florida alone. So this is incredible. The American Academy of Pediatrics in Florida is going to put out a statement. Every doctor, doesn't matter what kind, should cry out against this because it is taking away fundamental choice. Families I've talked to are going to drive out of state. Think of how large Florida is. Drive out of state to try to get their kids vaccinated. That's insane.
Reality check here, right, from what Governor DeSantis said, and I said we're going to talk about it, we need to. He says, you know, it's risky, this COVID vaccine. We've talked about on this show, Dr. Patel, the multiple panels, the multiple experts that are assessing this shot, the data that was submitted and then resubmitted, et cetera, et cetera. Be our definitive voice on this as far as the safety of this vaccine.
Yeah, the way to be definitive is to not just point to the data, Hallie, but to actually point at what has happened to children under the age of 5 in the absence of a vaccine. We have had thousands of hospitalizations, hundreds of deaths, all largely preventable if we had